In the year 2036, within the Dragon Nation Star City, at a logistics transfer station, a young man inquired, "Brother Sue, how much do you think a second-hand Delusion Gaming helmet could sell for?" After organizing the last package on the conveyor belt into its designated area, he turned to the boy beside him. Sue, she chuckled softly. "What, do you lack confidence in your luck?" According to the information released by the official Delusion website, as long as one awakens in a great combat talent, they can lead a team to level up, which would undoubtedly be more lucrative than working here. If one were to awaken in a great support talent, they could earn effortlessly. The Delusion they spoke of was the first ever fully immersive virtual MMORPG to be launched globally. A week prior, Delusion had made a remarkable debut, showcasing a plethora of in-game visuals. It could easily be mistaken for reality unless one scrutinized the video frame by frame. Subsequently, interview videos featuring beta testers emerged, all unanimously praising the graphics and content of Delusion, while revealing screenshots of their helmet purchase orders. Following this, the game's official team held a press conference, inviting various media outlets to live-stream gameplay demonstrations, thereby validating the credibility of their prior promotions. Notably, the Delusion gaming helmet was reasonably priced at 20,000 yuan, equivalent to 3 months' salary for the average individual in 2036. It is worth mentioning that the helmet employed the most advanced civilian brain-machine interface technology, allowing players to enter a world akin to an alternate reality. Even for mere experiential purposes, the investment of 20,000 yuan would be worthwhile. Moreover, the gaming helmet could be unlinked from the game account, and the official team imposed no restrictions on players reselling the helmet secondhand. However, each identity card could only create one game character. Today marked the final countdown to the launch of Delusion, with players allowed to enter the game and create characters, awaken their talents, preview game content, and familiarize themselves with combat mechanics after 8 p.m. The young man scratched his head. My luck has never been particularly good. I hope Delusion lives up to its promises so that I won't incur too much loss." The two exchanged idle banter. Once the evening shift personnel arrived, Sushi made his way back to his modest rented room, not far from the logistics transfer station. As he surveyed the somewhat cramped space, his mood mirrored the game's name, Delusion. Sushi collapsed onto his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, reaching out as if attempting to grasp his own future. After graduating from university, he had undertaken jobs related to his field of study and ventured into various other professions, yet none had held his interest for long. The reasons were manifold, both personal and external. August. In the blink of an eye, half of this year has passed. I wonder if that girl is facing any hardships while working part-time out there. Sushi's parents had been missing for nearly 9 years, leaving him and his younger sister to rely on each other. Fortunately, there was an 8-year age gap between Sushi and his sister, Suya. When their parents disappeared, he was already 18, capable of shouldering the family's burdens. Now at 27, Suya had entered university, often taking on part-time jobs and earning scholarships each semester, alleviating his worries and even sending him money from time to time. Perhaps it was due to the deep bond shared between siblings. Just as he thought of Suya, a message from her arrived. "Brother, how's it going today? Have you found a sister-in-law for me yet?" Upon reading the message, Sushi couldn't help but twitch his lips. While other families had elders hastily arranging marriages, his sister was doing the exact opposite. Irritated, he replied with a voice message, "Not yet. You'll look for one after you've married off." "What if I never get married? Will you remain single for life?" "Indeed." "Humph, let's see who can outlast whom." After exchanging playful banter with his sister, Sushi felt considerably uplifted. He rose from his bed, hastily prepared a simple dinner, and after washing up, it was nearly 8 p.m. He opened the delivery box for the Delusion gaming headset. After removing the foam and other packing materials, he uncovered 2 items within: the gaming headset and a metallic card. The card bore 2 strings of numbers representing the game account and activation code. Delusion operated as a semi-purchase model, with a price of 20,000 encompassing the game account purchase. If one acquired a second-hand gaming headset, they could contact customer service, providing the headset's serial number, transaction proof, and identification to activate a new game account. The official willingness to undertake such complexities indicated their desire to alleviate concerns for headset purchasers, thereby expanding their market reach. In-game NPCs would sell commonly used items, but players could only purchase them with in-game currency. Additionally, auctioning, bidding, and currency transactions would incur a service fee of 12, depending on the transaction amount. As for taxes, they would be tallied at the end of the month, with the official game administration providing players with a list for self-payment. The headset appeared rather ordinary, exuding a strong plastic feel, leading Sushi to perceive it as a mere toy. Yet, he held no doubts about Delusion being a scam with so many media outlets and even local media endorsing it. Issues were unlikely to arise. Sushi logged onto the Delusion official website, linked his game account, entered his ID and activation code, and successfully activated it. He then bound the game account to the headset serial number. This step would expedite his entry into the game, preventing others from using his headset to log in, thus safeguarding against theft. Binding successful. Real name authentication. Sushi. ID number 430321. Game account 0000777777. Bound headset serial number 0000077777. It seems I have a special connection with the number 7. Sushi chuckled as he glanced at his information. Having completed everything, there were just 2 minutes left until 8 p.m. Strangely enough, Sushi felt a hint of nervousness. Delusion was undoubtedly a new frontier. If he could awaken a high-level talent, he would certainly earn a fair amount of money within the game. In today's era, earning money was increasingly challenging. After donning the gaming headset, Sushi pressed the power button on the side. Before him appeared a countdown. 1 minute and 6 seconds. A minute is not a long duration, and once the countdown concluded, it transformed into a mandatory notice that could not be skipped until thoroughly read. As it is an immersive virtual reality game, one must scroll for quite a while to reach the end. Check, confirm, and enter the game. Sushi was suddenly dazzled, with various lights swirling around, and then felt his body being drawn forward by an unseen force, arriving in a bizarre and fantastical space. Welcome to the illusory world. Please name your game character. Once the character name is confirmed, you may select a basic profession according to your talents and preferences. She. Not only does it share the same pronunciation as his name, but it also signifies a form of hope, as he eagerly anticipated awakening a high-level talent. Are you sure you want to use she? Yes. Upon confirming the character name, the pop-up windows vanished entirely. However, Sushi remained rooted in place, with no indication of having entered the game. What on earth? Just as he pondered this, glimmers of light appeared not far ahead, transforming into a girl with pink hair. Her long hair flowed gracefully, yet appeared unruffled. Her beauty and figure stood out remarkably among her peers. She was approximately 168 centimeters tall, with delicate features though not breathtaking. Her natural allure was undeniably pleasing to the eye. She had the perfect curves where they should be, and none where they should not. She resembled a protagonist straight out of an anime, or so Sushi thought, perfectly aligning with his vision of an ideal partner. Yet, Sushi felt no joy. Instead, he was taken aback. Upon the girl's approach, he saw his own reflection in her captivating eyes, and he had transformed into the image of the pink-haired girl. What didn't the official announcement of the illusory game state that the character's gender and appearance would mirror the player's real-life identity? The pink-haired girl seemed oblivious to his words, continuing to approach while her form gradually became ethereal. Eventually, she merged seamlessly with Sushi. At that moment, Sushi felt another wave of disorientation. When his vision cleared once more, he found himself inside a wooden cabin. Welcome to the illusory world. Please check your attributes and talents. You may select a profession by opening the novice package in your inventory. A series of pop-up windows appeared, but Sushi's attention was entirely captured by the character panel. Did that pink-haired girl become my game character? My voice has also transformed into that of a girl. For a moment, Sushi was uncertain whether to feel elation or sorrow. However, the feeling of joy prevailed. After all, how many boys enjoy playing male characters in games? Typically, boys play games to nurture daughters or care for wives. Chapter 2. Fortunate Fate, Frostbite's Fong. Moreover, within the realm of Delusion, players are unable to select the gender of their game character or alter their appearance. Unless one possesses the innate charm of an exceptionally handsome male, male players are rendered incapable of donning female attire. My character, being a female, perhaps stands alone in Delusion. Have I triggered some hidden Easter egg? Sushi immediately recalled her gaming account and the serial number of her headset. It seems the number 7 indeed brings good fortune. She ceased to dwell on this matter and shifted her focus to examining the other information displayed on her character panel. Player, She level 1, 0, 1000. Class. None subclass. None health points. 40 mana points. 40 physical attack. 12 magical power. 10 physical defense. 4 magical defense. 4 movement speed. 1. 2. In extreme conditions, capable of moving 12 meters per second. Attack speed 1. 1. In extreme conditions, able to execute 11 attacks within 10 seconds. Critical hit rate. 1 critical damage. 150. When a critical hit occurs, total damage equals 150 of the original panel damage. Strength. 6. 1 point of strength equals 2 points of physical attack. The higher the strength value, the greater the likelihood of critical hits from normal attacks and physical damage, and the shorter the post-attack delay. Intelligence. 5. 1 point of intelligence equals 2 points of magical power. The higher the intelligence value, the greater the likelihood of critical hits from skills and spell damage, and the shorter the post-casting delay. Constitution. 4. 1 point of constitution equals 10 points of health. 1 point of physical defense. The higher the constitution value, the lesser the impact from attacks and mental control skills. Spirit. 4. 1 point of spirit equals 10 points of mana. 1 point of magical defense. The higher the spirit value, the lesser the impact from skills and mental control abilities. Agility. 0. 1 point of agility equals a 2 increase in base movement speed and a 1 increase in base attack speed. Whenever base movement speed or attack speed is doubled due to agility, the effect of agility is halved. Luck. 7 skills. Insight. Allows the player to view detailed information about monsters as well as basic information about other players. Talents. Fortunate Fate. SS rank. When the critical hit rate is below 77, it is elevated to 77. If the critical hit rate is above 77 but below 100, critical damage is increased by 77. If the critical hit rate reaches 100, 77 of the panel damage is converted into true damage. When receiving damage, there is a 77 chance to be immune to 77 of that damage, including true damage, health deductions, and other special damages, though this probability is unaffected by any external effects. A single instance of lethal damage can be evaded every 7 seconds. Significantly enhances the probability of triggering chance events and has a chance to activate a double effect, with ordinary events also having a probability of triggering, for instance, receiving double rewards when opening treasure chests, enhancing equipment by 2 levels, or upgrading skills by 2 levels, and so forth. It encourages good fortune and avoids misfortune, providing early warnings of danger and special alerts when nearby opportunities arise. Recommended career development direction. Archer. Rogue. The agile setting of Delusion diverges significantly from most MMORPGs, where attack speed and movement speed form the initial foundation, profoundly influencing subsequent gameplay. The player's base attack speed and movement speed fluctuate around 1. 0. Sushi's gaze lingered on the talent section for an extended period, evidently astonished. SS level talent? Did the promotional video for Delusion not assert that the strongest talent level was S? How could an SS level suddenly emerge? Is it possible that talents, like professions, possess hidden variants? She had previously noted the mention of hidden professions in the promotional materials for Delusion. Following her surprise, joy overcame her. Awakening an SS-level talent surpassed her expectations. This talent could be characterized as both offensive and defensive, enabling her to thrive without relying on leveling up through assistance or monetary gain, effortlessly outpacing the majority of players and selling high-level equipment and items. Sushi was exhilarated, her small fists clenched, her cheeks flushed, and her chest heaving with excitement. As she registered the unique sensations associated with her female form, she paused momentarily. This sensation also provides feedback. Sushi's face reddened further. Although she was a male in reality, this peculiar feeling was undeniably. Perhaps there would still be limitations. Otherwise, how would she engage in combat later? Sushi attempted to place her hand on her heart, but this time, there was no sensation. She then moved around the room, touching various objects, and indeed, there was no feedback. It seemed that such sensations would only occur under specific conditions. Sushi breathed a sigh of relief, casting aside her distracting thoughts, and turned her attention to other aspects of the game. With the official server launch set for 8 p.m. tomorrow, She had ample time to familiarize herself with Delusion tonight. Within the game, she could directly summon pages of mainstream software and websites for various operations, even watching movies. Features such as screenshots and recordings were naturally included, and any saved content would synchronize to the draft box of her Delusion forum account. However, as the server was not yet live, and certain functions required reaching specific levels to unlock, many features remained inaccessible. Finally, Sushi opened her backpack and clicked on the only item within. Beginner gift box. Can be opened upon selecting a profession or choosing a random profession, granting the corresponding beginner equipment and basic skills. The professions in Delusion are categorized as warrior, mage, archer, knight, priest, and rogue. Additionally, opting for a random profession carries a chance of acquiring a hidden profession. According to the official revelations from Delusion, once a basic profession is chosen, it cannot be changed unless one encounters a corresponding fortuitous event. To be honest, Sushi felt quite conflicted. Following the recommendations, selecting archer or rogue appeared to be the most prudent choice, eliminating the risk of wasting the fortune talent. Yet she reconsidered. Even if she were to draw a priest, it would not be detrimental, as priests also have output professions in subsequent advancements, and the fortune talent significantly enhances the probability of random events. Thus, Sushi resolved to take a chance. Do you confirm the random profession draw? In the realm of foundational professions, the opportunity for reselection is non-existent. One identity permits the creation of a singular game character. Thus, players are urged to proceed with utmost caution. Sushi clenched her fist and clicked confirm. Randomizing profession. Please wait. The names of various professions flashed before Sushi's eyes, and at that moment, her heart raced to her throat. Please, do not let it be a priest. A priest, before their second-class advancement, can only provide healing to teammates, lacking any offensive capabilities and unable to showcase the true power of their innate talent. Heaven's fortune. She understood a fundamental truth. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. Moreover, the initial days following the game's launch are the prime time for earning substantial rewards, and she certainly did not wish to miss out. After 3 seconds of flickering text on the pop-up, it finally came to a halt, though Sushi felt as if an eternity had passed. Acquired hidden profession, Frostfang. Acquired beginner's wooden bow. Acquired beginner's short blade. Acquired specialization skill, bitter chill. Acquired specialization skill, frostbite. Acquired skill, rapid fire, skill, eagle eye, skill, longbow mastery. Acquired skill, backstab. Skill, camouflage, skill, short blade mastery. Chapter 3. Icy cold. Unmatched attributes. Hidden profession. Sushi's delicate face flushed with excitement once more as she gently lifted her hand to examine the information regarding her hidden profession, along with the newly acquired skills and equipment. Hidden profession. Frostbite. A guardian of the frigid realm, adept in archery and assassination, capable of mastering the foundational skills of both the archer and rogue, as well as all subsequent skills of the ranger and assassin. In a cold environment, certain attributes may be enhanced. Upon the second job transition and profession awakening, an additional 3, 4, or 5 specialized skills will be unlocked. Frostbite, specialized skill cannot be upgraded. Inflicting damage upon a target applies a status of healing suppression for a duration of 2 seconds. During this time, any form of health restoration to the target, including resurrection, will be reduced by 80. The duration of this effect is unaffected by the target's constitution attributes. Frost, specialized skill cannot be upgraded upon hitting a target with an attack or skill, including non-damaging control skills. The target is afflicted with a frost status for 5 seconds, during which their attack speed and movement speed are reduced by 20. After reviewing the introduction to the hidden profession of Frostbite and its 2 specialized skills, Sushi was momentarily taken aback. Could only be described as extraordinary. Frostbite is undoubtedly the hidden profession that suits her best. Whether as a ranger or an assassin, based on the information released by the official game of Delusion, both possess passive skills that enhance critical hit chances. The ability to learn skills from both professions implies that Sushi can swiftly elevate her critical hit chance to 100, fulfilling the conditions to convert 77 of her panel damage into true damage. In any online game, true damage remains the most formidable form of damage. Furthermore, The effects of the specialized skills, Frostbite and Frost, are immensely powerful. It is noteworthy that the severe injury status in Delusion only reduces the target's healing by 50 and is further diminished by the target's high constitution values. Against knights or bosses, the severe injury status hardly persists for long. The Frost specialized skill can prevent the target from closing in, allowing Su Shi to continuously kite them. Subsequently, Su Shi examined the skills of the two foundational professions, Archer and Rogue. Rapid Fire, Level 1 swiftly fires 2 arrows in succession. Consumes 10 mana points. Cooldown time of 10 seconds. Hawk's Eye, Level 1 summons a hawk to freely patrol within 100 meters around the player. If a target is detected, it will alert the player and subsequently attack the target. The hawk possesses 20 health points and 10 physical attack points. Consumes 20 mana points. Cooldown time of 30 seconds. Longbow Mastery, cannot be upgraded when equipped with longbow-type gear. The equipment's professional attributes may be triggered. Backstab, Level 1 enhances the next normal attack, dealing 120 physical damage. If the target is struck from behind, the damage escalates to 150 of physical attack damage. Consuming 10 mana points with a cooldown of 7 seconds. Camouflage, Level 1, allows the player to enter a concealed state lasting 2 seconds, obscuring their information and causing nearby targets to disregard them. However, the disguise will dissipate upon taking damage and is ineffective against targets with high mental attributes. Consuming 15 mana points with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Short Blade Mastery, not upgradable. Enables the triggering of class attributes when equipped with short blade gear. Delusion does not restrict any class to wield only their designated weapons, yet all weapons possess class attributes that can only be activated through the mastery skill. Beginner Longbow, Level 1, Common Physical Attack 1. Class Attribute, Physical Attack 1, Attack Speed 0, 1. Beginner Short Blade, Level 1, Common Physical Attack 1. Class Attribute, Physical Attack 1, Movement Speed 0, 2. Additionally, equipping a weapon not belonging to one's class permits only the enjoyment of the weapon's basic attributes, rendering any additional effects ineffective. The quality of equipment is categorized as common, fine, rare, superior, and perfect. As for higher grades, Delusion has yet to disclose any information. Su Shi experimented and found that only one weapon could be equipped at a time. Nevertheless, the skills of both the archer and the thief were accessible. She raised her longbow, pushed open the door, and stepped out of the wooden cabin. Su Shi now found herself in the novice village, surrounded by wooden houses of modest height. As the server had yet to officially launch, the streets were devoid of NPCs, populated only by players. Once the server opened tomorrow, the wooden houses would be reclaimed, necessitating the purchase of housing contracts from NPCs for a place to stay. It felt remarkably akin to reality. Su Shi sensed she had entered another world. The flowers and plants lining the streets, the players engaged in conversation, all appeared strikingly authentic. Feeling playful, she squatted before a flower bed and scooped up a handful of soil. She could even discern tiny insect eggs nestled within the dirt. This was astonishingly lifelike. Even without awakening an SS level talent, I would be reluctant to part with the gaming headset. Suddenly, Su Shi noticed the previously bustling street had fallen silent. Curiously, she lifted her gaze, only to find all the players staring at her. Something felt amiss. Their expressions were peculiar. Hastily, Su Shi summoned the game panel and clicked to exit the game. Upon logging back in, she returned to her original wooden cabin. In the town area, exiting the game and re-entering would lead players back to their residence. If they had no home, they would return to their last logged-out location. Today, this wooden cabin served as her residence. It seemed that the developers of Delusion had anticipated situations like Su Shi's, understanding that if players were harassed, it would hinder their ability to familiarize themselves with the game. Subsequently, Su Shi clicked on the training ground feature, available only before the server launch, and attempted to battle monsters. However, the hallmark of Delusion lies in its outdoor areas. Dungeons are shrouded in mist, limiting visibility as monsters could emerge from any direction. This added an element of excitement beyond merely slaying creatures, hence the existence of skills like Hawk Patrol. In the early hours past 11, Su Shi reluctantly removed his gaming headset, a smile lingering on his face and the corners of his mouth subtly curved upwards. an SS-level talent. Without hesitation, he grasped his phone and sent a resignation message to his day shift supervisor. The game Delusion presented a captivating landscape and content, undoubtedly heralding a significant new trend. Just moments ago, he had taken a brief interlude in the game to peruse the gaming group he had joined earlier. Now, second-hand Delusion headsets were being traded for over $20,000, significantly surpassing the official retail price. This price reflected the market's acceptance, clearly indicating that Delusion had become an overwhelming success. The headsets on the official website had transitioned to a pre-sale status, underscoring a shortage in supply. Sushi rose and settled before his computer, determined to endure an all-nighter. Yet, the games he usually relished now seemed utterly tasteless. Ultimately, he forced himself to watch films throughout the night, only returning to bed at 10 the following morning. Before resting, Sushi glanced at his phone and noticed a message from a colleague from the previous day. "Sugo, why didn't you come to work today? Have you awakened a high-level talent in Delusion?" Having navigated the complexities of society for several years, Sushi was well aware that honesty was not an option at this moment. Moreover, his interactions with this colleague were infrequent, and they could hardly be considered friends. "You know, I have a younger sister. She got injured yesterday and needs care. I've returned to Lianqing to look after her, and Haven T had time to log into the game. What level of talent have you awakened?" Due to frequently changing jobs, Sushi had not forged deep connections with his colleagues, and he had never disclosed his residence, thus eliminating any fear of verification. He casually offered a few perfunctory replies and purchased a variety of instant meals from a shopping platform before finally succumbing to a deep slumber. Sushi slept soundly until after 6 in the afternoon. After freshening up, he hastily prepared a simple egg fried rice. By the time he logged into Delusion, it was already 7:30. At 6 o'clock, Delusion had undergone an update, and upon logging in, players found themselves randomly positioned throughout the novice village. NPCs were now visible on the streets, and the scenery beyond the novice village was discernible. However, the official launch time had not yet arrived, preventing players from leaving the confines of the novice village, although they could still accept quests from NPCs. No game lacks its strategic experts, and strategies for quest acquisition were already circulating on the forums. Chapter 4. The mission official launch following the guidance of the strategy. Sushi diligently sought out the NPCs who were issuing quests. Although each novice village featured distinct NPCs, their locations remained constant. It must be said that the game Delusion is remarkably close to reality in every aspect. The manner of speech of each NPC is uniquely varied and highly distinctive. "Hey there, newcomer." The NPC before Sushi, a strikingly beautiful woman named Mu Chinga, spoke with a pronounced northeastern accent. Sushi's lips twitched slightly. "Is my voice startling you?" "No, no." Sushi quickly waved her hands and hurriedly shifted to the matter at hand. "Sister, is there anything I can assist you with?" Upon hearing this, Mu Chinga sighed. "Recently, we've encountered some troubles. The fog outside the village has thickened, and the number of monsters in the woods has increased significantly. We no longer dare to venture into the forest, and the villagers' food supplies will last only a few more days. Judging by your attire, you appear to be an adventurer. I wonder if you would be willing to lend me a hand." Sushi rested her chin on her hand, sensing something peculiar. It seemed as though this NPC was reading from a script. However, upon reflection, it was only natural for NPCs in a game to speak somewhat stiffly. The game's graphics were so lifelike that it almost led her to believe she was in a real world. At that moment, a quest notification window popped up before Sushi. Quest detected. Supplement food. Enter the fog, defeat monsters, and deliver 5 edible monster corpses to Mu Chinga. Upon accepting this quest, you will unlock the monster compendium for level 15. Completing the quest will grant you 100 experience points and 10 copper coins, as well as unlock the daily quest, supplement food. Do you wish to accept the quest? Yes. As Sushi confirmed her acceptance of the quest, a wealth of information regarding the monsters flooded her mind. The leveling difficulty in Delusion is notably high. Defeating monsters of equal level yields only 10 experience points. For each level a monster is below the player, the experience decreases by 2 points. Conversely, for each level a monster exceeds the player, the experience increases by 5 points. In a duo, each player receives only 60 of the experience. In a trio, this decreases to 50. For a 6-person team, each player receives merely 20 of the experience. As players level up, the experience required increases by 1,000 points. Moreover, the strength of monsters in Delusion is formidable. If a player is defeated, they drop back to the previous level with 0 experience. A typical player, without purchasing equipment, may require several days to reach level 6 and exit the novice village. Compared to the vast majority of online games available on the market, Delusion can be described as a trial. Yet, given that Delusion is the only fully immersive online game available, resembling a genuine world, even if it takes 10 days to level up, there will still be a multitude of players eager to participate. After bidding farewell to Muchinga, Sushi proceeded to other NPCs to accept additional quests. After completing a round, I accepted 5 tasks, all pertaining to the replenishment of supplies. My mind brimmed with newfound knowledge, not only about monsters but also regarding which wild vegetables and fruits might be edible or serve as spices. I couldn't shake the feeling that Delusion resembled a wilderness survival game, with most tasks revolving around sustenance. However, this information would prove invaluable later. I was merely curious about the taste of monster meat. Indeed, players possess a sense of taste within the game. Dismissing trivial thoughts, Sushi approached the periphery of the novice village. At present, the village remained shrouded in a pale blue barrier, yet the outside world was clearly visible. The monsters near the village consisted of a few diminutive creatures, not because they were adorable but due to their small stature. These creatures were covered in bristly fur, their eyes gleaming red, baring their teeth in a display of rage. The scenery beyond appeared rather indistinct. Prior to this, Sushi had familiarized herself with the background of Delusion. It had once been an ordinary world, but one day, a strange mist emerged from the ground, causing most humans, animals, plants, and insects to inhale it and subsequently mutate into monsters. Those who survived awakened their talents and acquired professions, banding together to confront the monsters lurking within the mist. Were there any priests available? We would gladly offer 20 coins per hour for their services. Remarkably few priests were around. An A-grade talent could elevate us, but we were just short of a priest. With less than 10 minutes remaining before the official launch, players had experienced the formidable strength of monsters in the trial grounds the previous day. Most opted to team up for leveling, as those capable of awakening A-grade talents were exceedingly rare. Many aspired to be lone wolves, but their abilities proved insufficient. As for the scarcity of healers, in gaming, everyone harbors aspirations of taking center stage, and players were unaware that a priest's holy light skill could temporarily dispel the nearby mist. Consequently, priests became highly sought after. Their assistance would undoubtedly ease combat, as the mist could disrupt players' rhythm, and they provided healing. Presently, no players approached Sushi. After sensing their gazes upon her the day before, she had drawn the curtains of the wooden cabin, fashioning herself a mask. Moreover, hidden professions did not appear in basic information. When wielding a longbow, the profession displayed as archer, while a short blade indicated rogue. This alleviated many potential troubles, though it did not eliminate them entirely. "Miss, I see no one has invited you to join a team. Why not join mine?" A male player squeezed through the crowd to stand a short distance from Sushi, wearing an exaggeratedly forced smile. "No, thank you," Sushi replied coldly, denying him further opportunity for conversation as she promptly logged off. The noise and crowd were quite bothersome, and she preferred the certainty of reappearing at her original location upon logging back in, thus avoiding the need to traverse the novice village once more. At the appointed hour, I shall log into the game, emerging from the novice village merely seconds behind other players, thereby not hindering my progress in leveling up. This also conveniently circumvents unnecessary interactions. Sushi believed that with the prowess of the heavenly fortune talent, she could easily thrive as a lone wolf player. However, the male player who attempted to engage her was standing ominously still, his gaze fixed intently on the spot where Sushi had just stood. Although the insight skill requires active activation by the player to reveal the basic information of others, this male player had beheld Sushi's striking beauty the previous day and, recognizing her by her conspicuous pink hair, immediately identified her. He chuckled ominously, "You cannot escape." At precisely 8 o'clock, the barrier enveloping the novice village dissipated, and a throng of players surged forth. Moments later, Su Shi's form materialized. Goodness. Is this person unhinged? She noticed the male player watching her with a disturbing smirk, sending a chill down her spine. Choosing to ignore him, Su Shi grasped her wooden bow and hastily exited the novice village, heading straight into the depths of the fog. She had no intention of wasting time in the level 1 area. Engaging monsters beyond her level would yield greater experience points, and with the Heavenly Fortune talent, dealing with level 2 creatures posed no challenge. Remaining in the level 1 zone would only result in competing with a multitude of players for kills. After a level 15 monster was slain, a 5-minute wait was necessary for it to respawn. Having sprinted a fair distance, Su Shi glanced back to find that the male player was still trailing her, causing her temples to throb. Does he truly believe I am easy prey? Once I enter the level 2 area, I shall make short work of you. Chapter 5. Achievement. The monster strikes. Su Shi, not known for her patience, felt the unsettling presence of someone trailing behind her, a constant reminder of potential treachery lurking in the shadows. A swift execution of the male player who pursued her could serve as a powerful deterrent. Having departed the novice village seconds later than her peers, she navigated the first-level area unimpeded, where monsters were already engaged with other players. The male player following her was named Qinsho. Observing Su Shi's unwavering determination as she plunged into the second-level area, he furrowed his brow momentarily before a smirk crept across his lips. Indeed, her innocent facade belied a naivety. She had clearly not experienced battle with monsters in the trial grounds, nor grasped the intricate lore of the game Delusion. Qinsho chuckled to himself, envisioning a scenario of heroism, where he would rescue the damsel in distress. In reality, the law imposed restrictions, yet within the confines of the game, there was no judgment on rogue behavior, nor were there repercussions. As she ventured into the second-level area, the density of the mist thickened, visibility reduced to a mere 20 meters. Suddenly, Su Shi sprinted, fading from Qinsho's line of sight. She concealed herself behind a tree, raised her longbow, and concentrated energy into a single wooden arrow. The first-level area served as a training ground for players. It was only in the second-level area that monsters would lurk within the mist, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Miss Su, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to invite you to form a team for leveling up. Is that too much to ask? Qinsho's voice dripped with insincerity. The second-level area is perilous, so do not let the lurking monsters frighten you. Su Shi heard his words and footsteps but could not ascertain his location. This did not surprise her. She had utilized the insight skill moments ago, revealing Qinsho's class as a rogue. Clearly, he had deployed the disguise skill to diminish his presence, rendering him nearly imperceptible. I found you. Qinsho suddenly materialized beside Su Shi, as if he had teleported. Once in the wilderness, logging out required a 10-second prelude, making instantaneous departure impossible. However, Su Shi had no intention of logging out. He wielded the disguise skill, but she possessed one as well. The nearby mist quivered slightly, and to Qinsho's astonishment, Su Shi's form vanished from view. What is happening? The response came in the form of 2 arrows that whizzed past him from the side. Qinsho was caught off guard, unable to react in time, and was struck by both arrows in the neck, dark crimson liquid gushing forth. 26. 5. Weakness. Critical hit. 16. Weakness. Delusion emphasized realism, incorporating a system of weak point damage, allowing for a fluctuation in damage output. Depending on the area of impact, damage varied within a range of 50 to 150. The neck, being the most vulnerable part of the body, and coupled with Qinsho's lack of preparation, resulted in the maximum fluctuation of damage at 150. The 2 specialized skills, Frostbite and Glacial Chill, could be triggered at Su Shi's discretion, a tactic she had honed during her battles in the trial grounds the previous day. How could you teleport? Qinsho clutched his neck, astonished as he gazed at Su Shi. He never anticipated that this girl could inflict such significant damage in an instant. He was now left with only a sliver of health. In pursuit of an immersive gaming experience, he had refrained from lowering the threshold for pain feedback, and now he felt as though he were on the brink of death, suffering immensely. Qinsho could not fathom why Su Shi had suddenly vanished moments ago. Yet, Su Shi once again drew her bowstring taut, offering no response to his thoughts. The arrow coalesced, Next time I see you, you insipid crepe, I shall strike you down without hesitation. How infuriating it is to have missed a critical hit even once. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, piercing Qin Shou's heart. 26. 5. Critical hit. As Qin Shou fell, 2 notifications appeared before Su Shi. Player slain. After assessment, player Shi is deemed to have acted in self-defense, thus not qualifying for the red name status. Achievement unlocked. First player kill. Reward. Blade unleashed. Su Shi was momentarily taken aback. A reward for slaying a player? Such fortune. Upon summoning her character panel, however, disappointment washed over her. Blade Unleashed merely displayed a throat-cutting symbol in the player's basic information, serving as a memento without any attributes or effects. Her fleeting joy dissipated, yet the red name judgment for delusion was indeed commendable, recognizing her actions as self-defense. Watching Qin Shou dissolve into a flurry of data code, and the scent of blood lingering in the air, Su Shi felt her heart race, her hands trembling slightly. She could not quite articulate this sensation, perhaps a blend of excitement and exhilaration. Su Shi picked up the novice dagger that Qin Shou dropped and stowed it in her backpack. Upon a player's demise, they would randomly drop equipped items and up to 25 pieces from their inventory. Had Qin Shou possessed more than one item, the influence of the fortune talent might have resulted in a drop of 10 items. The Fortune's double effect also applied to player kills. Finally, a monster appeared. Su Shi turned her head to regard the tranquil mist. The fortune talent could avert misfortune and provided warnings regarding monster appearances, even allowing her to anticipate the number of approaching foes, far superior to the Eagle Scout skill. Rustling sounds emanated from the mist, and in the next moment, a large gray monkey lunged toward Su Shi from the heights of the fog. AJ. Gray Monkey. Level 2 health, 160 physical attack, 16 physical defense, 8 magical defense, 5 movement speed, 1, 3 attack speed, 1 skills, none. The gray monkey was imposing, resembling a frail gorilla, nearly human-sized. Its appearance was not dissimilar to that of an ordinary monkey, yet its blood-red eyes and fearsome fangs were decidedly terrifying. The calculation of monster health and constitution differed from that of players. For players, 1 point of constitution equated to 10 points of health, while for ordinary monsters, it was 20, for elite monsters 100, and for common bosses 1000. In the absence of equipment and skill enhancements, physical defense alone could represent constitution. Su Shi, having anticipated the position of the gray monkey, commenced a strategic retreat just as the creature launched its attack. Drawing back his wooden bow, he released an arrow that struck the gray monkey squarely in the neck while it was suspended in midair, leaving it with no opportunity to evade. The force of the shot, marked with a critical hit of 23. 5 and a weakness exploit, halted the creature's forward momentum, causing it to plummet directly to the ground. With a harsh croak, the gray monkey struggled to rise, glaring fiercely at Su Shi. What are you staring at?
Su Shi Vito, Unfa.
As he unleashed a volley of arrows. The subsequent strikes registered as 13, critical hit, and 17, weakness exploit and critical hit. With a meager 160 health points, the gray monkey was utterly incapable of withstanding Su Shi's relentless assault. Furthermore, the activation of Su Shi's frost specialization skill enveloped the gray monkey in a shroud of icy mist upon impact, significantly impairing its movement and attack speed, preventing it from closing the distance. Ordinary and elite monsters must reach level 11 to naturally regenerate health during combat, while players must undergo a second job transfer to achieve the same. In terms of mana recovery, players restore mana equivalent to their level per second, with mages and mage-like hidden classes receiving double that amount. Upon disengaging from combat for 30 seconds, both players and monsters recover 1 of their health and mana per second. In less than 10 seconds, the gray monkey was slain. Defeating a monster that is 1 level higher grants 15 experience points. As a creature, upon its demise, the gray monkey's body did not dissolve into data code but rather transformed into a tangible item of flesh, which could be collected by the player. With a resounding chime, as the gray monkey's corpse hit the ground, it revealed a metallic bracer. The initial 7 points of luck and the heavenly fortune talent were indeed not to be taken lightly. Chapter 6, Second Rank. Number 1 in the entire server. Su Shi walked slowly towards the corpse of the gray monkey. Gray monkey's flesh. Iron arm guard. Level 2. Common physical attack 2. Attack speed 0. 1. Monsters below level 6, excluding bosses, only drop items of common quality, and the minimum level for a boss is 5. What price could this piece of equipment fetch, I wonder? After picking up the iron arm guard, Su Shi immediately placed it for auction in the marketplace. As the owner of the item, she could withdraw it without incurring any fees before the countdown timer reached 5 minutes. Being only level 1, she was unable to equip level 2 gear, so she decided to list it temporarily to gauge the market. In the realm of delusion, equipment is categorized into sealed and unsealed states. Items that have not been worn are considered sealed and can be consigned, auctioned, or mailed. Conversely, worn items can only be traded face-to-face. The moment the iron arm guard was listed, players began placing bids. In just 2 seconds, the price soared from 0 to over 1,000 coins. Although the game had just launched, numerous players, including wealthy heirs and priest characters, were able to avoid engaging in combat. Acquiring equipment at the auction house is a crucial aspect. If a team can obtain several pieces of gear early on, their leveling speed will significantly increase, allowing them to tackle higher-level monsters. Goodness, these players are truly affluent. Su Shi was taken aback as she observed the continuously rising bid. She had initially thought that the iron arm guard might fetch a few hundred coins at best, but it had far exceeded her expectations. She gently patted her flushed cheeks, exhilarated by the unexpected turn of events. It seemed my decision was indeed wise. She promptly withdrew the iron arm guard and set off into the mist. The players who had been focusing on the auction were incensed when the lone item was suddenly taken down. Damn it, this brat is definitely showing off. I swear, if I find out who it is, I'll unleash a torrent of insults online. They were livid. Their focus was misguided. That item was level 2. The server had been live for less than 2 minutes, and accounting for travel time, this player had taken down a level 2 monster in less than 20 seconds. It must have been a team effort. Even an S-rank talent holder would struggle to resolve a battle that swiftly on their own. Meanwhile, Qin Shou exited the novice village with a grim expression. His screen was paused on the draft section of the Delusion forum, currently playing a recording of Su Shi defeating him. Just moments ago, he had been recording, intending to capture a glimpse of Su Shi's beauty after unmasking her. To his surprise, she had dispatched him with 3 arrows in an instant. Su, little did you know how players will target you once I release this recording. Qin Shou ground his teeth in frustration. He was the type to hold grudges, and knowing he was no match for Su Shi, he concocted a devious plan. Without delay, he posted the recording on the forum. In the novice village numbered 777, the player known as She chuckled, expressing a hope that the other players within this realm would not disappoint her. The rules governing the allocation of players in this novice village were rather peculiar. Participants from the same province were randomly distributed. Thus, players in the same novice village might not hail from the same city in reality, but they were assuredly from the same province. Qin Shou speculated that Su Shi possessed an S-grade talent, and being a lone wolf player, it was inevitable that others would seek her out after the release of her recorded gameplay. However, a lone wolf player with such exceptional abilities would likely refuse to join others, potentially leading to conflict. Even game studios and wealthy heirs might pursue Su Shi in real life, as Qin Shou had anticipated. Shortly after the video was released, it went viral. What? Starting with a 1 critical hit rate, and this she managed to score 2 critical hits in 3 strikes, yet claims to have had bad luck with 1 missed hit. Goodness, how could she, an archer, suddenly vanish? Has she awakened a hidden profession? This young lady is astonishingly strong. Just yesterday, while wandering the novice village, I happened to capture her image. Is there anyone interested in seeing it? Father, quickly, quickly. The video swiftly reached the wealthy heirs and game studios. Secretary Wang, investigate immediately. I want all information on Shi within 10 minutes. Qin Shou's plan for revenge appeared to be on track. However, Su Shi remained unperturbed. Unless the game officials from Illusion disclosed her information, no one could uncover her identity as Shi. At that moment, Su Shi also viewed the recorded gameplay. With her talent, heaven's luck, She could discern the direction from which monsters would emerge without the need for intense concentration. The difficulty of the level 2 area was manageable, with monsters acting solo. After each kill, it took over 10 seconds to encounter the next, allowing her to browse forums in the meantime. Indeed, she was aptly named, but alas, disappointment awaited them. Even if her character's appearance was revealed, Sushi remained unfazed. Still, she felt a twinge of anger and resolved to teach Qin Shou an unforgettable lesson. Shutting the forum page, she resumed her battle. Defeating a monster granted her 15 experience points. As she continued to vanquish foes, her combat skills became increasingly adept. Upon reaching level 2 and donning level 2 equipment, her battles would become even more effortless. However, ascending to level 2 required 1,000 experience points, necessitating the defeat of 67 level 2 monsters. After a little over 10 minutes, Sushi slayed a gray wolf and attained level 2. Level 2, 2000. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed throughout the server. Congratulations to player Shi for being the first in the entire server to reach level 2, earning 5 free attribute points and the equipment Mysterious Ring. Illusion featured a system for first-place rewards, encompassing various achievements such as level progression, second job changes, secondary professions, and dungeons. This is precisely why Sushi yearned to be a solitary player. Under the assurance of optimal monster-killing efficiency, acquiring experience points alone would undoubtedly facilitate the swiftest ascension in levels. Of course, should he find himself in a party with players possessing the talent of experience-enhancing familiars, the situation would necessitate a different approach. As Sushi opened his backpack, his gaze was instantly captivated by a ring emanating a blue luminescence. The enigmatic ring Leveless. Excellent. Capable of being upgraded through specific materials when defeating monsters, there exists a 0.1 chance to randomly enhance one of the 5 attributes, strength, intelligence, constitution, spirit, or agility, permanently. The enhancement remains unaffected if the enigmatic ring is unequipped or no longer belongs to the player. Additionally, there is a 1 chance to increase damage by 10 for 10 seconds upon attack, with this effect not stackable. When casting a skill, a 1 chance may trigger the double casting effect, allowing the second use of the skill without consuming mana. Could this truly be the number 1 reward in the entire server for level 2? Sushi was left astounded. Chapter 7. Allocation and Attribute Enhancement in the Realm of Conventional Online Games. A reward for achieving the top rank at level 2 would typically manifest as a modest title that grants a slight increase in attributes or perhaps an achievement. However, Sushi pondered that the triggering probabilities of 0.1 and 1 were exceedingly low for the average player, rendering them nearly unattainable. Even if the Mysterious Ring could later be upgraded with special materials, the timeline for such an enhancement remained uncertain. In the early stages of the game, where attributes were scarce, most players would find that equipping the Mysterious Ring would only diminish their combat prowess. Yet, she alone perceived the immense potential of the Mysterious Ring. After all, the fortunate talent significantly amplified the likelihood of triggering events. Without hesitation, Sushi adorned the Mysterious Ring. The ring radiated a brilliant metallic sheen, and she sensed a subtle transformation within herself, though she could not quite pinpoint what felt amiss. In the game Delusion, the equipment slots were categorized into weapons, tops, arm guards, trousers, leg guards, shoes, necklaces, rings, and bracelets. Previous leaks about the game had indicated that players would unlock new equipment slots upon reaching certain levels. Subsequently, Sushi examined the other equipment in her inventory. Despite starting with 7 points of luck and the fortunate talent, her efforts in vanquishing 67 monsters had yielded only 11 pieces of equipment, though this was considerably higher than the drop rates disclosed by the game developers. Regardless of the monster's level, the probability of low-tier equipment dropping from common foes stood at a mere 5, while elite monsters, bosses, and dungeon creatures offered slightly better odds. Upon organizing her findings, Sushi realized she could only utilize 4 pieces of equipment: iron arm guards, level 2, common, grass shoes, level 2, common movement speed 0, 2, beast tooth pendant, level 2, common physical attack 3, fleece top, level 2, common health 20, physical defense 2. With each level gained, players experience enhancements in 5 core attributes: strength, intelligence, constitution, spirit, and agility. At level 110, each of these attributes receives a boost of 1 point, in addition to 5 points of free attribute points. For every 10 levels ascended, the automatically increased attribute values and free points double. Including the reward for being the top player, Sushi currently possessed 10 free attribute points. Without much deliberation, she allocated all of them to strength. With the synergy of the fortunate talent and the mysterious ring, she surmised that she would not lack in other attributes in the future. Her foremost priority was to ensure efficiency in monster slaying. After distributing her free attribute points and equipping her gear, all of her attributes saw a significant enhancement. Player, Su level 2, 5 2000, class. Archer, Frostfang, subclass. None health, 4070 mana, 4050 physical attack, 1439 magic power, 1011 physical defense, 47 magic defense, 45 movement speed, 21 attack speed, 11 strength, 617 intelligence, 56 constitution, spirit, 45 agility. 1 The reason Su did not choose to increase her agility is due to the Heavenly Fortune talent, which provides a substantial critical hit rate. Additionally, the hidden class, Frostfang, allows the use of skills from Rogue and Assassin. In summary, the benefits of enhancing strength far outweigh those of boosting agility. With a physical attack of 39 points, it is evident that she is one step ahead of others. Su reflected, while other players remained at a meager level of defense. She could now inflict considerable damage. Subsequently, she summoned the auction house page and listed her surplus equipment for bidding. With so many players in the novice village, even if someone from the same village won the equipment, Su would not be overly concerned. By the next encounter with other players, the mysterious ring would likely have significantly increased her attributes. Closing all pages, Su ventured deeper into the fog, heading towards the level 3 area. Meanwhile, the Delusion forum and players within the game were in an uproar. Wow! How is Su so formidable? Within just 20 minutes of the server opening, she has already reached level 2 and listed so much equipment at once. I refuse to believe she isn't cheating, they exclaimed. Is it just a coincidence? Damn it! It's all Su's fault for misleading me. I thought level 2 monsters wouldn't be strong. Upon reaching the level 2 area, I felt as if I had stepped into a horror film, as the monsters killed me in mere moments. Terrified me. Is the S-class talent truly that powerful? I genuinely envy her. Players who awakened the S-class talent were similarly astonished. Although they possessed the ability to slay monsters beyond their level, their efficiency could not be compared to Su's. Killing monsters solo would likely take over half an hour for them to reach level 2. Could it be that Su possesses dual S-class talents? While the occurrence of dual talents is rare, it is not impossible. There were players on the forum who revealed their awakening of dual talents, albeit both being of B-class. Damn it! What luck! At this moment, forces from Jiangnan province began to mobilize, intensifying their search for Su. Even though the game had officially launched for less than 20 minutes, they recognized that Delusion was undoubtedly a massive opportunity, and Su was a veritable gold mine. Numerous factions sought to have Su under their control, with even those from outside the province taking action. As the focal point of attention, Su remained unfazed by the fact that she had become the target, calmly stepping into the level 3 area. Compared to the level 2 area, the fog in the level 3 area was denser, reducing visibility further. Although the Heavenly Fortune talent would issue warnings when monsters approached and provide precise locations, it must be noted that the fog still affected her mood, as Su felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. As she stepped into the 3rd level area, a sense of danger washed over her. She glanced towards the direction indicated by her Heavenly Fortune talent, yet she could not discern any sign of a monster, causing her to furrow her brows. Could the creature be lurking beneath the ground? She immediately recalled the types of monsters available for combat within the trial grounds, particularly those akin to moles. Just as she suspected, the ground beneath her began to tremble ever so slightly, as though something was about to burst forth from the earth. Having anticipated this, she swiftly retreated several paces. With a sudden, jarring sound, a large gray rodent erupted from the soil, emitting a piercing squeak. Burrowing mouse, level 3 health, 280 physical attack, 24 physical defense, 14 magical defense, 10 movement speed, 1, 4 attack speed, 1 skills. None. The burrowing mouse stood nearly as tall as a person, its body covered in coarse, bizarre gray fur, with eyes resembling crimson orbs of madness, presenting an exceedingly formidable appearance. As a level 3 monster, it lacked any skills. Only upon reaching level 4 would it acquire abilities. Defeating it might yield a chance to obtain a skill book tailored for players after their balance is restored, a deliberate design to facilitate gradual adaptation for the players. Chapter 8. Qijong, the strategy of the masses. At this moment, Sushi remained unperturbed, raising her wooden bow and employing the skill of continuous shooting. Concurrently, the mystic ring adorning her finger emitted a radiant glow. She quickly discerned that the continuous shooting skill had not entered its cooldown phase, realizing that the effect of the mystic ring's dual casting had been triggered, prompting her to utilize it once more. In an instant, Sushi unleashed 4 arrows. The Earthwalker, taken aback by Sushi's rapid response and ensuing assault, was unable to evade in time. Struck by the first arrow, it was enveloped in a mist of frost, which diminished its movement and attack speed, rendering it incapable of dodging the subsequent arrows. 59. Weakness. Critical hit. 55. Weakness. Critical hit. 44. 5. Critical hit. 42. Critical hit. Even though the Earthwalker managed to slightly shift its body, the latter 2 arrows did not strike its vital points, yet its health bar plummeted by more than half. In the realm of Mirage, every facet approached realism. The Earthwalker now found itself utterly bewildered, astonished that a player who appeared to be of lesser strength could nearly deplete its health in an instant. Its fierce gaze softened slightly. If the Earthwalker could articulate its thoughts, it would undoubtedly be accusing Sushi of cheating. What a thrill! Sushi reveled in the exhilaration. The ability to dispatch monsters swiftly might slightly diminish the gaming experience, but it was undeniably exhilarating. Those affluent players, spending extravagantly in the game, did so in pursuit of the sheer joy of swift monster slaying, did they not? In her previous online games, her meticulously nurtured character had never reached such a level of efficiency, particularly when most players in Mirage were still struggling in the level 1 area. While she had nearly annihilated a level 3 monster with a single skill, how could that not be invigorating? At that moment, Sushi again felt an inexplicable sensation, an unfamiliar emotion blossoming within her. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. It seemed that heightened emotional states elicited such feelings. Perhaps she ought to embrace excitement more often. Cough, cough. Humans, when confronted with the unfamiliar, often harbor a sense of curiosity, and Sushi was no exception. However, she was acutely aware that her priority was to level up. Raising her wooden bow once more, she did not wait for the Earthwalker to approach, swiftly dispatching it. With the monster defeated at level 1, she gained 15 experience points. The effect of the Mystic Ring activated, granting the player a permanent increase of 1 point in agility. As the notification window appeared, a beam of light erupted from the Earthwalker's corpse, merging into the Mystic Ring. Sushi then felt a surge of energy emanating from the ring, permeating her skin, flowing through her blood, and coursing throughout her body. The sensation was profoundly comforting. She could not help but emit a soft sigh of pleasure, as if she were being elevated to a higher state of being. The designer of the Mystic Ring must surely have had a mischievous intent. The feeling was rather too intense. Sushi became aware of her earlier indiscretion. Her face slightly flushed. Fortunately, there were no other players nearby. Otherwise, she might have been mortified. Uncertain of her current state, Sushi harbored a hidden desire within her heart. She believed that her in-game character, her virtual spouse, must possess a unique charm, prompting her to activate the recording function to observe her present appearance. As the recording commenced, a window displaying the footage appeared before her, allowing her to adjust the angle of the capture. When Sushi removed the mask from her face, she beheld a shy version of herself within the recording. She swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming sense of longing. Was this not excessively enticing? Having perused no fewer than 1,000 instructional materials, she found few instructors who could compare to her game character, her alter ego. The young girl's delicate face resembled a ripe red apple, seemingly capable of dripping with juice, and she felt an urge to take a bite. Alas, this girl was none other than herself. She gazed in a daze. The girl in the recording exuded an added touch of youthful innocence, making her even more endearing. Clearing her throat, she shook her head, attempting to cast aside those unhealthy thoughts. Yet, her body remained honest, as she struck several beautiful poses, intending to admire them later during her offline break. Meanwhile, in the newbie village numbered 777, 13 players entered the level 2 area. These individuals were unlike ordinary players. They did not form a team but instead attacked monsters collectively, reducing them to critical health before allowing a player named Qi Tiandi to deliver the final blow. Qi Tiandi, originally named Qi Jiang, was the heir of the Qi family from Star City. From the outset, Qi Jiang held high hopes for the game Delusion, recruiting over 100 players before the launch. However, the distribution of newbie villages was random, and only a few of his subordinates were in the same village as him. Nevertheless, leveraging his charisma, he managed to gather additional players in the newbie village. Although he learned of Sushi's existence just over 10 minutes ago, he did not regard her as a significant threat, believing that a coordinated team would surely level up before her. After all, maintaining a consistent team was essential for progressing in the game. Leveling up alone would prove futile. Unexpectedly, Sushi's monster-killing efficiency surpassed his expectations. Consequently, Qi Jiang altered his strategy, instructing another team to assist him in defeating monsters, hastening his advancement to level 3, after which he planned to approach Sushi and persuade her to join his team. Should she refuse, he intended to eliminate her, thereby impeding her progression. Qi Jiang was confident in his abilities. The equipment in the auction house had been driven to exorbitant prices, and once the bidding concluded, his attributes would significantly increase. Previously, Qin Shou had revealed Sushi's approximate location, and with a little time, he would be able to locate her. I hope you don't choose to reject the offer and instead face the consequences. Qi Jiang smirked with self-assurance. Though the other 12 players were only at level 1, they could still inflict some damage on level 2 monsters, demonstrating commendable efficiency. On the other hand, Sushi had already slain over 10 level 3 monsters, delving even deeper into the level 3 area. Despite this, her leveling efficiency remained insufficient. With her current damage output, she believed she could handle level 4 monsters without issue. Now, she is capable of vanquishing level 3 monsters within a mere 5 seconds. However, the challenge presented by the level 3 region remains relatively manageable, as the monsters are somewhat dispersed. After slaying a creature, it takes her over 10 seconds to encounter the next one. Level 4 monsters not only possess skills but also tend to appear in pairs. Overall, the pace of leveling up is assuredly set to accelerate, allowing her to procure skill books in advance. The battles may be slightly arduous before reaching level 3, yet once she attains that milestone and equips several level 3 items, she can effortlessly annihilate level 4 monsters. With this thought in mind, Sushi resolved to forego the winding paths of the level 3 area and head directly towards the level 4 zone. Along the way, she encountered numerous level 3 monsters, and she noted that the activation probability of the mysterious ring was indeed quite low, even with the fortune talent significantly enhancing the likelihood of triggering events. After defeating over 20 monsters, she only managed to activate it 3 times, each time granting her a mere 1 point of agility. Nevertheless, she felt quite content. The attribute enhancements provided by the mysterious ring were akin to a windfall, requiring no sacrifice on her part. Thus she felt no inclination to voice any grievances. Chapter 9. Adventures and Encounters with Elite Monsters. The reason Sushi has managed to outpace her fellow players by such a considerable margin lies primarily in her astonishing 77 critical hit rate in the early stages of the game, which is rather overpowered. In these initial phases, a critical hit not only amplifies damage by more than 50, but the damage calculation is as follows. Fixed damage value from the panel, plus various percentage increases in damage, minus the target's defense and fixed damage reduction, 1 target's percentage damage reduction. During the early game, players generally possess modest attribute values, and without critical hits, their damage against monsters is severely limited. For instance, if a player has 12 points in physical attack and the monster has 8 points in physical defense, a regular attack would yield only 4 points of damage without a critical hit. However, a critical hit would inflict 10 points of damage, surpassing the damage from 2 non-critical hits by an additional 2 points. Furthermore, Sushi has also secured the coveted first-place reward on the server at level 2, significantly enhancing her attributes compared to other players. When these factors are combined, her damage output is substantially greater than that of her peers. Hence the saying, "A step ahead is a step ahead." As Sushi approaches the level 4 area, her 10-minute auction has concluded. 7 pieces of level 2 equipment have sold for a staggering price of 10,000 each. A notification pops up before her. The item, Iron Sword, has been successfully auctioned at the price of 10,000. As the auction price meets or exceeds 10,000, a 2 fee will be charged, and 9,800 will be credited to the player's online banking account within 2 hours. Please be advised that there may be delays during holidays. At the end of the month, a summary statement will be generated, and players are advised to pay taxes in accordance with their country's laws. Sushi had either been engaged in battle or perusing interesting posts on the forum, and she had not noticed that the level 2 equipment had been pushed to such exorbitant prices. At this moment, she was utterly astonished. Amidst her shock, excitement surged within her, rekindling that peculiar feeling she had experienced before. Even in the year 2036, working for a month at a logistics hub without taking leave would barely earn her over 8,000. Selling a piece of level 2 equipment. The profit exceeds what I could earn from a month of delivering parcels. Is this the benefit of being at the forefront of a new trend? It's no wonder that it is often said online that if one stands at the crest of a wave and is not lazy, earning money is almost guaranteed. Gazing at her account balance approaching 100,000, a torrent of thoughts surged through Sushi's mind. The days of hardship are finally coming to an end. Once I save a bit more, I will purchase a home near the university where that girl Suya studies. Yes, and I must buy a car too. She is merely an ordinary person with no grand ambitions. After enduring years of hardship, her greatest wish is to live comfortably, ensuring that both she and her sister remain healthy and safe. Moreover, investments yield returns that cannot compare with illusion. Rather than dwell on endless possibilities, it would be far more prudent to immerse herself in illusion. The auction price consistently reaching 10,000. It seems that the same individual has acquired all these pieces of equipment. Truly, wealthy individuals are remarkably extravagant. So she suddenly recalled having read online novels about gaming, many of which depicted level 2 equipment selling for over 100,000. Such scenarios are typically confined to the realm of fiction. In reality, few affluent individuals are foolish enough to pursue low-level equipment at inflated prices once they comprehend the futility of contending for the coveted top reward. She took some time to compose herself before stepping into the level 4 zone. Mirroring the transformations of the previous level 3 area, the fog thickened, further constricting visibility. As she remained vigilant against potential monsters lurking nearby, the effect of her talent, Fortunate, was activated. However, this time it was not a warning of an approaching monster, but rather an indication of a fortuitous encounter nearby, clearly pointing the way. A fortuitous encounter. One could only wonder what form it might take. The promotional material for Delusion also mentions such encounters, which come in various types. There are plants or springs that enhance attribute values upon consumption. Unique items that amplify talents. Universal skills accessible to all professions. Skill books that awaken hidden classes, and special materials. Encounters that enhance talents or awaken hidden classes are exceedingly rare. Typically, they directly elevate attribute values. Following the guidance of Fortunate, Sushi embarked on her search for this encounter. After a short while, she noticed an unsettling silence enveloping the surroundings. Even the chirping of insects and the songs of birds had vanished. It seemed that acquiring such an encounter would not be so simple. As she anticipated, after progressing a little further, the effect of Fortunate was triggered once more, this time alerting her to the presence of a monster nearby. Clearly, the perception range for encounters was broader than that for monsters. In fact, Sushi had already caught sight of the creature. Within the obscured depths of the fog, a pair of crimson eyes glimmered, and the massive silhouette of the monster became vaguely discernible, an oppressive aura saturating the air around it. It appeared to be an elite monster. Level 4 heralded the emergence of elite beasts, while level 5 would introduce bosses. A resounding roar echoed, yet the creature remained stationary, evidently guarding the fortuitous encounter, unwilling to stray too far. Upon hearing the roar, she sensed the formidable nature of this beast. Nevertheless, she did not retreat. Should she find herself overwhelmed, she could resort to the disguise skill of the thief class to stealthily seize the encounter protected by the monster. She approached cautiously. Moments later, she beheld the creature and the fortuitous encounter it guarded. Raging Boar, Level 4, Elite Monster, Health, 2400 Physical Attack, 36 Physical Defense, 24 Magical Defense, 16 Movement Speed, 1, 8 Attack Speed, 1, 3 Skill 1, Charge, Level 1. Within 2 seconds of activation, movement speed will receive a sudden boost, colliding with the target to return to normal, inflicting 150 physical damage based on physical attack and pushing the target back. The distance of this knockback is determined by a combination of the target's strength and constitution. During the duration of the skill, other movement skills cannot be employed, though it can be cancelled at will. Cost: 20 mana points. Cooldown: 15 seconds. Skill 2, Impact, Level 1. After a brief guidance process, concentrate the entirety of 1's strength into a single point. The subsequent strike inflicts 130 of physical attack damage and sends the target soaring, with the height and duration of the launch contingent upon the target's overall attributes, reaching a maximum altitude of 5 meters and lasting for 2 seconds. This skill consumes 20 mana points and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. The Wild Boar is a larger variant of the Wild Pig, exhibiting a deep gray hue, with limbs that are muscular and sinewy. Its elongated tusks, resembling sharpened steel rods, radiate a sense of formidable strength, exuding an aura of invincibility. She merely cast a fleeting glance at the Wild Boar before shifting her focus to the extraordinary occurrence. Unable to divert her gaze for a considerable time, the extraordinary occurrence manifested as a flower boasting 5 distinct colors, emitting a corresponding luminescence while the air was suffused with an enticing fragrance. However, she remained at a distance from this 5-colored blossom, unable to discern the details of its description. As she took a step forward, the Wild Boar emitted a thunderous roar of warning, its eyes burning with an intensified crimson hue. Chapter 10. The Reckless Boar and the 5 Spirit Flower. She did not indulge the Reckless Boar. She swiftly raised her longbow and unleashed her skill. Rapid fire. Whoosh! 2 arrows soared through the air, aimed directly at the creature's eyes. Roar! The Reckless Boar tossed its head, narrowly evading a fatal strike. In the game, not only were the environments and NPCs realistic, but the monsters also possessed a degree of intellect. The higher the monster's level or tier, the more cunning it became. 34. 5. Critical hit. 33. Critical hit. Instantly, 2 deep wounds appeared on the boar's head, dark red liquid oozing from the gashes. The extent of the damage was determined by the inflicted value. Despite the Reckless Boar boasting 2,400 health points, it remained a level 4 creature. Over 30 points of damage was considered substantial. Roar! The crimson light in the boar's eyes intensified as it bellowed, its imposing presence seemingly intent on tearing Sushi apart. Its muscles surged as it rapidly charged towards her, clearly activating the charge skill. The frost status had little effect on the Reckless Boar. However, Sushi was not idle. She quickly retreated behind a massive tree that required 2 people to encircle. With its burst of speed, the Reckless Boar could not circumvent the tree in time. The next moment it collided forcefully with the trunk. Although the boar's charge appeared formidable, it was merely a level 4 creature with only 36 physical attack points, insufficient to break the tree. Instead, the Reckless Boar left itself disoriented, seeing multiple phantoms of Sushi before its eyes. It shook its head in an attempt to regain clarity. Just then, another arrow struck, piercing its eye. 52, weak point, critical hit, howl. Simultaneously, the mysterious ring adorning Sushi's finger erupted with radiant light, activating its secondary effect, enhancing her damage by 10 for the next 10 seconds. 58, weak point, critical hit. Nevertheless, Sushi did not remain stationary to deal damage. The Reckless Boar, still affected by the frost debuff, had a movement speed of 1.44, slightly faster than her. She maneuvered around the nearby tree, evading its attacks. A level 4 monster lacked intelligence. The reckless boar was single-minded, intent only on attacking Sushi, lacking strategy or planning, rendering it little more than a moving target. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1534. 5. Critical hit. 42. Weak point. Critical hit. The damage values clearly illustrated the remarkable benefits of critical hits in the early game. Even with 2,400 health points, the reckless boar could not withstand Sushi's relentless assault. Within mere minutes, its health bar dwindled to nearly empty. Throughout the encounter, it had not laid a single blow upon her. Yet Sushi felt exhausted. Her attributes, strength, intelligence, were reflected back at her. Present, her strength was slightly higher, but her stamina was not particularly robust. Huffing and puffing, Sushi took a deep breath, once again experiencing that inexplicable sensation, her cheeks flushing. Thankfully, the reckless boar was nearly defeated. Half a minute later, the corpse of the boar thudded to the ground, and Sushi collapsed onto the earth, gasping for breath. Leveling up to 2, she had slain an elite creature, earning herself 100 experience points. Common creatures of the same level yielded 10 points, elite monsters provided 50, while bosses granted 200. Each time a player advanced a level by defeating monsters, they received a 50% bonus experience reward. Goodness. This is exhausting. It seems that Delusion has even established parameters for this aspect. It truly feels like a tangible world. Sushi leaned against a tree to rise, pacing slowly in place. After intense exertion, light activity proves more effective for recovery than simply lying down. A peculiar sensation lingered for quite some time. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She should engage in high-intensity exercise more frequently. Coughing slightly, Sushi took a moment to rest before approaching the boar's carcass, stowing the boar's corpse in her backpack, revealing the items beneath. 2 pieces of level 4 ordinary gear awaited her. Within the novice village, defeating monsters would only drop equipment and skill books. Upon reaching level 6 and departing the novice village, creatures would begin to drop materials, game currency, and other items. It seems I too can have my share of misfortune. Generally, elite monsters have a higher probability of dropping skill books than equipment. Moreover, the higher the tier of the creature, the greater the drop rate. Yet, the boar failed to yield any skill books. Should I auction these 2 pieces of level 4 equipment, perhaps to irk those other players? A playful thought crossed Sushi's mind, but she dismissed it, finding it unnecessary. Stowing the gear away, she approached the multicolored flower. The closer she drew to the flower, the more intense the peculiar fragrance became, even igniting her appetite. 5 Spirit Flower. The 5 petals represent the powers of strength, intelligence, constitution, spirit, and agility. Consuming a petal can enhance the corresponding attribute by 510 points. Indeed, it is a rather ordinary stroke of fortune. However, the 5 Spirit Flower stands as a superior find among typical encounters. The promotional video from the Delusion officials mentioned elements of serendipity. The most common fortuity simply enhances a single attribute, while the 5 Spirit Flower can augment 5. Such encounters can also be listed for auction. Sushi speculated that the 5 Spirit Flower could fetch over 1 million in bids, yet she had no intention of creating a rival for herself over a mere million. If a player endowed with S-class talent were to seize the 5 Spirit Flower, they could potentially surpass her monster-slaying efficiency and even claim the first server-wide reward at level 5. Such a mindless act of empowering a competitor could be likened to picking up a sesame seed while discarding a watermelon. A complete loss. The benefits of the 5 Spirit Flower for her were equally significant. She hesitated not, crushing the 5 Spirit Flower into a pulp, placing it in her mouth, and chewing a few times before swallowing. The flavor was delightful, reminiscent of roasted chicken. As for why a plant could taste like roasted chicken, perhaps it is due to the designers of Delusion having a fondness for it. 2 seconds later, she felt waves of energy surge from her abdomen, coursing throughout her body. Unlike the initial experience triggered by the mystic ring, Sushi found no comfort. Instead, an intense heat enveloped her, as if her very blood were boiling, and her mind grew increasingly hazy. Strength 10. Intelligence 10. Without exception, all 5 attributes had risen by 10 points. This can't be right. It's unbearably hot, and I wonder if logging off will alleviate this feverish state. Sushi felt as though she were trapped in a steam room, her cheeks flushed and glistening with perspiration. She scheduled her logout, and after 10 seconds, she exited the game. Upon awakening in her bed, she still felt engulfed in heat. Removing the gaming headset, she wiped her forehead, her hands slick with sweat. Should one commend the advanced neural interface technology of delusion, or lament that it is not yet perfected, given such a pronounced reaction in reality? It was summer, and having sweated profusely, she feared that if she did not cleanse herself, she might emit an unpleasant odor upon her next logout. As Sushi entered the bathroom, she suddenly halted before the vanity mirror. Gazing at her reflection, she furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate it. This feeling was inexplicably unsettling. Chapter 11. The challenge boss Sushi rested his chin on his hand, scrutinizing his reflection in the mirror. For some inexplicable reason, he discerned a hint of Sushi's visage within his own features. Yet, upon closer inspection, that sensation dissipated. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the light. Rubbing his eyes, Sushi confirmed that there was nothing amiss in the mirror, attributing the uncanny realism of the game delusion to his blurring of the lines between reality and the virtual realm. He decided to dismiss the thought. With remarkable swiftness, he took a shower. The game had only recently launched, and this was a crucial moment. He was determined not to be outpaced by other players. Within 2 minutes, he returned to his bed, donned the gaming headset, and entered the game. To Sushi's surprise, after taking a cold shower, the refreshing sensation lingered within the game. What could be the principle behind this phenomenon? Unable to fathom it, she resolved to set aside her curiosity and summoned her character panel to assess the changes. After consuming the 5-spirit flower, Sushi found that all her attributes had increased by 10 points. Strength 27, Intelligence 16, Constitution and Spirit both at 15, and Agility at 15, with the mystical ring contributing an additional 4 points to her agility. Most importantly, her physical attack had risen to 59 points. With 59 points in physical attack, she felt confident enough to challenge a level 5 boss. Not inclined to follow the conventional path, Sushi pondered the necessity of lingering in lower-level areas when she possessed the capability to advance swiftly. She resolved to seize the first kill of the level 5 boss and claim the coveted server-wide first reward, thus alleviating any concerns about it being snatched away by other players. With this determination, Sushi made her way directly to the level 5 area. After more than 10 minutes, she reached the outskirts of the level 5 region. Along the way, she had vanquished numerous level 4 monsters, yet the combined total of level 3 and 4 monsters she had defeated was less than 50, leaving her still short of 1,000 experience points to ascend to level 3. However, she had made some gains, including a skill book for the archer class, which, upon learning, triggered the heavenly fortune effect, elevating her skill directly to level 2. Beast Trap, level 2A disguised trap forms at the player's feet, dealing 155 of physical attack as spell damage to any target that triggers it and ensnaring them in a binding state. The duration of the binding state depends on the target's overall attributes. It consumes 15 mana points and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. Sushi tested the Beast Trap, discovering that it countered the charge skill effectively. In a situation of burst movement speed, both players and monsters struggled to change direction rapidly, resulting in a high probability of triggering the trap, which could also interrupt the charge skill. In addition, she obtained 2 usable pieces of equipment. There were also other items and skill books, but Sushi decided to wait before selling them. The skill books had no level restrictions, and selling them prematurely would only enhance the efficiency of other players in slaying monsters. Given that the drop rate in Delusion was low, she figured it would be prudent to wait until the leading players reached level 4 before parting with them, minimizing any potential losses. The level 5 area was home to a boss. Although the mist still shrouded the entire area, the map indicated the location of the boss, thus sparing her the need for a fruitless search and saving considerable time. As Sushi anticipated, her physical attack of 59 was more than sufficient to contend with level 5 monsters. However, these level 5 creatures were notably swift, necessitating careful maneuvering during combat, and after each encounter, she required a brief respite. Yet, Sushi relished this form of battle. Beyond the inexplicable sensations that accompanied vigorous exercise, Triumphing over foes of a higher level filled her with immense satisfaction. Fortuitously, She discovered a boss that was relatively close to the edge of the level 5 threshold. After vanquishing over 10 level 5 monsters, she arrived at the boss's territory. This area markedly differed from other parts of the forest. The mist had dissipated, and warm sunlight streamed through the trees, enveloping Shi in a comforting warmth. Shadows of numerous small creatures flitted about, and according to the lore of delusion, not all flora and fauna were affected by the mist. Many remained immune. Observing the small animals frolicking and birds soaring freely in the sky, She could hardly believe that this was the domain of a boss. It felt more like a hidden paradise. Nevertheless, she was not deceived by the serene facade. Gripping her longbow tightly, she vigilantly searched for signs of the boss. In her quest to locate it more swiftly, She employed the Eagle Scout skill for the first time. Energy coalesced, forming a teleportation array from which a majestic eagle emerged, soaring high above, surveying the vicinity within 100 meters of her. Previously, She had discerned the pattern of her fortune talent. It would only alert her when monsters appeared within a 20-meter radius, with the warning range linked to her own level. At level 1, the alert came when monsters were nearly upon her. Upon reaching level 2, she received warnings much earlier. Not long after the eagle took flight, it paused mid-air, emitting several sharp cries directed at Shi before diving into the forest below. As Eagle Scout was a low-level skill, players had no control over the eagle's actions. Otherwise, it would be an overpowered ability, even surpassing the alert capability of the fortune talent. A roar echoed, and the forest fell silent once more. Clearly, the level 1 eagle had been swiftly dispatched by the boss. She sprinted towards the direction where the eagle had plummeted, nocking an arrow and drawing her bowstring taut, poised for action. Emerging from a thicket, she was suddenly greeted by an expanse of open ground. At its center lay a formidable gray tiger, its mouth adorned with feathers and stained with dark red blood. Goodness, such a lack of discernment, She remarked, her lips twitching. The gray tiger had spotted her. It slowly rose, towering over 3 meters, its blood-red eyes glimmering menacingly, and its barbed tongue licking the blood from its jaws, exuding an aura of ferocity. It shook its massive head, expelling heavy breaths through its nostrils, and let out a deep, resonant growl. The gray tiger, level 5, common boss, health points, 30, 000 physical attack, 50 physical defense, 30 magical defense, 25 movement speed, 2 attack speed, 1, 5 skill 1, charge, level 1, skill 2, smash, level 1. After a brief channeling period, it harnesses strength to unleash a powerful strike, inflicting 180 physical damage based on physical attack to the target hit. It consumes 10 mana points and has a cooldown of 7 seconds. Tiger class boss unique skill, Tiger Spirit, level 1. Summons a monster for support, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Boss exclusive skill, Fury. The boss is immune to all forced control effects. When health drops below 50, it instantly restores 10 of its maximum health and increases damage by 50 for the next 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1800 seconds. First kill reward for the entire server. First kill reward for boss of the same name and level. The boss possesses exclusive and unique skills. The exclusive skill cannot be dropped, while the unique skill has a chance to drop. After balancing, it transforms into a universal skill that all classes can learn. Although the probability is exceedingly low, almost negligible. The gray tiger raised its head and let out a long howl, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, then cast a disdainful gaze upon Shi. The creature not only possessed a certain level of intelligence but could also sense the player's levels. Clearly, in the eyes of the gray tiger, Shi, merely at level 2, was nothing more than a feeble prey, unworthy of its initial attack. Chapter 12. The fierce battle for half an hour. Shi genuinely felt the disdain of the gray tiger boss. Although she understood that this was merely a game, the sensation was inexplicably irksome. With her eyes half closed, Shi drew her longbow and executed the skill. Continuous shooting. As the battle commenced, the second and third effects of the Mystic Ring were triggered, enhancing her damage by 10 and granting her dual casting. In less than half a second, she loosed 4 arrows. The Gray Tiger boss remained motionless, exuding its haughty demeanor as if to say that dodging the attacks of a mere level 2 player was unnecessary, as it would hardly breach its defenses. However, one after another, the arrows pierced through the skin of the Gray Tiger's face, embedding themselves into its flesh. 58. 5. Critical hit. 57. Critical hit. Even though the boss was struck in the head, it did not trigger a weak point damage. For the boss's tough hide was matched by its resilient demeanor. With a sudden loss of over 200 health points, the Gray Tiger finally lowered its proud head, beginning to regard the level 2 human before it with newfound seriousness. It exhaled hot air through its nostrils, as if on the verge of anger. Yet Sushi had no intention of engaging with the Gray Tiger boss. She continued to unleash a relentless barrage of arrows. 54. Critical hit. As the Gray Tiger boss's muscular limbs tensed, Sushi realized it was preparing to charge. She promptly set a trap at her feet and retreated slowly. She was curious to see if the boss, immune to all forms of forced control, would have its charge interrupted by the trap. The next moment, as Sushi anticipated, the massive form of the Gray Tiger charged forth with lightning speed. Its movement speed was at least 5, traversing 50 meters per second, comparable to a car traveling at 180 miles per hour, illustrating just how swift it was. At that moment, Sushi found it difficult to discern the Gray Tiger's movements. Fortunately, she had devised a strategy in advance. As the Gray Tiger lunged, she leaped aside, taking refuge behind a nearby tree. Even if the trap failed to interrupt the charge, she could utilize the terrain to her advantage in combat. Delusion was not a turn-based game. During battle, terrain could certainly be leveraged, and Sushi believed that as monsters leveled up, they too might employ the environment against players. With a snap, the Gray Tiger boss stepped into the trap, which had been in a state of invisibility until now, clamping down on one of its legs and embedding itself into its flesh. 77. Critical hit. Although the level 2 trap provided a 155 damage bonus, the Gray Tiger's limbs were not vital areas, resulting in damage fluctuations below 100. Nevertheless, the charge was indeed interrupted, and its speed returned to normal, although it remained significantly faster than Sushi. Sushi noted the timing of the Gray Tiger boss's charge skill, ensuring that the trap would consistently interrupt its charges. While her speed was indeed lower than that of the Gray Tiger, which was hindered by the frost status, the creature's intellect could not match hers. Each time the Gray Tiger approached, Sushi would cleverly evade its attacks by maneuvering around the towering trees, altering her position while the Gray Tiger collided against them with a resounding crash. After losing nearly 5,000 health points, the Gray Tiger boss could no longer maintain its pride. It let out a long howl towards the heavens, soon followed by a low growl in response from the mist, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Clearly, the Gray Tiger had employed its unique skill, Tiger Spirit. Indeed, this boss proved to be quite formidable. Sushi couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain. If there were other players present, they would undoubtedly want to reprimand her. In less than 5 minutes, a level 2 player managed to chip away nearly 5,000 health points from a level 5 boss. Was such ostentation truly necessary? It is worth noting that the Gray Tiger boss regenerates 6 health points per second. In actuality, it should be able to recover 30 health points per second, but the hidden class skill, Frostbite, from the profession of Icy Mastery, inflicts a layer of ice at the attack position, imposing an 80 healing reduction debuff known as Healing Suppression after dealing damage. Before long, a level 5 Gray Bear joined the fray, significantly escalating the difficulty of the encounter. Upon recognizing Sushi's prowess, the Gray Tiger boss no longer underestimated her and, along with the Gray Bear, began to flank Sushi, constricting her evasion options. Having already battled for several minutes, Sushi was drenched in sweat. Yet, she felt no fatigue. Instead, she was invigorated. The sensation of dancing on the knife's edge of danger was rather exhilarating. Sushi decided to prioritize eliminating the Gray Bear, occasionally dealing blows to the Gray Tiger boss to ensure it remained afflicted by the healing suppression debuff. Had she been level 5, she might have wielded a short blade and leapt onto the Gray Tiger's back to engage in combat. However, as a mere level 2, she could not withstand the damage from the Gray Tiger's rolls. In under 10 seconds, the level 5 Gray Bear was vanquished, granting her 25 experience points for defeating a monster above her level. What followed was a tug-of-war with the Grey Tiger boss. The Grey Tiger's unique skill, Tiger Spirit, could not be used indefinitely. After summoning 5 monsters, no further allies arrived, evidently due to game mechanics. Otherwise, the level 5 Grey Tiger would be exceedingly overpowering. After more than 10 minutes, the Grey Tiger boss's health dipped below 50, triggering the effect of its exclusive skill, Fury, which instantaneously restored its health to 52. Yet, the Grey Tiger had yet to land a single blow on Sushi. Even with the 50 damage boost from Fury, it would only be effective if it could actually strike her. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. The battle raged on, transforming what was once a serene domain into a scene of devastation, with numerous trees splintered in half and gigantic claw marks etched into the ground. Sushi, too, was panting heavily. With a base attribute score of 5, akin to an ordinary person, she now boasted 27 points in strength and 15 in constitution, with stamina exceeding that of a typical individual by more than threefold. Otherwise, she could not have endured for so long, and she was not constantly acting at her limits. Damn it. The boss's difficulty seemed excessively high, Sushi lamented. She could slay a level 5 monster in under 10 seconds. Perhaps even a full team of 6 level 5 players would struggle to match her prowess. This is merely an ordinary boss. One can only imagine the difficulty of vanquishing a boss of a higher tier. With over 2,000 health points remaining, we must persevere for the coveted top reward in the server. Meanwhile, with the assistance of 12 players, Chi Jiang ascended to level 3. Sushi, who was on the verge of reaching level 2, found himself leveling up to 3 within half an hour, which, while not exceedingly swift, was commendable. The 13 players ventured into the level 3 area. After several minutes of searching, Chi Jiang and his companions, having lost 8 players, still failed to catch a glimpse of Sushi. Chi Xiao, she, has likely ventured into a higher level zone. If we delve deeper into the mist, you may find yourself in peril, one of the younger players remarked. Upon hearing this, Chi Jiang furrowed his brow in concern. It appeared that alternative methods would have to be employed to locate she. Just then, an announcement echoed throughout the server. Congratulations to player she for becoming the first in the server to defeat a boss, earning 5 free attribute points, the equipment Proof of Glory, and the title Tiger Slayer. Chi Jiang, momentarily bewildered, rubbed his eyes vigorously and then fixed his gaze intently on the server-wide announcement window. Surely I misheard that. I gathered 13 players might and barely reached level 3, while she has already slain a level 5 boss? The reaction from almost all players mirrored that of Chi Jiang, engulfed in disbelief. She must have activated a cheat. Chapter 13. Double. Abundant rewards. What a ridiculous turn of events. How are other players meant to engage with the game? Miwang game officials, will you not intervene? Even if she awakened an S-class talent, it is simply implausible to have defeated a boss within less than an hour of the server's launch. She must be exploiting cheats. How infuriating. Refund. Refund. I once believed that a virtual world game employing brain-machine interface technology would be free from cheating, yet the gaming experience remains dishearteningly poor. I harbor grave suspicions that she is an account linked to the game officials, and most of the first server-wide rewards will undoubtedly be claimed by her. Though players online appear to be vociferously protesting, their outcry is more noise than substance. Miwang, being the sole fully immersive consciousness-based online game in the market, has no competitors. Players find themselves bereft of alternatives. The game officials have remained conspicuously silent, as if they have already issued a response. Play if you wish, but if not, then refrain. No one is compelling you. Simultaneously, a fervor has erupted online in pursuit of she. She is intertwined with the interests of many. Even ordinary players believe that finding she, in reality, could lead them to prosperity and fortune. Wealthy heirs and gaming studios have intensified their search for her. Yet, individuals have found no trace of she having ever existed in the real world. It seems she is but a figment of the Miwang game. In a level 5 zone, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently. She lacked the energy to savor the curious sensation she had just experienced. Exhaustion overwhelmed her. She wondered if she had perspired in the real world as well. Recalling the sweat that had drenched her after consuming the 5-spirit flower, she grimaced, lamenting the underdeveloped brain-machine interface technology of Miwang, which evidently impacted players' physical bodies in reality. After resting for a moment, Su Shi finally examined the pop-up window before her. Defeated a normal boss at level 3, earning 500 experience points. Proof of glory, no level. Excellent. Can be enhanced with corresponding special materials upon defeating a boss. Players will permanently enhance their corresponding attribute values based on the boss's level and class. Once the proof of glory is removed or ceases to belong to the player, the enhanced attribute values will remain unaffected. Every third attack guarantees a critical strike, with this attack's critical damage increased by 10. When casting skills, there is a 1 chance to trigger the double casting effect, allowing the second skill release without consuming mana. Similar effects cannot trigger multiple times simultaneously, yet their probabilities can stack. Tiger Slayer, title when dealing damage to a boss. Inflict an additional 5 of base damage as true damage. The title does not need to be equipped or displayed for the effect to activate. Once again, Su Shi had acquired potent gear rivaling the mysterious ring. She retrieved the proof of glory, a sapphire necklace. Within the sapphire, impurities swirled, but upon closer inspection, they resembled a resplendent galaxy, exuding an air of mystery. She pondered whether she might eventually amass a complete set of growth-related gear. Upon further reflection, she found the prospect rather delightful, as it would allow her to continuously reap the benefits of enhanced attributes. The title Tiger Slayer was equally formidable, as true damage typically could not be mitigated. Although the value merely equated to 5 of her base damage, it proved invaluable when facing bosses of a higher level. However, there were prerequisites for its activation. One must first inflict damage in order to trigger the additional true damage. If the enemy's defenses were unbroken, the effect could not be activated. Su Shi rested a moment longer before approaching the carcass of the Grey Tiger boss. The battle had consumed half an hour, and she hoped the rewards would not disappoint her. She stowed the Grey Tiger's flesh in her pack, revealing the items below. The level 5 boss Grey Tiger first kill treasure chest. Upon opening, it randomly grants 1 piece of level 5 quality equipment and a skill book. Additionally, one may choose from 3 skill books: Charge, Strike, or Reinforcement. Level 5 bronze chest. Upon opening, it randomly awards 1 or more items from a selection of level 5 ordinary or quality equipment, skill books, and several copper coins. Tiger Tooth Dagger level 5. Quality physical attack 10. Class attributes: physical attack 10, movement speed 0. 5. Additional attribute: when attacking an enemy from behind, triggers the strike effect, dealing an extra 5 damage. Beast Skin Boots level 5. Quality movement speed 0. 8. Additional attribute: when dashing forward, triggers the charge effect, doubling movement speed for 1 second, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. As Su Shi gazed at the items on the ground, she was momentarily stunned, not due to the attributes of the treasure chest and gear, but because each item was duplicated. Clearly, the activation of the Heavenly Fortune talent had triggered a double effect upon slaying the Grey Tiger boss, a delightful surprise she had not anticipated. Such a windfall. Su Shi clenched her small fists, leaping high into the air, and danced joyfully in place for quite some time, resembling a child filled with wonder. The treasure chests could be traded, but she had no intention of selling them. With the Heavenly Fortune talent in her possession, she had no fear of failing to obtain valuable items. Perhaps she could even achieve further duplication, triggering the double effect once more upon opening the chest. With this thought, Su Shi felt a rush of excitement. Do you wish to open the level 5 boss Grey Tiger first kill treasure chest? Yes. You have obtained equipment, Beast Skin Coat. You have obtained a skill, Hawk Surveillance. Instantly, a pop-up appeared before her, allowing her to choose one from 3 skill books. Charge and Strike were commonplace skills, while Reinforcement was a rare universal skill applicable to all classes. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Shi chose the latter, as the first 2 skills required either the Warrior or Knight class to learn, offering no enhancement to her own combat prowess. Reinforcement, Level 1, Universal Skill, learnable by all classes, opens a dimensional portal to randomly summon a dimension beast of a level comparable to one's own to assist in battle. The Dimension Beast remains for a maximum of 30 seconds and can be summoned up to 5 times every 60 minutes. Consumes 30 mana points, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. After the balance was restored, the summoning of monsters transformed into the summoning of dimensional beasts. Sushi found it intriguing and immediately employed the reinforcement skill. A humming sound filled the air as energy coalesced beside her, forming a dark portal. From this abyssal gateway, a large blue-black rabbit leapt forth. Dimensional Rabbit. Level 2. The rabbit surveyed its surroundings with a bewildered expression and, upon finding no foes, stared vacantly at Sushi. It seemed rather dim-witted, much like the summoned falcon. 30 seconds later, a black portal appeared beneath the rabbit, drawing it back into the dimensional realm. Sushi sensed that the reinforcement skill was not particularly advantageous, although it could occasionally serve to absorb damage. Yet, she harbored a suspicion that the summoning of dimensional beasts might possess an element of randomness, potentially allowing for the summoning of more formidable creatures. After all, the limitation of summoning only 5-dimensional beasts within a span of 60 minutes suggested some underlying mechanism. Subsequently, she proceeded to open the remaining treasure chests one by one. Chapter 14. Monster Grinding. The fog begins to lift. Acquired equipment. Bone Bow. Acquired skill. Strike. Acquired 77 copper coins. The subsequent treasures revealed were rather ordinary, with half of them being usable by Sushi. I recall that the quest to exit the novice village requires players to reach level 5 before it becomes available. Sushi believed her current strength was sufficient to leave the novice village and confront monsters of level 6 or even 7. However, Delusion sought to enhance player interaction and prevent significant disparities, which could lead to most players lacking a proper gaming experience, imposing limitations on levels and regions. For instance, one must attain level 5 to depart from the novice village. Furthermore, every 5 levels thereafter, barriers will emerge at the region's edge, requiring a certain level to pass. On the opening day, the maximum level was capped at 10, with an additional 5 levels unlocked daily. Otherwise, players endowed with extraordinary talents would find themselves playing in isolation in the early stages, and by mid-game they could easily dominate countless others. While the pursuit of exhilaration in gaming is indeed paramount, an overwhelming advantage that instills fear in others, leading all players to avoid confrontation, renders the experience quite tedious. Little did she realize the situation was not merely due to this. Sushi opened the map, discovering no new quests available in the novice village. She clicked to log off, eager to assess her real-world circumstances, primarily concerned about her own odor. Upon logging off, Sushi immediately felt a sticky sensation on her body, as if she had truly engaged in intense physical exertion. Goodness! How many showers must I take in a day? Sushi grumbled as she rose from her bed, yet upon reflection, she found it understandable. Such cutting-edge technology as the brain-machine interface could not possibly achieve perfection overnight. It required years of innovation to reach the standard envisioned by society. It is essential to note that Delusion is not only the first fully immersive consciousness-based online game, but also the inaugural entry of brain-machine interface technology into the civilian market. Previously, ordinary individuals could only witness such technology in hospitals, and even then, it was solely for patient treatment. She stepped into the bathroom and gazed at her reflection in the mirror, frowning slightly. Could it be that the brain-machine interface technology in Delusion is not only immature but also harbors side effects? Sushi once again caught a glimpse of Sushi's visage in her brow, feeling a twinge of concern. If she were to spend an excessive amount of time in Delusion, could it lead to a mental disarray, ultimately blurring the lines between game and reality? Delusion. Please do not truly bewitch me. Returning to her bedroom, she picked up her phone, accessed the Delusion forum, and scrolled for quite a while without finding any relevant posts. Sushi let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was merely the result of an all-nighter, and she had yet to fully recover. If Delusion truly possessed side effects, those monitoring agencies would have already discovered them, especially considering the brain-machine interface technology's direct connection to human nerves. She had previously encountered discussions online, where numerous medical experts had elaborated on this matter, asserting that should any issues arise with the brain-machine interface technology, it would never be introduced to the market. With that, she felt a slight alleviation of her worries. After finishing her shower, Sushi logged back into the game and proceeded to level up in the area designated for level 5. Although the proof of glory requires defeating a boss to enhance one's attributes, Sushi chose to level up first. Upon reaching level 4, he planned to venture forth and confront the boss. He allocated the 5 free attribute points, awarded for being the top player in the server, to strength, thereby increasing his physical attack by an additional 10 points, significantly boosting his monster hunting efficiency. For an extended period thereafter, Sushi focused solely on grinding monsters, encountering neither fortuitous events nor other distractions. However, discussions surrounding Shi on forums and major platforms intensified rather than waned. The post titled Shi, non-existent in reality, dominated the trending charts across various platforms. In the information age of 2036, transparency in personal data is nearly absolute. Uncovering an individual's background is not a daunting task, often achievable within an hour without the need for hacking. Yet, she left no traces on Blue Star. Meanwhile, in a remote forest in the province of Long Country, the ground suddenly fissured, releasing a pale gray mist. This mist appeared to be constrained, unable to disperse, enveloping only a minuscule area. Following the emergence of the mist, nearby animals and insects sensed danger and fled from the vicinity. In the game Delusion, a chat notification suddenly popped up before Sushi. Suya, brother, did you buy me something? I just received a shipping notification. Last night, after experiencing the visuals and content of Delusion, Sushi had purchased a gaming helmet for Suya. Sushi, guess what it is? Suya, it must be clothes again. Brother, haven't I told you that I have enough clothes? You keep spending money frivolously. When will you save enough for the bride price? You're not planning for me to bear the brunt, are you? Amused by his sister's teasing, Sushi couldn't help but chuckle. This cheeky girl really wants me to settle down? He understood that his sister wished for him to lead a life of his own and not to expend too much energy on her. Sushi, indeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said that once you're married, I'll find you a sister-in-law. Suya, just being handsome 1T make it come true. I certainly 1T let you have your way, so I plan to avoid relationships until you settle down. Let us see what you can do about that. After exchanging playful banter, Sushi finally got to the point. Sushi, the package is the gaming helmet for Delusion. I'll be returning to Lien City in a couple of days. He intended to return to Lien City once the game's pace slowed down, as the earnings from these days would surely suffice to purchase a house near his sister's university. Over the years, both he and his sister Suya had faced hardships. Money is meant to be spent, and improving living conditions is the first step. Suya, a gaming helmet for Delusion? I don't even like playing games, brother. Why did you buy this for me? I heard the official website is sold out, and even a second-hand helmet costs over 20,000. That's enough for us to enjoy hearty meals of Longjiang pig trotters for half a year. The fervor surrounding Delusion is exceptionally high. Even though Suya does not typically pay heed to the gaming realm, today her feed on Douyin is inundated with content related to Delusion, with numerous influencers from various industries enthusiastically endorsing it. Sushi nearly choked on her saliva, bemused by her sister's peculiar thought process, yet she felt a twinge of sympathy. Sushi remarked, "You may explore the scenery within the game over the next couple of days. Once I return to Lianqing, I shall guide you in playing together. I anticipate that once you delve into Delusion, you will develop a passion for gaming." The reason for waiting until they return to Lianqing to play together is that the gaming headset will only reach her sister's hands tomorrow, while she herself will return to Lianqing the day after. Moreover, the novice village exists as a separate realm. Once players venture into the true world of Delusion, they cannot return to the novice village, hence Suya must navigate on her own for the time being. Due to the experience point reward and penalty system based on level disparities, Sushi is confident that she can swiftly elevate her sister's level thereafter, allowing her to earn some money in the interim. Suya inquired, "Brother, what is your gaming ID? I wish to add you as a friend once I log in tomorrow." Sushi replied, "That's a secret for now. I shall add you tomorrow." Chapter 15. Level 5. The number 1 in the entire server. As Sushi contemplated her popularity online, she reminded Suya to don a mask as soon as she logged in, to avoid being recognized and subsequently having her true identity uncovered. After exchanging a few more words, the siblings ended their conversation. Sushi pondered whether the bank employees might suddenly. A troubling thought crossed her mind. Individuals of considerable influence in reality could easily bribe bank staff to investigate bank account transactions. The auction prices and closing times are all public information, requiring no time-consuming inquiries. Surely they wouldn't go to such lengths for the sake of a game, would they? She shook her head, yet she felt it was quite plausible. She merely spoke such words to comfort herself. After all, the new sensation, Miwang, possesses immense potential, compelling enough for people to take risks. Moreover, bribing bank employees wouldn't be excessively costly. If they could truly locate Sushi, the subsequent gains would be immeasurable. But what could she do? Should she refrain from trading altogether? The only choice left was to dismiss such possibilities and continue playing the game normally. Sushi's concerns were not without merit. However, her apprehensions were ultimately unfounded. As for the reason with that, Sushi cast aside her distractions and focused on vanquishing monsters. Defeating a level 2 monster yielded 20 experience points, while an elite monster granted 100 experience points. To ascend from level 3 to level 4, one must acquire 3,000 experience points. Even though Sushi was highly efficient in slaying monsters, level 5 creatures were not yet abundant, and traveling would inevitably waste a considerable amount of time. She could defeat at most 4 monsters in a minute. It wasn't until nearly 9:30 p.m. that she finally reached level 4. After changing several pieces of equipment, along with the increased attributes from leveling up and the allocation of free attribute points, the time required to defeat a level 5 ordinary boss was reduced from over 30 minutes to just a few minutes. Defeating a level 1 boss awarded 300 experience points. Upon vanquishing the ordinary level 5 boss, Giant Ape, the effect of the Proof of Glory equipment was triggered, permanently enhancing the player's strength by 2 points. Similarly, defeating the ordinary level 5 boss, Armored Turtle, activated the Proof of Glory effect, permanently boosting the player's constitution by 2 points. After defeating several bosses, Sushi discerned a pattern regarding the Proof of Glory equipment. The enhancements pertained to the boss's primary attributes. Furthermore, the special effects triggered by Proof of Glory bore a striking resemblance to the mysterious ring. The sapphire pendant, with its impurities reminiscent of a starry river, emitted a radiant glow, and an energy essence extracted from the boss soared into the pendant before merging with Sushi's being, bestowing upon her the same comforting sensation. The sole distinction was that the starry river within the pendant became increasingly pronounced, with certain impurities perpetually radiating light. The attention to detail in this design was truly remarkable. Sushi couldn't help but exclaim. Shortly after 10 p.m., an announcement reverberated throughout the entire server once more. Congratulations to player Shi for becoming the first in the entire server to reach level 5, earning 5 free attribute points, 2 level 5 excellent quality selection gift boxes, and 5 beginner skill book selection gift boxes. Upon seeing the rewards for being the first, she couldn't help but curl her lips. There was no special equipment akin to the mysterious ring this time. The beginner skills refer to those that can be learned by basic professions prior to the second job transfer. However, both types of gift boxes can be listed on the auction house. After some contemplation, she resolved to wait until she completed her quest to leave the novice village and venture into the true realm of the delusional game world before auctioning her items. She would refrain from selling the rewards for being the first in the server, as that would be too conspicuous and likely incite the envy of other players. On her way back to the novice village, she would undoubtedly encounter other players and did not wish to inadvertently bolster their strength. Although she was unafraid, an increase in player power would translate to greater pain for her in combat. Delaying the auction by over 10 minutes would not result in any loss. Opening the auction house, Sushi observed that most of the consigned and auctioned items were low-level gear, with only a scant few level 3 items available. Level 4 equipment and skill books were exceedingly rare, priced at tens of thousands. She then opened her backpack and discovered that she possessed no fewer than 20 level 5 items, swallowing hard at the sight. Almost 1 million. The game had only officially launched for a little over 2 hours, she found it difficult to fathom how much she could earn in the coming days. Tens of millions? Or even hundreds of millions? The legendary overnight wealth seemed to pale in comparison. As her breathing grew heavier, she began to feel a strange sensation, which helped her regain a semblance of composure. She had seen money before, but never in such abundance. She exhaled deeply, patted her chest, and then her face, striving to calm her racing heart. Surely, I will earn even more money in the future. I cannot allow myself to become so emotional each time. She recognized that her mindset needed adjustment. After regaining her composure, She hastened back to the novice village. Meanwhile, the announcement across the server ignited a frenzy among players. While the first-tier players had only recently entered the level 4 area, She had already attained level 5. Though all players were aware of She's significant advantage in strength, reaching level 5 at this juncture was entirely expected, especially since she had defeated the level 5 boss before 9 o'clock. Nonetheless, jealousy brewed among them. Wealthy players, gaming studios, and major corporations intensified their efforts to locate She. What did you say? The official representatives of the delusional game refused to negotiate? You lot are useless. You can't even handle spending money effectively. What good are you? Hurry up and make contact again. If 100,000 won't do, then offer 200,000. If 200,000 isn't enough, then make it 500,000. Even if we must spend 1 million, as long as we can connect with the game officials, it will be worth it. I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Boss. According to reliable sources, the Dragon Kingdom has established a special silver monitoring department for delusional, where all transactions related to the game can only be accessed by this department. Even high-ranking executives from major banks lack the authority to retrieve such information. Goodness, what other methods could possibly lead to locating She? Alas, there appear to be none. In the game, Qi Zhang's expression was one of utmost distress. He had just learned that retrieving bank transaction records was futile. Previously, he had engaged individuals to establish connections, expending hundreds of thousands to navigate through the complexities, yet he still found no trace of She within the identity system. As the heir of the Qi family, he was accustomed to having his wishes fulfilled, and such an unprecedented situation left him feeling deeply frustrated. At that moment, a young subordinate suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Young Master Qi, she has appeared. She is currently in the level 4 area, seemingly preparing to return to the novice village to accept a quest before departing. Should we not intercept her?" Upon hearing this, Qi Zhang's spirits soared. "Let us go. Gather the other team as well." After realizing that searching for She in higher-level areas was in vain, Qi Zhang had allowed 2 teams to develop normally. With the substantial resources at his disposal, one of those teams had successfully reached level 4, and he himself had attained the same level. In Qi Zhang's estimation, even if She could solo a level 5 boss, she would not necessarily stand a chance against the combined might of the 2 teams. She, I sincerely hope you will be reasonable. Chapter 16. Qi Zhang, the wealth-bringing boy. Moments later, in a level 2 zone, She surveyed the dozen players encircling her, a slight furrow appearing on her delicate brow. What exactly do you mean? She refrained from making the first move, aware that proactively attacking players would result in her being marked with a red name. Although there was the precedent of Qinsho, she decided to let these individuals act first. After all, the level 3 and 4 players before her posed no threat of elimination, thus sparing her from incurring the red name punishment. Suddenly, the players parted to reveal Qi Zhang standing at the back. He began, "Shall we be friends?" Despite being a wealthy scion, Qi Zhang had received over 20 years of elite education, and his demeanor exuded an undeniable air of authority. In typical negotiations, the strength of one's presence can significantly influence the dynamics of power. Clearly, Qi Zhang intended to assert his dominance right from the start. For a fleeting moment, She was taken aback, as she had never interacted with individuals of such high status before, but it was merely a moment's hesitation. This was not reality. No matter how noble his standing might be in the real world, within the confines of the game, she held the upper hand. Thus, why should she feel intimidated? With her eyes half closed, her expression turned frosty. "Be friends? It seems you wish for me to work for you for free." She boldly unveiled the truth. Qi Zhang was taken aback by her apparent indifference, quickly donning a smile. "You jest. How could I allow you to work for free? Let us say I offer you a monthly salary of 500,000, but any equipment or items you obtain must first pass through my hands. Of course, I won't withhold any gear that suits you. How does that sound? 500,000, is it?" She rested her chin on her hand, feigning deep contemplation. Seeing her response, Qi Jiang assumed he had her interest and hastily raised the offer. I sense a connection between us. The salary can be increased to 600,000, and I can also provide you with 10% of the profits as a bonus. The air was filled with gasps of astonishment from those present. Qi Jiang's subordinates were green with envy. To put it into perspective, the highest salary among them was merely 50,000 a month, while those less fortunate earned just over 10,000. Yet Qi Jiang was prepared to offer Su Shi a base salary of 600,000. Is 600,000 truly substantial? Su Shi chuckled softly, shaking her head. Qi Jiang's gaze sharpened once more. Su, you must understand that joining my ranks is not merely about salary. It is about the protection I can offer you. Surely you have noticed the current sentiments online. Countless individuals are eager to capture you. Oh, is that so? Su Shi replied nonchalantly, producing several pieces of level 5 equipment to toy with. When not equipped, the attributes of the gear were visible to all players. A chorus of gasps echoed through the crowd. Level 5 equipment. All of it was level 5. Greed clouded Qi Jiang's eyes, but soon his expression darkened again. I advise you to reconsider. The influence of major corporations and families is beyond your imagination. Do you truly believe they cannot find you? Su Shi tucked away the equipment, a knowing smile playing on her lips. In this age of information, if you have truly managed to locate me, then you have already succeeded. Why waste time conversing with me? Would it not be more advantageous for you to simply come to my home and seize me? It appears you are unwilling to heed my words. Qi Jiang stepped back a couple of paces and waved his hand. Seize her. Eliminate this wretched woman. Just as the crowd brandished their weapons, ready to strike, they found no trace of Su Shi. Kill me? Do you believe you are worthy? Su Shi's voice echoed, and as the crowd turned to look, they beheld her outside the encirclement, her longbow aimed squarely at Qi Jiang. With a swift whoosh, the enchanted ring adorning Su Shi's finger shimmered, activating the effect of dual casting. For arrows were unleashed in rapid succession, forming a line in midair. Qi Xiao, quickly, take cover. The crowd gasped in alarm, their voices rising. Qi Jiang was equally taken aback, his pupils dilating in shock. However, with Su Shi so close, he could hardly process the situation, let alone evade it. The sound of arrows piercing flesh resonated, for arrows pierced through Qi Jiang's neck, exiting on the other side. 196. Weakness. Critical hit. 188. Fatal. Critical hit. The damage displayed for only 2 instances, as the level 4 Qi Jiang did not possess even 400 health points. Level 5 marked a significant threshold. Upon equipping level 5 gear, Su Shi's physical attack surpassed 100, resulting in terrifying damage. Ugh! Qi Jiang let out a howl before collapsing, his form dissipating into data code. The system confirmed the player, Shi, had acted in self-defense, thus not meeting the conditions for a red name status. A cacophony ensued as 6 pieces of equipment fell to the ground. Can the killing of a player also trigger my talent's doubling effect? Su Shi mused, her expression peculiar. Typically, players would drop no more than 4 items upon death. As Su Shi gathered the fallen equipment, even if they could not be listed for auction, they could be sold at a stall, and these were not trifling items. She gazed at the remaining 10 or so individuals, a faint smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of a gentle, neighborly older sister. They killed him in an instant. She actually dispatched Qi Xiao in a heartbeat? The crowd was taken aback. They recognized Su Shi's formidable strength, yet never anticipated it would be so overwhelming. Her smile instilled an inexplicable sense of dread among them. With a swift series of arrows, 183, weakness, critical hit, 136, fatal, 70. As the crowd attempted to flee, one member of the team entered a combat state, inadvertently drawing the others into battle. The players were unprepared for Su Shi's ruthlessness, as she dispatched them with the ease of slaughtering livestock, failing to disband their group in advance. Yet, with Su Shi standing alone, and the others scattering in flight, she was unable to capture them all. Ultimately, including Qi Jiang, she claimed the lives of 9 players. The achievement was unlocked. Slay 10 players and receive the achievement reward, Blade Edge 2. To her surprise, it turned out to be an achievement series. It seemed that slaying 100 players or even 1,000 could lead to an accomplishment. Su Shi was astonished. She first collected the equipment that had dropped on the battlefield into her backpack, then summoned the game interface to examine the new achievements. Initially, she had little hope, believing that Blade 2 was merely a superficial accolade like Blade. However, reality bestowed upon her a delightful surprise. Blade 2 achievement increases damage dealt to players by 1, which rises to 2 when displayed as an achievement. What a small windfall! Sushi felt as though Qi were a benevolent deity, gifting her over 30 pieces of Tier 3 and Tier 4 equipment, while also granting her an achievement with attributes. She felt compelled to express her gratitude. Summoning the Delusion forum page, she crafted a post. Newbie Village number 777, selling over 30 pieces of Tier 3 and Tier 4 equipment at a bargain, ensuring fairness for all. Her Delusion forum account bore the same name as her character. As one of the most prominent figures at that moment, this was her inaugural post on the forum. Within mere seconds, it was propelled to the top by other players. Oh dear, Sushi, you really ought to be more cautious. Upon seeing the post, Qi felt a sudden wave of anxiety, nearly gasping for breath. Chapter 17. Setting up a stall, millionaire yet Qi understood that, for the time being, there was little that could be done regarding Shi. No matter how frustrating the situation, he could only obediently retrieve his equipment. Upon returning to the novice village, Sushi first completed several quests. Quest: Supplement food. Completed. Reward: 100 experience points, 10 copper coins. To her surprise, the charming sister not only possessed striking looks but also a kind heart. With a distinct northeastern accent, Mu Chinga took the quest materials and playfully teased her. Previously, Sushi had noticed that she was the only one in the novice village with pink hair. Wearing a mask proved to be of no use and hindered her combat abilities, so she simply removed it. It was her first time being complimented on her beauty by a girl, stirring an unusual sentiment within her. Perhaps it was not so bad after all. I can't possibly be as beautiful as you, Sister Mu, Sushi said politely. Hearing this, Mu Chinga laughed heartily. I see you are quite sincere, so I shall confide a secret. Sushi's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Could this be a hidden quest? Generally, hidden quests provide either a wealth of experience or yield special items or equipment. Perhaps she could acquire materials to upgrade the mysterious ring and proof of glory. There are treasures in the mine outside the village. The ores there seem to have been affected by the mist, transforming into another type of mineral. I heard that someone previously obtained a mutated or crafting a rather powerful weapon from it. However, you must be cautious of the monsters inside. The mist is dense, and the creatures are stronger than those found elsewhere. Mu Chinga leaned closer to Sushi, softly revealing the information. Unlock Hidden Dungeon, Mystic Crystal Mine Level 5 capable of producing Level 5 excellent or ordinary grade equipment, special materials, and universal skill books. Recommended Level 6. Simultaneously, a map module appeared, marking the location of the Mystic Crystal Mine, Hidden Dungeon. Though it was not a hidden quest, the outcome was similar. The name Mystic Crystal suggested it could facilitate the upgrading of 2 pieces of equipment. Thank you for sharing this, Sister Mu. She felt an inexplicable closeness to Mu Chinga, perceiving her not as an NPC, but rather as a caring elder sister. Are we being too formal with each other? It's nearly noon. Why not come to my place for a drink? Mu Chinga proposed boldly. Due to time zone discrepancies, the in-game time of Delusion was precisely the opposite of the time in Longua, now nearing 11 a.m. While I appreciate your kindness, Sister Mu, I have some matters to attend to. I hope we can share a drink another time, Sushi replied with a gentle smile. After bidding farewell to Mu Chinga, she proceeded to turn in her tasks to other NPCs. She amassed a total of 500 experience points and 60 copper coins, and accepted a quest to leave the novice village. By defeating any level 5 boss, the quest would automatically complete, conjuring a teleportation array to the world of Delusion. The teleportation array could only be used once and would allow her to bring along teammates. Sushi pondered whether to invite a few people along, potentially earning some fare in the process. However, after some contemplation, she ultimately decided against this notion. There would be no shortage of money in the future, rendering such complications unnecessary. Before departing from the novice village, Sushi set up a street stall at the village entrance, displaying over 30 pieces of equipment gifted by Qi at market prices. Upon Su Shi's return to the novice village, a multitude of players trailed closely behind her, eager to approach her stall in hopes of purchasing a few items at a bargain. Did you not claim to uphold fairness for all? Why then, are second-hand items being sold at market value? The players' expressions soured upon seeing the prices. Su Shi, however, remained unperturbed, responding with a calm demeanor. Indeed, I did promise fairness, but are you children or elders? This retort elicited a grimace from the players, who felt as though they were being ensnared in a wordplay and deemed it unamusing, finding it a waste of time. Most of them left in disappointment, noting that even level 3 equipment at the auction house commanded 5-digit prices, making it unaffordable for the majority. Su Shi was not anxious. Her clientele was not these players but rather Qi Jiang. At the street corner, Qi Jiang, upon learning that all the equipment was being sold at original prices, gnashed his teeth in frustration. You truly are insufferable. Although Qi Jiang recognized Su Shi's intent to exploit him, he had no choice but to purchase the items. Dying would result in the loss of equipment and items, as well as a decrease in level, necessitating rapid advancement. Otherwise, the substantial opportunity represented by delusion would be beyond his reach for some time. I will transfer the funds to you. Ensure you acquire all those items. To facilitate this, Qi Jiang had even recruited a new underling to prevent Su Shi from deliberately inflating prices upon encountering them.
Moments later.
Su Shi beamed at the notification of over 900,000 arriving in her account, instantly transforming her into a millionaire. The exhilaration of this sensation was unparalleled. Contented, Su Shi departed the novice village. Damn it! I shall remember today's humiliation. Qi Jiang was no fool. He would refrain from provoking Su Shi in the near future. Once I catch up in levels and establish a guild, I will come for you. Simultaneously, he, like other factions, continued to seek Su Shi in the real world. While en route to the level 5 area, Su Shi noticed the auction house had level 5 equipment available, so she decided to auction off the common grade level 5 items from her backpack, planning to list superior grade equipment later to maximize her profits. As for skill books, she felt no urgency. From the experience with Qi Jiang, Su Shi felt reassured. It seemed they were unable to bribe the bank employees, or perhaps the employees lacked the authority to scrutinize the transaction records of delusion players. Recalling the promotional event, where many official and local media outlets had supported her, such a situation was hardly surprising. She summoned her character panel to review her attributes. Upon reaching level 5, she had replaced several pieces of equipment. Bone Bow level 5, superior physical attack 10. Class attributes, physical attack 8, attack speed 0. 3. Additional attributes. If the same target receives damage more than 5 times within 5 seconds, the target is inflicted with the status effect vulnerability, increasing the damage they receive by 5 for 7 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Beast Skin Coat, level 5, superior health 100, physical defense 6, magical defense 2. Additional attributes, reduces physical damage by 5 points. Wooden Leg Guards, level 5, excellent physical attack 5, physical defense 5. Additional attribute, strength 5. Linen Trousers, level 5, excellent health 50, physical defense 4, magic defense 8. Additional attribute, regenerates 1 point of mana per second. Additionally, there are Beast Hide Boots, but Su Shi lacks any equipment for the bracelet slot, not even low-level, ordinary-grade items. Mysterious Ring grants 5 points of strength and 20 points of agility. Proof of Glory offers 16 points of strength, 4 points of constitution, 6 points of agility, and 2 points of intelligence. In the novice village, there are no bosses whose primary attribute is spirit. Player, Shi level, 5, 720, 5000, class. Archer, Frostbite, secondary profession, none health, 390 mana, 240 physical attack, 155 magic power, 42 physical defense, 39 magic defense, 34 movement speed, 2. 96 attack speed, 1. 94. Strength, 65 intelligence, 21 constitution, 24 spirit, 24 agility, 40. Chapter 18 The Mine. Hidden Dungeon. It appears that the Mystic Ring has been triggered 25 times, which is quite substantial. However, as Sushi has slain no fewer than 500 monsters during her leveling journey, the probability remains significantly below 5%. With an attack power of 155, challenging the hidden dungeon should pose no difficulty. Although the hidden dungeon, Mystic Crystal Mine, is rated at level 5, it recommends a level 6, indicating a considerable challenge. A typical level 6 player likely does not possess an attack power of 155. One wonders if there is a first server-wide reward for completing this hidden dungeon. Sushi set forth, heading directly toward the location of the hidden dungeon, Mystic Crystal Mine. Having gained fame from her previous battle against Jiang and others, she encountered no obstacles along the way, as the new village housed only 1,000 players, with Jiang being the most prominent among them as player number 777. She arrived at the hidden dungeon without hindrance. Any monsters she encountered were dispatched within 5 seconds, posing no trouble whatsoever. The wind howled around the vicinity of the Mystic Crystal Mine. Yet, the mist remained utterly unaffected, showcasing its peculiar nature. As the mist thickened ahead, Sushi knew she was about to enter the hidden dungeon, Mystic Crystal Mine. Just as anticipated, a notification window appeared as she took a few more steps. You have entered the hidden dungeon, Mystic Crystal Mine. At that moment, Sushi felt a fleeting disorientation. It seemed that the dungeon within Delusion existed in another realm, with the dense fog acting as a portal to the dungeon. She raised her longbow, drawing the string taut, and cautiously advanced. Moments later, the mist parted, revealing a clear view of the mine's interior. At the bottom of the mine lay a layer of gray mist, but it was merely shallow, not obscuring the bodies of the monsters. Scattered throughout the mist were various colorful crystals, presumably the mystic crystals. The number of monsters within the dungeon did not exceed 30. The largest creature resided in the center of the mine, leaning against a sizable colorful crystal. With so many mystic crystals present, one might wonder why they seem insufficient to advance 2 special pieces of equipment. Sushi held a skeptical view but did not linger at the upper part of the mine, descending along the circular path to the bottom. As she drew closer, the appearance and attributes of the dungeon monsters became clear. Mine Rat, level 5, normal difficulty dungeon, health points, 1280 physical attack, 50 physical defense, 32 magical defense, 28 movement speed, 2. 0 attack speed, 1. 4 skill 1, charge, level 1. Skill 2, vigorous life, level 1, passive. Increases self-regeneration of health points by 50. The mine rat was enormous, standing nearly 2 meters tall. Sushi was astonished that such a creature could be classified as a rat. She had not recognized it as such while above in the mine. The mine rat's fur was jet black, and its glowing crimson eyes added an unsettling aura to its presence. It is no wonder that the recommendation level is at 6, for the attributes of ordinary monsters surpass those of level 5 bosses found in the wild, with health points being a staggering 40 times the base value, rendering them significantly more formidable than their wild counterparts. The chirping of the minor mice echoed, their crimson eyes glowing fiercely. Enveloped by mist that obscured half their bodies, they appeared to float, creating an eerie ambience. The aggro range of the monsters within the dungeon was evidently much larger. At this moment, 5 minor mice charged toward Sushi. However, she remained unperturbed, possessing a movement speed of 272. She drew her longbow, attacking while deftly maneuvering. The arrows flew whoosh whoosh, whoosh, 170, critical hit, 211, weakness, critical hit. Nevertheless, her mobile attacks diminished her accuracy significantly, resulting in a reduced frequency of triggering weakness damage. The intelligence of the minor mice was evidently superior to that of wild monsters. They slightly altered their direction to encircle her and then employed the skill charge to assault Sushi. Fortunately, the cavern floor was dotted with colorful crystals that could serve as cover. Sushi ascended the crystals, causing all 5 minor mice to crash into them, allowing her to escape the encirclement. Arrows rained down once more. In the next instant, one of the minor mice's health bars was completely depleted. Defeating a normal difficulty dungeon monster granted her 20 experience points. Subsequently, Sushi continued to engage in combat using the same tactics. Just as she believed the dungeon to be rather straightforward, a mechanism was triggered. As the number of monsters decreased to 10, the remaining creatures and the boss were awakened, no longer constrained by the aggro limits, and they all surged toward Sushi. She was taken aback by this unexpected mechanic. The promotional material for Delusion had only unveiled a few game modules withholding certain information. After all, maintaining an aura of mystery fosters a sense of exploration and enriches the gaming experience. Many aspects of life operate similarly. A hint of ambiguity often garners greater appeal, much like the allure of a charming yet enigmatic maiden. The shrill sound emitted by the minor mouse boss was excruciating, causing Sushi's eardrums to throb painfully, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Minor mouse, level 5 normal boss, normal difficulty dungeon, health points, 70, 000 physical attack, 55 physical defense, 35 magical defense, 30 movement speed, 2, 5 attack speed, 1, 6 skill 1, charge, level 1. Skill 2, vigorous life, level 1, passive. Unique skill of rodent boss burrow, level 1. Dives underground, capable of hiding for up to 5 seconds, recovering 1 of maximum health per second while hidden, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Boss exclusive skill, Fury. First server reward for completing normal difficulty dungeon. First kill reward for same named and level boss. First completion reward for same named dungeon. Dungeon completion reward 70,000 health points. The unique skill also allows for the restoration of maximum health. If it were an ordinary team attempting this, they would undoubtedly endure considerable hardship. However, Sushi possesses remarkably high stats and wields a title capable of inflicting true damage upon the boss, thus requiring little time to prevail. Now, Sushi stepped back a few paces, energy swirling around her as she conjured a red and a blue-black teleportation array at her side. She had activated the skills, Eagle's Patrol, and Reinforcement. She needed the Eagle and the Dimensional Beast to draw fire, allowing her to take the opportunity to eliminate a few minor adversaries. Otherwise, she would be unable to withstand the onslaught alone. Buzzing, the red teleportation array instantly took form, and the Eagle soared forth. Meanwhile, the blue-black teleportation array continued to absorb energy, gradually expanding, distinctly different from its previous usage. The reinforcement skill indeed exhibited randomness. In the next moment, a resounding dragon roar emerged from the blue-black teleportation array. Though it sounded somewhat juvenile, it retained an air of authority. The horde of mining rodents paused, their momentum noticeably diminished. Fear flickered in their eyes, their movements stiffening, as if they were unwilling to advance further, yet bound by the constraints of the game's mechanics. With a thunderous crash, a plump dragon claw burst forth from the blue-black teleportation array, striking the ground with force. Subsequently, the dragon's head emerged. Chapter 19. Reinforcements. Dimensional Dragon. What Sushi summoned was a blue-black, underdeveloped western dragon hatchling. Even so, the dragonling stood over 4 meters tall, its clear golden eyes radiating an air of majesty. Its attributes were equally formidable. Dimensional Dragon, level 5 health points, physical attack, 100 magical strength, 100 physical defense, magical defense, movement speed, 5, 0 attack speed, 2, 0. These figures could represent infinity or merely signify the unnecessary display of true values. After all, it was impossible for a level 5 monster or player to defeat the Dimensional Dragon within 30 seconds. Goodness. Is the reinforcements skill really that overpowered? Sushi was astounded by the dragon's attributes. Its health and dual defenses were akin to that of a top-tier damage sponge. If she could summon the Dimensional Dragon repeatedly, she would have little to fear from players or monsters. However, that was merely a fleeting thought. The Dimensional Beast could only exist for 30 seconds and could be summoned a maximum of 5 times within an hour. Even if the level of reinforcements was enhanced, the restrictions would not diminish significantly, lest the game's balance be excessively disrupted. The dragonling cast a glance at Sushi, and she felt her soul jolted, momentarily dazed. When she regained her composure, the dragonling had already lunged forward, engaging in a one-sided battle with the mining rodent. Goodness. The illusion effect is astonishingly realistic. Sushi marveled at the impeccable detail of the game, which felt less like a mere game and more like a tangible world infused with gaming elements, all rendered in data. Not wanting to squander the precious time of the dimensional dragon, she immediately launched an attack on the dungeon's minions. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh 210, weakness. Critical hit, 222, weakness. Critical hit. With the dimensional dragon holding the foes at bay, the frequency of triggering weak point damage significantly increased. Coupled with the dragon's formidable damage, Sushi was able to eliminate a dungeon minion within 3 seconds. Defeating a normal difficulty dungeon monster granted her 20 experience points. Defeating a normal difficulty dungeon monster granted her 20 experience points. As the 30 seconds elapsed, a massive teleportation array materialized beneath the dimensional dragon. A deep, resonant dragon's roar emanated from it, as if calling the little creature back home. The dragonling glanced back at Sushi, surveyed its surroundings, and then leapt into the teleportation array. Phew! I'm feeling a bit pressured now. Sushi exhaled, having felt an inexplicable discomfort, as if she were truly facing a mythical being. The mining rodent boss, too, sighed in relief. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Upon witnessing the dimensional dragon's departure, the rodent's small, bean-like eyes gleamed with renewed ferocity, regaining its previous bravado. Yet, Sushi remained undaunted and continued the battle. In the realm of the game, the nuances of damage are expressed as follows. 197, weakness. 11, 6, true damage. 167, critical hit. 10, 1 true damage, and 100 with a notable 6. 75, true damage. Within the context of Delusion, the values for physical damage are indicated in red, magical damage in blue, and true damage in white. Should a critical hit occur, the color of the damage value intensifies, the font enlarges and boldens, with outlines depicting the explosive nature of the impact. Despite the subterranean prowess of the mine rat boss, which possesses the unique skill, burrowing, allowing for a 5-second invincibility period and a total recovery of 500 health points, Sushi's attacks inflict a persistent 2-second healing suppression status upon the mine rat boss. Coupled with its self-recovery, the boss's healing does not exceed 3,000 points per minute. In contrast, Sushi is capable of dealing damage exceeding 10,000 points per minute. Within a mere 6 minutes, the formidable form of the mine rat boss collapses with a resounding thud. Upon vanquishing the ordinary difficulty dungeon and the standard boss, Sushi is rewarded with 400 experience points. Having successfully cleared the hidden dungeon of Mystic Crystal Mine, an additional 500 experience points are granted. If the team slays the boss, experience points will be calculated collectively. Simultaneously, a server-wide announcement resonates. Congratulations to player Shi for becoming the first in the server to complete the ordinary difficulty dungeon, earning 10 free attribute points, the equipment, honor bracelet, and the title Explorer. Wait, a dungeon? Has Shi already departed from the novice village and ventured into the game world? It seems improbable. Just over 20 minutes ago, Shi had exited the novice village. Reaching the level 5 area would take at least another 20 minutes, making it unlikely to have found and cleared a dungeon so swiftly. Could it be that this dungeon is located within the novice village? That seems highly plausible. I recall Shi engaging in a lengthy conversation with an NPC in the novice village, seemingly establishing a rapport. Perhaps Shi acquired the location of the dungeon from that very NPC. As the game has only been live for a little over 2 hours, the majority of players are diligently grinding levels, while a small fraction of casual players are simply enjoying the scenery or conversing with NPCs. However, these casual players possess lower levels, and even with higher favorability from NPCs, they have not mentioned the hidden dungeon of Mystic Crystal Mine. 10 free attribute points. Yet another piece of exceptional equipment. Chi Jiang, witnessing Sushi's continuous lead, and yet another claim to the title of first in the server, seethes with frustration. You'd better not let me find you in real life. On the Delusion forum and across major online platforms, fervent discussions ensue regarding whether Shi is affiliated with the game developers. Damn it, refund me. I just spent tens of thousands on 2 level 3 pieces of equipment, and the game developers blatantly grant Shi divine gear. Is this how you operate? The game's management is drawing ire for their perceived unfairness. Rumor has it that she can deal nearly 200 points of damage with a single attack. To claim she is not cheating or part of the game developers is simply unbelievable. Yet, the Delusion game developers remain silent, without any response. In the game, She summoned the game interface to examine the rewards for this round. The Honor Bracelet, unranked, excellent, can be enhanced using corresponding special materials, grants a permanent increase in the player's attribute values based on the level and difficulty of the completed dungeon. Removing the Honor Bracelet, or if it ceases to belong to the player, does not affect the enhanced attribute values. Upon inflicting damage on a target, there is a 1 chance to reduce the target's physical and magical defenses by 10 for a duration of 10 seconds, and this effect cannot stack. When casting a skill, there is a 1 chance to trigger the double casting effect, allowing the second skill cast without consuming mana. Similar effects cannot be triggered multiple times simultaneously, but the probability of triggering can accumulate. Explorer increases damage to dungeon monsters by 5, which escalates to 10 when facing elite monsters or bosses within the dungeon. The Honor Bracelet resembles a pale, translucent jade bangle, yet upon closer inspection, Sushi discerned impurities within. Could it be that completing a dungeon illuminates one impurity? She recalled the changes in the Proof of Glory. It seems that each series of the first overall reward contains unique equipment. The Mysterious Ring is the second-level overall first reward. The Proof of Glory is the overall first reward for slaying a boss. Meanwhile, the Honor Bracelet represents the overall first reward for completing a dungeon. The 3 overall first rewards belong to different series. Of course, this is merely Sushi's conjecture, and the specifics remain to be discussed. Sushi closed the game panel and gazed at the corpse of the mining rodent boss, which had dropped a considerable amount of loot. Chapter 20. Enigmatic Crystals, Equipment Advancement. Although the innate effect of doubling did not activate, the fact remained that the mine rat boss was a dungeon creature. The first kill treasure chest for the level 5 boss mine rat yielded. Upon opening, one could select a piece of level 5 excellent quality equipment and a basic skill book, with the option to choose one from the 3 skill books: Charge, Vigorous Life, or Phasing. The treasure chest from the first successful completion of the level 5 hidden dungeon. The mine provided. Upon opening, one could receive 10 enigmatic crystals, a selectable gift box containing a piece of level 5 excellent quality equipment, and 15 silver coins. The treasure chest from the ordinary difficulty level 5 dungeon completion granted. Upon opening, one would randomly obtain 1 or more items from level 5 ordinary or excellent quality equipment, skill books, and other secondary items including level 5 bronze chest, charge, vigorous life, and so forth. It was once again the exhilarating moment of opening chests. Sushi excitedly rubbed her small hands together, hoping to trigger the doubling effect at least once or twice. After a brief moment of prayer, Sushi commenced the chest opening ritual. She received equipment, beast skin leggings, and a skill book, Leap Strike. Perhaps due to Sushi's heartfelt prayers, the initial treasure chest from the dungeon's first successful completion triggered the doubling effect, yielding 20 enigmatic crystals, 2 selectable gift boxes of level 5 excellent quality equipment, and 9 silver coins. The conversion rate between silver coins and copper coins stood at 100, equating to 900 copper coins. Enigmatic crystal, excellent. Special when used to forge equipment. There is a probability of bestowing powerful attributes upon the gear. Perhaps the enigmatic crystal holds other unexpected effects as well. Indeed, the enigmatic crystals would undoubtedly facilitate the advancement of the Mysterious Ring and 2 other special items. Sushi felt a rush of excitement, her chest rising and falling slightly, her cheeks flushed, rendering her quite charming. Yet her focus was entirely on the enigmatic crystals, leaving no room for self-portraits. However, how should she deploy them? Sushi attempted to touch the enigmatic crystals to the Mysterious Ring. Among the 3 special pieces of equipment, she believed that advancing the Mysterious Ring would yield the greatest benefit, as it had the potential to trigger upon defeating even minor monsters, unlike the other 2 items which required the defeat of bosses and the completion of dungeons. As the enigmatic crystals drew near to the Mysterious Ring, a vibrant array of colors shimmered, with streams of colorful energy surging forth, subsequently absorbed by the Mysterious Ring. In an instant, the enigmatic crystal lost its luster, transforming into an ordinary stone. Clearly, The energy contained within a single enigmatic crystal was insufficient for the mysterious ring to achieve advancement, prompting Su Shi to repeat her previous actions. 2. 3. It was only after the mysterious ring had absorbed 10 enigmatic crystals that a transformation was observed. The once metallic mysterious ring shed its metallic exterior, revealing the red jade within, which, like the other two special items, appeared flawless yet contained numerous tiny impurities. Mysterious ring, no level, rare, can be upgraded with corresponding special materials when defeating monsters. There is a 1 chance to randomly enhance one of the 5 attributes: strength, intelligence, constitution, spirit, or agility. Removing the mysterious ring or it no longer belonging to the player does not affect the enhanced attribute values. Upon attack, there is a 10 chance to increase damage by 20 for 20 seconds, and this effect does not stack. When casting a skill, there is a 5 chance to trigger the double casting effect, allowing the second skill cast without consuming mana. Similar effects cannot trigger multiple times simultaneously, but their triggering probabilities can accumulate. Su Shi expressed great satisfaction with the enhancements to the mysterious ring. Previously, the first attribute had only a 0.1 trigger probability, but with the blessing of the heavenly fortune talent, the trigger probability was approximately around 3. Now, with the trigger probability raised to 1, Su Shi did not demand it reach 30. Even 10 was a significant improvement. Not to mention, the enhancement of the other 2 attributes was also considerable. It takes 10 mysterious crystals to advance a special equipment, and the remaining 10 would certainly not be sufficient to elevate the mysterious ring to an extraordinary grade. Without much hesitation, Su Shi chose to use the mysterious crystals to upgrade the Proof of Glory. Proof of Glory, no level, rare, can be upgraded with corresponding special materials after defeating a boss. It permanently enhances the player's corresponding attribute values based on the boss's level and rank. Every third attack guarantees a critical hit, with the critical damage increased by 50. When casting a skill, there is a 5 chance to trigger the double casting effect. There are still so many colorful ores in the mine. I wonder if these ores qualify as mysterious crystals? Though the thought is lovely, reality proves to be less than satisfactory. The colorful ores at the bottom of the mine are merely decorative, not items. Not only did they not react upon triggering special equipment, but Su Shi also could not excavate them. However, she was not a greedy person. The gains from this hidden dungeon expedition had already satisfied her greatly. Aside from advancing special equipment, her greatest reward was the universal skill phasing. Phasing, level 1, universal skill, can be learned by all classes upon casting. The user enters the phasing state, lasting up to 5 seconds. In the phasing state, all attacks are ignored, and the user cannot be targeted, recovering 1 of maximum health per second. Players can exit the phasing state at will, and attacking or casting skills on targets other than oneself will also exit the phasing state. It costs 50 mana points and has a cooldown of 120 seconds. After balancing, the phasing skill does not compare to the mining mouse boss's burrow skill, as the burrow is akin to the mining mouse boss's talent. The weakening of the phasing skill is understandable, yet it remains exceptionally powerful. 5 seconds of invincibility, even without the ability to attack, is quite advantageous. It seems I must seize all first kills of rodent-type bosses henceforth. In the treasure chest obtained from the first kill of a boss with the same name and level, one may select a skill from the boss, including universally applicable skills across all professions. She had previously vanquished 15 bosses, acquiring 3 additional universal skills besides reinforcements, energized, which enhances movement speed upon being struck, mana infusion, which accelerates mana recovery, and tough skin, which mitigates a fixed amount of physical damage. The variety of creatures in the novice village is inherently limited, compounded by the recurrence of bosses. Even if the bosses differ, their unique skills may still overlap. As for the skill vitality, it currently only exhibits half its potential. Level 5 dungeon monsters can regenerate health during combat, but players must await their second-class transfer to access this ability. After stowing away all her items, a pop-up window appeared before her. Would you like to exit the dungeon? Yes. Upon confirming her choice, Su Shi felt a fleeting sensation, and as her vision cleared, she discovered she had returned to the wilderness. The indicator for the hidden dungeon on the map had vanished. Quest, trial, completed. Would you like to activate the teleportation portal to the game world now? Chapter 21. The teleportation to the southern city. The dungeon boss is indeed a boss in its own right. She rested her chin on her hand, contemplating for a moment before dismissing the notification window without clicking confirm. Each novice village likely shares similar maps and monsters, and the first tier of players had only recently reached level 4. She harbored a grand ambition, to claim the first kills of all the bosses within the novice village. In the game world of Delusion, which is semi-open, the monsters vary across different regions, making it impossible for her to seize every first kill reward. However, by monopolizing the first kill rewards of the novice village bosses, she could impede the progress of other players. Each class possesses only 3 basic skills upon reaching level 5, rendering the universally applicable skills exceedingly significant. Am I being too malicious? She pondered for only a few seconds before putting her thoughts into action. Delusion is akin to a society where oppression is commonplace. Had it not been for her appearance and gender differing from reality, she might have been invited by wealthy scions or corporate executives for a friendly discussion. Despite Delusion's superficiality as merely a game, it essentially signifies the meteoric rise of a new industry, which capitalist does not wish to partake in this lucrative venture. She recalled the brief surge of interest in the metaverse over a decade ago, when in-game items from a 2D game were valued at tens or even hundreds of thousands. Not to mention Delusion, it has actualized the entire concept of the metaverse. Players can not only engage in combat and level up, enhancing their abilities, but also cook and cultivate crops. Is this not another authentic world? She does not consider herself a benevolent soul. Having endured societal oppression for several years, she has traversed various industries and witnessed much suppression, having experienced it herself. Hence, she sees no wrongdoing in hindering other players. Rather, it is advantageous for her to leverage her own skills to secure benefits, a mere act of legitimate competition. The novice village area is neither too small nor too large. Previously, she had dispatched 15 bosses, already encroaching upon a significant portion of the level 5 area. Currently, she could swiftly eliminate the bosses without spending much time. Upon defeating the level 5 common boss, the giant python, she triggered the effect of Proof of Glory, granting her a permanent increase of 3 intelligence points. Defeating the level 5 common boss, the green wolf, activated the same equipment effect, bestowing an additional 3 agility points. The effect of the Mystic Ring triggered, permanently enhancing her agility by 1 point. After the advancement of Proof of Glory, the attributes of the first enhancement were also improved. Although the increase was merely 1 point, it was better than nothing, and she felt immensely satisfied. Clearing the bosses in the novice village took nearly an hour, but the gains were substantial. She summoned her character panel. The Mystic Ring provided 10 strength points, 50 agility points, and 6 points each in constitution and spirit. Proof of Glory bestows 52 points of strength, 13 points of constitution, 18 points of agility, and 16 points of intelligence. Additionally, the reward for being the first to clear the normal difficulty dungeon grants 10 points of free attribute points, all allocated to strength, resulting in a significant enhancement of power. Player, she level 5, 4,865,000. Class, Archer, Frostfang. Subclass, None health, 390450 mana, 240300 physical attack, 155257 magic power, 4270 physical defense, 3954 magic defense, 3440 movement speed, 296 attack speed, 194 strength, 65116 intelligence, 2135 constitution, 2439 spirit, 2430 agility, 4082. My physical attack exceeds half of my health. She muttered softly, then clicked to confirm the activation of the teleportation array leading into the game world. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the nearby mist swirled, countless points of energy materializing and coalescing into a luminous circle, forming a teleportation array radiating a soft blue light upon the ground. She stepped into it. No prompt appeared to select a teleportation destination. It seemed that players from several nearby novice villages would converge at the next novice village. As for Xiao Ye, the gaming helmet would only arrive in her hands tomorrow. Although, Delusion allocates regions to players based on their IP provinces. It had gained immense popularity, and Xiaoya would undoubtedly be assigned to a more distant area, making their in-game reunion likely several days away. One hopes that future towns will have cross-city teleportation arrays. As Sushi confirmed her teleportation, the scenery before her blurred momentarily, her mind momentarily dazed, reminiscent of the feeling upon entering a dungeon. A gentle breeze brushed past, awakening her senses. So this is the world of delusion? She found herself atop a hill, surrounded by an endless plain. The game world differed remarkably from the novice village, devoid of the thick mist. Under the blue sky and white clouds, lush forests surrounded her, with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers creating a picturesque landscape. She could distinctly see the silhouette of a city not far away. Wasn't the world supposed to be enveloped in mist? She pondered, but soon found clarity. Moving wisps of gray mist drifted across the plain, evidently harboring monsters within. From her experience in the novice village, Sushi understood that the intensity of monsters correlated with the density of the mist. The novice village likely served as a demonstration, indicating that the actual severity of the mist's invasion had not yet reached such terrifying levels. Not lingering any longer, she hastened toward the city, making her way to the boss territory to slay the boss. The distance between the hill and the city was considerable, and even with her movement speed of 3.5, it took nearly half an hour to reach the city gates. South City. Along the way, she encountered only level 15 monsters, defeating 2 bosses and leveling up to level 6. The architectural style of the city harmoniously blends elements of ancient Eastern and Western cultures, and this is reflected in the buildings within, devoid of any advanced technology. Summoning the map, she searched for significant NPCs. An increase in the area indicated a longer travel time, and she hoped to find NPCs selling return scrolls or teleportation scrolls, among other items. Additionally, she needed to purchase some potions. After all, she possessed a considerable fortune of 9 silver coins, which she intended to convert into a personal advantage. Meanwhile, players in the first tier were steadily leveling up to level 5. What the hell? Did the promotional video not claim that there were rewards for the first kill of a boss? I have traversed several boss territories, yet the reality is starkly different from what was depicted in the promotional material. I too was puzzled by this discrepancy. The video showcased the boss's panel, and if there were first kill rewards, they would surely be displayed. Has there been a change in this regard? What kind of change? My team spent half an hour defeating the boss, and yet we didn't even see a single treasure chest that might drop. Is there a possibility? Chapter 22. Purchase of potions and scrolls. What? I suspect this situation is undoubtedly related to Shi. Just look at the plethora of level 5 equipment displayed at the auction house, along with a significant number of superior quality armors. A typical team would never put such items up for sale, only she would dare to do so. Goodness. This makes perfect sense. How ruthless of Shi. Not even a drop of soup left for us to savor? By heavens. I must seize an opportunity in the future to teach her a lesson in humility. At this moment, all the top-tier players shared a common animosity. The ordinary players felt similarly, though their focus lay elsewhere. They were concerned with the profits she was raking in. A data enthusiast had compiled statistics on the quantity and transaction prices of level 5 equipment at the auction house. Even if only half of the items up for bidding belonged to Shi, after deducting fees, she would still have made over 8 million. Remarkably, it was not yet midnight. Earning over 8 million in just 4 hours is a pace that certainly incites envy. What the players remained oblivious to was that she had likely profited at least 10 million from this endeavor, and she would only continue to earn more. In the game, she made her way to the nearest apothecary. The NPC shopkeeper dozed behind a small table, not even casting a glance in Shi's direction. The prices are clearly displayed, she muttered, and proceeded to browse the shop on her own. Potions were categorized by quality. Strength potion, common, increases strength by 5 points for 5 minutes. Effects of identical potions do not stack. Only the maximum value applies. Strength potion. Superior, increases strength by 25 points for 10 minutes. In addition, there were potions for agility, constitution, spirit, vitality, health, and mana. The effects of superior quality potions were 5 times that of common ones, with a duration twice as long, yet their price was 100-fold. The first 5 types of common quality potions cost 50 copper coins, while the superior quality potions required 50 silver coins. Common quality health and mana potions restored 10 points of health or mana per second for 10 seconds. The common price was 20 copper coins, while the superior cost 20 silver coins. How exorbitant! She felt acutely impoverished. As she ventured further into the shop, she encountered an exceptionally costly damage resistance potion. There was also a alchemist's secondary profession skill book, priced at 500 silver coins. The rarity of such secondary profession skill books was evidently low. It seemed there would be a substantial profit to be made in the future. A glimmer of avarice sparkled in Xi's eyes. Although she was on the verge of becoming a millionaire, her past experiences with poverty lingered in her thoughts. After all, who would ever disdain a bit of extra coin? Ultimately, she purchased 4 bottles of strength potion, common, and 5 bottles of health potion, common, spending 3 silver coins, which made her feel a pang of regret. She then proceeded to other NPCs, acquiring a return scroll for 1 silver coin and a wind scroll, common, for 80 copper coins. The ordinary grade wind scroll enhances non-combat movement speed by 20 for a duration of 10 minutes, making it an invaluable tool for travel. Xi ventured to the Ascension Hall, where the vocational mentor resides, to ascertain that players must reach level 10 to undertake the second job transfer quest. After expending all her in-game currency, Xi hastened towards the southern side of the city. Upon exiting the city, she did not linger in the level 6 area, as the absence of fog allowed her to easily evade monsters. With the effect of the strength potion, her physical attack reached 281 points, rendering the defeat of a level 10 boss a manageable task. Xi's desire to directly confront the level 10 boss stemmed from her observation of the territory occupied by the level 10 bronze boss on the map, believing that a higher-tier boss would yield the server's top rewards. Upon reaching level 6, she allocated all 5 of her free attribute points to strength. The distribution of level 6 to 10 monsters was sparse, and she skillfully navigated around them, using 3 wine scrolls, ordinary, and spending over 30 minutes to reach the level 10 area. This was quite a costly endeavor, and she hoped for a quicker drop of secondary profession skill books. Xi's direct arrival in the level 10 area was also motivated by the necessity for secondary profession materials, as only monsters of level 10 and above had a chance to drop such items. Additionally, the summons required for establishing a guild fell under the same criteria. Parts of the level 10 area were already shrouded in a faint mist, clearly indicating that higher-level regions were enveloped in denser fog. Areas beyond level 10 were completely obscured by thick fog, which would only unlock at 8 p.m. the following evening. She aimed to reach level 10 swiftly, complete her second job transfer quest, and log off for a well-deserved rest. She stifled a yawn, quickening her pace towards the location of the bronze boss, planning to defeat it before taking a break from the game. After nearly 5 hours of gameplay, she felt a tinge of fatigue, and more importantly, she was in need of sustenance. A few minutes later, Xi entered the domain of the bronze boss. This area differed markedly from previous boss territories, resembling a graveyard strewn with corpses. Aside from the beast race, the game featured various other monster races. The higher the level, the more diverse the encountered races became. The promotional video showcased mutated human monsters. Mutated humans could transform into goblins, elves, dwarves, angels, demons, and other humanoid races. She secretly wished to harness the power of the mist to mutate herself. Perhaps she could become a succubus or an angel. In her view, transcendent beings such as angels and demons held greater allure than mere humans, leaving her puzzled as to why the protagonists in the backstory opposed the mist. However, she chose not to dwell too much on this matter, believing she would gain clarity upon interacting with those races in the future. As she stepped into the graveyard, crows cawed from the nearby withered trees, seemingly warning Xi of the impending danger. Earlier on her journey, she had already glimpsed the attributes of the level 10 monsters, noting their physical defense was below 100 points, with physical attack hovering around 150 points. As long as she avoids being struck, defeating the level 10 bronze boss poses no challenge. As Xi delves deeper into the graveyard of the fallen, the surrounding mists grow increasingly dense. Indeed, it evokes a sensation akin to stepping into a horror film. She employs the Eagle Scout skill, releasing a falcon in hopes of luring the creatures of the graveyard. At present, her 3 initial skills, Eagle Scout, Rapid Fire, and Bear Trap have all reached the maximum level of 10. The cooldown for Rapid Fire has been reduced to 5 seconds. Eagle Scout enhances the Falcon's health and physical attack by 400 points and 50 points, respectively. The damage bonus for Bear Trap has increased to 200, with a cooldown reduced to 8 seconds. The skills of the Rogue class, Backstab, Disguise, and Heart Extraction, have also ascended to level 10, yet Su Shi, being a fragile character, cannot engage in close combat with foes far exceeding her level. Thus, only Disguise remains somewhat useful. After reaching level 10, Disguise has a cooldown of 10 seconds. Suddenly, as the Falcon soars into the air, Su Shi observes skeletal hands emerging from the earth, followed by the appearance of blackened bones. Chapter 23, Bronze Boss. Oh my, so many monsters. Su Shi felt a twinge of panic. The previous bosses she encountered had not been accompanied by minions, and the desolate terrain of the mass grave offered little opportunity for evasion. Low, mournful growls echoed, seemingly steeped in lingering resentment, creating a chilling atmosphere. Simultaneously, the attributes of the monsters materialized before Su Shi's eyes. Skeleton General, Level 10, Bronze Boss, Health, 144, 000 Physical Attack, 160 Physical Defense, 96 Magical Defense, 72 Movement Speed, 3, 0 Attack Speed, 2, 0 Skill 1, Charge, Level 2. Skill 2, Smash, Level 2. Skill 3, Sweep, Level 2. Wielding its weapon, it sweeps across all targets in front, inflicting 200 of its physical attack as damage. Consumes 20 mana points, cooldown time of 15 seconds. Unique Skeleton Boss Skill, Resurrection. Revives fallen skeleton monsters. Cooldown time of 30 seconds. Exclusive Bronze Boss Skill, Fury. Instantly restores 15 of maximum health, and within the next 20 seconds, damage is increased by 50. First kill reward for the Bronze Boss in the entire server. Same name and level boss first kill reward. Additionally, there were 10 skeleton soldiers, all ordinary minions, with a physical defense of 90 points and 800 health points. As the Skeleton General boss and the skeleton soldiers fully rose, the nearby mist coalesced around the monsters, draping them in tattered gray battle armor. The eye sockets of the skeletal creatures ignited with a brilliant crimson flame, serving as their eyes. The rattling of their skeletal joints echoed ominously with even the slightest movement, as they turned their gaze toward Su Shi, the flames flickering like warning signals. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Shi felt a chill run down her spine, primarily due to the heightened atmosphere. It was prudent to show a modicum of fear. However, she remained relatively composed. It appeared she would have to risk her own vitality. She cast the skill, Reinforcement. A sapphire pendant hanging from her neck radiated a hazy glow, its impurities sparkling like a multitude of stars, triggering the effect of dual casting. Buzzing sounds filled the air as two black-blue summoning circles coalesced on either side of Su Shi. One of the summoning circles solidified into two orbs the size of basketballs, from which a large black serpent emerged. Dimensional Serpent, Level 6. The other circle continued to absorb energy from its surroundings, evidently preparing to summon a larger creature. Su Shi's greatest confidence did not stem from her high physical attack, but rather from her talent, Heavenly Favor. As the name implies, Heavenly Favor denotes the blessings of the heavens. For Su Shi, luck was a mere spectacle to behold. Could it be that she would summon a mythical creature? A flicker of anticipation danced within her. Yet reality proved disappointing. When the summoning circle expanded to 5 meters high, it halted, and a colossal black turtle emerged slowly. Dimensional Turtle, Level 6. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the heavy-armored turtle previously encountered in the novice village, merely donning a different skin, with attributes and skills closely mirroring those of the turtle. Dimension beasts of level 5 and above possess skills. Though not mythological creatures, they could still provide me with a temporary shield against these monsters. Su Shi set a trap on the ground before retreating behind the two-dimension beasts. The heavy-armored turtle skill allowed it to reduce physical damage by 50 for 5 seconds, a truly formidable value in the early stages of the game, albeit with a cooldown of 60 seconds. At this moment, the skeletal monsters had fully risen. The skeletal general brandished its decrepit longsword, a motion reminiscent of a battle cry, prompting 10 skeleton soldiers to unleash their charge skill, rushing towards the two-dimension beasts. The tombstones in their path were shattered, sending dust swirling into the air. The visibility in the already dimly lit graveyard diminished even further. However, this had little impact on Sushi, as the dust lay behind the skeletal monsters. Sushi consumed a strength potion, normal, and activated the rapid fire skill, triggering the effect of dual casting once more. Strength, 128. Physical attack, 281. The two special items, Mystic Ring and Proof of Glory. After their advancement, each possessed a 5 chance to activate dual casting, and with the augmentation from the fortuitous talent, the likelihood was significantly heightened. Previously, Sushi had estimated the probability to be around 50%. 354. Weak point, critical hit, 360, weak point, critical hit. Sushi's targets were the skeletal soldiers. Eliminating them first would make confronting the boss considerably easier, even if the skeletal general could revive a minion every 30 seconds. With her damage output and attack speed, she could dispatch the minions within 5 seconds once more. Currently, Sushi's maximum attack speed reached 240. Even without exerting her full strength, she could maintain an attack speed of approximately 280, critical hit. Level 10 minions could regain health during combat. The recovery rate was 20 of their constitution per second, but upon being afflicted by Sushi's frost specialization skill, the healing would be reduced by 80. This amount of recovery was negligible in the face of Sushi's damage. One of the 10 skeletal soldiers fell in the clash with the two-dimension beasts, defeating a monster 4 levels beneath her granted 30 experience points. Meanwhile, the skeletal general in the rear raised its decrepit longsword high. In the mist, a black light cascaded down, enveloping the fallen skeletal soldier. With a crackling sound, the skeletal soldier staggered back to its feet, fully revived. Under the onslaught of the remaining 9 skeleton soldiers, the level 6 dimension snake was swiftly vanquished. The eagle was also struck down after sustaining several blows. Only the dimension turtle remained, enduring the damage. Despite its 50 reduction in physical damage, its health was depleting rapidly. Sushi inhaled deeply, her focus unwavering, ensuring that each strike landed precisely on the vital points of the skeletal soldiers. Despite their bony structure, these skeletal warriors possessed critical areas, particularly at the joints where their bones connected. 465. Weakness. Critical hit. 406. Weakness. Critical hit. Before the dimensional turtle succumbed, Sushi managed to eliminate 3 more skeletal soldiers. At present, the monster's charge skill remained on cooldown, allowing her to deftly maneuver and engage them with her nearly 3.5 movement speed. Perhaps due to the mechanics of the encounter, the skeletal general boss initially remained stationed behind the lesser minions, showing no inclination to advance. However, when the number of skeletal soldiers dwindled below 5, the fiery blaze in its eye sockets flared dramatically, and its speed surged as it charged ferociously towards Sushi. Having previously tackled the Mystic Crystal Mine dungeon, she could surmise the skeletal general's mechanics. At the moment the general lunged forth, she swiftly placed a bear trap at her feet and dashed to the side. Chapter 24. Offline. Discovering changes with a sharp snap, the hidden bear trap revealed itself, ensnaring the skeletal general's leg and interrupting its charge skill. A critical hit of 669 and true damage of 37 ensued. Simultaneously, the skeletal general began to regenerate health. Astonishingly, the healing rate of this bronze-tier boss had doubled. A party lacking the wounded effect would undoubtedly face considerable hardship. Sushi was somewhat taken aback. The health of the bronze boss was 500 times its physical defense, capable of restoring 200 of its physical defense as health every second, a veritable tank. After successfully evading the skeletal general's charge, Sushi launched a renewed assault on the skeletal minions. A critical strike of 369, exploiting their weakness, resulted in a gain of 30 experience points for each minion defeated. The effect of the mysterious ring activated, permanently enhancing Sushi's strength by 1 point. Despite the skeletal general possessing the unique resurrection skill, Sushi managed to eliminate all the skeletal minions within a minute. Although defeating the resurrected minions did not yield experience points, it did trigger the mysterious ring effect. Facing the skeletal general alone proved to be significantly simpler. Su Shi's attacks, imbued with the frost specialization, reduced the general's movement speed from 3.0 to 2.4. As long as she avoided the skeletal general's charge, the boss could hardly touch her. With subsequent strikes, she dealt a critical hit of 356, followed by true damage of 22.6, then 277 with true damage of 18.65, and finally 153 with true damage of 12.45. Although the general's health appeared substantial at 144,000, Su Shi could inflict damage of 20 to 30,000 within a minute, even with the bronze boss's fury skill allowing it to regain 15 of its maximum health. The frost specialization reduced this to a mere 3. Under her relentless assault, the skeletal boss could not endure beyond 10 minutes. As the skeletal general's health bar reached 0, its body crumbled into bones scattered across the ground. Defeating a bronze boss at level 4 granted 900 experience points. Killing the level 10 skeletal general triggered the effect of the Proof of Glory equipment, permanently increasing Su Shi's strength by 8 points. The base experience for ordinary bosses was 200 points, while bronze bosses yielded 300 points. As numerous items dropped, an announcement echoed across the server. Congratulations to player Su for being the first in the entire server to defeat the bronze boss. Rewarded with 10 free attribute points, a level 10 rare weapon selection box, and the title of Tiger Slayer 2. Tiger Slayer 2 title inflicts an additional 10 true damage based on the panel damage when dealing damage to bosses. True damage from the Tiger Slayer series titles is stackable. An additional 10 true damage. Su Shi was overjoyed, and as mentioned in the announcement, the title of Tiger Slayer came with a series of benefits, which would make her future encounters with bosses increasingly effortless. She made her way towards the items dropped by the skeleton general boss. As she drew closer, Su Shi noticed several items emanating a purple glow, indicating their rarity. Her pace quickened in excitement, and she once again experienced the sensation of foreign feedback. She paused momentarily, as this feeling was distinct from previous instances. It seemed more intense, as if she genuinely birthed this foreign entity. Was it merely an illusion? Nevertheless, she did not dwell on this matter too much, for the rare items before her were of far greater significance. The level 10 boss, Skeleton General, dropped a treasure chest. Upon opening, one would randomly receive a piece of level 10 rare equipment and a skill book for skills acquired after the second job change. Additionally, one could choose 2 skill books from the options of Charge, Smash, Sweep, and Revive. The Ruined Blade, level 10, Rare Physical Attack 25, Class Attribute, Physical Attack 30, Attack Speed 0. 2. Additional Attributes. Attacking a target with the Ruined Blade inflicts a lasting severe injury state for 2 seconds, during which the target's natural health recovery and healing received are reduced by 50. Furthermore, there is a 10 chance that attacking a target will inflict a bleeding state lasting 5 seconds, dealing 20 points of bleeding damage per second. Goodness, the Tetanus Blade. What a divine artifact. Su Shi estimated that the Ruined Blade could fetch a price of several 100,000, possibly even 1,000,000. The primary allure lay in its severe injury effect, which would greatly ease encounters with bosses, coupled with its impressive 55 points of physical attack. Certainly worth a fortune. She then turned her attention to the skill books. My luck is unparalleled. Su Shi swallowed hard. Secondary Profession Skill Book, Alchemist. Upon learning, one can become a level 1 alchemist, mastering the creation of various ordinary potions. Secondary Profession Skill Book, Scroll Maker. Upon learning, one can become a level 1 scroll maker, mastering the imitation of various ordinary scrolls. Revive, level 1. Universal skill for all classes, revives pets, summons, or derivatives that have been dead for less than 5 seconds, restoring 50 of their maximum health. Consumes 50 mana points with a cooldown of 30 seconds. To her astonishment, she acquired 2 secondary profession skill books, and this was her first direct drop of a universal skill book. The Revive skill had also been enhanced. When used by the Skeleton General, it could restore the Revive target to 100 health, marking a significant improvement. Su Shi placed all the items into her backpack and exited the boss territory before logging off to rest. Meanwhile, players were in a frenzy. What the hell? Are they completely giving up? Are they no longer human? Those who cheat do not die well. Damn it, is the delusion game official eating shit? Why are they not stepping in to manage this? Many individuals have even reached out to the official consumer complaint hotline, and they received prompt responses, as there are dedicated banking regulatory authorities involved. This underscores the significance the Dragon Kingdom's officials place on the matter. However, the replies left the players quite dissatisfied, asserting that the official data from the misleading game indicates everything is functioning normally, accompanied by corresponding evidence, and denying any signs of cheating. In reality, Su Shi awoke from his slumber, drenched in perspiration. Could it be that I have heightened the pain feedback sensitivity too much? In pursuit of an enhanced gaming experience, he had adjusted the pain feedback threshold to its utmost limit of 50. Oh well, if I sweat a bit more, so be it. Su Shi was unwilling to compromise his gaming experience. After a period of play, he found it necessary to log off for a brief respite, a quick shower taking no more than 2 or 3 minutes. As he entered the bathroom and approached the sink, he suddenly paused. Su Shi gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Is it merely an illusion? Why does it seem as though my skin has become somewhat paler? Chapter 25. Panic and acceptance of reality. Having previously engaged in the physically demanding task of parcel sorting, Su Shi's skin had not been particularly fair, tending more towards a yellowish-brown hue, despite spending his days indoors. However, to his astonishment, he now noticed that his complexion had lightened somewhat. This was no mere illusion. Su Shi scrutinized his reflection in the mirror for nearly a minute, adjusting his angle, and confirmed that his skin had indeed become fairer. Furthermore, there seemed to be a slight alteration in the contours of his face, appearing somewhat more rounded. What filled Su Shi with an even greater sense of dread was the uncanny resemblance he bore to Su Shi in the space between his brows. Goodness, could this be a side effect of the neural interface? Panic began to creep in as he feared he was losing his grip on reality, prompting him to splash cold water on his face. Upon raising his head again, he was dismayed to still discern traces of Su Shi's features in his own visage. Impossible, impossible, his anxiety escalated. If he truly could not distinguish between the game and reality, he might very well be deemed insane by others, potentially dragging Xiaoya down with him. After all, he had finally begun to carve out a better life. He still had to escort Xiaoya into the realm of happiness. He could not allow anything to go awry at this critical juncture. Perhaps a prolonged cold shower would suffice. Determined to regain his composure, Su Shi forced himself to endure nearly 10 minutes of cold water. Yet, when he stood before the mirror, bare and exposed, he found that nothing had changed. Clenching his fists, the damp towel in his grasp splashed water everywhere and emitted a faint sound as it was squeezed. Suddenly, Su Shi jolted to awareness, staring in bewilderment at the towel he held. When had he acquired such strength? A recollection struck him. Vigorous activity in the game often left him drenched in sweat in reality, coupled with the immersive realism of the delusion game world, leading him to entertain a rather absurd possibility. Without a second thought, he dashed out of the bathroom, rummaging through his room until he unearthed a forgotten hand gripper from a dusty corner. A sense of trepidation washed over him, yet the likelihood of the device malfunctioning seemed negligible. Wiping the dust from the gripper with a few tissues, he reflected that, like many young people, he had purchased items that had seen little use, relegated to a corner to gather dust. However, he was not the type to squander money. Su Shi swallowed hard and proceeded to test his grip strength.
92,4 Kilogramm.
How could it be so high? He repeated the test several times, each reading fluctuating around that figure. Then, he picked up his phone to search for the average grip strength of adult males. Most results indicated a range of 35 to 40 kilograms. My grip strength is 2.5 times that of an average man. Su Shi set the hand gripper aside and returned to the bathroom. Gazing at his reflection, he noticed a growing resemblance to Su Shi, and his heart sank. This meant that delusion could influence reality? How could such a narrative from a novel manifest in real life? Am I dreaming? Su Shi pinched his arm. Aside from the pain, he merely felt that his skin had become slightly more delicate, without any other peculiar sensations, nor did he abruptly awaken from what he termed a dream. This is not a dream. Su Shi extended his hand to touch his reflection in the mirror. Will I completely transform into Su Shi in the future? After comprehending this reality, Su Shi found himself surprisingly calm. It appears he must return to Lien City sooner than anticipated. He could not forsake the game delusion simply because he knew he would eventually become Sushi, although he had already amassed millions in small fortunes. Sufficient to sustain both himself and Xiaoya for a lifetime, delusion could influence reality. The stronger the game character, the more robust one's physical attributes in real life would become. Faced with the choice between male identity and power, the vast majority would undoubtedly opt for greater strength. Moreover, if delusion can affect reality, might it also alter the future? It is even possible that Blue Star may face an invasion of the mist. Only with formidable power can one protect oneself and safeguard Xiaoya. Su Shi's desire to return to Lien City swiftly was also fueled by the fear that once he became Su Shi, others might discover this transformation, inevitably leading to a cascade of troubles. With this in mind, Su Shi picked up his phone and booked a ride back to Lien City for the following morning. He also reserved a hotel room for 2 days near the university Xiaoya attended. The siblings hailed from a rural background. After summer vacation, Suya had applied to stay on campus and found a summer job nearby. She glanced down at his lower body, a wave of melancholy washing over him. I will first claim the rewards for being the top player in the game before considering such matters. What can he do even if he is unwilling to accept this reality? Is it truly possible to abandon delusion? Absolutely not. Seek medical intervention to suppress this transformation? He would likely be treated as a research subject. Shi dried himself off, hastily consumed a few pieces of bread, donned his gaming helmet, and logged into delusion. Shi looked down, staring at the foreign object for quite some time in a daze. Ahem. She suddenly recalled something, her face flushing, and quickly averted her gaze. Summoning the game panel, she opened her inventory. I wonder if there are first-place rewards for secondary professions as well? Shi immediately clicked to learn 2 skill books for secondary professions. You have become a level 1 alchemist. You have become a level 1 scroll master. She felt a resounding buzz in her mind, followed by an influx of memories concerning the 2 secondary professions. As she had surmised, there were indeed first-place rewards for secondary professions. At that moment, an announcement resonated throughout the server. Congratulations to player Sushi for becoming the top alchemist in the server. You are awarded 10 free attribute points, the equipment, alchemist gloves, and 10 rare-grade alchemist materials selection boxes. Congratulations to player Sushi for becoming the top scroll master in the server. You are awarded 10 free attribute points, the equipment, Scroll Master S brush, and 10 rare-grade scroll master materials selection boxes. Just as I suspected, Sushi had previously conjectured that the first-place reward for each series would grant a special piece of equipment upon the initial achievement. However, she did not expect that the inaugural reward for the first place in the secondary profession across the entire server would be a special weapon. As for why it was a longbow, perhaps it was due to Sushi's profession. The Bow of Delusion, no level requirement, with its base attributes varying according to the player's level, is classified as excellent and can be upgraded using corresponding special materials. Physical attack 12, professional attribute. Physical attack 15, attack speed 0, 5. Each time an attack is made or damage is inflicted upon a target, it enhances physical attack, attack speed, and movement speed by 1, stacking up to 10 layers and lasting for 30 seconds. When a critical hit occurs, damage is increased by 5. This effect does not stack and lasts for 10 seconds. Upon attack, there is a 1 chance to trigger the armor ignorance effect, which allows one to bypass the target's physical defense. Goodness gracious! Chapter 26. Monster Grinding. Reaching level 10. Truly, the special equipment is remarkable. Though it lacks growth-type attributes, it astonishingly possesses the Ignore defense trait, typically reserved for the late game. Sushi, resting her delicate chin on her small hands, sank into contemplation. Currently, the first full server rewards have been announced for 4 categories: level achievements, boss kills, dungeons, and secondary professions. Even though Delusion is not an ordinary online game, judging by the current trend, it seems there are still 5 additional categories for full server rewards to complete all 9 equipment slots. What could those 5 categories be? At this moment, Sushi could only think of the second job advancement and establishing a guild. As for the other 3 categories, she found herself at a loss. However, She did not dwell on this matter too much and allocated all the newly acquired free attribute points from the full server reward into strength. Strength 122152. Equipping the Bow of Delusion, her physical attack rose to 265334 with an attack speed of 230 to 250. This surge was indeed substantial. Should she face the skeleton general boss again, she could control the battle duration to within 5 minutes. Subsequently, she set off towards the territory of the next boss, pushing through with determination. In the world of Delusion, each city's surrounding map differs, and naturally so do the monsters and bosses. She understood she could not monopolize all the first kill rewards for every boss. Instead of worrying about this, it would be more prudent to engage in normal monster grinding, slaying more ordinary creatures to trigger the effects of the Ring of Mystery equipment more frequently. In essence, Delusion is a gaming world where attribute values are the most crucial elements. As long as one's attributes are high, what does it matter how many universal skills others acquire? As the saying goes, in the face of absolute strength, even the most elaborate techniques are mere showmanship. While Sushi was engaged in monster slaying, the Delusion forum and major online platforms erupted once again. Is it possible that she is not human? To have obtained a secondary profession skill book so swiftly? Goodness, competition is truly fierce. Due to the previous clarification from the Longua official consumer complaint hotline, accusations against she for using cheats had diminished significantly, though they were not entirely absent. Some even voiced the irrational claim that the authorities colluded with the Delusion game developers and she to exploit everyone's wealth. And what became of such individuals? Naturally, they ended up with a pair of silver handcuffs, heading off to serve time. Years ago, Longua had perfected its internet legislation. Any defamatory statements made online, once they surpassed a certain view and like count, would result in imprisonment. Furthermore, these individuals publicly slandered the Longua authorities. While the online atmosphere buzzed, the primitive forest in E province also became lively. Compared to before, the mist gradually expanded, enveloping an ever-growing area. The air was thick with rustling sounds, as if a large creature was writhing within. Not long after, strange, eerie roars echoed from within, followed by the emergence of numerous red dots, resembling pairs of eyes. This situation is not confined solely to the province of E. Mist has begun to manifest across various regions of the Blue Planet, even beneath the sea. Just a few minutes later, the Delusion forum erupted with activity once more. What a bother! Is that mystic crystal mine truly something mortals can conquer? Our team fought for over half an hour, yet the boss, the mine rat, still retained 2/3 of its health. To my comrades above, I empathize with you. The design of Delusion's dungeons is fundamentally flawed. Once inside, there is no option to exit the dungeon, and even if one escapes to the surface and disengages from combat, exiting remains impossible. I often ponder why Delusion only opens the subsequent 5 levels daily. The difficulty of this game is unparalleled. I estimate that most players will find it impossible to level up by 5 each day. What precisely is that talent of she? She alone can single-handedly tackle dungeons and defeat the level 10 bronze boss. Since the launch of Delusion, nearly 6 hours have passed. Players who did not join the first wave attempting to conquer the hidden dungeon of the Mystic Crystal Mine have gradually departed from the novice village space, officially entering the realm of Delusion. Through their interactions, players discovered that every novice village corresponds to a city. Each village can accommodate 1,000 players, while the primary cities can host 10,000. Ha ha ha. I currently command over 50 individuals, and more shall arrive soon, Qi Jiang proclaimed with a renewed sense of pride. Previously, we had only a handful of players, and our levels were inferior to yours. Once my followers have developed, do you truly believe you can still defeat 100 players of equal level? Qi Jiang's hostility towards Sushi was not unique. Several factions within South City also sought to take action against her. Given Sushi's stance, the likelihood of collaboration seemed slim. As the saying goes, obstructing one's path to wealth is akin to slaying one's parents. Nonetheless, there were still 2 or 3 factions eager to attempt once more. Even if they could not control she, establishing a profitable partnership would be quite advantageous. With the increasing numbers in Qi Jiang's faction, they once again employed a strategy of overwhelming force, leveraging their numerical superiority to slay monsters beyond their level, gradually widening the gap between themselves and smaller factions or lone wolves. At that moment, Sushi had already vanquished her second level 10 bronze boss, yielding the summons required to establish a guild. Summons can be used to create a guild, requires level 10 to utilize. Regrettably, it cannot be used immediately, but that moment is approaching. Sushi cast her gaze toward her experience bar. She was not far from leveling up to 7. With each monster and boss she defeated, both Ring of Mystery and Proof of Glory significantly enhanced her attributes. Additionally, slaying monsters resulted in a plethora of equipment and other items. Although the probability of level 10 common monsters dropping rare-grade equipment is exceedingly low, Sushi possessed the fortunate talent, allowing her to obtain a rare item for every 50 monsters defeated. She believed that by the time she reached level 10, she would have gathered 1 or 2 sets of rare-grade equipment suitable for her. At level 6, each profession also has 2 basic skills. Poisoned Arrow, level 2. The next ordinary attack is imbued with toxins. Should it inflict damage upon the target, the adversary will succumb to a lingering state of poisoning for 3 seconds, enduring damage equivalent to 12 of the player's physical attack power each second. This poisoning effect, along with other abnormal damages such as burning, disregards both physical and magical defenses. It consumes 10 mana points and has a cooldown period of 5 seconds. Windbreaker Arrow, level 1. Drawing the bowstring to its fullest, the player charges and releases an arrow, significantly enhancing its flight speed. The duration of this charging process and the extent of the speed enhancement are contingent upon the player's strength attribute. The arrow, upon striking the target, inflicts physical damage amounting to 150 of the player's attack power and briefly stuns the target. It requires 20 mana points and has a cooldown of 7 seconds. For the rogue class, additional capabilities include a short-range teleportation skill, Blink, enabling swift movement behind a target, and the Steal skill. Although Blink is a displacement ability, it is severely limited, permitting teleportation only to a position within 5 meters behind the target, with a lengthy cooldown of 20 seconds. The Steal skill, when used on players, possesses a minuscule chance of pilfering a few copper or silver coins, and an exceedingly rare chance of acquiring an item. When utilized against monsters, it carries a probability of appropriating random attributes for a duration of 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. For the average player, the Steal skill may seem rather trivial. However, for Sushi, its potential is considerably enhanced. Yet, Sushi currently has no inclination to employ the Steal skill on other players. She must hasten to reach level 10 to secure the top server reward available today. Following that, she must pack her belongings and return to Lotus City. In the Dragon Kingdom, the clock strikes just past 4 in the morning. 2 server-wide announcements resonate in succession. Chapter 27. Return to the city. Professional mentor. Congratulations to player Shi for becoming the first in the entire server to reach level 10, earning 10 free attribute points and receiving 2 level 10 rare equipment selection boxes and 5 second job skill book selection boxes. Congratulations to player Shi for being the first in the entire server to establish a guild, naming it Wine Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. They are rewarded with 10 free attribute points, 10 guild teleportation scrolls, unlimited, 2 level 10 rare equipment selection boxes, and the equipment Arm of Illusion. Sushi felt that the name, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect, perfectly represented her. To others, it seemed as if she had been granted an extraordinary advantage. Arm of Illusion, no level, basic attributes fluctuate with the player's level. Superior, can be upgraded with specific special materials. Physical attack 20, physical defense 10, magic defense 6, attack speed 0. 4. Each time an attack is made or damage is inflicted on a target, attack speed increases by 2, stacking up to a maximum of 10 layers for 30 seconds. Upon landing a critical hit, attack speed increases by 10. This effect does not stack and lasts for 10 seconds. When attacking, there is a 1 chance to trigger the effect of Ignore Armor, which can stack with similar effects. Guild Teleportation Scroll, unlimited, usable in a non-combat state, creates a teleportation array leading to the guild stronghold beneath the user's feet, activating after 3 seconds. If the user enters combat or leaves the teleportation range during this time, the teleportation will be interrupted. This item does not disappear after use, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Invincible. She could already envision her hands creating illusions while attacking in the future. Upon equipping the Arm of Illusion, she discovered it was transparent, with no visible shadow and imperceptible to touch, yet she could sense its presence. Truly, special equipment possesses peculiar qualities. She wondered if other special equipment for different body parts would also render themselves invisible like the Arm of Illusion. She had noticed the clothing shop symbol on the map of South City, indicating that players could modify their basic attire. If the upper garment, trousers, leg guards, and boots also possessed properties akin to the Arm of Illusion, she could live and combat in her base appearance. Misty lacked the equipment transformation feature. The initial gear was exceedingly unattractive. Though she embodied a male soul, even boys have the right to appreciate beauty. She did not wish to appear unsightly in others' battle recordings. Through several hours of combat, she witnessed the special effects of the Arm of Illusion longbow. The bow appeared to be crafted from crystalline materials, shimmering with transparency yet marred by impurities. When the first effect was triggered, the impurities would burst forth, emanating starlight, with higher levels producing more brilliant radiance. Upon activating the second effect, the crystal longbow would be enveloped in a dazzling array of colorful light. She did not rush back to South City. Instead, she opened the Guild module. Guild, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect, Black Iron level members, 120 Guild Master. Base. Not yet selected. After the guild base is chosen, guild teleportation can commence, construction of guild buildings can begin, and guild attributes can be activated. Should one wish to change the guild base, a summons must be consumed. Buildings. None guild attributes. Physical attack, magic strength 10. Physical defense, magic defense 5. Luck 2. Not activated. Upon glimpsing the description of the guild teleportation scroll, she contemplated selecting a guild base within the level 10 region to save travel time. She casually chose a monster-free location as the guild base. The guild base can be established anywhere outside of South City, and subsequent construction will depend on the player's choices. She still had several summons in her inventory, so she felt no remorse about using one to change the base location. Prepare for a little shock later. She cast her gaze upon the skill books for secondary professions such as blacksmith, tailor, and builder in her backpack, allowing a sly smile to creep across her face. After confirming the selection of the guild base and the usability of the guild teleportation scroll, she utilized the return scroll to head back to South City and accept the second job transfer quest. At that moment, outside South City in the level 7 region, Qi Jiang and the other faction leaders were gritting their teeth in frustration. Damn it, I just reached level 7, and she has already ascended to level 10? Bloodshot eyes, clenched jaws, and faces etched with jealousy and resentment conveyed their sentiments. I will find you. Others among the faction leaders echoed his sentiments, urging their subordinates to intensify the search for she in the real world. With over 15 hours remaining until the unlocking of the level 11-15 region, they were determined to make her face reality before the area was accessible. To think one could contend with groups and powerful families alone? Ha ha ha. On the Illusion Forum and several mainstream platforms, the buzz was rather muted. Perhaps players had grown desensitized, or maybe most had already gone to rest. South City. Ascension Hall. 7 career mentors sat around a table. 2 cakes. Who? Hee. Old man, your luck is quite poor tonight. How many have you shot off already? As she stepped into the Ascension Hall, she was momentarily taken aback by the scene. Exiting the Grand Hall, she glanced up at the golden plaque emblazoned with the words Ascension Hall, confirming she was indeed in the right place. Although she was aware that Illusion was no ordinary online game, possibly even a genuine game world, she had not anticipated that NPCs in Illusion would engage in mahjong. It had not been like this during her previous visit to the Ascension Hall. Those who shot off firecrackers, please take your seats quickly. Seeing the career mentors engrossed in their game, she felt a bit hesitant to interrupt them. Little girl, do you know how to play mahjong? If you do, we can set up another table. An elderly woman suddenly inquired. She twitched at the corners of her mouth. This is... She had just begun to speak when the old woman continued. Disregard the passage of time. At this moment you have entered the domain of my esteemed ancestor, where the flow of time does not synchronize with the outside world. Here, An hour has elapsed while merely a second has passed beyond these confines. Such a terrifying realm. Sushi could not help but swallow hard. But was this knowledge truly hers to possess? Could it be that her vocational mentor had discerned her understanding of the truth behind delusion? Ah! Through the words of her mentor, Sushi gained deeper insight into delusion, which undoubtedly existed as a tangible reality. She cherished this rare opportunity to engage with her mentor, hoping to uncover information about hidden quests. During her progression, she had successfully completed several ordinary-level quests in the level 10 area, but they merely yielded higher experience points and loot rates without revealing any unique items like the delusion crystal. With a casual gesture, her vocational mentor summoned yet another mahjong table into the grand hall. The remarkable aspect was that this table possessed the ability to shuffle and arrange the tiles automatically. She marveled in her heart. Chapter 28. Enlightenment and abundant rewards. After playing several rounds, Sushi was drenched in sweat. Thanks to her heavenly luck talent, she consistently drew winning hands, effortlessly achieving self-draws within just a few rounds. It was a display of sheer fortune devoid of any skill. However, she was astute enough to grasp the nuances of social interaction. She began winning a few rounds but chose to remain silent about her victories, purposefully playing with the easily exploitable 2, 5, and 8 tiles. Little girl, it seems your good fortune has already been exhausted from the outset. She spent the better part of the day playing mahjong with her professional mentors. Despite having stayed up all night, she felt no fatigue, evidently due to her immersion in the realm of the game. My skills in card play are no match for my esteemed seniors, so it's only natural that I should lose. Ha ha. I shan't take up more of your time. Go attend to your important matters. Should you wish to play mahjong again, feel free to seek us old-timers out at the Spirit Hall, the amiable elder with the hidden profession of professional mentor remarked. A task was detected. Task: second career choice, career enlightenment. Participate in the defeat of 50 level 10 elite monsters. 050. Participate in the defeat of 5 level 10 boss monsters. 05. Participate in the defeat of 1 level 10 bronze boss. 01. Successfully complete a level 10 dungeon. 01. Upon completion, the career would be enlightened, granting new skills related to the profession. Would you like to accept the task? Yes. At this moment, the elderly woman who had invited Sushi to play mahjong spoke again. Only in the areas beyond level 10 will hidden dungeons randomly appear. The game world differs from the novice village. Everything must be explored by you, my dear. Her words sparked a realization in Sushi. She had initially planned to enhance her rapport with the NPCs to glean information about hidden dungeons. Thank you for the guidance, esteemed elder. Indeed, once you finish your current tasks, return swiftly to the one you hold dear. The assimilation has already begun. Hearing this, Sushi understood. Assimilation likely referred to the game's emergence. After expressing her gratitude once more, Sushi departed from the Spirit Hall. As the professional mentor had indicated, time within the Spirit Hall passed differently. An hour there equated to merely a second outside. Since entering the hall, only a few moments had elapsed. She utilized a guild teleportation scroll to return to her guild stronghold in the level 10 area and immediately set about undertaking her second career transfer task. Defeating 50 elite monsters, 5 bosses, and completing 1 dungeon was not a formidable challenge for Sushi. With numerous first-place rewards in free attribute points and the enhancement of special equipment, she was capable of inflicting thousands of points in damage. At just past 5 in the morning, Sushi completed her transfer task and used a return scroll to head back to Southern City. When she arrived at the Spirit Hall to submit her task, her mentors were still engrossed in their game of mahjong. Upon completing her task, she felt no discernible change, nor did she hear a server-wide announcement, likely because the realm of the professional mentors existed independently from the illusory game world. As she exited the Spirit Hall,
Sushi suddenly froze.
Energy surged around her, swirling winds enveloped her, and a tremendous influx of energy surged into her body. This sensation is somewhat exhilarating. Meanwhile, Sushi's character panel sprang forth before her eyes, and an announcement echoed throughout the server. Congratulations to player Shi for becoming the first in the entire server to complete the second career choice as a ranger. As a reward, she received 10 free attribute points, 2 level 10 rare grade equipment selection boxes, a special skill, Ranger's Forerunner, and the equipment Armor of Delusion. Hidden Profession. Frostbite. Enlightenment. Linger, specialized skill cannot be upgraded upon striking a target. Inflict a continuous 3-second status of suppressed healing on the target. Frost, upon hitting a target with attacks or skills, impose a continuous 6-second status of frost on the target, during which the target's attack speed and movement speed are reduced by 30. Glacial Freeze. When attacking a target affected by frost, there is a 20 chance to freeze the target for 1 second, inflicting 150 physical damage as spell damage. While frozen, the target is unable to move or attack, and the duration of the freeze is not fixed, lasting between 0.5 seconds and 2 seconds. Attacking a target that is already frozen can also trigger the Glacial Freeze skill again, extending the freeze duration up to a maximum of 5 seconds. Arctic Chill. Active skill unleash the power of frost, ensnaring all targets within a 20-meter radius in a continuous 6-second frost state, during which frozen targets will be immobilized for 1 second. This skill consumes 50 mana points and has a cooldown of 20 seconds. Frost Power. Buff skill once activated. Physical attack increases by 10, and attacks will inflict frost power, making it easier to trigger vulnerability damage, while extending the duration of Linger and Frost skills by 1 second. This skill consumes 1 mana point per second and has no cooldown time. Wow, such formidable control. She could not help but swallow hard. She suddenly realized that she would soon be transformed into a female, and her tendency to articulate so eloquently might need some adjustment. Yet, upon further reflection, why should she change? Who said that girls must be demure? She intends to make her mark. How imposing that sounds. Although the specialized skills of her hidden profession cannot be upgraded, this career enlightenment has nonetheless enhanced the values of those specialized skills. These skills provide formidable assistance to both ranger and assassin professions. Just imagine an assassin freezing a target and then relentlessly stabbing at their back and heart. The damage would be monumental. Even if a boss is immune to such powerful control effects, the frost status still reduces the target's attack speed and movement speed by 30, which presents a significant disadvantage to the boss. In addition to the specialized skills of the hidden profession, there are also the standard skills of the ranger and assassin professions. Ranger's Forerunner, special skill cannot be upgraded when attacking with a longbow. Damage is increased by 20. Ranger's Focus, level 1. Passive critical hit rate increases by 10. Critical damage increases by 1. Attack speed by 0.1. Assassin's Will, level 1. Passive critical hit rate increases by 10. Critical damage increases by 1. Movement speed by 0.2. Regrettably, she could only attain the accolade of being the top ranger in the entire server. She exhibited remarkable composure regarding the revelation of the hidden class, Frostbite. Even in the absence of the exhilarating allure of the Frostbite hidden class, players would not relent in their pursuit of her. The unique skill associated with the top server reward was straightforward yet profound, granting a direct enhancement of 20 to damage. Upon inspecting her attributes, Sushi noted that her critical hit rate had escalated to 21, clearly indicating that both the skills, Ranger's Focus and Assassin's Will, could synergistically activate. She then proceeded to examine the attributes of the Armor of Delusion. The Armor of Delusion, without a level, its foundational attributes fluctuate with the player S level, of fine quality, can be upgraded with corresponding special materials: health 200, physical defense 16, magical defense 8. All class skills and universal skills are at level 1. When struck, damage taken is reduced by 10, including true damage and abnormal damage, deducting from health. This effect is non-stacking and lasts for 10 seconds. When targeted for attack, there is a 1 chance to trigger the instant defense state, which enhances adaptive physical and magical defense linked to the player S level. Indeed, this was a remarkable piece of equipment. Its attributes were extraordinary, capable of elevating the level of universal skills across all classes, while also mitigating true damage. She swallowed hard, unable to contain her excitement. The Armor of Delusion, akin to the Arm of Delusion, rendered the wearer invisible, intangible. With a subtle smile gracing her lips, she prepared to deliver a modicum of astonishment. As she spoke, she opened her inventory and proceeded to click and learn various secondary profession skill books. Congratulations to player Sushi for becoming the top blacksmith in the entire server. Rewarded with 10 free attribute points, the Equipment Master Blacksmith's Hammer, and 10 rare quality blacksmith material selection boxes. Congratulations to player Sushi for becoming the top tailor in the entire server. Rewarded with 10 free attribute points, the Equipment Master Tailor's Silver Needle, and 10 rare quality tailor material selection boxes. Congratulations to player Sushi for becoming the top builder in the entire server. Rewarded with 10 free attribute points, the Equipment Master Builder's Heavy Gloves, and 10 rare quality builder material selection boxes. Congratulations to player Sushi for becoming the top farmer in the entire server. Rewarded with 10 free attribute points, the Equipment Cattle and Horse Handle Hoe, and 10 rare quality farmer material selection boxes. Congratulations to player Sushi for becoming the top chef in the entire server. Rewarded with 10 free attribute points, the Equipment Chef's Knife, and 10 rare quality chef material selection boxes. Congratulations to player Sushi for becoming the top brewer in the entire server. Rewarded with 10 free attribute points, the Equipment Marvelous Brewing Jar, and 10 rare quality brewer material selection boxes. The gaming community erupted in chaos, and the Forum of Delusion was equally ablaze.
Chapter 29, Offline.
Returning to Lianqing by heavens. Are they truly preparing to leave not a drop of soup for us? Have you uncovered any clues regarding she? I am consumed with the desire to eliminate her immediately. It appears there is still some soup to partake in. She has secured the first overall reward for the Ranger class, and the other second-tier professions likely boast their own first-place accolades as well. However, she has indeed gone too far. It seems the first-place rewards for her secondary profession have all but vanished. Furthermore, she has audaciously named her guild Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect, which subtly implies an admission of her dubious advantages. Is it conceivable that she, having observed the multitude of accusations regarding her potential cheating, chose this name to mock those who claim she is cheating? The leaders of the Qijiang faction are nearly grinding their teeth to dust in frustration. Damn it! Damn it! There exists no hatred without cause. Su Shi has obstructed their financial avenues. In truth, even if Su Shi had not seized these first-place rewards, the Qijiang faction would not express gratitude towards her. Most individuals prioritize their selfish desires above all else. As long as Qijiang perceives Su Shi as a threat to their interests, they will devise every method to deal with her. With bloodshot eyes, Qijiang summoned the messaging app, dispatching orders to his subordinates. Utilize any means necessary. I demand to locate Shi within 3 days, or you shall all face my wrath. Upon witnessing Shi's acquisition of such an abundance of first-place rewards, Qijiang's determination to find her intensified. Excluding the other prizes, simply considering the free attribute points, it is likely that she could now effortlessly vanquish a level 15 boss. The potential profits she could generate are rapidly escalating. How could he not feel envious? The leaders of other factions shared his fervor, all driven mad by the desire to find Shi in the real world. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Su Shi had already logged off. After spending over 10 minutes organizing his belongings, Su Shi took a refreshing shower. Once he dried himself, he stood vacantly before the vanity mirror. Compared to his last log-off, his complexion had notably brightened. His facial features had also undergone significant transformation. It was not merely a semblance of Su Shi between his brows, but rather his entire countenance. His facial contours were no longer sharply defined, losing some of their ruggedness while gaining an air of elegance. His body was in the midst of a second growth phase, and Su Shi could feel himself having slimmed down considerably, with his shoulders narrowing slightly. Having only reached level 10, such a drastic change was already apparent. One could only imagine the extent of transformation by the time he reaches level 30. Although Su Shi had accepted this reality previously, his mindset could not shift so rapidly. He was still engulfed in a slight haze of confusion. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse the shadow of his former self. He reached out, attempting to grasp it, yet found nothing but air. This action instead brought him back to clarity, compelling him to confront the reflection staring back at him, an image increasingly resembling Su Shi. Alas, perhaps he should indulge in the joys of being a young man a few more times in the coming days, as a farewell to his former self. Su Shi had never envisaged that his future would unfold in such a manner. Exiting the bathroom, he donned a loose-fitting outfit and masked his face to conceal his identity. Before long, the chauffeur called. Su Shi dragged his suitcase downstairs, inexplicably filled with a sense of exhilaration. This feeling was quite understandable. He was now akin to a public enemy, and anyone involved with delusion would undoubtedly wish to find him. At this early hour, the community was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals engaging in morning exercises. Taking a deep breath of fresh air to calm his racing thoughts, Sushi strode purposefully towards the exit of the neighborhood. The car was already waiting for him outside. He boarded smoothly, gazing out at the retreating streets, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. At that moment, Sushi was not focused on himself, but rather on the words of his professional mentor. Assimilation had already commenced. Should he alert the Dragon Kingdom authorities? But would they even believe him? After much contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. The authorities would inevitably discover the arrival of the game without his prompting. To intervene would not only pose risks but could also lead to adverse consequences. When the Dragon Kingdom officials eventually linked the game's arrival to delusion, they would undoubtedly safeguard the leading players, unlike certain factions or families that sought to suppress formidable competitors. What he needed to do now was to remain hidden, ensuring that neither groups nor families could locate him, and patiently await the authorities' recognition of the anomalies associated with delusion. However, he might need to assist the officials then. This choice stemmed from Sushi's understanding that individual strength pales in comparison to the machinery of the state. One cannot hope to remain unscathed. Moreover, he harbored no desire for self-preservation, having previously accepted assistance from the authorities alongside his sister. He would not become one of those ungrateful individuals. As the clock approached 8, at the Sanqing Hotel beside Lianqing University, a poised young woman surveyed her surroundings with keen interest. Though dressed modestly, she could not conceal her youthful radiance. This young woman was Suya. After discovering his transformation earlier that morning, Sushi had informed his sister that he would arrive at the hotel by 8. Concerned that her brother might arrive early, she had come to wait. Stupid brother. Being all mysterious, Suya muttered under her breath, slightly pouting. Sushi's message had not clarified the situation, leaving her somewhat perplexed. At that moment, a slender young man approached her, pushing a suitcase. "Are you Suya?" he inquired. Sushi intended to tease his foolish sister. Upon hearing his voice, Suya scrutinized him with suspicion, her lovely brows furrowing. "Haven't we met before?" "No. You're my brother?" Although Sushi had changed significantly and was wearing a mask, the bond of blood was profound, and Suya quickly recognized her brother. "Brother? Why have you lost so much weight?" Suya assumed her brother had endured hardships, and her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Sushi hastily reassured her, "Littleya, don't cry. Once we check into the hotel, I'll explain everything. It's not as you think." As he spoke, Sushi removed his mask. It is early morning and the square in front of the hotel is nearly deserted, so there is no fear of being observed by others. "Brother, how have you become so handsome?" Suya remarked, her words trailing off as she noticed the resemblance of she in her brother's face. Just yesterday, Sushi had mentioned purchasing a delusion gaming headset for her, prompting her to scour the internet for posts and videos related to delusion. She, a prominent figure within delusion, frequently appeared in various videos, and she had even begun to idolize she as her goddess. Suya leaned closer to her brother's ear and whispered, "Brother, you wouldn't happen to be she, would you?" Chapter 30. Suya, gifted catastrophe, is it that obvious? Sushi was somewhat taken aback. Suya nodded emphatically. "Well, it seems I must trouble you, dear sister, to book a room for me. If I am recognized, it could lead to significant trouble." Sushi informed his sister of his itinerary, expressing his concerns about such a situation. Otherwise, he could have simply waited until he had rested before meeting her. Subsequently, Suya wheeled her suitcase to the reception to check in. Although Sushi was aware that the game was soon to arrive and that his small sum of money would soon lose its value, he had no desire to stay in a lavish suite. After all, having such an extravagant expenditure attributed to him would appear exceedingly strange. A modest suite costing a few hundred yuan per day seemed far more reasonable. As there were few guests checking in during the early morning, and most would typically check out closer to noon, the hotel lobby was nearly deserted, allowing Sushi to head straight for the elevator without being noticed.
Suya,
Clutching the room key, awaited her brother at the elevator. In a 3-star hotel, one could not access the elevator without a room key. Once they ascended to their floor and entered the room, Suya eagerly removed her brother's mask, her large eyes blinking with curiosity. What on earth is going on, brother? Sushi playfully pinched his sister's cheek while unpacking clothes and a gaming headset, sharing the circumstances surrounding the game delusion. The game impacts reality. The game is arriving. Brother, will you completely transform into she? Suya's eyes widened in astonishment. Little Ya, you must never speak of this to anyone.
Susi caution. O yapautet, e pressing her dissatisfaction.
Brother, I am not a child anymore. I think things through before I speak or act.
Susi smilingly,
Tousling her hair. Yet I still feel you have not grown up. Humph. Suya huffed, then teased, brother, will I have to start calling you sister from now on? Coughing slightly, Sushi nearly choked on his own saliva. This mischievous girl truly had a knack for bringing up the most inappropriate topics. Let's wait until after the transformation. Little Ya, you should return to your school dormitory for now. I stayed up all night and I need to rest. The gaming headset should arrive around noon. Come back in the afternoon. Sushi felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Staying up late and traveling had taken a toll.
Suyapotev.
After such a long time apart, can't I stay a little longer to keep you company? Be obedient. Once I completely transform into a girl, you can cuddle with me while sleeping if you wish, but for now, I am still your brother. Though we are family, it is essential to maintain a proper distance. Besides, you would be bored while I sleep. Sushi continued to persuade. Very well. Suya relented somewhat reluctantly, but did not press the issue. After chatting with her brother for a while longer, she took the room key and returned to school. Sushi entered the bathroom, took out his phone, and opened the draft box of the Delusion forum, perusing Sushi's beautiful pictures and recordings. Quite stunning, he thought, suddenly feeling a hint of peculiarity in his fascination. Following the guidance of the island's teacher and immersing in the world of animated companions was one thing, but now she found herself learning alongside her own reflection. Yet, it seemed rather intriguing. After completing her evening routines, Sushi promptly succumbed to slumber. In the early afternoon, Suya entered the room, equipped with a gaming headset and a neatly packed meal. Observing her brother lost in a deep sleep, she set her belongings aside and perched herself at the edge of the bed, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed quietly at his serene profile. Oh, dear brother, hurry and transform into a charming sister, so I can cling to you as I did in our childhood. Suya mused with a gentle smile. Sushi slowly opened his eyes. What delightful thoughts are you entertaining, you mischievous girl? He had already awakened when his sister entered, now merely feigning slumber to surprise her. Suya, indeed startled, exclaimed, "You scared me half to death." In retaliation for her fright, she seized a nearby pillow and hurled it at him. Ha ha ha. I concede, Sushi laughed, dodging her playful assault. After a brief bout of merriment, they settled down together to enjoy their lunch. Little Ya, you must navigate the novice village on your own. I cannot assist you, he advised. Fear not, brother. I have diligently studied the strategies all morning and have discerned the attack patterns of the monsters in the novice village. I shall surely escape it swiftly, Suya declared, her small fist clenched with confidence. Brother, what profession should I choose? She inquired. Sushi, refraining from dampening her enthusiasm, replied, that depends on your innate talents. If your aptitude is high and there are no restrictions on combat styles, you may select a random profession. Suya, slightly puzzled, scratched her head, as she had never engaged in gaming before. It's all right if you don't understand. You can log off later to ask me, he reassured her. After their meal, Suya reclined on the bed, donned her gaming headset, and logged into the game, while Sushi sat at the bedside, perusing his phone and browsing the forums. He had already claimed all available rewards for being the top player on the server and felt no urgency to log in just yet. Given Sushi's current prowess, he could venture into the 1115 level area at 8 p.m. and directly challenge the level 15 boss. He noticed many players had already reached level 10 and formed guilds. Damn it! It took me a grueling 16 hours to reach level 10. I'm utterly exhausted, one player lamented. That level 10 bronze boss is simply unbeatable. The damage I dealt pales in comparison to the health it regenerates. And the abysmal drop rates. I'm beginning to suspect that level 10 monsters 1T yield rare equipment or secondary profession skill books. Where on earth did she acquire so many skill books? Damn it! I only just realized that NPCs sell secondary profession skill books. In my haste, I completely overlooked the skill books tucked away at the back. What a monumental loss. Meanwhile, within the game, Suya named her character Ya and experienced a situation akin to Sushi's. She did not immediately enter the game. Instead, a striking red-haired girl appeared before her. With a captivating smile, the red-haired maiden gradually approached Suya. What a stunning woman! Suya exclaimed in admiration. Suddenly, she was taken aback, for within the eyes of the red-haired girl, she beheld her own reflection. At that moment, she had transformed into the likeness of the red-haired maiden. Previously, Sushi had not disclosed the intricate details of character creation. As he had not anticipated that his sister would also, as Suya blinked, her vision cleared, and she found herself immersed in the game, standing upon the streets of the novice village. Her brother had instructed her to conceal her face in an instant. She recalled her brother's admonition and promptly crouched down, burying her small head within her knees. At that moment, Suya suddenly noticed that her hair had turned crimson. Before she could fathom the reason behind this transformation, a character panel appeared before her. The talent section emanated a blood-red glow. Talent. Cataclysm, SS rank. Chapter 31. Going online. A tremendous enhancement catastrophe, SS rank critical damage is increased by 50. When a critical hit does not occur, damage is elevated by 100. When receiving damage, the attacker will be afflicted with a persistent calamity state for 5 seconds, during which the probability of all chance events is reduced to 50 of its original likelihood, thereby increasing the chance of unexpected occurrences for the target. Additionally, any negative status effects and control effects endured by the target are extended by 1 second. Successfully attacking the target can also impose a calamity state lasting 3 seconds. There is a chance to trigger disaster when casting skills. Recommended career development. Mage. Priest. Suya scratched her head, murmuring softly, double S talent. Just like my sister, it must be quite a formidable talent, right? The little girl had already taken Sushi as her older sister in her heart, eagerly wishing to bond with her fragrant elder sibling. Simultaneously, Suya noticed the full appearance of her game character on the left side of the panel. It seems I need not conceal my visage, she thought. In terms of both appearance and demeanor, Suya and Suya were as different as night and day. No one would ever associate the two. My sister said my talent is powerful, so I should choose a random profession. Suya pondered before deciding to log off to seek Sushi's opinion. In reality, Suya removed her gaming headset and saw Sushi sitting on the edge of the bed, engrossed in her phone, filled with playful mischief. As she stealthily crept behind her brother, preparing to give him a sudden scare, Sushi unexpectedly turned around, startling her instead. Ah, you old rascal. Why did you turn around so suddenly? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Suya pouted, retreating a good distance while playfully complaining. Sushi chuckled, Little ya, have you forgotten what I told you? The game's statistics can reflect back to reality. It's not so easy to scare me. Brother, can't you pretend you don't know? Suya pouted even more. Next time, perhaps not, she huffed. All you do is bully me. Then, Suya revealed her talent and the changes in her game character's appearance. Hearing this, Sushi was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that his sister would share the same fate as him. Then let us go with a random profession. Even if we end up with one of the 6 basic professions, it's fine. We can still acquire hidden professions through adventures later on. Then I shall log back in to level up. Alright. As Suya logged back into the game, Sushi prepared to go online as well. However, a sudden thought struck him. In a few days he would fully transform into Sushi, and undoubtedly he could not wear his current male attire. He would need to purchase women's clothing. It seemed that Sushi's height was similar to that of Little Ya. He wondered if Little Ya would undergo a second growth spurt. He first logged into the game, added his sister as a friend, and inquired about Suya's height and figure. Afterward, he logged off and purchased multiple sets of matching outfits for sisters, including little dresses and casual wear. After acquiring the women's clothing, Sushi lay on the carpet and logged into the game. Sushi appeared at the entrance of the Ascension Temple. It was nearly 3 p.m., and quite a few players had already gathered inside the temple. Though the game is set in the late hours of the night, The bright moon hangs high, illuminating the environment within the game. At last, she is logged on. Instantly, players nearby catch sight of the suddenly appearing Sushi, and they erupt into exclamations. In that fleeting moment, all eyes converge upon Sushi, each player displaying a myriad of expressions. Some seek to join Sushi's guild, eager to ally with her. Sushi, I possess an A-grade tanking talent and can help absorb damage. May I join the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect? Others, already affiliated with various guilds, reach out to their powerful allies and guild leaders, preparing to take action against Sushi. Although the leaders of forces such as Chijiang have endured over 10 hours and are now offline to rest, gearing up for the unlocking of the 1115 level area at 8 o'clock, they had all instructed their members to alert them immediately if Sushi were spotted. Their intent is clear: to prevent Sushi from further extending her advantage. Even though player death merely results in a loss of levels and equipment without affecting attributes, it can still impede the progression of player leveling. Sushi, observing the diverse assembly of players before her, offers no response and promptly employs a guild teleportation scroll, transporting herself to the guild stronghold in the level 10 area. Indeed, for a guild to level up, it must recruit its full complement of members. While the attributes provided by the guild are fairly decent, Sushi is not in a hurry to recruit players. She prefers to wait until the Dragon Kingdom's officials notice the anomalies surrounding Delusion and issue a public announcement. Otherwise, inviting other players into her guild would only jeopardize them. After all, conflicts with conglomerates, companies, and influential factions are inevitable. Naturally, she is selective about whom she wishes to recruit. Upon returning to the guild stronghold, Sushi notes the construction of several encampments around her, a frown creasing her brow. Are they planning to ambush me? It seems these factions have reached a consensus. She remains unperturbed, summoning the game panel. The various rewards for being the top in the server collectively grant her over 100 free attribute points, which, combined with the free attribute points gained from leveling up, she allocates entirely to strength. The mystical ring provides 30 points to strength, 100 points to agility, 10 points to intelligence, 26 points to constitution and spirit. The proof of glory bestows 112 points to strength, 43 points to constitution, 48 points to agility, 46 points to intelligence, and 15 points to spirit. After clearing the level 10 normal difficulty dungeon 10 times, the honor bracelet grants an additional 20 points to strength among 5 attribute values. As Sushi ascends to level 10, the base attributes of the Bow of Delusion increase to Physical Attack 20, Class Attribute, Physical Attack 26, Attack Speed 0, 7. She opens the level 10 rare equipment selection box, compares it with the gear in her inventory, and selects the most suitable armor for her legs, lower body, and feet. Leather Greaves, level 10, Rare Physical Attack 10, Physical Defense 10, Movement Speed 0, 2. Additional attribute: slightly reduces stiffness when attacked and while attacking. Movement speed increases to 0, 3 when in motion. Leather Pants, level 10, Rare Health 220, Physical Defense 16, Magic Defense 12. Additional attribute: reduces physical damage taken by 10 points. Reduction of 10 points in spell damage. Black Leather Boots, level 10, Rare Movement Speed 1, 2. Additional attributes: all negative status effects that hinder movement speed are diminished by 20. While in motion, there exists a 0.5 chance to become immune to control effects. Following the equipment change, Sushi experienced a significant enhancement in attributes. Player: She level 10, 2048 20,000. Class: Ranger, Frostbite, Secondary Profession. Blacksmith, Tailor. Health points: 1540 mana points, 840 physical attack, 981, 3772. 476, magic power, 160 physical defense, 169 magical defense, 115 movement speed, 5. 22 attack speed, 4. 26 critical hit rate, 121 critical damage, 152 luck, 79 strength, 377 intelligence, 80 constitution, 112 spirit, 84 agility, 187. Upon completing the vocational enlightenment, the profession possesses a primary attribute: which may be one of the four: physical attack, magic power, physical defense, or magical defense, enhanced by 20 through the growth of foundational attributes such as strength, intelligence, constitution, and spirit. For instance, if the primary attribute is physical attack, 1 point of strength equates to 4 points of physical attack. If the primary attribute is physical defense, 1 point of constitution translates to 2 points of physical defense. It remains uncertain if any player could withstand the damage from my arrow. Shi seated himself, examining the game's content related to secondary professions, allowing time for nearby guilds to gather sufficient manpower. A mere few dozen players would not suffice for the hunt. Chapter 32. Qinghe, a seasoned practitioner of the dual professions of alchemist and brewer, both wield their influence in combat. The elixirs directly enhance fundamental attributes such as strength, while the brews augment physical attack, magical power, movement speed, and attack speed. However, their duration pales in comparison to that of potions and may even carry slight side effects. At first glance, the brewer seems considerably weaker than the alchemist. Yet, this is a misconception, for the ingredients utilized by brewers can be sourced from monster drops or cultivated crops from the farmer profession, whereas the materials required for potions are exclusively obtained from monsters and treasure chests. Moreover, dishes prepared by the chef profession also possess a chance to enhance attributes, though their primary function is to satisfy culinary desires. The farmer, akin to the builder, is firmly entrenched in the realm of life-oriented professions. The blacksmith forges metal equipment, while the tailor crafts leather and fabric gear. Scrolls created by the scroll master provide players with conveniences outside of combat. The top-tier rewards for the subprofession series are equipment that enhances the efficiency of producing items from these professions. Crafting items from subprofessions increases the corresponding proficiency, and upon reaching full proficiency at the current level, one may seek out a subprofession mentor to undertake the task of leveling up. After thoroughly reviewing the information regarding subprofessions, Shi noticed a message from his sister. Suya, brother, I randomly obtained the hidden profession of necromancer. It seems Suya was somewhat anxious, having taken a considerable amount of time to acquire her profession, yet the outcome was undoubtedly gratifying. A necromancer, with the talent for calamity. She couldn't help but ponder the coincidence, but he chose not to dwell on it too much. It was ultimately a positive development that his sister had stumbled upon a hidden profession. Sushi, keep it up, little sister. I'll meet you tonight. Previously, when Sushi had played mahjong with the profession mentor, he had inquired about intercity teleportation. The mentor had mentioned it would be unlocked the following day. By entering the Lord's mansion and locating the appropriate NPC, one could pay the requisite fee to facilitate intercity transport. Although the guild teleportation scrolls do not have distance restrictions, they must be utilized within the bounds of the same city. After exchanging a few more words with his sister, Sushi set about crafting scrolls. He currently lacked damage but sought the convenience of travel scrolls. Meanwhile, the leaders of various factions, including Qizhong, were roused from their slumber by their subordinates. Qi Xiao. She is online, and she is currently at the guild stronghold. It seems she is not afraid of us launching an assault. Upon hearing this, Qizhong smirked and disdainfully remarked, how overly confident can she be? Even if she has garnered numerous top-tier rewards, with a physical attack of 400 to 500 points, she remains a fragile ranger. Can she truly withstand the damage from our guild, numbering in the hundreds? In Qizhong's view, Sushi's remarkable monster-slaying efficiency stemmed from her allocation of all free attribute points from leveling and top-tier rewards into strength, allowing her to dominate with her exorbitant physical attack. His assumption was indeed correct. Little did Qizhong know that Sushi's defense surpassed that of even the most resilient tank classes. Her movement and attack speeds exceeded those of the top-tier players by 20 to 30 levels. Given the early game's inherent lack of damage, players were unlikely to allocate their free attribute points to agility unless their talents could compensate for their shortcomings in damage output. Consequently, most level 10 players would not have movement and attack speeds exceeding 2.0. Even for someone as affluent as Qizhong, his movement speed barely reached 2.4. After all, rare-grade equipment remained exceedingly scarce. Even if wealthy individuals like Qizhong wished to spend, there were limited avenues available. You shall pay a heavy price for your arrogance. Qizhong sneered, Believing Su, she had become overly confident to confront him and several other factions directly. However, rather than acting impulsively, he opened a WeChat group and initiated a voice chat with the leaders of the other factions to discuss how to deal with Su Shi. They ultimately decided that 2 factions would guard the resurrection point within Southern City, resolving to eliminate any player who respawned there the moment they showed themselves, preventing Su Shi from seizing any opportunity to escape. The remaining 4 factions would converge to attack Su Shi, intending to leverage their numerical superiority to overwhelm her with the damage of 200 to 300 players. Although Black Iron-level guilds could only accommodate 20 players, Qi Jiang and his companions had dozens of underlings who had yet to join a guild. 300 against 1. The advantage is ours. We shall surely bring her back to level 1. At this moment, several players arrived early at the guild stronghold of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect. Su Si, nearby factions are conspiring against you. You would do well to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, if you are surrounded by 200 to 300 players, escape will be impossible. They will undoubtedly assign someone to guard the resurrection point in Southern City, and you will surely be brought back to level 1. Indeed, it is wiser not to confront them head-on now. Wait until you have leveled up to 15 this evening, and then you can engage them, suggested a few players from other factions who were eager to negotiate a business collaboration with Su Shi, hoping to enhance their rapport with her and become more familiar figures in her eyes. Su Shi, having just completed a new scroll, looked up and offered a faint smile. Thank you for the warning. With that, she returned to her scroll crafting. Observing this scene, the players exchanged glances, pondering whether Su Shi was truly oblivious. Did she not recognize the impending attack of hundreds? Su Shi, while you have secured numerous first-place rewards across the server, such arrogance seems unwarranted. Are you not afraid of a catastrophic failure that would cost you your unique first-place equipment? Why should I fear? Su Shi replied, still focused on her scroll. The scrolls shared a remarkable similarity with the talismans of the Dragon Kingdom, both requiring meticulous attention to detail as they were inscribed with runes of mysterious power on a medium. Any slight deviation could result in wasting all the materials. Therefore, Su Shi found the presence of these players somewhat bothersome. However, recognizing their intentions to offer a kind warning, she refrained from expressing irritation. You should leave quickly. If you get caught up in this, I cannot be held responsible, Su Shi stated calmly. Stubbornly unyielding, several players, upon witnessing the situation, chose to abandon their attempts at persuasion and swiftly departed. However, less than half a minute later, another group arrived. Cici, I wish to discuss a potential collaboration with you, spoke a priest player named Qinghe, who appeared to be the leader of this new assembly based on their positioning. Anticipating Cici's immediate refusal, Qinghe continued, there is no need to rush into a rejection. My unique talent allows for the elimination of the conventional team experience calculation, ensuring that all teammates receive their rightful share of experience points. Should you decide to join my team, I am also prepared to offer you a reward. What do you think? After finishing her transcription of the scroll, Cici finally lifted her gaze to meet Qinghe's. Chapter 33. Betrayal and the Slaying of 4. She held a considerable interest in Qinghe's talent. Such a gift was even more coveted than an S-rank combat talent, a rarity that could be nurtured. No wonder Qinghe occupied the central position. With Qinghe, the prodigy, by her side, the pace of advancement for herself and her sister would undoubtedly accelerate. However, Su Shi had no intention of joining another S-team. Did you not realize that other factions are set on targeting me? If you ally with me, it might entangle you in real-life consequences. Qinghe, upon hearing this, dismissively shook her head. Though I am not a wealthy heiress, those individuals would not dare to provoke me or my family lightly. Su Shi instantly comprehended that Qinghe likely had connections to someone of significance within the Dragon Kingdom, and their status was presumably high. She cast a glance at the few individuals behind Qinghe. I will not join another's team. If you wish to team up with me, I welcome it, but as for the others, let us refrain. Upon hearing this, Qinghe's 4 companions became somewhat indignant. What do you mean by that, Su? Do you look down upon us? The challenges within illusion are formidable. Surely you will experience moments of weakness. Do you expect to traverse this journey without allies? Indeed, when the monsters' levels escalate and they appear in droves, How will a fragile ranger like you manage? Sushi chose not to respond to the player's remarks, but instead directed her attention to Qing-He. You have 1 minute to ponder this decision. If you take longer, players from nearby guilds will likely converge upon us. This 40 experience is negligible. With the talents of myself and my sister, along with our hidden classes, we can maintain a significant lead even without Qing-He's assistance. Qing-He appeared conflicted. Her 4 companions were friends she knew in reality. Yet she believed that teaming with Sushi would be far more intriguing and conducive to growth. The 4 teammates sensed Qing-He's indecision. Qing-He, they don't care about you at all. Why would you press your warm face against their cold backs? Let us depart. The 4 were unwilling to see the experienced prodigy Qing-He abandon the team, as doing so would have their leveling efficiency. Indeed, let us not endure this humiliation any longer. However, upon hearing these words, Qing-He exhibited little reaction and instead posed a question to Sushi. Su, if I were to abandon my current teammates to join you, would you consider me selfish and thus distrust me? Not at all. If I were in your position, I would undoubtedly leave behind my current teammates in favor of a more formidable group. This is not betrayal.
Sushi viplit kuli.
Acknowledging that it is human nature to harbor personal desires, unless one is a sage. Such situations are commonplace and do not warrant exaggeration. More significantly, she had already uncovered the truth behind illusion, and her thoughts were naturally shaped by the mindset befitting an apocalyptic scenario. Of course, family is a different matter altogether. At this revelation, the expressions of Qing-He's 4 teammates darkened profoundly. Qing-He, we are good friends in reality. Is it truly acceptable for you to abandon us in this manner? Qing-He frowned at their words. Enough. Before she could finish her statement, the 4 players, incensed, summoned their weapons and charged directly at Sushi. What an act! I am eager to witness the extent of your prowess. Qing-He's innate talent has destined her to be the beloved of the group. Thus, it is inconceivable for them to unleash their ire upon her. Simultaneously, they had long harbored grievances against Sushi. In their sudden surge of aggression, the 4 believed that Sushi, the fragile ranger, would undoubtedly be dispatched with ease. 2 swordsman players executed the skill charge, swiftly racing towards Sushi, while the ranger and mage players also commenced their assault. The air was filled with the sound of arrows whistling and fireballs bursting forth. After the second-class advancement, numerous subclasses emerged. Warriors could choose from swordsmen, daggers, spearmen, berserkers, and fist fighters. Mages included sorcerers, elementalists, summoners, battle mages, and poison mages. Knights were categorized as guard knights, valor knights, and heavy cavalry. Archers were divided into rangers, scouts, and hunters. Priests encompassed clerics, warlocks, and shamans. Rogues included assassins, ninjas, and wanderers. Due to the unique nature of delusion, the second-class professions did not adhere to the conventional dichotomy of physical and magical factions found in other online games, and players could not respec after completing their second-class quests. Nevertheless, delusion offered opportunities for respec through special encounters. Be careful, Qing-He never anticipated that her friends would suddenly turn against Sushi, her expression shifting dramatically. However, she promptly cast a buff skill on Sushi. Upon completing their second-class quests, other professions typically acquired passive skills, while priests gained buff skills that enhanced attributes for their targets. Physical attack, 1001. Magical power, 180. As Qing-He raised her staff to cast the buff, a swirl of red and blue energy enveloped Sushi. For an average player, an increase of 20 points in physical attack and magical power would be a commendable boost, akin to consuming a potion of ordinary grade. Yet, for Sushi, it seemed rather inconsequential. Damn it, you seek your own demise. With one scroll rendered useless, Sushi felt a surge of rage. She immediately stood, maneuvered, and summoned Bow of Delusion. The resplendent crystal bow emerged, instantly capturing the attention of Qing-He and the other 4 players. Such a magnificent bow! Is this a special piece of equipment? At this moment, the 4 seemed oblivious to Sushi's remarkable speed, fixated solely on seizing the special equipment from her. However, in the next heartbeat, the ranger and mage players stood wide-eyed as they beheld Sushi unleash 2 arrows in rapid succession, each aimed directly at them. They had not anticipated that Sushi could alter her target so swiftly, her actions outpacing the very flight of the arrows. The sound of arrows piercing flesh echoed as two projectiles accurately penetrated the necks of the ranger and mage. 2692. Critical. Critical hit. 2835. Critical hit. What? Qinghe's mouth fell agape, her face a canvas of disbelief, utterly astonished. The two swordsman players also witnessed the horrifying damage, swallowing hard. It is worth noting that, in combat with players of the same level, dealing over 200 points of damage was already considered a mark of great strength. After all, the defensive capabilities of level 10 monsters barely exceed 100 points. They quickly distanced themselves from Su Shi, offering awkward smiles as they explained, "It's all a misunderstanding. We merely wish to gauge your strength. Otherwise, we would not feel comfortable entrusting Qing He to you." Yes, a misunderstanding indeed. However, Su Shi merely cast a cold glance at the two players. Accompanying her gaze were two arrows that swiftly flew forth. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2870. Fatal. Critical hit. And 2906. Fatal. Critical hit. Since the four players had struck first, Su Shi did not incur the penalty of becoming a red name. The four left behind over 10 pieces of equipment and returned to the resurrection point in the southern city, where they were met by hundreds of burly men awaiting them. Su Shi picked up the fallen equipment and suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. She turned to Qing He and advised, "You should log off for now and wait a few minutes before coming back online. Those fellows are on their way." Chapter 34. The Mountain of Corpses, Tactical Maneuvering. Oh, how shocking! At this moment, Qinghe remained in a state of astonishment, feeling somewhat dazed. The fact that Su Shi could inflict nearly 3,000 points of damage at merely level 10 was truly terrifying. Since Qinghe had decided to team up with Su Shi, and had already exited her original party without joining Su Shi's, even though she had cast a buff on Su Shi, she was not in a combat state and logged off after the 5-second countdown. Witnessing such formidable damage from Su Shi, Qinghe realized that remaining would only serve as a burden. Immediately, Su Shi extracted all the monster flesh from her backpack to create a favorable terrain for herself. Although the monster flesh could be sold to NPCs for game currency, the selling price was meager, and she did not particularly need the money. With over 2,000 pieces of monster flesh in her possession, had it not been for some monsters leaving no flesh behind upon defeat, the quantity would have been even greater. Nevertheless, this amount was sufficient to fabricate an exceedingly complex terrain. Drawing directly from her backpack, she swiftly struck the monster flesh with considerable force, transforming it from a mere item into something else which did not take much time. With a strength of 377 points, her powerful blow could shatter the bones of the monster flesh, a feat unattainable by other players. Observing this scene, Qi Jiang and the other factions knew they could no longer allow Su Shi to proceed and hasten their pace. Curse it, Shi actually didn't sell the monster flesh. Despite it being late in the game, the moonlight illuminated the surroundings, and Qi Jiang and his companions were not fools. They quickly deduced Su Shi's intentions. They urged one another to move swiftly, realizing that should Shi create a battleground suited for her combat style, it would spell trouble, and they might suffer considerable losses. The guild leaders urged their players onward, who began to jog. The level 10 players possessed considerable strength. With over 300 of them in motion, they kicked up a cloud of dust, causing the ground nearby to tremble slightly, reminiscent of scenes from ancient warfare. Players from the periphery began to arrive, drawn to witness this epic clash. Others likely surmised that Su Shi would be targeted by Qi Jiang and his faction upon her arrival, and naturally, they would not miss this spectacle. Alas, she is a bit too confident. Given her strength, she will undoubtedly outpace other players in levels in the future. Choosing to temporarily avoid the spotlight would have been the wisest option. Why engage in conflict with these guilds? If her special equipment were to be lost, it would be a tremendous loss. I believe her arrogance has clouded her judgment. She has become completely overconfident. Yet, she possesses the capital for such arrogance. It is estimated that she is currently overseas and has bypassed the firewall to access our Dragon Kingdom server. As long as no one finds her in reality, even if all her special equipment, awarded for being the top player in the game, were to be lost, or if she were to be killed back to level 1, she could surpass the top-tier players once again within a day or two. Almost no one believed Su Shi could avoid being defeated, let alone retaliate against over 300 players. The territory of the Black Iron Level Guild spanned a radius of 1,000 meters, and it took Qi Jiang and his companions over a minute to reach the mountain of corpses that Su Shi had created. Having previously battled Su Shi, Qi Jiang was particularly cautious. Let us first clear away these monstrous corpses, denying Su Shi any opportunity. However, the leaders of other guilds and factions do not exhibit such caution, nor do they share the same intentions. With over 300 of us, what is there to fear? We can charge in boldly, striking Su Shi once each, and she shall surely meet her demise. The assassins who ventured ahead have already infiltrated. Yet they have yet to locate Su Shi. She is likely observing our next move and may have already prepared to log off. Should we clear these bodies, she would undoubtedly exit the game immediately. We have only taken a couple of hours rest today, and we must also prepare for the 1115 level zone opening at 8 this evening. We cannot afford to waste time with her. Qi Jiang can only manage his own subordinates. The other guilds and factions will not heed his command, and soon they disperse, rushing into the mound of corpses in search of Su Shi. Qi Shao, shall we proceed? Qi Jiang, feeling helpless, can only acquiesce and allow his followers to charge into the fray. As some guild leaders have observed, Su Shi capitalizes on the fact that the various factions cannot afford to squander time against her. Although she possesses confidence in her own strength, she is no fool. The reason for engaging in this battle is the achievement related to player kills, which also presents a lucrative opportunity. Su Shi, with a speed of 5.22, glides through the sea of corpses like a specter. Even when players group in teams of 6 or even 2 squads together, they find themselves swiftly dispatched upon encountering her. She activates her Frost Power Specialization buff skill with a physical attack of 1079. Realizing there is no longer a need to conceal her possession of the hidden class, Frost Fong, she employs her universally applicable skills. Immediately, she casts Eagle's Patrol and Reinforcement, and fortune smiles upon her as both skills trigger the double casting effect, summoning 2 high-speed dimensional wolves, well suited for combat in such terrain. Before long, Su Shi encounters over 10 adversaries. With the hawks and dimensional wolves absorbing damage in the forefront, she adeptly utilizes the bodies of fallen monsters to evade attacks, never once succumbing to the enemy's onslaught. Some players are struck down before they even comprehend her presence. 2746, critical, fatal, 2980, critical, fatal, 1955, fatal. Su Shi is here. Players shout, alerting others to her location. Yet, Su Shi does not linger in battle. She knows when to withdraw. After dispatching several players, she swiftly retreats without being greedy for their dropped equipment, which will eventually remain behind. Through her methodical dismantling of the opposition, nearly 100 players have been slain in less than 2 minutes. Achievement unlocked, slaying 100 players, earning the achievement reward, Blade Edge 3. Blade Edge 3, achievement damage dealt to players increased by 2, displayed as 4 during achievement showcase. Su Shi replaces her previous Blade Edge 2 achievement display, raising her damage against players to 5. At this moment, the equipment, Bow of Delusion, has stacked to 10 layers. With a physical attack of 1177, coupled with a staggering 3393 in critical damage, should further potions and elixirs be consumed, alongside the priest's beneficial buffs, the damage would undoubtedly surpass the formidable threshold of 3,500. At this juncture, the other players no longer underestimated Su Shi. Despite Su Shi's swift movements, their numbers were overwhelming, allowing them to land a few hits on her. Yet, they could inflict at most 30 to 40 points of damage, often reduced to a pitiful few points. Meanwhile, Su Shi could restore over 30 health points per second, nearly rivaling that of knight classes. After her second job advancement, aside from the knight's subsequent class transitions and a select few others, all remaining classes could regenerate 10 of their vitality per second during combat. Su Shi's skill, Vigorous Life, elevated to level 10, combined with the level 4 universal skill Swift Healing, amplified her health regeneration by an impressive 160. The Armor of Delusion further enhanced these skills by an additional 10 at level 1. Upon exiting combat, her health regeneration doubled. Not to mention, Su Shi's damage soared above 3,000 points. This was hardly the capability of a level 10 player, It seemed more akin to a level 30 boss, whose ferocity paled in comparison to Su Shi's. Some guild leaders contemplated betrayal, realizing that under such circumstances, defeating Su Shi was an impossibility. Damn! Is Su Shi not a cheater? Cursed Qi Jiang, retreating from the mountain of corpses, gritting his teeth at the sight of the fallen monsters. He urged the deceased players to hasten and clear away the bothersome bodies, as Su Shi had now entered combat, rendering guerrilla tactics futile. Chapter 35. Great Victory, Striving for Wealth. Qishao. The resurrection point is in chaos. A timid subordinate uttered. Just moments ago, at the resurrection point in Nanchang, the atmosphere was fraught with tension. Brothers, we are all on the same side. Please do not continue the slaughter. Woo-woo. Spare my face, please. Guarding the resurrection point were members from two different factions, and since today marked the second day of the Delusion server launch, effectively the first, the various factions were unfamiliar with one another. Additionally, under the veil of night, even the brightest moonlight paled in comparison to the daylight, making it difficult for players to recognize familiar faces. The factions surrounding Su Shi were engrossed in a state of high alert, momentarily forgetting the events unfolding at the resurrection point. As the number of players resurrecting there increased, the two factions began to sense something amiss. However, by the time they ceased their attacks, 3 to 4 dozen players had already been reduced back to level 1, and the equipment and items dropped from them had been greedily divided among the attackers. Even with players adjusting their pain feedback threshold to a mere 5, the anguish of being slain multiple times, some even over 20, could not be easily brushed aside. Thus, the conflict escalated. On the battlefield, upon learning of the situation at the resurrection point, Qi Jiang and his companions wore expressions of dismay. They could not disregard the feelings of their subordinates. This predicament was indeed troublesome. What troubled them most was the realization that Su Shi had managed to eliminate 100 players within 2 minutes and remained unscathed. They had initially anticipated losing only a few members to eliminate Su Shi and regain control of the resurrection point. Damn it! Qi Jiang grumbled as he observed faction after faction retreating, his mood darkening further. Qishao, what should we do? His subordinate inquired. What else can we do? Qi Jiang retorted sharply. We can only wait a few more days. Once Shi's advantage diminishes with level disparity, the gap between us will not be as significant. We shall address it then. Despite his desire to eliminate Su Shi, he understood the necessity of minimizing losses to avoid impacting their progress later that night. However, as Qi Jiang sought to withdraw, Su Shi was not inclined to let him escape easily. This was compounded by Qi Jiang's unwillingness to concede defeat. He was just about to make his exit when a flurry of arrows suddenly erupted from the mountain of corpses. Damn! Qi Jiang cursed, instinctively shielding his subordinate with his body. 2750. Critical. Fatal. Qishao. The subordinates were left in a state of bewilderment. Block her. Qi Jiang, prioritizing his own escape over the welfare of his men, turned to flee. This time he had learned his lesson. He did not engage in a team formation nor enter combat mode, merely waiting to log out in 5 seconds. Yet, Su Shi, possessing superior attributes, quickly spotted the fleeing Qi Jiang. Employing her disguise skill, she concealed her presence and altered her attack angle. Where is she? Even if the subordinates wished to defend Qi Jiang, they had no knowledge of Su Shi's exact location. How could they intercept her? In the next instant, an arrow soared through the air, its velocity astounding, striking Qi Jiang's neck with tremendous force, severing his head from his body. In the midst of the mountain of corpses, Su Shi found little need to unleash her burst skills, as the damage from her basic attacks was sufficient to vanquish any player. She hesitated to employ wind-piercing arrow, fearing that the speed of the arrow might be too sluggish, allowing other players to intercept it and prolonging the encounter with Qi Jiang until he could log off, diminishing the thrill of the challenge. A damage output exceeding 6,000? Upon witnessing such a terrifying figure, the minions present could only gulp in disbelief, their desire to engage Su Shi evaporating as they scattered like frightened birds. Su Shi resembled a predator, harvesting players with ease. Those observing from the sidelines also found themselves swallowing hard. Over 300 players attacking a single individual. Yet the outcome was a resounding victory for Su? Astonishing. Reports on the forum suggested that Su's basic attacks dealt upwards of 3,000 damage.
Impossible.
How could she, at merely level 10, inflict such damage? Skeptics were encouraged to view the recordings on the forum, where it was evident that not only could Su deal substantial damage, but she also possessed exceptionally high defenses, causing opponents to barely scratch her health. Incredibly, it was indeed true. The recordings had been disseminated by Qi Jiang and his associates, intending to render Su Shi a public enemy, as no faction aside from the official powers wished to see a formidable player rise to threaten their interests. Though somewhat embarrassing, they found solace in the thought that Su Shi's future would not be easy. Su Shi herself was oblivious to the number of players she had defeated, only aware that her inventory had swelled with over 600 pieces of equipment, half of which were level 10, including several rare items. She utilized a return scroll to teleport back to South City and posted on the forum. At the entrance of the Spirit Temple in South City, I am selling over 600 pieces of equipment at a bargain price, ensuring fair dealings for all. This was a familiar tactic from her time in the Novice Village, employing standard market prices. However, unlike before, Su Shi planned to list all the high-quality, rare level 10 equipment in her inventory after these factions had purchased the initial batch, aiming to profit further from them. Naturally, she had reserved a set of rare-level equipment for her sister. Upon seeing Su Shi's post, Qi Jiang and his cohorts were infuriated, nearly choking on their rage. Yet they needed to rest and lacked the time to retaliate for their losses. The leaders of several guilds approached Su Shi's makeshift stall, their expressions twisted with barely contained fury, resembling malevolent spirits, as if they longed to rend Su Shi limb from limb. Ah! Young Master Qi has graced my humble business once again. I am truly honored, Su Shi remarked with playful sarcasm. Do not push your luck, Su. Qi Jiang glared at her, acutely aware that combat was prohibited around the Spirit Temple, and recognizing that he could not defeat Su Shi. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. The other guild leaders, lacking the inclination for banter, spoke directly. We each wish to purchase 100 pieces of equipment. Give us a discount, as these are merely second-hand items that cannot be traded remotely. My small business is not easy to maintain. I steadfastly refuse to negotiate, Su Shi replied, eliciting a twitch from the corners of Qi Jiang's mouth. Not easy, indeed. This is utterly a no-risk venture. What is there to find difficult? Excellent. Very well. I shall remember you. A few individuals were beside themselves with fury. Su Shi nonchalantly shrugged her shoulders, remarking that remembering her would not afford them any bargaining power. Ultimately, Qi Jiang and his companions dutifully purchased the equipment, casting Su Shi a menacing glare before departing. This venture yielded a modest profit of over 30 million. As soon as Qi Jiang and the others left, Su Shi promptly hung all her surplus equipment for sale. Although she already possessed a sufficient amount of currency, she relished the delightful sensation of small sums entering her account, and who would ever disdain an abundance of wealth? It remained uncertain when the Dragon Kingdom's officials would issue a public announcement. She planned to convert a portion of her current funds into game currency before the revelations regarding delusion and the game's arrival became public knowledge. Meanwhile, having just logged off, Qi Jiang and his companions were nearly driven to the brink of despair upon learning that the auction house had unexpectedly listed 200 to 300 pieces of level 10 equipment of excellent and rare quality. Damn it, Shi, I shall undoubtedly find a way to get back at you. The group logged back into the game only to discover that the bidding time was set to an astonishing maximum of 2 hours. They could no longer contain themselves, and ended up losing 3 liters of blood in their frustration. Chapter 36. Bidding. Earning millions. The primary impetus behind the staggering profits was Su Shi's listing of rare tier equipment, including the Blade of Ruin and 2 additional weapons adorned with the Severe Wound attribute. With this attribute in play, whether battling minor foes or formidable bosses, vast amounts of time could be conserved. It was inconceivable for them to delegate the bidding of such invaluable equipment to their subordinates. Su Shi was clearly intent on depriving Qi Jiang and others of any opportunity for respite, which naturally incensed them. In the game, within half an hour, Suya sent a message to Su Shi, informing her that she had reached level 2. Her leveling speed was only slightly slower than Su Shi's at the outset. Su Shi facilitated an email transaction, transferring 10 million to Suya. Despite incurring a 20,000 fee, this transaction flowed through delusion, rendering it untraceable by various factions and organizations. Spending 20,000 for peace of mind was undeniably worthwhile. Suya, brother 10 million. The siblings had once endured hardship, and Suya, akin to the former Sushi, was overwhelmed with excitement upon receiving such a substantial sum. Sushi replied in jest, "Is it insufficient? If you run out, just ask me for more." Suya, "You old rascal, I hardly need that much money." Sushi, "Purchase equipment to enhance your monster-slaying efficiency. Given the current circumstances, there's no need to be frugal." After exchanging a few more words with his sister, Sushi opened the auction house and observed that the prices of the Blade of Ruin and the other two pieces of equipment with the severe wound attribute had skyrocketed to over 2 million, far exceeding her expectations. "Captain, are you planning to hunt monsters later?" Ching He inquired. At that moment, Sushi and Ching He were situated outside the Spirit Ascension Hall. Sushi had summoned Ching He to inform her of the evening's plans. "Go rest for now. Remember to log on at 8 o'clock tonight, and accompany me to other cities." Okay. Though it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and with an 8 o'clock login requirement, Ching He could only manage 3 to 4 hours of rest, factoring in meals and personal care. Yet, she did not decline the invitation, for her experience-based talent had already been revealed. Were she to appear alone, she would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention from other players. Once Ching He logged off, Sushi stowed away the materials for crafting scrolls, stretched her limbs, and prepared to venture into the level 10 area to continue her monster-slaying endeavors. She had already crafted a substantial number of scrolls, sufficient for most of the day. As for the products of other secondary professions, Sushi believed that rather than waste time on secondary professions, it was far more beneficial to defeat more monsters, trigger the effects of the Mystic Ring, and elevate her fundamental attributes. Subsequently, she utilized a guild teleportation scroll to arrive at the guild stronghold within the level 10 area and chose a direction at random, pushing forward relentlessly. At that moment, the level 10 area, and indeed the entire Delusion game, had very few players online, as most had logged off for a break. Thus, no players troubled Sushi during her quest. She continued her grinding until 6:30, reaching level 11. The special equipment from the 3 jewelry slots, including the Mystic Ring, significantly enhanced her capabilities. The mysterious ring bestows 70 points of strength, 140 points of agility, 50 points of intelligence, 66 points of constitution, and spirit. The proof of glory grants 152 points of strength, 83 points of constitution, 88 points of agility, 86 points of intelligence, and 31 points of spirit. The honor bracelet offers 46 points of strength, among other attribute values. The delusional longbow, delusional arm, and delusional armor also enhance their foundational attributes as Sushi's level progresses. Upon reaching level 11, the self-enhanced strength and the other 5 attribute values increased from 1 point to 2 points, while the free attribute points rose from 5 to 10. Sushi continues to allocate her free attribute points to strength, resulting in a significant enhancement. Player, she level 11, 10, 24, 25,000. Class, Ranger, Frostbite, secondary profession. Blacksmith, Tailor. Health points, 15, 402, 660 mana points. 8, 401, 660 physical attack. 9, 811, 274, 4952. 486, magic power. 160, 376 physical defense. 169, 283 magic defense. 115, 203 movement speed. 5, 225, 86 attack speed. 4, 264, 59. Strength, 377, 495 intelligence. 80, 188 constitution. 112, 220 spirit. 84, 168 agility. 187, 295. Despite the seemingly terrifying attack speed and movement speed, Sushi's returns from agility are diminishing. Thus, the recent increase of 108 points in agility has yielded only a minimal enhancement. Before logging off, Sushi placed all the equipment she had acquired onto the auction house, knowing that prices would surely plummet if not sold immediately. Additionally, she listed 5 summons. The summons have a lower drop rate than secondary profession skill books and are in high demand, as a black iron level guild can only accommodate 20 players. To elevate the guild to bronze level, all 20 guild members must reach level 20. Consequently, the current market price for summons has soared to 88 million. Previously, Sushi had listed the Ruinous Blade and 2 other pieces of equipment with the Severe Wound attribute, which sold for over 3 million each. Over 200 pieces of excellent and rare-grade gear garnered a total of over 40 million. Sushi felt a surge of excitement, sensing that she might become a billionaire today, and this inexplicable feeling intensified, causing her cheeks to flush. In the future, she would experience this sensation constantly. Sushi instinctively placed her hand over her heart. She discovered a new sensation. Could it be that as her level increased, the sensations within delusion would become increasingly vivid? It seems that in just a few days the game would manifest. After exploring this newfound realm for a while,
Sushi gluten loget off.
In reality, Sushi removed her gaming helmet and sat up from the carpet. She noticed Suya was absent from the bed. Suya had just sent her a message stating that she had gone downstairs to the hotel lobby to pick up takeout. He shook his head and entered the bathroom, approaching the vanity mirror. Gazing at the increasingly youthful visage reflected back at him, Sushi felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Alas, I hope the knowledge gleaned from the internet does not deceive me. Sushi had often encountered a notion online, that a girl's happiness is tenfold that of a boy's. Ahem. The reason Sushi was able to shift his mindset so swiftly was due to 3 factors. Firstly, he had no beloved girl. Secondly, he was not deeply attached to his circle of friends. And thirdly, his younger sister showed no aversion to his impending transformation into a girl. What other reasons could there be for him to cling to his current masculine form? Perhaps only the fleeting joys of being a boy. At that moment, the door creaked open gently. Suya entered the room, carrying takeout, and found her older brother lost in thought before the mirror, a playful spark igniting within her. This time, I shall surely frighten my dear brother. However, as she approached, she caught sight of his remarkably delicate features and found herself momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in Suya's mind. Brother, you're on the verge of becoming a girl. Surely there are experiences unique to boys that you have yet to explore? Sushi, taken aback by her words, asked in confusion. What? With a mischievous smile, Suya replied, Brother, how can a boy never have worn a girl's attire? Huh? Sushi's mind was flooded with a multitude of questions. Chapter 37. Hesitation. To dress as a woman, is it appropriate for a young man to don women's attire? Although Sushi has already purchased women's clothing for the purpose of fully transforming into Sushi, he does not intend to wear it just yet. Why should a young man be restricted from wearing women's clothes? Have you not seen the multitude of cross-dressing influencers on platforms like Douyin? Surely, once adorned in women's attire, I would surpass those internet personalities who rely heavily on filters and beauty enhancements. Suya's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her words tinged with a hint of pleading. Sushi's lips twitched slightly. At present, he still embodies a male form, and he feels a modicum of resistance towards wearing women's clothing. After all, what brother would willingly reveal a vulnerable side in front of his younger sister? While Sushi's visage bears a touch of masculinity, he is still in the midst of transformation, lacking in masculine vigor and resembling more of a playful puppy. Should he don a wig and women's clothing, he would undoubtedly present as a delicate beauty. I suppose I will soon transition into Sushi, and perhaps then I shall try it on. Come on, just try it. Suya tugged at Sushi's hand, shaking it playfully and acting adorably. I don't want to, but I wish to see. The clothes won't arrive until tomorrow afternoon, and I lack a wig, but there are delivery services available. If the store doesn't have it, we can ask a courier to fetch it. Suya, time is quite limited right now. With your current appearance, you wouldn't even need makeup. Just wear a wig and change your clothes. It won't take a minute. Under the relentless coaxing of his sister, Sushi, with a sense of resignation, finally acquiesced. Suya displayed her small, pearly teeth and giggled. Ah, it's not even 7 yet. The delivery should arrive in about half an hour. You can't escape now. Observing his sister's exuberance, Sushi covered his face, feeling a twinge of anxiety. What would it feel like to wear women's clothing while still in a male form? Soon after, Suya called for a courier, generously tipping him to expedite the delivery. During their meal, she suddenly pondered a question. Suya, have you reached level 5 now? Yes, I'm almost at level 6, she replied, setting aside several unique items and the top server rewards. Early in the game, her talent, Catastrophe, proved to be more formidable than Sushi's fortune. A 100 damage increase, with a chance to trigger the Catastrophe effect upon casting skills, significantly enhances both range and damage. For instance, when casting the Fireball skill, if the Catastrophe effect is triggered, the Fireball enlarges, making it easier to hit the target, and upon impact, it disperses into numerous smaller fireballs, igniting the surrounding area into a fiery inferno, inflicting damage. Even though Suya had previously limited experience with games, the advantages of the Catastrophe talent and her gear enabled her to push through swiftly. However, Sushi's fortune talent would ultimately prove stronger in the later stages, offering a more comprehensive approach with true damage, damage reduction, immunity to a lethal blow every 7 seconds, and an exceptional stroke of luck. Conversely, the Catastrophe talent focuses more on explosive damage. The reason she inquired about Suya's level was that he observed no discernible change in his younger sister's appearance. Previously, she had shared screenshots and recordings of Suya, and the contrast between the current Suya and those images was stark. He recalled that when he reached level 5, he could perceive Sushi's resemblance in his own visage. However, Suya exhibited none of these transformations. Xiaoya, do you feel any changes in your body? Suya shook her head. Not at all. Perhaps it is because I was always a girl, so the process of transformation isn't as pronounced as yours. Sushi pondered that it might not be due to that reason. He reminisced about the moment he first discerned Sushi's shadow in his features after ingesting the 5 Spirits flower. The memory of consuming the 5 Spirits flower, and the peculiar sensations triggered by the effects of the mysterious ring, and other special equipment came flooding back. Could it be that the acceleration of the transformation process was not due to leveling up, but rather the absorption of energy from the delusional game world? Sushi contemplated whether he should first bestow the mysterious ring and other special equipment upon his sister to test his hypothesis. However, given that her luck value was 0 and she lacked the heavenly fortune talent, after deliberating, Sushi resolved to give Suya the honor bracelet and proof of glory, as he was already significantly ahead of other players. He believed that relying solely on the mysterious ring would suffice to maintain his lead. He articulated his thoughts. Brother, you should keep the powerful equipment for yourself. With you protecting me, I will be safe, Suya retorted, pouting her lips. Sushi playfully tapped her head, feigning annoyance. You little rascal, can't you think about protecting me in the future? Besides, my class will lack area attacks later on, and I will need you to deal damage. Suya pretended to be aggrieved, covering her head. I understand. From now on, I will protect you. No, I will protect my dear sister. The sibling duo bantered back and forth, spending nearly half an hour finishing their dinner. Just then, a delivery boy called Suya, informing her that the women's clothing and wig she had ordered were waiting in the hotel lobby. After hanging up, Suya revealed a mischievous smile. Stinky brother, you should go take a shower. Once I bring the clothes up, you can put them on right away. With that, Suya descended the stairs. Sushi swallowed hard. Although he still felt some resistance, he had already promised his sister and could not backtrack now. With a mix of trepidation and resolve, he entered the bathroom. After showering, Sushi hoped to linger in the bathroom for a few more minutes. To his dismay, just as the water ceased, Suya began knocking on the door incessantly. Brother, hurry up. It's almost 7:40. With no other option, Sushi hastily dried himself, donned his clothes and opened the bathroom door. Upon doing so, he was met with Suya's mischievous grin as she held a large bag. Here, stinky brother, stop dawdling. Suya handed the bag to Sushi and then pushed him back into the bathroom. You have merely 3 minutes to change your attire. Should you fail to emerge after this brief interval, I shall be compelled to enter and assist you in your transformation. Upon hearing this, Sushi's lips twitched slightly. After a gentle sigh, he cast his gaze upon the large bag in his hands. Upon extracting its contents, his mouth twitched once more. Aside from a wig, there were 3 dresses of varying styles, 5 pairs of undergarments in different hues, and several pairs of black and white stockings. The audacious girl dares to wish to see me don these? Despite his profound reluctance. The thought of her barging in to assist him if he refused left him with little choice but to acquiesce. She shed his male garments, first donning the undergarments. Though they were unwashed, Suya had purchased a renowned brand, impeccably packaged, and as Sushi was still a boy, the impact was negligible. Chapter 38. The unusual attempt at cross-dressing as Sushi raised his panties. An extraordinary sense of constraint enveloped him. A peculiar feeling blossomed within his heart. One he could scarcely articulate. He swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing this strange sensation. It was only when he donned the black stockings that he realized the transformation of his legs. They no longer appeared as they once did. No longer thick, his knees had smoothed out considerably, and his legs now stood straight. The skin fair as snow, truly the epitome of a leg model. At that moment, Sushi felt his mouth water at the thought of his legs. He held a particular fondness for them, and had it not been for that pesky girl waiting outside, he would have relished the opportunity to admire this flawless creation. After hastily putting on the stockings, he selected a black mid-length skirt to wear. The design was simple yet elegant, albeit slightly form-fitting, perfectly accentuating Sushi's figure. While lacking in front curvature, there was a delightful uplift at the back. Gazing into the vanity mirror, he noticed that although he had yet to don a wig, he already resembled a charming tomboy. Upon placing the long black wig atop his head, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. In an instant, the tomboyish appearance gave way to a hint of a regal allure. The adage clothes make the man rang true. The high-quality wig blended seamlessly, rendering Sushi's appearance as if it were his true self. Aside from one particular area, there was no trace of masculinity to be found. Sushi was momentarily entranced. Is this truly me? Just then, Suya entered, catching sight of her brother's graceful silhouette, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Has my stubborn brother been captivated by his own reflection? I knew he would outshine those internet celebrities. At her words, Sushi's face flushed crimson. Now clad in women's attire, his expression mirrored that of a bashful girl. However, his focus was diverted as he quickly covered a certain area with both hands. How embarrassing. To think he would have such a strong reaction to his reflection in feminine garb. No wonder so many are drawn to cross-dressing. Why do you always turn your back to me? Suya teased with a smirk. I. Sushi stammered, feeling the awkwardness deepen. Suya linked her arm with his, leading him toward the bathroom exit. Come on, don't dawdle. Ching, he is likely waiting for us in the game. I want to see how you look in women's clothing before we log on. Sushi replied in a voice barely above a whisper, his head lowered, unable to meet his sister's gaze. Observing her brother's shyness, Suya couldn't resist teasing him further. It seems I can now call you sister. You look just like a bashful young girl. I'm not shy, Sushi retorted defensively. Really? Are you sure? Suya pouted, clearly unconvinced. I'm truly not shy. Sushi felt provoked by his sister's words. Just as he lifted his head, he found her smiling brightly, phone in hand, aimed right at him. Eggplant Sushi was momentarily dazed. Suya seized the opportunity to release her brother's arm, distancing herself slightly to capture numerous full-body photographs of him. My brother is truly stunning. I can hardly believe how beautiful he has become after transforming into my sister. Upon returning to Sushi's side, Suya opened the album to show her brother the freshly taken pictures. Upon seeing her own beautiful photos, Sushi's throat involuntarily moved, and she swallowed several times. It turned out, she indeed possessed such hidden charm. All right, brother, stop looking, we need to log in. We can't keep Ching-hee waiting. Suya's words brought Sushi back to reality. Oh, I should go change my clothes. Sushi prepared to head to the bathroom to switch back to male attire. However, Suya stopped him. You stubborn brother, you must wear female clothing every day from now on. If you don't acclimate in advance, you will undoubtedly feel uncomfortable. Just continue wearing it for now. Yet, Sushi wanted to argue, but a voice seemed to resonate within her. Just wear it, just wear it. It became evident that for a boy dressed in female clothing, there existed only the option of 0 or countless times. The sensation of wearing feminine attire captivated him somewhat. Why are you fretting over this, brother? Let's log in quickly, Sushi urged, directly placing the gaming helmet on her brother's head and pushing him onto the bed while she lay down on the carpet with the helmet in her arms. Xiaoya, you should sleep on the bed. The floor is cold. As Sushi attempted to rise, her sister shoved her back onto the bed. Brother, you are now more delicate than I am. You've been lying on the floor all afternoon. Now it's my turn. Faced with her sister's persistence, She could only relent. In the game, after Sushi logged in, she used a return scroll to teleport back to South City. At the entrance of the Ascension Temple, she encountered Qing He. Captain, you have arrived. Qing He bore faint dark circles under her eyes, clearly indicating she had not rested well. Yes, let us head to the Lord's mansion and aim to reach level 15 quickly tonight, so you can log off and rest sooner, Sushi replied. She did not enter the Ascension Temple to bid farewell to the class mentors. She intended to stay temporarily in Suya's city and would return to South City after reaching level 15. The intercity teleportation array could only be utilized by players at level 10 and above. As for the reason to return to South City, the 7 class mentors within the Ascension Temple were one reason. Another was that she had already subdued the forces of Qijiang, while the other cities had yet to engage with her, likely believing they were different from Qijiang's forces and could defeat her, which would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Upon realizing the game's arrival, Sushi felt a twinge of compassion. However, her compassion was not that of a saint. She simply wished to avoid unnecessary conflict with numerous forces and players. If other players sought trouble, she would not hesitate to respond decisively. Qing He gazed at Sushi's flushed face, unable to suppress her curiosity. Captain, are you unwell? Why is your face so red? At this, Sushi's face reddened even more. It's nothing. Just caught a slight cold from the air conditioning. I took some cold medicine and am trying to sweat it out under the blanket. Qing He did not doubt her. As the 2 individuals arrived at the Lord's Manor in the southern city, the clock struck 8 in the evening. With a creaking sound, the grand gates of the manor slowly swung open, signaling that the establishment was now accessible to the players. The Lord's Manor was magnificent and awe-inspiring, resembling a citadel within the city itself. From the entrance, one could observe the 4 teleportation arrays situated in the plaza beyond. Not only Sushi and Qing He had come to the Lord's Manor. Numerous players sought to travel to other cities to reunite with their companions. Once the gates opened, a throng of players streamed inside. What? A single teleportation costs 10 silver coins? Chapter 39. Intercity. Reunion of sisters. Upon learning from the NPCs that each teleportation would cost 10 silver coins, the players wore expressions of dismay. It is important to note that only quests within the novice village yield copper coins. After arriving at the southern city, aside from the second job transfer quest, no other tasks are available. Players must earn in-game currency through their own efforts, yet the avenues for generating currency are rather limited. Players can open treasure chests, sell monster drops, secondary profession products, materials, and equipment to NPCs. However, the drop rate for treasure chests is exceedingly low, and the price for monster drops is meager. The flesh of a level 10 monster can fetch a maximum of 5 copper coins. When selling secondary profession products and materials to NPCs, the prices are significantly lower than selling to fellow players. Furthermore, top-tier players are consistently hoarding in-game currency, making it nearly impossible for average players to muster 10 silver coins. Currently, in the auction house, the price of a single silver coin exceeds 500, and few are willing to spend over 5,000 for a single teleportation. This is outrageous. Undeterred, some players, driven by stubbornness, attempted to force their way through the teleportation array. Boldly, the NPCs guarding the teleportation array shouted in protest. The outcome was predictable. The players were swiftly killed and resurrected. Yet it is noteworthy that players do not drop their equipment or items upon being slain by NPCs. Witnessing this, other players who had considered a similar reckless approach breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for their slower impulses. Captain Qinghe's face flushed with embarrassment as she hesitantly spoke. I don't have that many silver coins. Could you lend me 5 silver coins? As she finished her plea, her face was as red as a ripe apple, almost radiating heat. Although she had previously been the captain, she was ultimately just a healer, and as her teammates were friends in reality, they did not fuss over resource distribution, resulting in her acquiring relatively few in-game resources. We are teammates, And it is precisely because of me that we ventured to another city. You need not bear this cost, Su Shi replied nonchalantly, recognizing Qinghe's honesty and holding her in even higher regard. Qinghe shook her head, intending to refuse, but was interrupted by Su Shi. As your teammate, you have the right to a share of the spoils. I had already planned to allocate 10% of all forthcoming rewards to you. 10 silver coins are a trivial matter. While Su Shi appreciated small amounts of currency, she would not be unkind to Qinghe. Moreover, there was another layer of consideration. Qinghe's family might hold a high-ranking official position, and cultivating goodwill in advance could prove beneficial. Even if her assumptions were incorrect, ensuring Qinghe's sincere commitment would be a significant advantage for both herself and her sister, allowing them to utilize the saved time from slaying monsters for various endeavors. Upon hearing this, Qinghe was taken aback. The forums were abuzz with discussions regarding Su Shi, including threads speculating on how much she had earned. Earlier, while waiting for Su Shi to log in, Qinghe had seen discussions claiming that Su Shi had made over 60 million on the first day of the Server S launch. 10% of 60 million amounts to 6 million, which is equivalent to her allowance for 2,000 months. At this moment, Qinghe felt a heavy fog clouding her mind. When she regained her composure, she repeatedly gestured to Su Shi, insisting, "Captain, I cannot accept this money." Su Shi chose not to pursue the topic further, offering a gentle smile before making her way to the teleportation array. "Let us first head to Tongguan City." "Oh, all right." Qinghe gazed at Su Shi's retreating figure, her heart fluttering with anxiety. Could the captain think she was being overly dramatic? Yet, she simply could not accept the money. If her family discovered such a substantial sum had entered their accounts, they would undoubtedly bombard her with questions and even urge her to return the money to Su Shi. Upon reaching the guard NPC, Su Shi handed over 20 silver coins, and the two of them smoothly stepped into the teleportation array. Moments later, a pop-up window appeared before them, displaying all the cities inhabited by players from Xiong province. To encounter players from other provinces, they needed to ascend to higher cities. Su Shi and Qinghe selected Tongguan City for their teleportation. A soft blue light enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, their forms vanished from the array. The dizziness from intercity teleportation was far more pronounced than that experienced during other transfers. However, both Su Shi and Qinghe possessed high mental stats, and upon landing, they merely felt a fleeting disorientation. "I'm here, sis." Suya waved at Su Shi from the entrance of the Lord's mansion. After learning that teleportation cost 10 silver coins, most players had departed the mansion, leaving only a few waiting for their companions, alongside Suya, whose striking crimson hair made her stand out. Su Shi immediately spotted her younger sister. The term sister still felt somewhat unfamiliar to her. The mischievous girl had longed to be close to her fragrant older sister. Upon seeing Su Shi, she dashed over and leapt into her embrace. "Hehe, you really do smell delightful, sis," Suya exclaimed, holding Su Shi tightly and beaming with joy. Su Shi felt increasingly awkward, unsure of how to respond. "Waya, please let go. There are so many people watching." Suya lifted her small head from Su Shi's embrace, pouting adorably, and said, "Does my sister not like me anymore?" This left Su Shi feeling overwhelmed. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to let it be. She had promised her sister that once she fully embraced her femininity, it would be perfectly fine to cuddle and sleep together. Why dwell on it now? It was time for a shift in mindset. After all, she was to be the elder sister, not a brother who needed to maintain distance from his sibling. Remembering the times when Xiaoya clung to her as a child, a smile crept onto Su Shi's lips. "How could I not like you? Silly girl, stop overthinking." She gently patted her sister's small head. I knew you loved me the most, sis." Subsequently, Suya and Qinghe introduced themselves to one another. Su Shi then utilized a summoning order to designate an area outside Tongguan City as their guild base, allowing them to save considerable travel time with the guild's teleportation scrolls. The three of them teleported to a level 10 area. As the mist enveloping the level 11-15 area dissipated, they could see only the hazy horizon, indicating the vast expanse of the level 11-15 territory. "Sister, which direction shall we take?" Suya asked, linking her arm with her elder sister's while shielding her eyes with the other hand, peering into the distance with a lively and charming demeanor. She casually surveyed the surroundings before her heart suddenly fluttered with excitement. This sensation was akin to the innate feeling she experienced upon discovering the five-spirit flower. She gazed towards the area most shrouded in mist and murmured softly, "Could this be a fortuitous encounter?" Suya tilted her head in confusion. "What are you saying, sister?" "Nothing, just a feeling that if we head in this direction, we might stumble upon something wonderful." With Qing present, She chose to convey her thoughts to her sister discreetly through their private chat. "All right," Suya responded enthusiastically, waving her little hand. "Coming." Qing observed the close bond between the Su sisters with a hint of envy, lamenting her own lack of a sister and the presence of a brother who often opposed her at every turn. Chapter 40, Blue Star. The spread of mist on their journey. She entrusted the Proof of Glory and Honor bracelet to her younger sister, subsequently selecting a necklace and bracelet from the Level 10 Rare Equipment Selection Box. Beast Bone Necklace, Level 10. Rare Physical Attack 20. Additional Attribute. Grants an additional 10 points of true damage. When attacking, there is a 1 chance to increase this damage by 10. Beast Bone Bracelet, Level 10. Rare. Given that these were chosen items and both belong to the jewelry category, the attributes of the two pieces were identical. Physical Attack, 12, 741, 314. Upon entering the Level 11 area, the trio encountered few players. The attributes of Level 11 monsters had significantly increased, boasting over 200 in physical attack and around 120 in both defenses, and they seldom wandered alone. Players outside the first and second tiers were unable to prevail, and most ordinary players remained in the Level 9 and 10 zones to grind for equipment and experience. The situation with the monsters had changed since yesterday. There were no gaps between them, rendering it impossible for players to circumvent the monsters and access higher-level areas. "Xiaoya, you and Qing should log off for now. Wait until I reach the Level 15 area and establish a new guild base before I summon you back online." She quickly devised a strategy. Yesterday, she had inadvertently attracted the monsters' ire, but they would only pursue her to the edge of their designated level and would not follow her into higher-level regions, evidently constrained by the game's rules. Moreover, she possessed an exceptionally high movement speed. As for how to contact Qing, that could be accomplished through the Delusion Forum. Once friends were added in-game, they would also become friends on the forum, alleviating concerns about premature exposure of identities. Suya obediently nodded, leaning her cheek closer. Seeing this, she was puzzled. "What are you preparing to do, Xiaoya?" Other children, when temporarily away from their older sisters, would often receive a sweet kiss from their siblings. With a playful smile, Suya replied, her tone imbued with a hint of childish charm. She, upon hearing this, playfully pinched her sister's cheek. "We'll talk about it later." She felt that, for the moment, she still regarded herself as Xiaoya's brother. Embracing and cuddling were still within acceptable bounds, but a kiss, that felt too intimate, at least until she fully transitioned into a girl. Though her face was strikingly bold, she employed it to exude cuteness. Remarkably, this contrast made the little girl even more endearing. "How many days will it be?" Seeing her sister's earnest inquiry, she felt a touch of helplessness, yet an unfamiliar warmth blossomed within her heart. In their childhood, her sister would often cling to her face, and she would reciprocate by playfully nibbling on Xiaoya's chubby cheeks. Now that she had become the elder sister, she no longer needed to fret about the distance between them, allowing her to once again experience the unadulterated bond of family. "I truly hope time passes quickly." She leaned closer to her sister's ear and whispered, "As soon as it's done." That's what you said, big sister. You can't backtrack on it later." "You little rascal, when have I ever backed out?" Upon witnessing the scene, Qinghe could not help but feel a pang of envy, yearning for a lively yet obedient younger sister of her own. The more she pondered, the more she felt that her younger brother was in dire need of a good thrashing. Resolutely, she decided to confront him once she logged off. Subsequently, Xuya and Qinghe both exited the game. Shi, on the other hand, activated the Scroll of Wind and consumed a bottle of Gentle Breeze Brew to enhance her speed. The Gentle Breeze Brew, common, boosts movement speed by 0.2 for 5 minutes and remains effective even in combat. Priced at 50 copper coins per bottle from NPCs,
Su Romein letter 11 purchased over 10 bottles.
The Gentle Breeze brew came in small 100 milliliters bottles, which she downed in one swift gulp, feeling slightly tipsy. How delightful the wine was! Although Sushi had previously sampled various alcoholic beverages, beer, white spirits, and red wine, she never had much affinity for them. Yet, the wine within Delusion was different. It was exquisite and sweet, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Movement speed. 6:90. Riding the wave of her inebriation, Sushi dashed forward. With her exceptional strength and relatively high constitution, her stamina was formidable, likely allowing her to maintain the extreme speed of 6:9 for half an hour. At a pace of 69 meters per second, Sushi felt akin to a superhero. Until now, she had never truly experienced such exhilarating speed. Other players observed her in awe, exclaiming, "Wow! She has come to our city." One player remarked, "Isn't the focus misplaced? Shouldn't we be questioning how she can run so swiftly? Our speed barely exceeds 2:0 while hers surely surpasses 5:0. It's terrifying. With such high damage and incredible speed, who could possibly rival her?" Some players attempted to intercept Sushi as she sped by, but after several failed attempts, all they could do was watch her retreating figure. Curse it. Let her bask in her arrogance for a few more days. Once I level up and the rewards from being the top player diminish, I shall make her aware of the hard work of countless generations. A comeback? Not a chance. Meanwhile, in the fog-laden primordial forest of E Province, Long Country, the mist began to spread once more. One by one, grotesque and menacing giant worms emerged from the fog, their crimson compound eyes gleaming with bloodlust upon spotting distant animals and insects. Influenced by the mist, the worms developed large mouths filled with elongated, sharp teeth. Despite the nightfall, a forest ranger sensed something amiss and called upon a companion to investigate. Oldly, that sound seems rather peculiar. It doesn't resemble the calls of ordinary animals. It must be the mountain gibbons crawling out of their caves. I've heard their calls a few times before, and this is quite similar. However, I've never heard so many gibbons at once. Perhaps someone has discovered a vast underground cavern here, startling all the gibbons within. As he spoke, Oldly retrieved his satellite phone to report the anomalies in the primordial forest. The mists that blanketed the world began to expand further. In the game, as Sushi ventured closer to the level 15 area, excitement bubbled within her, signaling that she was nearing her fateful encounter. Behind her trailed a throng of monsters. Yet, she remained utterly composed. When she entered the level 12 area, the level 11 monsters retreated to their original positions, just as she had anticipated. Even though some creatures could launch ranged attacks, Sushi was able to dodge their strikes in advance, bolstered by her talent, Heaven's Fortune. Upon reaching the level 14 region, she began to slow her pace, for she beheld an exceedingly dense fog. Could it be a hidden dungeon? Sushi contemplated whether she should summon Suya and Ching He to log in. After some reflection, she decided to reach out to them. In terms of experience, level 14 monsters were not significantly inferior to those at level 15. Subsequently, Sushi utilized the summoning order, designating this location as a new guild stronghold. There was no choice. Having an abundance of summoning orders granted her a certain audacity. She had previously listed only 5 summoning orders, not wishing to disrupt market prices, opting instead for a gradual auction process, though she possessed more than 5 in total. Before long, Suya and Ching He arrived via teleportation. This fog might conceal a hidden dungeon. Sushi provided a brief explanation. Suya, linking arms with her sister, remarked with excitement, "Sister, let us venture inside quickly. I have never entered a hidden dungeon before." Previously, Suya had intended to explore the Misty Crystal Mine hidden dungeon, hoping to acquire Misty Crystals, only to find that it had already been cleared by others upon her arrival. Ching He, you should join me by my side," Sushi suggested, noting that the fog here was considerably thicker than that surrounding the Misty Crystal Mine hidden dungeon. She feared that Ching He might be swiftly defeated by the monsters or fall behind due to the dungeon's mechanics. Dungeons rarely consisted solely of monster encounters. In most games, they featured numerous dungeons with unique mechanics. "All right, With that, the three of them stepped into the fog. Chapter 41. The Instance. Entering Illusory Spirit Island upon stepping into the depths of the mist, Su Shi and her companions felt the ground beneath them vanish, and they began to plummet downwards. Looking down, Su Shi beheld a small island, merely a few meters in diameter, below them. Fortunately, they were only a few meters from the ground, and the sandy surface of the island cushioned their descent. The map of Illusory Spirit Island was rather peculiar. Numerous tiny islands formed a line, resembling stepping stones leading to a larger landmass. Suddenly, as if the instance had sensed the player's arrival, the previously clear sky darkened, fierce winds arose, and thunder rumbled ominously. "Sister."
I'm scared.
Suya exclaimed, startled, pressing her small body tightly against her older sister's arm. The reason for her fear of thunder stemmed from the stormy night when their parents had vanished, leaving little Suya alone at home while Su Shi was at school, a night that had become etched in her memory. "Don't be afraid. I'm here," Su Shi comforted, her heart aching for her sister. She understood that Suya bore a slight psychological scar and required time and love to heal. Almost a decade had passed, yet due to the demands of life, she had seldom been by her sister's side. However, she vowed that she would never leave Suya again. "With you here, I'm not afraid." Suya's face regained some color as she reassured her sister. At that moment, Ching He was crouched at the edge of the small island, scrutinizing the waters. "Captain, there are shadows moving beneath the surface. The sea monsters will likely attack us as we leap to the next island," he reported. Suya glanced at her sister and whispered, "Sister, we don't need to hide our hidden classes in front of Ching, do we?" "No. I utilized my hidden class skills during previous battles with other factions," Su Shi replied, though she suspected that the changes among other players were not as pronounced as her own. She knew she had to delay her discovery of the game's arrival for a few more days. Nonetheless, she had no intention of concealing her hidden class. The existence of a hidden class was inconsequential. Regardless, Qi Jiang and other factions would seek opportunities to confront her. Thus, why should she deliberately hide it and hinder her leveling efficiency? Indeed, as long as you defeat a monster, I can transform it into a necromantic entity to attract the other sea creatures. Suya continued, revealing her special class as a necromancer, which came with the ability to convert monsters that had been dead for no more than 10 seconds into friendly entities. Su Shi nodded and promptly activated the Eagle Patrol skill. Having entrusted her sister with the special equipment Proof of Glory and Honor Ring, the probability of triggering dual casting was significantly diminished, yet the impact was minimal. A majestic eagle soared forth from the summoning circle. Although the eagle was not under Su Shi's control, it would freely scout the area within 100 meters, swiftly flying off the small island. "Ching He, retreat!" Su Shi called out, simultaneously raising her longbow, prepared to launch an attack. A gentle mist of ice enveloped her, signifying the activation of her frost power buff skill. Oh, how delightful! Just as Qinghe took a step back, she noticed a dark silhouette in the water rapidly enlarging, startling her. Suddenly, a colossal creature burst forth from the depths, opening its cavernous maw to snap at the soaring hawk. In its folly, the hawk dove directly into the creature's gaping mouth. At that moment, the three companions discerned the true form and attributes of the monster. It was a massive fish, measuring 5 meters in length. However, its fins had mutated into 2 formidable claws, and 2 small hind limbs had sprouted beneath its belly. The fish scales glimmered with a metallic sheen, indicating its astonishing defensive capabilities. Ironfish, level 14, normal difficulty dungeon, health points, 6,800 physical attack, 265 physical defense, 170 magical defense, 172 movement speed, 3, 0 attack speed, 2, 0 skill 1, charge, level 3. Skill 2, Counterstrike, level 3. Execute a powerful strike with lightning speed to a target behind, while also blocking 1 attack, inflicting 185 of physical attack as damage. Skill 3, Smash, level 3. As the ironfish emerged, Su Shi swiftly employed the continuous shot skill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fortune favored her this time as the double casting effect was triggered, allowing her to unleash 4 arrows in rapid succession. The ironfish emitted a deep, rumbling growl, sensing the impending attack, and its massive body twisted mid-air, using its tail to shatter the first arrow. Regrettably, 3 arrows followed. 2746, critical hit. 2755, critical hit. 2787, fatal hit. Critical hit. Upon defeating a level 14 monster in a normal difficulty dungeon, 50 experience points were awarded. Thanks to Qinghe's presence, the experience gained was not subject to team calculations, allowing all members to receive 100 of the original experience points. As the ironfish's lifeless form sank into the sea, Suya sprang into action. The young girl raised her delicate hand, a grayish light swirling around her arm. Simultaneously, gray orbs descended from above the ironfish's carcass. Upon contact with these orbs, the seemingly metallic scales of the ironfish rapidly dissolved, along with its flesh. In the blink of an eye, only a skeletal frame remained of the creature. Undead spawn. Ironfish, level 14. Sushi was astonished to discover that after transforming into an undead spawn, the ironfish retained its level 14 attributes and skills, albeit balanced to match the standards of a level 14 outdoor creature. Otherwise, the hidden profession of necromancer would indeed be overly powerful. The foolish hawk, narrowly escaping one peril, tragically flew over to another small island, only to be seized by another ironfish that leapt out and dragged it into the depths. What skill is that, Xiaoya? Qinghe inquired, somewhat bewildered. Hee, it's a skill from my hidden profession, Suya replied with a playful grin, lifting her chin in a gesture of pride. Sushi smiled gently and pinched her sister's little face affectionately. Xiaoya is truly remarkable. What reward is there in pinching faces? I want my sister's fragrant embrace. Xuya pouted in protest. Stop messing around, replied Sushi. Both the derivative creatures and the summoned beings are under the player's control, and healing skills can restore health to both. Consequently, the trio relied on the undead derivative, Iron Fish, to forge a path ahead, attracting the ire of monsters. Once the underwater iron fish monsters were drawn to the surface, it was Sushi who dispatched them. The items dropped by the iron fish would not sink into the sea. Instead, they were cradled by an unseen energy, transported to the nearest island. The islands were merely a few meters apart, and Qinghe was capable of leaping across with her own strength. However, due to her lower level, Xuya could only reach the next island if Sushi carried her. During this journey, Sushi inquired about experience points. She learned that the rewards for experience points were calculated based on the level difference among players. For instance, with Xuya at level 5 and the Iron Fish at level 14, even though it was Sushi who defeated the Iron Fish, Xuya would still receive the 450 experience point reward for defeating a monster 9 levels higher, amounting to 110 experience points. After traversing over 20 islands, upon arriving at the largest island within the instance, Xuya had already reached level 6. As the three stepped onto the grand island, the thunder rumbled louder. Sister, there is a radiant spectrum of colors over there, Xuya exclaimed, her fear having dissipated. She pointed towards the faintly glowing multicolored light at the center of the island, indicating that it must be the location of the boss. Chapter 42. The Vengeful Spirits, Abundant Life Force. Qinghe, if you sense anything amiss, promptly employ the Holy Light skill, Sushi instructed. The dungeon, named Phantom Isle, was sure to host creatures with mind-affecting abilities, and she certainly did not wish to inadvertently send her sister and Qinghe back to the city for resurrection with a single arrow. Sushi's confidence stemmed from the environment of the isle. The ground was strewn with ruins, exuding an ancient aura, presenting a scene of desolation, and not a single monster was visible at first glance. It was quite possible that the creatures on the isle were indeed specters. All right, Qinghe nodded.
Suya.
Sensing a hint of unease, tightened her grip on her sister's arm. Sister, the monsters here can't possibly be ghosts, can they?
Susi Divet.
Xiaoya, you are a necromancer. Are you truly afraid of ghosts? Those transformed undead beings were, in essence, specters as well. But they are not the same.
Oya pouted in retort.
Well then, if you feel frightened later, just hide behind me and avoid looking. Sushi gently ruffled her sister's hair, offering soft reassurance. Hearing the exchange between the sisters, Qinghe edged closer to Sushi. After all, she was merely a young girl. Fearing specters was entirely natural. Furthermore, Qinghe felt a twinge of envy towards Suya. Although her family treated her exceedingly well and indulged her, she had never experienced such sisterly affection. How she wished to have an elder sister like their captain. As the trio stepped into the ruins of the isle, they were suddenly enveloped by a chilling wail. Soon after, several pale figures emerged from beneath the crumbled bricks and tiles. Just as She had anticipated, they were indeed creatures of the ghostly variety. Vengeful Spirit, Level 14, Normal Difficulty Dungeon, Health Points, 7200 Physical Attack, 240 Physical Defense, 155 Magic Defense, 180 Movement Speed, 2. 8 Attack Speed, 1. 5 Skill 1 Summon. Skeleton, Level 3. Summons a skeleton that possesses 60 of its own attributes, which can exist for a maximum of 12 seconds. It consumes 20 mana points and has a cooldown of 15 seconds. Skill 2 Soul Capture, Level 3. Designates a target, causing them to enter a state of confusion for 1 second, with the duration variable based on the mental attributes of both the caster and the target, lasting a minimum of 0.1 seconds and a maximum of 2 seconds. While in confusion, the target attacks indiscriminately and casts spells. It consumes 50 mana points with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Skill 3 Soul Wound, Level 3. Designates a target, inflicting 240 of the caster's mental attribute as magical damage, causing the target to be momentarily dazed, which can interrupt their casting. It consumes 40 mana points with a cooldown of 20 seconds. The vengeful spirits were not as terrifying as those depicted in horror films. They merely bore the form of humans in a spectral state, albeit with rather fierce gazes. The health points of the vengeful spirits were linked to their mental attributes rather than their life force. Xiaoya, you and Qinghe stay behind the obstacles, She instructed, as she harbored a particular dread for creatures like the vengeful spirits. 2 of their 3 skills were targeted controls, and the confusion state was especially troublesome. Fortunately, with the presence of the hawk and the dimensional beast, they could absorb these skills. Nonetheless, She remained wary of the vengeful spirits circumventing the cannon fodder, directly unleashing her soul capture skill upon her. It is always prudent to exercise caution. Suya obediently concealed herself behind a fragment of wall, yet remained within the range of her specialized skills. Although the undead derivatives, iron fish, could come ashore, their movement was exceedingly sluggish, rendering them abandoned. She contemplated whether it was possible to transmute the vengeful spirits into undead derivatives. If successful, the ensuing tasks would become considerably simpler. Unlike the summoned creatures of a summoner, undead derivatives are not bound by a time limit. However, should the distance between Suya and the undead derivatives exceed a certain threshold, they would perish. Present, Suya could command a maximum of 6 undead derivatives, with the upper limit increasing alongside her level, as well as the controllable range. At that moment, for summoning circles materialized beside Sushi, from which emerged 2 hawks and 2 dimensional beasts. As Sushi remained beyond the range of aggro, the vengeful spirits refrained from interrupting her casting with their soul capture and soul injury skills. Upon their emergence, the hawks and dimensional beasts charged towards the nearby vengeful spirits. Why won't they relent? The vengeful spirits were roused, their eyes igniting with a crimson ferocity, blood tears streaming down their cheeks, their visages contorting into grotesque horror as claws sprouted from their hands. From the ruins adjacent to each vengeful spirit, a skeleton rose, transforming into a skeleton summon. Suya and Qinghe, hiding behind the wall, were instantly filled with goosebumps at the sight. Xiaoya, are you frightened? Qinghe quavered nervously. With my sister here, I am not afraid, Suya replied. On the battlefield, the vengeful spirit's eyes glowed with bloodlust. Simultaneously, the hawks and dimensional beast's eyes were also filled with crimson, as they seemed to go berserk, attacking one another. Seizing the opportunity, Sushi launched her own assault. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 2806, critical, 20, true damage, 2845, critical, 20, true damage, 2888, fatal, critical, 20, true damage. Having slain a normal difficulty dungeon monster at level 3, she earned 50 experience points. To her surprise, no weak point damage was triggered. It seemed that delusion harbored some hidden settings. She was not taken aback. Vengeful spirits were indeed spectral beings, and inflicting physical damage upon them was already a feat, considering the relationship between the vengeful spirit's health and mental values. It appeared that the life force in delusion possessed racial characteristics. However, being at a lower level, it had yet to fully manifest. As the vengeful spirit was vanquished, its form began to disintegrate. At that moment, gray motes descended from the sky, causing the spirit's essence to coalesce anew, transforming into undead derivative, vengeful spirit, level 14. Hooray! The little girl exclaimed, leaping from behind the wall, her small fists clenched in excitement, completely forgetting her fear. With the addition of undead derivative, vengeful spirit, the subsequent battles would become much simpler. By merely defeating the vengeful spirits, those skeletons summoned by them would also perish. After dispatching 20 vengeful spirits, a blood-red radiance surged skyward from the center of the island, obscuring the original spectrum of colors. You all shall perish. Why can we not rest peacefully here? A roar erupted, followed by a swift shadow of blood rushing from the center of the island. Vengeful spirit, level 14, normal difficulty dungeon, bronze boss, health points, 760, 000 physical attack, 251 physical defense, 162 magical defense, 190 movement speed 3, 4 attack speed, 1, 9 skill 1 summon, skeleton, level 3, skill 2, soul capture, level 3, skill 3, soul wound, level 3, skill 4, mana spring, level 3, increases self-restoring mana by 60, unique skill of spectral boss, soul binding, grants immunity to one instance of mental control effects for 5 seconds after casting, can be cast even if already under mental control effects, costs 10 mana points with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Exclusive skill of bronze boss, Fury. First kill reward for boss of the same name and level. First completion reward for dungeon of the same name. Dungeon completion reward goodness, 760, 000 health points. Sushi was somewhat astonished. If another team were to confront this, it would likely take them an hour to defeat it. Chapter 43, Cryogenic Assault. Instantaneous damage exceeding 10,000. The vengeful spirit boss loomed ominously, its entire form drenched in a sanguine hue, elongated claws sharp as daggers, reminiscent of lethal blades. In stark contrast to the lesser vengeful spirits, the boss's visage was more grotesque, enveloped in a miasma of blood, as if it had emerged from the very depths of hell. Suya and Qing He, two young women, had never encountered such a terrifying spectacle, trembling in fear. This was a far cry from merely watching a horror film. The experience was palpably real, for in the realm of delusion, the game transcended mere play, immersing them in an authentic world. Even She felt a twinge of trepidation. Xiaoya, find a safe spot. Shi, noticing the boss's blood-red gaze fixated upon her, understood that its mechanics diverged significantly from those of the lesser foes. It was highly probable that the boss would bypass the expendable minions to unleash its skills directly upon her. Older sister, please be cautious as well. Suya, currently at level 6, had yet to stack the effects of the two special items, Proof of Glory and Honor Bracelet, rendering her incapable of inflicting substantial damage on the level 14 vengeful spirit boss. Any attempt to engage would disrupt her sister's offensive rhythm and distract her further. It was wiser to remain concealed. As Sushi anticipated, the boss disregarded Suya's several undead minions, vengeful spirits, and charged directly at her. The boss's eyes blazed with malevolence. She felt a sudden flash before her eyes, followed by a piercing pain in her head. Ouch! That truly hurts. Aware that delusion would soon descend, Sushi had previously adjusted her pain feedback threshold to a staggering 75%. This torment afflicted her spirit, a pain incomparable to that of the corporeal body. Fortunately, her exceptional magic defense of 203 points mitigated the agony, or it would have been far worse. At that moment, Qing He raised her staff, casting Minor Heal, and Holy Light in succession. A soft green luminescence enveloped Sushi, accompanied by a radiant glow of divine light. The numbers flashed: 50, 75, 57, 2. The Holy Light skill possessed a chance to dispel a negative status from the target and clear nearby mists. With Sushi's fortune talent enhancing this probability, the odds were significantly in her favor. However, she noted that Qing He's minor heal provided less restorative effect than her own natural recovery. Suddenly, she regained clarity, feeling a comforting warmth envelop her. Yet, she had already drawn her longbow, releasing an arrow towards one of the undead minions. Vengeful spirits. The sensation of being controlled by external forces was terrifying. It seemed prudent to face more ghostly bosses in the future to elevate the level of the universal skill soul binding. Su Shi despised this feeling of bodily disobedience. The vengeful spirit boss had closed the distance, its razor-sharp claws aimed menacingly at Su Shi's face. Sister, watch out! Maneuvering her undead minion, vengeful spirit to shield her sister from the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Su Shi retreated swiftly, activating the Frost Power buff skill while preparing to launch her counterattack. Physical attack, 1455. The skills, Rapid Fire, Poison Arrow, and Wind Break Arrow can be synergistically employed, allowing 2 arrows to be shot in succession, each infused with the effects of Poison Arrow and Wind Break Arrow. The sequence produces impacts of 2,894, critical hit, 434, true damage, 20, true damage, 917, poison damage, critical hit, 5,970, critical hit, 896, true damage, 20, true damage, and 923, poison damage, critical hit. Upon reaching the maximum level of Poison Arrow at level 10, the enhancement to poison damage amounts to 30 of physical attack, while Armor of Delusion elevates the level of Poison Arrow by 1, increasing the bonus to 32. Furthermore, it can critically strike, resulting in substantial damage, though it cannot apply true damage from equipment and titles. The flurry of attacks from Su Shi is far from over, with an attack speed of 4.6. She maintains a stable rate exceeding 3.0 even while moving. Her strength and constitution are significantly high, granting her the endurance to sustain the state for an extended period. The rapid succession yields 2943, critical hit, 441, true damage, and 20 true damage. In mere seconds, the vengeful spirit boss suffers over 10,000 points of damage. Although it is impervious to weakness damage, specialized skills such as Frostbite and Chill from the hidden class, Frost Esfong, can still activate. With each successful strike on the vengeful spirit boss, a layer of icy mist is generated, diminishing the boss's movement speed. Even though the boss is immune to force controls like freeze, the damage from the Frostbite specialization is still calculated. The probability of triggering the Frostbite specialization is notably high, far exceeding the stated 20 chance in the skill description. However, much like poison, it cannot apply true damage. While the vengeful spirit boss appears to boast a staggering health pool of 760,000, it is as fragile as paper before Su Shi, losing 1 or 2,000 health points every second. The boss's movement speed is no match for Su Shi. Perhaps realizing its inability to strike her, it diverts its focus to the undead spawn, vengeful spirit. Traitor. As the health bar of the undead spawn, vengeful spirit dwindles to 0, its form begins to dissipate, prompting Su Shi to immediately employ the universal skill Rebirth, reviving it in the nick of time. As long as it is a friendly summon or spawn, Rebirth can take effect. Damn it! The vengeful spirit boss turns a deeper shade of crimson. The cooldown for the skills Soul Capture and Soul Wound is 20 seconds, while the priest's Holy Light skill has a cooldown of merely 10 seconds. Qing He consistently utilizes the Holy Light skill at the earliest moment Su Shi is ensnared in the state of confusion. Throughout the battle, the vengeful spirit boss only inflicted damage upon Su Shi through the Soul Wound skill. After 2.5 minutes, the vengeful spirit boss's health bar reaches 0. You will pay for this. You shall not have a good end. With those words, the bloody specter vanishes. Su Shi achieves a level 3 kill of a normal difficulty dungeon S bronze boss, earning 1,500 experience points. Having successfully cleared the hidden dungeon of Phantom Island, they earned 400 experience points. Su Shi was momentarily taken aback upon noticing 2 pop-up notifications indicating an increase in experience. She had not anticipated that Qing He's talent would also apply to dungeon completions. if Qing He's ability were ineffective in this context. Each of the trio would have only received approximately 466.7 experience points. The experience rewards from dungeon completions do not incur penalties or bonuses based on level disparities. Sister, shall we venture to the center of the island? Suya inquired, her little finger pointing towards the vibrant radiance at the island's heart, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Sushi resolved to explore further. Perhaps they could unearth some mysterious crystals through sheer force. Before proceeding, they first approached the items dropped by the vengeful spirit boss. The level 14 boss's first kill treasure chest offered a chance to randomly obtain a piece of level 14 rare tier equipment and a skill book for the second job advancement. Additionally, they could choose 2 skill books from the options: Summon, Skeleton, Soul Capture, Soul Injury, and Soul Binding. The level 14 Hidden Dungeon's Phantom Island first completion treasure chest promised 20 mysterious crystals, a level 14 rare equipment selection box, and 510 silver coins. It was once again the exhilarating moment of opening the chest. Sushi fervently hoped to trigger the double effect, praying that she could acquire 40 mysterious crystals in one go, which would allow her to upgrade her 3 pieces of exceptional tier special equipment to rare status, along with her sister's honor ring. Chapter 44. Advancement. Organic girl Su. She extended her small, excited hand to unlock the treasure chest of the hidden dungeon. At the moment the chest opened, a cascade of colorful light erupted forth. She obtained 40 misty crystals, 2 level 14 rare equipment selection boxes, and 16 silver coins. Upon seeing the notification of her acquired items, Sushi's excitement intensified, causing that inexplicable sensation to surge even more strongly. Suya understood that Misty Illusion was a genuine gaming world. Glancing between her sister and her own smooth path, she couldn't help but pout. Whatever sister has, I essentially possess as well, Suya reassured herself inwardly. She noticed her sister's gaze, her cheeks flushed, and she felt a peculiar shyness wash over her, leading her to playfully tap Suya's little head. Stop staring, you silly sister. If you keep tapping my head, I might turn into a fool. Suya protested with a hint of indignation. If you become foolish, I shall take care of you forever, Sushi replied gently, ruffling her sister's hair. She was not in haste to upgrade the illusory longbow and the other 2 special items to a rare tier. Instead, she pondered whether the 40 misty crystals could facilitate the advancement of the misty ring. Through a chat with her sister, they deliberated on the matter. Suya suggested using 30 misty crystals, first to test if they could elevate the misty ring. If that failed, and if Sushi sensed that using the remaining 10 misty crystals would also not suffice for an upgrade, they should proceed with upgrading the illusory longbow to ensure an increase in combat power. After some contemplation, Sushi compared the upgrade before and after utilizing the Proof of Glory. It seemed that the enhancement of the honor bracelet would not be substantial. With the fortunate talent in play, there was no fear of failing to find hidden dungeons in the future. Ultimately, she resolved to elevate the Misty Ring to the next tier. 20 misty crystals appeared in Sushi's hand, and the Misty Ring burst forth with brilliant starlight, drawing forth the energy contained within the misty crystals, which then surged into the Misty Ring. After absorbing the 20 misty crystals, although the Misty Ring did not advance, she felt a strong intuition that it was on the brink of doing so. She then retrieved 5 more misty crystals. The Misty Ring absorbed a total of 30 misty crystals, advancing to the exceptional tier. Misty Ring, no level. Exceptional. Can be upgraded with corresponding special materials when defeating monsters. There is a 2 chance to randomly enhance one of the 5 attributes: strength, intelligence, constitution, spirit, or agility. When attacking, there is a 20 chance to increase damage by 30 for 30 seconds. This effect cannot stack. When casting a skill, there is a 10 chance to trigger the double casting effect. The enhancement was rather impressive. Observing this, Suya sent another message to her sister, expressing her desire not to transform into Suya in real life too swiftly, as it would complicate her daily existence. Upon reading the message, Sushi organized her thoughts. Her sister was right. They needed to wait a few days until the anomalies in Misty Illusion and the arrival of the game were uncovered. In recent days, the mundane aspects of life necessitated that my sister manage them, inevitably leading to interactions with others. Given my current state, venturing out indiscriminately was out of the question. She had revised her previous notions. Much like the professions of both herself and her sister, initial progress relied on her swift advancement. Once the officials of the Dragon Kingdom discovered the connection between delusion and the game's arrival, it would not be too late to bestow upon her sister the 3 special items, including the mysterious ring. Her earlier desire for her sister to grow more rapidly had led her to overlook this aspect. Reflecting on this, She no longer hesitated and utilized the remaining 10 delusion crystals to upgrade the Bow of Delusion. Bow of Delusion, no level, rare, can be enhanced with corresponding special materials. Physical attack 27, class attribute, physical attack 33, attack speed 1, 0. Each attack or instance of damage dealt increases physical attack, speed, and movement speed by 2, stacking up to 10 layers and lasting for 60 seconds. Upon landing a critical hit, damage increases by 10 for 30 seconds. This effect does not stack. There is a 5 chance to trigger the ignore armor effect upon attack. After the upgrade, the Bow of Delusion showed little change in appearance yet inexplicably emanated an air of enhanced mystery. Upon witnessing this scene, Qing He's mouth opened slightly in surprise, though she refrained from asking further questions. She understood that some matters were not meant for her to know, and it was best to focus on her own advancement. Subsequently, the trio did not hasten to exit the dungeon but proceeded towards the center of the island. Unfortunately, Su Shi's calculations came to naught. Her over 300 points of strength were still insufficient to shatter those delusion crystals. They exited the illusionary spirit island, hidden dungeon. Upon returning to the wilderness, the exhilaration Su Shi had felt evaporated. It was evident that the illusionary spirit island, hidden dungeon was the initial manifestation sensed by the fortuitous talent. Henceforth, she did not deliberately seek out encounters but moved from the level 14 area through to the level 15 area, slaying monsters. After upgrading the mysterious ring, an equipment effect triggered on average every 2 slain creatures, leading to a rapid enhancement of Su Shi's attributes. Due to her substantial lead over other players, she spent the entire first half of the night engaged in monster slaying and dungeon runs, encountering no players seeking confrontation. Meanwhile, Qi Jiang and other factions learned of Su Shi and Suya teaming up with Qing He, fostering hope that they could locate Shi in reality. They dispatched their subordinates to uncover information on Ye and Qing He. Just as Qi Jiang logged off to rest briefly, a message from his subordinate arrived. Young Master Qi, I have one bad news and another bad news. Noticing the results, Qi Jiang's expression brightened somewhat. Let us hear the good news first. Well, young Master Qi, they're all bad news. It was then that Qi Jiang realized he had misread the situation and nearly crushed his phone in frustration. Speak. The situation of Ye mirrored that of Shi. No trace of them existed in the Dragon Kingdom or online. However, they had managed to gather information on Qing He, revealing her as a university student, but with several family members holding high-ranking positions in the local government. Before he could finish reading the information, Qi Jiang violently hurled his phone to the ground. Damn it! Damn it! Am I truly powerless against Shi? Enraged and feeling helpless, Qi Jiang smashed everything within his reach. This scene also unfolds among other affluent heirs and company magnates. Imagine having a cornucopia tantalizingly close yet utterly unattainable. The anguish of such a realization is profoundly distressing. In the lush forests of Yi Province, Long Country, an eerie mist envelopes the surroundings. Numerous peculiar worms gather in 2 heaps, while a powerful flashlight beams into the pitch-black woods, casting fleeting shadows that dart through the light. A crackling sound emanates from the mass of worms. Old Li, Xiao Wang, what is the situation on your end? Xiao Wang, please respond. Acknowledge if you receive this. As the mist encroaches upon the worm heaps, the electric hum and human voices abruptly vanish. 2 skeletal figures emerge, parting the worms, staggering to their feet, with vibrant red flames flickering in their hollow eye sockets. As the clock approaches 11 at night, the Su sisters log off to rest. Su Shi, gradually regaining consciousness, suddenly feels a weight upon her chest. Goodness! Has it truly transformed me into an organic maiden so swiftly? Chapter 45. Transformation. Disaster approaches as Sushi continued to experience the peculiar sensations brought on by the undergarment. He remained steadfast in his belief that he had become an organic maiden. This rapid transformation validated his hypothesis. It was not merely an upgrade, but rather an absorption of the energy from the realm of the game delusion. Following the enhancement of the mysterious ring, for every 2 monsters vanquished, a random attribute point would be added. Coupled with an exceptionally high efficiency in slaying monsters, the progress achieved in these 3 hours surpassed that of an entire day prior. Sushi swallowed hard as he observed his sister rise from the carpet. Hastily, he pulled the covers over himself. "Brother, why are you covering yourself with a blanket?"
Suya inquired.
Her transformation was minimal, as there were only a few bosses and dungeons. The attribute boosts from the honor bracelet and proof of glory, 2 special pieces of equipment, were not substantial. "And nothing, just feeling a bit chilly. You can lie on the bed while I sleep on the carpet," Sushi replied, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket before making his way to the wardrobe to retrieve the hotel's spare bedding for the bed. Suya tilted her head quizzically. "But the air conditioning is only set to 26 degrees, right? Brother, are you feeling unwell?" Then, Suya noticed her brother's hair had grown longer, with some strands already tinted pink. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes as she hurried to his side and yanked the blanket away. There stood her brother, his figure now more pronounced. "Hee. Brother has finally turned into a sister." "Sister, do you remember what you promised me just now?" Suya giggled. As soon as his sister tugged at the blanket, Sushi instinctively reacted, using his hands to shield a certain area. Protecting himself with the blanket was futile. How could he eat a late-night snack wrapped in it? He now felt utterly mortified. Seeing his sister poised to leap forward for a playful embrace, Sushi quickly freed one hand to press gently on her shoulder. "Xiaoya, I have not fully transformed yet, but by the latter half of the night, I should completely become a girl." His voice was laced with both anticipation and melancholy. Originally, he had hoped to savor a few more days of the joys of being a boy, yet the pace of his transformation was astonishingly swift. Nevertheless, he would not deliberately slow his progress for the sake of clinging to the pleasures of boyhood. Regardless of the era, strength and power are the ultimate truths. With formidable prowess, what joy could one not attain? Delusion is a fantastical game world. Perhaps there will come a time when he could revert to his former self. Even if he could not restore his male form, there might be a means to momentarily experience the joys of being a boy. "Huh? Why is it still the same old brother?" Suya pouted, a hint of disappointment in her demeanor. Noting her disdain, Sushi retorted, "I am both the stinky brother and the fragrant sister. How can there be a distinction?" Suya explained, "Although the stinky brother will become the fragrant sister in the future, there is still a difference. Brother, you should understand hormones, right? A person's thoughts can only slightly influence the secretion of bodily hormones, but they cannot halt it entirely. Moreover, most bodily hormones significantly impact one's thoughts. In other words, even if Sister Xiang's soul remains that of Brother Cho, with the passage of time, Brother Chao's essence will inevitably transform into that of Sister Xiang." Upon hearing her sister's enlightening explanation, Sushi felt an even deeper melancholy. Wasn't he this akin to completely becoming another person? No, wait. In the realm of the game, the energy is extraordinary. If I elevate my mental attributes, I can surely shield my thoughts from the influence of bodily hormones. The mere thought of my future self, succumbing to infatuation upon encountering handsome men, sent shivers down my spine. I absolutely cannot allow myself to descend into such weakness. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world shaped by the game, maintaining absolute rationality is imperative for safeguarding both myself and my sister. At this moment, Sushi was unnaturally composed. "Brother Cho? What's wrong with you?" Suya, noticing her brother's daze, waved her small hand before his eyes. Sushi's thoughts returned to the present, and he smiled gently. "It's nothing, just a bit of anticipation at the thought of being able to playfully tease you in the future." "Humph, Brother Cho is indeed Brother Cho. Sister Xiang would never tease me like that." Suya pouted, haughtily huffing twice before turning her head away, as if she wished to ignore her brother. "Well, how could I bear to tease my dear Xiaoya? I was merely jesting." Just then, Suya's phone rang. "I won't bother with you any longer. I'm going downstairs to fetch a late-night snack." Suya shot her brother a fierce glare before swiftly descending the stairs to retrieve the takeout. After the door closed, She exhaled deeply, hurriedly grabbing Menace's clothing and retreating to the bathroom. He needed to cool himself down. As he shed the female attire, She stared blankly at his reflection in the mirror. It was rather embarrassing, having been single for over 20 years. This was the first time he had seen a female body in reality. Yet one cannot put it that way. For now he was merely an organic girl. If one disregarded the lower half, it could be considered a flawless work of art. However, when considering the lower half, it appeared decidedly peculiar. His features bore a striking resemblance to Su Shi, with a round, full face that radiated both softness and vigor, showing no trace of his former masculinity. His entire frame had also diminished significantly. He estimated his height had decreased from 176 centimeters to approximately 168 centimeters. For a girl, 168 centimeters is deemed the most perfect height. The emphasis, however, lay elsewhere. This should be a C-cup, right? She felt his throat tighten, swallowing several times as the fire within him intensified. No. I cannot look any longer. He hastily turned on the shower, taking a cold rinse to quell the rising heat. Just as he managed to suppress that surge of desire, the peculiar sensations from the towel rubbing against his skin reignited it. Is a girl's skin this sensitive? She furrowed his brow in contemplation. At that moment, Suya knocked on the bathroom door. Brother, hurry up. If the barbecue gets cold, it won't taste good anymore. Alright, I'll be out shortly. She quickened his pace in drying off, but the hurried motions stirred an unwanted sensation. Do I really need to wear that? His face flushed crimson. After donning his clothing, She stood before the mirror, letting out a deep sigh. Initially, I believed that donning loose-fitting men's attire would provide some reprieve. Yet I was unexpectedly reminded that such garments could not conceal his striking allure. Ahem. Nevertheless, it is undeniably preferable to wearing form-fitting women's clothing. She took a moment to compose herself before exiting the restroom. At last, you're out. The young girl's words trailed off, for even she, a female, found herself captivated by her brother's stunning appearance. Sister Xiang, you wouldn't be shirking your promise, would you? Are you deceiving me about your transformation? Anyone who cast their eyes upon She would undoubtedly deem her a stunning beauty. When have I ever deceived you, you little rascal? She retorted with a playful glare at her sister while drying her hair with a towel. The downside of becoming a girl is the hair, which takes an age to dry. Suya approached cheerfully with a hairdryer in hand, evidently having anticipated this predicament. Sister. Oh no, brother, sit still. Let me help you with your hair. Who was it that just claimed not to want to associate with me? She teased. I meant to ignore the smelly older brother. You're my brother, not the stinky one, Suya cheekily replied. Subsequently, She took a seat, and Suya began to dry her brother's hair. You'll help me with my hair later, too, right? Sure. She suddenly recalled that the last time she had helped her sister with her hair was during the new year, realizing that it had been over half a year since they had last seen each other. Fortunately, she would now be able to stand by her sister's side as an older sister forever, ensuring to protect her from unsavory characters. The atmosphere was imbued with warmth. Once Sushi's hair had dried, Suya unexpectedly wrapped her arms around her brother's neck from behind. Then, with a quiver in her voice, she asked, Brother, do you think Mom and Dad are still with us? Sensing the slight dampness on her neck, She shuddered slightly. They must just be lost. Once they find their way home, we will be reunited. Brother, you're lying to me. Be good, don't cry. She did not respond but turned to wipe away her sister's tears. Suya then buried her face in her brother's embrace. Brother, when you become a sister, will you think about getting married? The question caught Sushi off guard. Marriage? How could that be? Even if I were to marry, it would have to be to a beautiful girl. I certainly do not have an inclination for complications. Even as a girl, my spirit remains that of a boy, and I have no intention of forming intimate relations with men. Suya lifted her little head, her eyes serious as she inquired, Then when you find a sister-in-law, will you bring her home or go to her home? Upon hearing this, she finally grasped her sister's thoughts and playfully tapped her on the head. Rest assured, I will rely on you, dear sister. There's no way I could easily let go of your support, at least not until you find your better half. I don't want a better half. Suya stood up, resuming her childish pout. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father, and an elder sister is like a mother. In Sushi's presence, Suya resembles a perpetually childish little girl, only revealing her youthful innocence before Sushi. Alright, Xiaoya, let us not search for now. Let us first enjoy a midnight snack. Didn't you just say that it wouldn't taste good if it gets cold? After their late-night meal, Suya took a shower. Once she dried her sister's hair, they finally logged into the game. Captain. Qinghe yawned, her dark circles more pronounced. Suya expressed her concern. Qinghe, why don't you rest for now? We'll still be grinding monsters tomorrow during the day. Sushi nodded in agreement. There shouldn't be a first-place reward for the entire server today, so there's no need to overexert yourself. I'm fine. I often stay up late and pull all-nighters so I can manage a few more hours, Qinghe replied, not wanting to disrupt the plans of Sushi and her sister or miss the chance to make a good impression on them. After all, how could one not cling tightly to such amicable and strong allies? Furthermore, Qinghe wished to deepen her bond with the two sisters. Lacking siblings in reality, she found the prospect of having them in-game quite appealing. Unaware of the peculiarities surrounding delusion, she simply desired to grow closer to the Su sisters. Seeing Qinghe's determination, Sushi refrained from further persuasion and initiated a trade, offering 1/10 of the spoils from their earlier endeavors. They had discussed this matter while enjoying their midnight snack, and her sister agreed that sharing the loot with Qinghe was the right thing to do. Captain. I really can't accept this. Qinghe maintained her stance, believing herself merely a passenger leveling up, and even if she managed to snag a few first-place rewards later, Sushi had never asked for her share of the ride costs, so how could she accept the spoils? Your family situation may be unique, but this portion of the spoils rightfully belongs to you. I trust your family would understand. You should also be aware that many real-world organizations and families have invested considerable effort and employed various methods to locate my sister and me. Though not all was explicitly stated, Qinghe grasped Sushi's intent. Lacking a valid reason to refuse, she nodded and accepted the 1/10 of the loot, planning to save the money from selling it for a future opportunity to assist the Su sisters. Suya cheerfully remarked, Qinghe, if it weren't for your participation, my sister and I would have wasted a lot of time grinding monsters. Moreover, as more monsters band together in the future, their control skills will increase. With you here, we need not worry about being controlled. Qinghe understood Suya's words were meant to uplift her spirits, and she felt a surge of emotion. Compared to her friends in reality, the Su sisters treated her with far more kindness. What should I do? I really want to acknowledge them as sisters right now. However, Qinghe ultimately held back. Having known them for less than a day, it would be too abrupt to declare sisterhood. Subsequently, the trio continued to grind monsters in the level 15 area. Rather than circling back within the confines of Copper Official City, Sushi led them directly in one direction as they fought onwards. By around 2 a.m., they reached the vicinity of another city. After crossing the fringes of Tongguan City, Sushi felt a renewed sense of exhilaration. Evidently, this realm harbored its own adventures, or perhaps concealed quests. Meanwhile, in the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, within the primordial forests of E Province, following the events of the previous night, the special forces arrived and eliminated the worm-like creatures beyond the mist. At the encampment, a soldier hurried into a tent, reporting, Chief, the analysis results of the anomalous organisms have come in. What are the findings? Inquired an officer. Compared to ordinary worms, these creatures possess an additional unknown factor within their biology, which aligns with the components gathered from the mist. The current hypothesis suggests that the mist has induced a mutation in the worms, the soldier replied. A special factor? One that can induce mutations, and even resurrect skeletons. What on earth is this mist? The commander stepped out of the tent, observing the primordial forest aglow with lights as the gray mist continued to spread. At that moment, another soldier dashed out from a different tent. Chief, the higher-ups are aware of the situation here and the peculiarities of the mist. They have mandated that we must employ any means necessary to halt its further expansion and prevent the beasts from escaping the primordial forest. Mobilize all nearby towns firefighting helicopters and rain-inducing munitions. We must act swiftly to see if we can absorb the mist with water. Understood. Chapter 46. The Capital. Summit Conference in the capital of the Dragon Nation. The official think tank and senior military officials gathered in a tense assembly, their expressions grave. What do you all believe the mist in the primordial forest of the E province signifies? What does its emergence foretell? A large screen displayed a live feed of the forest's current state, accompanied by satellite images capturing the mist from the past 2 days. The atmosphere was somber. The mist was likely an omen of impending catastrophe. At that moment, a knock resonated at the conference room door. Come in. All eyes turned toward the entrance, where a secretary hurriedly entered, clutching a thick stack of documents. Leaders, the cybersecurity department has uncovered the truth behind the mist. Taking a few deep breaths, the secretary's expression was taut, clearly shaken by the revelation. The truth unveiled by the cybersecurity department? The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation exchanged puzzled glances. The connection between the mist and online phenomena seemed tenuous at best. Please elaborate on this matter. The secretary quickly distributed the documents to the officials and began to explain. The appearance of the mist may have significant ties to the globally popular virtual game, Enigma. In its narrative, mist unexpectedly emerges from the depths, enveloping the entire game world, and creatures exposed to the mist may undergo mutations, transforming into monsters. The machinery of the state is immensely powerful. With even a shred of evidence, the truth can be unveiled in an astoundingly brief period. Enigma? Upon reviewing the investigation report, the officials were taken aback. The establishment of a regulatory body within Enigma was not predicated on prior knowledge of its truths, but rather to utilize Enigma as a testbed. The sudden rise of Enigma signifies the maturity of civilian brain-computer interface technology. Virtual games of this nature will undoubtedly proliferate in the future. Firstly, it serves to monitor player transactions, preventing financial laundering through Enigma. Secondly, it aims to safeguard player identities, mitigating the adverse impact of online hostility on real-life individuals, thereby reducing crime rates. This matter is indeed related to a game, the secretary continued. The mist in the primordial forest of E province first manifested at precisely 9:12 p.m. the night before last, coinciding with the initial defeat of a Lord-level monster in Enigma. Not only has the mist appeared within our nation, but the National Defense Department also discovered via satellite imagery that countries hosting Enigma servers experienced similar phenomena at the exact time of 9:12 p.m. in our nation. After a brief pause, the secretary continued, among our officials, some are players of Enigma, and they assert that the game feels less like a mere digital construct and more akin to another realm of reality. Upon inquiry, they reported a peculiar enhancement in their physical capabilities today, and subsequent health examinations revealed that players who had engaged with Enigma and achieved level 10 or higher exhibited notable improvements in various aspects of their health. An abundance of evidence lay before them. Despite the incredulity that still enveloped the upper echelons of the Zhulong Kingdom's officials, they could not dismiss the reality before them. After all, there were no alternative explanations. The developers and publishers of Delusion had not simply vanished, had they? A high-ranking official inquired. The secretary, somewhat awkwardly, responded, indeed. The office building of Delusion, within our borders, is deserted. The phones ring with no answer, and even the identity system reveals no trace of the individuals associated with it. The servers have similarly disappeared, and our network department is powerless to prevent users from accessing Delusion. This extraordinary power, capable of influencing the entire planet and creating another world, left the officials of the Zhulong Kingdom engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness, akin to an inescapable gloom that suffocated the spirit. In the conference room, a brief silence ensued. Moments later, directives were issued. Activate all bunkers, contact the leading players within Delusion, and provide them with necessary protection. We must ensure that no harm befalls these key players. Each department was to mobilize into Delusion, while simultaneously preparing for contingencies in the real world, including clearing the wild beasts from the primitive forests of E province. The public was urged to engage with Delusion, with subsidies offered for the purchase of gaming headsets, to ensure that everyone could create their game characters within Delusion. Once the mist spread to the fringes of the primitive forest, an official announcement would be made. To prevent public panic, the situation had to be managed meticulously, step by step. Otherwise, chaos would inevitably ensue by the following day. The officials of the Dragon Kingdom had encountered supernatural events and individuals with extraordinary powers in the past. Moreover, the enigmatic force behind delusion had the capacity to impact the entire blue planet, bestowing supernatural abilities upon players through the medium of the game, rendering any possibility of resistance futile given the current technological advancements. As for controlling the leading players, that would be courting disaster. The prowess of technology paled in comparison to extraordinary forces. Should the leading players slip beyond control, it would spell catastrophe for both the Dragon Kingdom and its populace. Even if the leading players were directly eliminated in the real world, there remained the possibility that they could survive within the game world of delusion through their avatars. Unlike certain corporations and individuals, the officials of the Dragon Kingdom considered matters with utmost comprehensiveness, ultimately adopting the most prudent course of action. Following the conclusion of the summit, the special forces stationed in the primitive forests of E Province commenced their operations. Concurrently, officials from nations such as the Beautiful Country, Kangaroo Country, and Neon Country began to sense the anomalies within the mist, initiating their own responses, albeit with differing approaches compared to that of the Dragon Kingdom. In the realm of delusion, Sushi was en route to a hidden quest or adventure. Fearful that valuable items might be claimed by other players, she instructed her sister and Ching He to log off while she, relying on her extraordinary speed, evaded monsters and sought after the treasures indicated by her heavenly fortune talent. Suddenly, a text message notification appeared. Upon reading its contents, Sushi was momentarily taken aback. Had the officials already detected the anomalies of delusion just 2 days after the game's launch? Unaware of the unfolding events in the primitive forests of E Province, her surprise was entirely understandable. However, this is quite agreeable. At least I no longer have to remain in the hotel. I am uncertain about the condition of the house assigned to me. Sushi, as the current most formidable player in the game delusion, enjoys certain privileges that require no elaboration. The officials have arranged for her to reside in an unoccupied villa. Nevertheless, they have not explicitly stated this. They merely mentioned that a representative would escort her and her sister to their new residence at noon today. Shortly thereafter, Suya and Ching He sent her messages on the Delusion forum. Suya, sister, someone sent me a message that appears to be from the Dragon Kingdom's officials. Is this genuine? Ching He, Captain. What is happening? Accompanied by a screenshot of the message and a meme expressing shock. Chapter 47. Text messages and official arrangements. It is highly probable that the developments are indeed authentic. Sushi communicated with her sister and Ching He, while simultaneously converting a portion of her modest funds into in-game currency. For her, there was no need to deliberate on the optimal timing for purchasing game currency. With her innate talent, the probability of acquiring items from defeated monsters was exceedingly high, and she could even trigger a double effect. Even if, upon the game's onset, she found herself penniless, she could swiftly ascend to become the wealthiest player within a single day. Meanwhile, Jiang and other factions, along with exceptionally gifted players, received text messages from the Dragon Kingdom's officials. Although the Dragon Kingdom could not discern the extraordinary powers of the Delusion game, and thus lacked specific information regarding the players, they could analyze the bank transactions to identify which players or factions were particularly formidable. After all, only powerful players and factions would frequently engage in the buying and selling of game items. Ordinary players and teams typically kept the items dropped by monsters solely for their own use. Top-tier players were privy to the fact that delusion could influence reality, as they formed the backbone of the resistance against the monsters lurking in the fog. Upon receiving the news, Jiang was taken aback. Delusion was no mere game. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom's officials had no intention of imposing restrictions on the leading players. This made him uneasy. Would Sushi seek to retaliate against him? Jiang found himself feeling a twinge of anxiety. Most players who received the official messages reacted similarly to Jiang, mostly feeling envy towards Sushi's fortuitous circumstances. However, there were those with ulterior motives. Certain groups and companies were mere puppets propped up by foreign capital. Although the Dragon Kingdom's officials had conducted background checks on the top players and factions, a few unworthy individuals inevitably slipped through the cracks. Upon learning of the connection between the mist and delusion, foreign capitalists contacted the puppet groups, companies, and individuals within the Dragon Kingdom, regardless of the cost. They aim to locate Su Shi and eliminate her. Capital knows no moral high ground. Their only concern was self-interest. Currently, no player among the foreign participants possessed strength exceeding that of Su Shi, who wielded numerous exceptional items. The gap between the foreign players and Su Shi would only widen in the future. The foreign capitalists would not permit anything that might undermine their current standing. Even if the world's rules were on the brink of upheaval, they aspired to remain at the pinnacle of the new order. Tentacles of influence reached into Xiang province and the inner workings of the Dragon Kingdom's officials. The Dragon Kingdom had contingency plans in place. The regulatory bodies overseeing delusion transactions and cybersecurity were directly managed by the highest echelons. All information regarding top players was concealed, and those who interacted with them were exclusively personnel from national security. Even if there were internal traders, they would be unable to access the information of the leading players. Moments later, Su Shi arrived before a cave. At that moment, her heart brimmed with exhilaration, clearly indicating that something remarkable awaited within. This is the territory of a boss. Hence the absence of other monsters, yet it is likely that a horde of minions guards the boss. She employs the summons, designating this location as the guild's stronghold. Subsequently, she instructs her sister and Qinghe to log in and teleport over. Within half a minute, their figures materialize. Both young girls appear exceedingly excited. Captain, that message is genuine. My father has just received instructions from above, and the air raid shelter will be activated as a refuge. Qinghe's face flushes with excitement. Prior to logging in, she shared the matter of the Su sisters with her family, who expressed no objections to her association with them and even encouraged her to disclose certain information, which fills her with joy. Upon seeing Qinghe's current demeanor, Su Shi realizes that Qinghe is trustworthy, yet she does not intend to reveal her true identity just yet. The fewer people who know, the better. Is it that serious? Qinghe nods. The authorities have entered a state of readiness, and it is said that a fog has emerged in the primitive forests of Province E as of yesterday. Upon hearing this, Su Shi finally comprehends why the officials have connected delusion to the game's arrival. It is no wonder that the professional mentor mentioned that assimilation has already commenced. She hopes the impending calamity will not be too severe. At this moment, Suya hastily approaches her sister, whispering in her ear, "Congratulations on your rebirth, big brother. From now on, you shall be the true elder sister." Su Shi does not question this statement. After grinding for 3 hours in the first half of the night, the only parts of her that remained unchanged were her intimate areas and hair. After grinding for over 2 additional hours in the latter half, her complete transformation into a female is entirely plausible. Observing her sister's twinkling eyes, Su Shi can't help but chuckle, pinching her sister's cheek playfully. "What's the matter? Big sister, have you forgotten the promise you made to me?" Suya pouts, appearing quite aggrieved. "What promise?" Su Shi feigns ignorance. Suya's spirited face turns rosy, and she points to her own cheek. "This, big sister, you cannot go back on your word." Qinghe, witnessing this exchange, smiles warmly, amused by the sisterly bond. Among girls, kissing on the cheek is not uncommon. Qinghe herself has been kissed by friends several times, not to mention sisters, yet she inexplicably feels that the connection between Su Shi and Suya is particularly endearing. How could one not find it charming? Aside from her physical transformation, Su Shi's speech and demeanor retain a masculine quality. "All right, I have kept every promise I made to you," Su Shi replies gently, then pecks her sister's cheek as if pecking grain. Ultimately, Su Shi has yet to fully adapt to her role as an elder sister. "I knew you favored me the most," the little girl exclaims, leaping into her sister's embrace with a beaming smile. "You little rascal, let us head into the cave. Level up to 15 quickly, and log off to rest early." Su Shi lightly taps her sister's head. "If you keep tapping, I might really become foolish." "Aren't you already a bit foolish? I'll bite you." In reality, Suya has already helped her sister back to bed and lies beside her, though the little girl does not directly snuggle up to her sister. Even though both individuals yearn for the closeness they once shared in their childhood, a transformation in mindset is imperative. This applies not only to Su Shi but also to Suya. The young girl, plagued by a sense of insecurity and longing for familial affection, finds herself increasingly reliant on her only living relative, who is not merely a connection of blood. The bond of kinship is the most untainted form of emotion in this world. As the trio ventured into the cavern, a damp breeze surged forth from the depths, sending shivers down their spines. The hissing sound of serpents, accompanied by numerous ethereal green glimmers, emerged from within. Overwhelmed by the sight of so many snakes, Suya trembled in fear, clutching her sister's arm even more tightly. It is well known that creatures such as snakes, insects, and rodents evoke a greater dread than phantoms. Chapter 48. The ink serpent, damage exceeding 10,000. The cave was rather constricted, and Sushi had no intention of engaging in battle within its confines. "Let us retreat," she declared. As they withdrew, Sushi summoned her attribute panel. She had reached level 11 yesterday afternoon, and now she had ascended to level 15, while Xiaoya remained at level 13 and Qing He at level 14. With the mystic ring, advancing to an extraordinary tier and bolstered by the Heaven's Fortune talent, the probability of triggering effects was significantly heightened. Although Xiaoya's level had increased, she had yet to undergo her secondary job transfer, resulting in limited damage output, with most monsters being vanquished by Sushi. Only when facing a boss would she inflict substantial damage, allowing her sister to deliver the final blow and activate the effects of the Proof of Glory special equipment, which now granted 670 points in strength, 740 in agility, 650 in intelligence, 660 in constitution, and spirit. As Sushi leveled up, her equipment, Bow of Delusion, Armor of Delusion, and Arm of Delusion, also enhanced their base attribute values. Player, She level, 15 124804500. Profession, Ranger, Frostfang. Secondary professions, Blacksmith, Tailor. Health points, 26608880. Mana points, 16607760. Physical attack, 1314289911432. 4156. Magic strength, 3761592. Physical defense, 283921. Magic defense, 203837. Movement speed, 5. 867. 92. Attack speed, 4. 596. 27. Critical rate, 2143. Critical damage, 152. 172. Strength, 495. 1143. Intelligence, 188796. Constitution, 220828. Spirit, 168776. Agility, 295903. Both the skills, Ranger's Focus and Assassin's Will, had reached level 10, with Armor of Delusion elevating them by 1 level, contributing a 21 increase in critical rate and an 11 boost in critical damage. The experience required to progress from level 10 to 11 was 20,000 points, from 11 to 12 was 25,000 points, from 12 to 13 was 30,000 points, and from 15 to 16 was 45,000 points. The challenge of leveling up continued to escalate. In the span of over 5 hours, Sushi had slain more than 6,000 monsters, supplemented by elite creatures, boss encounters, and additional experience rewards for level disparities, resulting in a 4-level increase. During this time, she also spent nearly an hour navigating the map without engaging any monsters. Compared to the previous day, her leveling speed had notably accelerated. On average, she dispatched over 20 monsters per minute, largely due to the absence of fog, which allowed for increased monster clustering. Her high damage output and long range enabled her to eliminate wild creatures with a single arrow. Though the attack range was not explicitly indicated, it became evident through combat that the maximum range of her arrows was correlated with her strength attribute. Additionally, Xiaoya assisted in gathering loot, which saved considerable time. Closing the character panel, Su Shi and her companions exited the cave. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpentine monsters within the cave followed closely behind, slithering along the rocky walls. Upon witnessing the monstrous figure, the 2 young girls were startled, jumping in place. One cannot blame them. After all, both Xiaoya and Qing He are innocent university students. Even though they are aware that they will encounter even more terrifying creatures in the future, their mindset requires a gradual transformation. It is unrealistic to expect them to instantly evolve from delicate maidens into fierce warriors capable of shedding blood in battle. The serpentine creature measures approximately half a meter in width and an estimated 10 meters in length. The boss, however, is several times larger, boasting a girth of nearly 2 meters. The serpent-like monster is cloaked in a deep green hue, accentuated by its eerie green eyes, exuding an aura of venomous danger. Indeed, this is not merely an illusion. Level 15 Bronze Boss Health Points, 270, 000 Physical Attack, 270 Magical Strength, 290 Physical Defense, 180 Magical Defense, 184 Movement Speed, 3. 6 Attack Speed, 2. 1 Skill 1, Venomous Fang, Level 3. Conjures a venomous fang directed at a target, inflicting 140 of magical strength as spell damage, and ensnaring the target in a persistent 3-second state of poisoning, dealing 12 of magical strength as poisoning damage per second, consumes 20 mana points, cooldown time of 5 seconds. Skill 2, Toxic Mist, Level 3. Designates a circular area with a radius of 2 meters, which, after a 0.5-second delay, envelopes the area in toxic mist for 5 seconds. Targets caught in the mist enter a persistent 3-second state of poisoning, suffering 12 of magical strength as poisoning damage per second. The effects of different skills, poisoning damage can stack, consumes 50 mana points, cooldown time of 15 seconds. Skill 3 Refinement of Venom, Level 3. Enhances both poisoning and burning abnormal damages by 17. Skill 4 Source of Mana, Level 3. Unique skill of the Serpent Boss Agility, Level 3. Passive. After being struck, increases total movement speed by 12. Exclusive skill of the Bronze Boss, Fury. All of the skills are associated with the Poison Mage class. Suya, as a hidden necromancer, is limited to learning skills from the Magus and Summoner classes. For some reason, Sushi has a premonition that the fortuitous encounter within the cave is likely related to the Poison Mage. Suddenly, a gentle breeze envelopes her, and her crystal longbow is shrouded in azure energy and icy mist. At level 11, each second-tier class possesses 3 skills. A passive ability rewarded upon promotion, a buff skill, and an active skill. Currently, Sushi is employing the buff skills from the Ranger and Assassin classes, alongside the Frost Power skill. Lightning Dash, Level 11. When activated, increases physical attack by 21 and total attack speed by 11, lasting for 41 seconds with a cooldown time of 60 seconds. Wind S Grace, Level 11. When activated, augments physical attack by 21 and total movement speed by 11, lasting for 41 seconds with a cooldown time of 60 seconds. Physical attack, 4452. Attack speed, 696. Movement speed, 879. Sushi raises her crystal longbow, energy coalescing into a singular arrow in an instant. The arrow emitted a chilling gleam, signifying the advent of the Ranger's new skill, Armor-Piercing Arrow. At level 11, this skill boasts a damage enhancement of 205 and reduces the target's physical defense by 21 for a duration of 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. With the activation of the double casting effect, Sushi unleashed 2 consecutive armor-piercing arrows. The damage dealt was a staggering 28, 256, weak point, critical hit, alongside 4, 238, true damage and 20 true damage, followed by another strike of 28, 888, weak point, critical hit, 4, 333, true damage, and 20 true damage. Bolstered by various damage amplifications, she was capable of inflicting tens of thousands in damage. The health bar of the MO Snake Boss was abruptly diminished by 1/5, its physical defense reduced to 142 points. Witnessing Sushi's extraordinary damage output, Suya and Qing, he felt their fears of the serpent dissipate entirely. It perfectly illustrated the adage that all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Captain, I too have my doubts about whether you are utilizing cheats, Qing, he remarked, swallowing hard, jesting despite having previously witnessed Sushi frequently surpassing the 10,000 damage mark. Still profoundly impressed. Suya, having learned numerous gaming terminologies over the past few days, chuckled. Sister simply forgot to disable her cheat. How can one claim she is cheating? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The MO Snake Boss instinctively recoiled. its fierce emerald eyes now reflecting a clearer semblance of confusion. It was evidently perplexed. Had those two strikes truly come from the hands of a level 15 player? Shortly thereafter, within a mere 5 seconds, Sushi reduced the boss to a sliver of health, allowing Suya to claim the serpent's head. The other MO snake minions fell to Sushi's arrows, each dispatched with precision. After collecting their spoils, the trio ventured once more into the cavern. As they delved deeper into the cave, Sushi's sense of foreboding intensified. The tunnel was lengthy, and it took them several minutes to reach its terminus. Chapter 49. The Poison King, hidden profession. Within the depths of the cave lies a vast expanse, culminating in a spacious plaza. Adjacent to the rocky walls are numerous enormous glass vessels, each containing the remains of various monstrous creatures, submerged in an enigmatic liquid. Without exception, these creatures are venomous beings such as snakes and scorpions. Scattered throughout the plaza are an array of instruments, suggesting that this place serves as a laboratory. This corroborates Sushi's intuition. Is there not technology present in this illusory world? Suya peered curiously around, resembling an inquisitive child. Approaching one of the instruments, Sushi soon discovered the answer. The equipment here is not akin to the advanced technology found on Blue Star. Rather, it resembles that crafted by a blacksmith, devoid of any screens or displays. It appears to embody the alchemical science of this magical realm, dedicated to the study of poisons and various peculiar potions. Before Sushi could elaborate to her sister, she heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Tap, tap, tap. Captain, someone is here. He pointed towards a dimly lit corner. There, a figure moved slowly. Sushi immediately raised her longbow, adopting a defensive stance, yet she refrained from launching an attack. Given the circumstances, it was evident that someone tended to this place daily, and this individual was likely an NPC rather than a monster. Ahem. Do not be alarmed. An elderly woman, barely standing at 1.5 meters tall, staggered out from the shadows. She held a test tube filled with a bubbling green liquid, emitting dark green smoke. Perhaps due to the pungent fumes, the old woman coughed repeatedly. Hidden profession mentor, Poison King Mu Qing. Indeed, this was a hidden profession related to the poison mage. Mu Qing sealed the test tube and placed it on a rack before approaching Sushi and her companions. Little girl, would you like to acquire the power of another hidden profession? Mu Qing inquired, gazing at Suya, who was hiding behind Sushi. Sushi was not surprised by Mu Qing's forthrightness, considering she had spent the previous night playing mahjong with her for hours. Foolish girl, the elder is asking you. Sushi gently tapped her sister's head, noticing her lingering in a daze. Suya, cradling her head, innocently replied, Huh? Isn't this elder asking my sister? Seeing this, Mu Qing smiled kindly. Elder, could you bestow this hidden profession's power upon my sister? Suya timidly asked. Although the little girl appeared somewhat foolish, she was not truly simple-minded. She understood that the Poison King hidden profession was linked to the Poison Mage. Given that it was a mage's hidden profession, it would undoubtedly possess extensive area attack skills, which Sushi lacked. Upon hearing this, she felt a warmth in her heart. However, she had no intention of allowing her sister to forfeit the Poison King hidden profession. To put it differently, Little Ya's calamity talent could trigger the disaster effect, enhancing the range and damage of skills along with other benefits. The advantages of Suya awakening the Poison King hidden profession would far exceed those for herself. Senior, my sister. Sushi was about to say something when Mu Qing suddenly produced 2 skill books emanating a ghostly green light. You are both good children. There is no need for mutual modesty. The 2 skill books flew into the hands of the sisters. Sushi and Suya were momentarily bewildered. Is this how it works? Beside them, Qing he pouted. Senior, are you implying that I am not a good child?
Mu Qing chuckled. Haha.
You are indeed a good child, but you are not suited for the hidden profession, Poison King. Follow these 2 girls closely, and you will surely encounter a hidden profession that suits you. Hehe. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. Qing he had little interest in hidden professions. Her innate talent as an experience-based player meant she could never become a formidable contender. She simply wished to hear Mu Qing praise her as a good child. All right, I must return to my experiments. You 3 can do as you please. With that, Mu Qing turned back to his work with the toxins and equipment. Thank you for your generous gift, Senior. After expressing their gratitude, the sisters made their way out of the cave. Once outside, Su Shi gazed at the Hidden Profession Awakening book in her hands, still feeling a sense of disbelief. Hidden Profession Awakening Book, Poison King upon use. Awaken the Hidden Profession, Poison King. Is it truly this simple to acquire a Hidden Profession Awakening book? And to receive two at once?
Suya felt similarly.
Senior Mu Qing. She. As she began to speak, Suya's words were abruptly cut off as she tugged at her sister's hand. Sister, look behind. The mountain is gone. Gone? Su Shi turned to look. There was no trace of the cave, nor even the small mountain itself. Qing he was equally astonished. Captain. Did such a large mountain really vanish into thin air? Oh yes. How could I forget? Illusion is a game world where the most peculiar happenings are possible. Suya turned to her sister, blinking. Sister, where shall we search for Senior Mu Qing now? Both sisters were of a grateful disposition. Mu Qing had bestowed upon each of them a Hidden Profession Awakening book, a kindness they felt deeply. Although Su Shi knew she currently had nothing to offer in return, accompanying Mu Qing in conversation and lending a hand seemed a worthy endeavor. Furthermore, she was certain that she and her sister would one day become powerful. We will surely meet Senior Mu Qing again. Then, the sisters clicked to use the Awakening book for the Poison King Hidden Profession. The Hidden Profession Awakening book transformed into shimmering points of emerald energy that surged into their bodies. In an instant, they were overwhelmed by an array of sensations. The pain of insect bites, electric shocks, and searing burns coursed through them. Additionally, they felt as though their blood was rapidly depleting, yet their health points remained intact. Sister. Suya's face and lips turned ghostly pale, beads of sweat forming on her brow as her body trembled violently. The young girl's attributes paled in comparison to Su Shi's, rendering her physical constitution frail. Su Shi fared slightly better, yet the pain within her was unbearable. Gritting her teeth and enduring the agony, she embraced her sister tightly. One hand gently pats my sister's back, while the other reaches towards her mouth. Xia, if you bite my hand, it won't hurt as much. Chapter 50. The Star City. The mist reappears sister. I'm fine. The young girl forced a smile, burying her little head in her sister's embrace and holding her tightly. Qing He, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and swiftly cast holy light, healing magic, and various other skills upon the two sisters. However, these efforts proved to be of little assistance, as Su Shi and Suya were not truly injured. Fortunately, the discomfort dissipated shortly thereafter. Within their minds, new memories surfaced, revealing information regarding the hidden class of Poison King. Simultaneously, the game interface presented itself. As a hidden class of the Mage category, Poison King rendered Su Shi's magic power her primary attribute. Magic power, 15, 941, 913, 7, 972. 4. Hidden class, Poison King, Enlightenment, a master of alchemical sciences. She could learn the skills of the Poison Mage, enhancing their efficacy and creating additional categories of products for the alchemist secondary profession. Within extraordinary environments, certain attributes could be amplified. Toxin Infusion, specialized skill, cannot be upgraded, inflicts damage upon the target, inducing a continuous 3-second state of poisoning. The target suffers poisoning damage equal to 10 of their total health per second. Each instance of damage dealt to the target refreshes the duration of toxin infusion and inflicts immediate poisoning damage. The 4 types of abnormal damage: poisoning, burning, electrocution, bleeding, from various corresponding skills and equipment can stack. Venomous toxin, regardless of the method, the duration of the 4 abnormal states: poisoning, burning, electrocution, bleeding, imposed on the target increases by 2 seconds. Deadly toxin, the damage from the 4 abnormal states: poisoning, burning, electrocution, bleeding, is enhanced by 20. Toxin spread. Active skill afflicts all targets within a 20-meter radius with a continuous 3-second poisoning damage effect, dealing 10 of magic power as poisoning damage per second. Targets affected by poisoning will incur spell damage equivalent to 150 of magic power, and the damage bonus from toxin spread is elevated to 20 of magic power. This skill consumes 50 mana points and has a cooldown of 20 seconds. Source of all toxins. Buff skill upon activation, magic power increases by 10, and the player randomly suffers 10 points of poisoning, burning, electrocution, or bleeding damage per second, with a 10 increase in the damage of these 4 abnormal states. The 4 agonies just experienced represented 4 forms of abnormal damage. She glanced briefly at the description of the Poison King, hidden class, then looked worriedly at her sister nestled in her arms. Xiaoya, does it still hurt? She tenderly stroked her sister's little head. Suya lifted her gaze, her small face having regained much of its color. Sister, it doesn't hurt anymore. At this moment, he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Captain, Xiaoya.
You scared me to death just now. We're fine. It's just that the power of the Poison King, hidden class, is somewhat unique, Sushi explained. The 3 took a moment to regroup before resuming their monster hunting and dungeon exploration to level up. The hidden occupational skill of the Poison King bears a resemblance to Frostbite, allowing for either activation or deactivation. The augmentation of skills has significantly accelerated Sushi's monster-slaying speed. Although the damage enhancement from the Poison Affinity specialization appears minimal, its actual power is astonishingly formidable, enabling 2 critical strikes. At around 3 in the morning, he reached level 15. She had not rested properly the previous day, so Sushi urged her to log off. Sushi and Suya then utilized a return scroll to teleport back to the nearest city. From there, they proceeded to the next city via the intercity teleportation array. Sushi believed that every city would harbor fortuitous encounters. With the call to arms, unlimited guild teleportation scrolls, and return scrolls at their disposal, the journey consumed little time. Were it not for the fortunate talent's inability to reveal the precise locations of such encounters, Sushi could have directly teleported to the site of the opportunity by changing the guild's stronghold. The sisters first visited the Spirit Ascension Hall, where Suya accepted her second job transfer quest. Subsequently, Sushi employed a call to arms to designate a location within the level 14 area as their new guild stronghold before teleporting there. Indeed, an opportunity awaited them. She felt a surge of excitement within her heart, especially as they were quite close to the encounter, prompting her and her sister to rush towards it. However, this particular opportunity was rather mundane. A special herb that, when consumed, would enhance intelligence by 10-20 points, which Suya ingested, as Sushi had the mysterious ring, and was not in need of attribute enhancements. The 2 sisters then ventured to 4 other cities. 2 of them yielded no opportunities, likely claimed by other players, while the others presented equally ordinary encounters. By nearly 5 in the morning, Suya reached level 15, and Sushi attained level 16. Only then did the sisters log off to rest. In reality, Sushi slowly opened her eyes, feeling an unusual sensation in her body, a pressing need to relieve herself. However, the urgency was distinctly different from that experienced in a male body. This was the essence of being female. Sushi sat up and hastily made her way to the restroom. Suya also awakened, rubbing her eyes. Sister, hurry up. I need to go too. Once inside the restroom, as she squatted down, Sushi experienced an unprecedented and intriguing sensation. She took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing any inappropriate thoughts. While washing her hands, she examined her reflection in the mirror. Her appearance mirrored that of the game character, yet her once dark hair had transformed into long pink locks. The fitted female attire she wore perfectly accentuated her graceful figure and prominent features. Surely, this would warrant a C-cup. She swallowed hard, various respectable images flooding her mind. Exiting the restroom, she spotted the little one sitting on the edge of the bed, yawning. Upon seeing her sister, Suya's drowsiness vanished, and she joyfully leaped into Sushi's arms. Sister, I want a kiss. Having shared a kiss in the game before, Sushi felt no discomfort in the act, considering she was now a sister. Nevertheless, she merely placed a light peck on her sister's cheek. You little rascal, didn't you say you were in a hurry to go? Now, having become sisters, there is no need for veiled conversation. Much like between brothers, one would not refer to urination with an elegant term like urine. Suya also did not linger in her sister's embrace, instead making her way to the restroom. Subsequently, She reclined on the bed, picking up her phone to browse the delusion forum. There was no rush to familiarize herself with her new body. The officially designated residence should possess 2 rooms, and she could attend to that matter when she found herself alone. Although she had promised her sister that they could sleep together, it was unlikely they would do so every night. Sisters, indeed, can be closer than brothers, yet they should not become excessively intimate. Throughout, Sushi's wish was for her sister to genuinely move on from the past and embark on a life akin to that of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, within the scenic area of Wang Mountain in Star City, the ground cracked, soil and rocks flying in every direction, as mist began to rise. Chapter 51. A billion progress from the depths of the earth, grotesque worm-like creatures and skeletal figures began to emerge. While ordinary animals and insects instinctively distanced themselves from the encroaching fog, the subterranean worms moved with a disconcerting slowness, amidst the remains of both humans and monsters. Not just in Star City, but nearly every mountainous border of Blue Planet cities was engulfed in this mysterious mist. The rate of its spread was alarmingly rapid, ensnaring many slower creatures within its grasp. The fog that appeared on the first day further accelerated this ominous expansion. The sudden upheaval was attributed to the fact that the user base of the game Delusion had surpassed 1 billion. Though it was the early hours in Long Kingdom, many nations basked in daylight. Governments around the world offered substantial subsidies for the purchase of gaming helmets, alleviating any concerns and prompting people to place their orders without hesitation. Within 2 hours, the gaming helmets arrived at their doorsteps. At this point, Delusion no longer felt the need for subterfuge. The extraordinary forces behind Delusion refrained from directly delivering the helmets to the populace, presumably to prevent panic. Governments cooperated in a theatrical performance, claiming that they had partnered with Delusion and that local authorities possessed the helmets, thereby justifying their swift delivery. In the primitive forests of E Province, the special forces stationed there shouted, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" As the fog's spread intensified. They had previously ascertained that water could neither absorb the mist nor impede its expansion. "Commander, there are still many wild beasts lurking in the primitive forest. We have detected the presence of numerous massive life forms within the fog." Bad news continued to pour in, casting a pall over the soldiers' faces. Meanwhile, in the capital city, the think tank and high-ranking officials of Long Kingdom convened another summit. All present bore dark circles under their eyes, a clear indication of a sleepless night. After 30 minutes of deliberation, they ultimately resolved to deploy classified unmanned warfare machines to guard the perimeter of the fog. Presently, the monsters within the mist were not insurmountable. They could still be vanquished with conventional weaponry, and it was not yet time for the top players to enter the fray. During the latter part of the night, the special forces conducted several tests on the mist in the primitive forests of E Province, uncovering numerous findings. The most significant revelation was that players who had created characters in Delusion would not undergo mutation upon entering the fog. Instead, they would transform into their game avatars and could perceive the monster's levels and attributes. Furthermore, all technological products contaminated by the mist would cease to function, including firearms. Bullets could only inflict damage on monsters outside the fog, and the inflicted damage was minimal. Today, the monsters within the mist were only at levels 2 and 3, and there were relatively few creatures beyond the fog's reach, indicating that it was not yet time for the leading players to take action. Sushi observed on the forum that players were voicing their grievances about the escalating difficulty of leveling up in Delusion. Although the increase in levels granted access to additional skills, which marginally improved their efficiency in slaying monsters, the experience points required for advancement had surged dramatically. Most players had only just reached levels 12 and 13. Even with a 1-hour intermission, 8 hours were devoted to vanquishing monsters, clearly illustrating the rapid pace of advancement. Have you all noticed something peculiar today? The elite players seem unusually silent on the forums. Some players have sensed the anomaly. Isn't this rather commonplace? Elite players are generally not very active in the forums. I too feel that something is amiss. Typically, numerous top-tier players showcase their skills and wealth, yet today, they are nearly absent. Observing the discussions, Sushi felt little emotional upheaval. Since the official Dragon Kingdom has acknowledged the game's connection to Delusion, it is certain that meticulous preparations are underway, This is not her concern. Suya emerged from the bathroom, flopping onto the bed and gradually inching towards her sister. Sister, do you remember the other promise you made to me? At this, She was about to set down her phone when a text message arrived. Announcement. In the coming days, exercises will commence around Zhaoshan in Lianxing. Citizens are advised to plan their travel routes accordingly. The message implied that the area around Zhaoshan was now cordoned off. She furrowed her attractive brows. Was there also fog within Zhaoshan? Noticing her sister's silence, the little girl pouted, feeling a tinge of grievance. What's wrong? She turned over to find her sister looking quite pitiful. Truth be told, lying on the same bed as her sister still felt somewhat strange. Even though she had assumed the role of an elder sister, the little girl shifted closer, her eyes shimmering with hope. Sister, could you hold me while I sleep? Ever since it had been just the two of them at home, Suya had been sleeping alone, reminiscing about the comforting nights when their mother and brother would hold her. Of course, Shi, seeing her sister's eager expression, could not bring herself to refuse. She extended her arms and gently embraced her sister. Initially, she thought she would feel uncomfortable. After all, aside from their childhood, Shi had never been this close to her sister. Even during the 1 or 2 years following their parents' disappearance, she had only lulled her sister to sleep before retreating to another bed. However, she found that her worries were unfounded. It can only be said that familial bonds are truly mysterious. Holding her sister, she felt her mind clear of distractions. She closed her eyes and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Suya felt similarly, due to the attribute values in the game reflecting on the player's physical bodies. She woke after just over 2 hours of sleep. Why am I on the floor? Standing up, she noticed her sister sprawled out on the bed in a starfish position, prompting a chuckle. This little rascal. She picked up her phone to check the time. It was just past 8 in the morning. If this continues for a few more days, I might not need to sleep at all. She tiptoed into the bathroom and gently closed the door, intending to familiarize herself with her new body, but found the outside noise rather distracting. Residing on the 7th floor, she approached the window and saw several individuals on the street wielding wooden sticks, smashing the glass doors of a shop. In the year 2036, the security within the Dragon Kingdom is deemed the second best in the entirety of the Blue Star, with no nation daring to claim the top spot. The current situation evidently arises from the knowledge that the game is on the verge of arrival, leading many to believe that order will soon disintegrate. One can only hope that nothing untoward occurs before the arrival of the official personnel. She tightly shut the window, isolating herself from the cacophony of the outside world. Instantly, her interest in her familiar body waned. After a brief visit to the restroom, she donned her gaming headset and logged into Delusion. Joy must always take a backseat to strength. Subsequently, She commenced her expedition in the level 15 area, effortlessly sweeping through ordinary monsters. Even when confronted with the dungeon mist, she could hardly muster the energy to glance at it. For her, the true pursuit lay in farming monsters and frequently triggering the effects of the mysterious ring equipment, as that was where her greatest enhancement resided. It was not until 10:30 in the morning that the officials sent another message, indicating that their representatives were nearing the hotel, prompting her to log off. I'm feeling a bit anxious, she admitted. At that moment, Suya also awakened, appearing somewhat reserved. She playfully pinched her sister's small face. What's there to be nervous about? We are not the villains here. Chapter 52. Official, equal cooperation. After a brief moment, She retrieved 2 loose-fitting hooded sweatshirts from her suitcase. Although it was August and wearing such long-sleeved attire would be quite warm, it was certainly preferable to exposing themselves. The sisters were not primarily concerned about the official authorities of Long Kingdom, but rather the common populace. After all, the government undoubtedly wished for societal order to remain intact. If the officials harbored any malicious intentions towards the leading players, they would have acted against them long before the anomaly of delusion was discovered at dawn. Delaying action would merely serve to bolster the strength of these prominent players, a concept easily grasped by most. Furthermore, She had never doubted the integrity of the Long Kingdom's officials. She possessed no reason to question their authority. As long as one remained within the borders of the Long Kingdom, the state apparatus could effortlessly ascertain her every movement. Concealment? Where could one hide? There was indeed a place to take refuge, the mist. Yet She was unaware of the intricate details surrounding it. Moreover, the area surrounding the mist was heavily secured, rendering access impossible. After a brief moment, the sisters donned their sweatshirts, secured their masks, and descended the stairs, fully prepared. To avoid any complications, they refrained from retrieving their room deposit and departed the hotel directly. Just then, they received a text from the authorities, indicating that the official liaison had arrived at the hotel, providing the vehicle's license plate number and other confidential information. The Long Kingdom's officials exhibited such caution out of fear of potential internal corruption. Should any traitors seize the leading players first, it would result in a substantial loss. Sushi's vision had become remarkably acute, seemingly enhanced by her fortunate talent, which appeared to manifest even in reality. Upon exiting the hotel, she merely cast a glance and quickly identified the official's vehicle amidst the multitude of cars. "Sister, I feel as though we are in a movie." The younger sister still exhibited a hint of apprehension. Suya, still a university student and unaccustomed to the outside world, understandably felt nervous in the face of such significant events. She grasped her sister's hand tightly, offering reassurance. "Don't worry, Xiaoya. Let us just think of it as moving into the official S family community." Suya reciprocated her sister's grip, gradually finding solace. Before long, the sisters arrived at the official's vehicle. After confirming their respective identities, they entered the car. The group proceeded into the university campus, where Suya returned to her dormitory to gather her belongings, then headed to the package station to collect the clothes her sister had purchased the day before continuing towards their new residence. During the journey, the sisters exchanged little conversation with the officials. Noticing the name change from Sushi to Susia, the officials harbored some curiosity but refrained from probing further. Half an hour later, Sushi and Suya were delivered to the garage of a standalone villa. "Ladies, the villa is well stocked with essential supplies. Should you find anything lacking, please feel free to contact us through the intercom, and we will assist you with procurement." One of the officials handed Sushi an intercom device, continuing to speak. Surrounding villas were staffed with official personnel, ensuring that the two ladies need not fret over safety concerns. Should any other matters arise, they could readily reach out for assistance. After expressing her gratitude, Sushi inquired about the situation that weighed heavily on her mind. The officials, candid and forthright, conveyed that the current circumstances were rather bleak. A dense shroud of mist blanketed the mountainous terrain within a 10-kilometer radius, concealing numerous beasts that had grotesquely mutated into monstrous forms, growing ever more formidable with the passage of time. Fortunately, conventional weaponry remained effective against these creatures, allowing the two ladies to level up in peace. Should they be called upon, their superiors would contact them directly. After bidding farewell to the officials, the Su sisters entered the villa, burdened with their luggage and packages. Gazing upon the expansive living room, the younger sister's eyes sparkled with delight. "I never expected we could reside in such a grand house," she exclaimed.
Indet, Susi Eko.
Feeling somewhat enchanted. Just 2 days prior, she had been a struggling worker, and now, in the blink of an eye, she found herself soaring high above the mundane. With a playful grin, Suya urged her sister to sit on the sofa, then spread the contents of the packages across the table. "Sister, let me see if your fashion sense has improved." She playfully rapped her younger sister's head. "You little rascal, after all the clothes I've bought for you, you still doubt my taste? Were my previous purchases not pleasing?" The little girl pouted in retort. "That was then, and this is now. Circumstances have changed. My beautiful sister must wear the most exquisite attire." As they unwrapped the packages, both siblings simultaneously scrolled through their phones. News of the delusion incursion into reality was rampant, with the Dragon Kingdom's officials issuing a relevant announcement at 9 a.m. Initially, the plan was to gradually inform the populace to prevent unrest and panic, but the revelation that the number of delusion players had surpassed 1 billion triggered unforeseen upheaval. Not only had a dense fog enveloped the outskirts of every city, but many monsters had also emerged from lakes and oceans. The situation could not be handled gradually any longer. Fortunately, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom exhibited a commendable level of composure, with the vast majority complying with official directives, aside from a small faction that caused disturbances. Those troublemakers were swiftly apprehended. The authorities permitted these individuals to create game avatars in delusion, to mitigate the risk of them transforming into monsters, but they were denied the opportunity to level up in the game, as doing so could pose a future threat. In this extraordinary period, exceptional measures were warranted. Such actions were necessary to deter those contemplating mischief. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the Dragon Kingdom, many other nations faced dire circumstances, where the darker aspects of human nature were unleashed, and freedom became a weapon of destruction. Moreover, there were documented instances proving that individuals who created game avatars in delusion would, upon death in reality, continue to exist as their avatars within the game world, albeit without the chance for resurrection. While the sisters were occupied with their packages, official personnel arrived with lunch and discussed the afternoon's arrangements with Su Shi. It was merely a request for the Su sisters to assist in elevating the official players. Naturally, Su Shi did not decline, as she needed to engage in monster hunting to enhance her abilities. With the presence of the mysterious ring, her level held little significance. As long as her attributes were sufficiently high, the damage from her basic attacks would far surpass that of other players' burst skills by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. Moreover, the officials had stated that during the leveling sessions at 8 p.m. every evening, only 3 individuals could be accompanied, which would not hinder the progress of the sisters and Qing He. During regular times, they could follow Su Shi's arrangements and, when she desired to hunt monsters, simultaneously assist the official players in their ascent. This arrangement granted the sisters ample freedom. The Dragon Country officials were responsible for ensuring the safety of Su Shi and Suya in the real world, while the sisters were tasked with guiding others in their progression, thus establishing a mutually beneficial exchange. Chapter 53. Undercurrents. After lunch, the 2 sisters returned to their upstairs bedroom. "Can I share the same room with you, sister?" Suya pleaded, clinging to her sister's arm. Su Shi did not acquiesce. "No, you cannot." "Why not?" The little girl pouted, adopting a pitiful expression as her last resort. "I woke up under the bed today." "That cannot be true," Suya said weakly, feeling a twinge of guilt at the thought of having pushed her sister off the bed. Su Shi gently ruffled her younger sister's hair and replied softly, "Although we cannot share a room, I will allow this mischievous girl to sleep beside me every other night." This arrangement not only provided them with personal space but also strengthened their bond. "Yay, you're the best, sister." Initially, Suya had feared that she would no longer have the opportunity to sleep beside her sister, but upon hearing Su Shi's words, her joy knew no bounds as she peppered her sister's cheek with kisses. "Stop, stop, stop. Lilia, you've gotten saliva on my face." After a brief tidying up of their room, the sisters logged into the game. They would not be staying in this villa for long. It was merely a temporary residence, and since they would be spending most of their time in the game, there was no need for meticulous organization. Once in the game, they discovered that Qing He was also online. However, Qing He was in a party, presumably with family. Following the official personnel's provided list, Su Shi added 4 official players as friends and then met up with them. Little Ya's attributes and damage had yet to improve, leading to a low efficiency in monster hunting, and Su Shi was reluctant to let her sister stray too far, knowing that foreign forces were likely keeping a close watch on them, ready to seize any opportunity to strike. Although dying would not affect their existing attributes, it would result in lost equipment, and most importantly, she did not want her sister to endure the pain of death. While slaying monsters, Su Shi noticed that a minuscule portion of the impurities in the mystic ring had been illuminated, leading her to a conjecture. The mystic ring likely had a cap. Once all the impurities were lit up, it was probable that the attributes could no longer increase, and the ring might transform into a new piece of equipment. However, this was merely her hypothesis. After all, the illusionary longbow also contained many impurities that could not be lit to trigger its effects, and the nature of the impurities was entirely different. As Su Shi had anticipated, the actions of foreign capital were nothing short of reckless. In their pursuit to uncover Su Shi's true identity in the real world, they unhesitatingly exposed deeply buried puppets. One after another, corporate groups and prominent figures emerged. Yet, without exception, these foreign capital puppets were swiftly dealt with by the highest authorities of Long Kingdom through decisive measures. In times of peace, There were many considerations to be made, but the current situation was different. The higher-ups had repeatedly warned against probing into the true identities of top players, as they were pivotal to the future. While many of the subsequent players entering Delusion had awakened A and S-level talents, their leveling progress lagged behind the top players by over a day, making it exceedingly difficult to catch up. Consequently, the highest echelons of the Dragon Kingdom's official hierarchy would never permit any unforeseen incidents involving prominent players. The foreign capital was becoming increasingly anxious. How could there be absolutely no news? Could it be that she and Ya underwent cosmetic alterations prior to engaging in the game Illusion? Through various investigations, the foreign capital learned that multiple factions within the Dragon Kingdom had been searching for the Su sisters in recent days. Certain connected forces even attempted to locate them within the identity system, but to no avail. The foreign capital entertained the notion that she and Ya might not be citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, but merely created game characters on its servers. Thus, they enlisted the official authorities of the United States to spearhead a comprehensive identity investigation across various nations. Yet it too yielded no fruitful results. However, this afternoon, a glimmer of hope emerged, prompting the foreign capital to redirect their investigations within the Dragon Kingdom. This was due to the apprehension of a player possessing an SS-level talent. This player, much like the Su sisters, had undergone a transformation in appearance. As Su Shi had surmised, individual power was insignificant in the face of a national apparatus. The player believed that by remaining discreet, the authorities of their nation would fail to locate them, even retreating to a remote countryside, only to be captured within a day. Following this incident, aside from those SS talent holders who had maintained a low profile from the outset, most chose to align themselves with the official entities of their nations, including those with S-level talents. Initially, the foreign capital thought they had finally found a contender capable of rivaling the Su sisters, but upon witnessing the damage inflicted by the SS talent player, they realized it paled in comparison to Su Shi's prowess. Was it the special equipment awarded for being the top player in the entire server that endowed Shi with such strength? They were determined to locate Shi. As nightfall arrived, the sisters logged off for dinner, rested for an hour, and then returned online. When Su Shi and her sister met with Qing He and 3 official players, it was precisely 8 o'clock. The fog enveloping level 1620 dissipated, while simultaneously, the mist on the blue star began to spread. Presently, Su Shi had reached level 17. Su Ya was at level 16, and Qing He remained at level 15. A game panel appeared before Su Shi, displaying 2 new modules, Pets and Battle Core. She clicked on both modules and skimmed through the information. After defeating monsters above level 15, there was a chance to obtain pet eggs, which were categorized into tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, and so forth. The higher the tier of the pet egg, the greater the likelihood of hatching a pet with superior qualities, which could be enhanced through corresponding fortuitous encounters. The Battle Core represented a different team mode, currently accommodating a maximum of 10 players, wherein each participant could only receive 10 of the original experience points from defeating monsters. Qing He's talent exempted him from experience distribution calculations in teams, which would certainly not apply to the Battle Core, lest it become excessively overpowered. Su Shi glanced once more at her attribute values. The mysterious ring now augmented her strength by over 2,000 points, pushing her physical attack beyond the threshold of 5,000. Soon after, Su Shi determined the guild stronghold in a level 20 region, and the 6 members utilized a guild teleportation scroll to transport themselves there. Sister, your luck is truly remarkable. Before them lay a veil of dungeon mist, not particularly dense, indicating it was an ordinary instance. They decided against rushing into the dungeon. Su Shi felt a surge of exhilaration, for numerous opportunities awaited in various directions. However, she was not in pursuit of adventures. Rather, she sought to acquire a pet egg. Perhaps the pet domain also held the prestigious first reward server-wide. With swift precision, Su Shi launched her attacks on the nearby monsters, eliminating each with a single arrow. 13. For 16, critical hit, 13, 408, critical hit. Bolstered by the heavenly luck talent, an abundance of items dropped, among which was a plump, round pet egg. Chapter 54. The Pet Series. The first reward of the entire server. She grasped her sister's hand and hurried towards a pet egg. Giant lizard pet egg, bronze, capable of hatching a giant lizard pet with D or C grade qualifications. It remained uncertain whether the hatched pet would directly become a player's companion. With the mysterious ring in her possession, she was not in need of the meager attribute points that accompanied the top server reward. Thus, she wished to bestow this first reward upon her sister. After a brief moment of hesitation, she entrusted the pet egg to her sister's hands. Xiaoya quickly hatched the pet.
Suya.
Aware of both her and her sister's circumstances, immediately clicked to hatch the egg. Crack, crack. Then, fissures appeared on the pet egg, with viscous liquid oozing from the crevices. The young girl promptly placed the pet egg on the ground. Within mere seconds, the egg shattered, revealing a small lizard enveloped in slime. Pet. Giant lizard, D-grade qualification. Level 1. A prompt for tame pet appeared before both sisters. Suya clicked confirm without hesitation. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed throughout the server. Congratulations to player Ya for becoming the first player in the entire server to possess a D-grade qualified pet. Reward: 10 free attribute points, pet qualification advancement potion, and the equipment, illusionary boots. The drop rate for pet eggs was notoriously low. She had defeated over 10 monsters to obtain this single pet egg. Moreover, their group had been teleported directly to the level 20 area at 8 o'clock, and the battle lasted less than 2 seconds, making it entirely reasonable to claim the first reward in the pet series. Sister, can I not keep this little lizard? The girl looked disdainfully at the small giant lizard. How many girls would be inclined to care for such an unappealing pet? Let it go. She also found the giant lizard rather unattractive. The thought of having such a creature by her side was less than appealing. After all, she was not from a certain nation. The first reward explicitly mentioned D-grade qualified pets, implying that possessing pets of other qualifications would also yield the top server reward. Contemplating this, she continued to hunt nearby monsters. This area was the domain of giant lizard creatures, all of which were of the giant lizard variety. After defeating nearly 10 giant lizards, she obtained yet another pet egg, showcasing the rarity of these eggs. This time, she would hatch the pet egg herself. With the fortunate talent, she should be able to hatch a C-grade qualified giant lizard pet. The outcome did not disappoint her. Pet. Giant lizard, C-grade qualification. Level 1. Suya accepted it as her pet, and the server announcement rang out once more. Congratulations to player Ya for becoming the first player in the entire server to possess a C-grade qualified pet. Reward: 20 free attribute points and 3 pet qualification advancement potions. Simultaneously, Suya took out the rewarded items and handed them to her sister. Pet qualification advancement potion. When consumed by a pet, there is a small chance to enhance the pet's qualifications. The boots of delusion, unranked, providing basic attributes that fluctuate with the player's level, are of excellent quality and can be enhanced using specific special materials. Movement speed of 1.5, with a total movement speed increase of 10. When dealing or receiving damage, total movement speed is increased by 2 for 10 seconds, stacking up to a maximum of 10 layers. When subjected to immobilizing control effects or negative states that reduce speed, there is a 1 chance to negate and cleanse all such effects. She felt her movement speed was sufficient. Thus she entrusted the boots of delusion to her sister, intending to reclaim them during their travels. Within the realm of delusion, there exists a remarkably user-friendly feature. No matter how soiled the equipment may become, once placed in the inventory and taken out again, it will appear pristine and renewed. Sister, these 2 little creatures are always following me. After receiving 2 top server rewards, Suya released the 2 giant lizard pets, yet they persistently trailed her as if they had chosen her as their companion. Su hoped to inquire with Qing He and 3 other official players, would you like to contract these 2 pets? If a pet is released for more than half an hour, it will directly evolve into a monster of its original level. She and her sister had no intention of contracting a giant lizard, but one of them possessed a C-grade quality that might be useful to the official players. Pets can also level up, gaining experience points comparable to their owner. The official players would rotate, with the 4 players led by she already engaging with other official players during the day, thus allowing more players to catch up in progress. Currently, The 3 official players in the team were only level 5, enabling the pets to rapidly ascend in levels alongside them. Let us keep the C-grade pet, one official player suggested. Agreed. Sushi then dispatched the D-grade giant lizard pet. Subsequently, she led the team into the dungeon shrouded in mist. The reason for not hastily seeking out fortuitous encounters was that Sushi believed the dungeon might unlock a new level of difficulty. A normal difficulty dungeon appeared at level 5. This particular dungeon was set at level 20. With a substantial difference of 15 levels, it was reasonable to expect a higher difficulty to be unlocked. As Sushi anticipated, upon entering the mist of the dungeon, a pop-up window appeared before her as the team leader. Dungeon. Reptilian Valley difficulty selection. Normal. All attributes of monsters within the dungeon receive a slight enhancement, with health being 40 times the constitution value. Experience gained from defeating monsters is increased by 100, and item drop rates are raised by 25. Adventure. All attributes of monsters within the dungeon receive a significant enhancement, with health being 50 times the constitution value. Experience gained from defeating monsters is increased by 150, and item drop rates are elevated by 40. For Sushi, the difference between adventure and normal difficulty was not substantial, and her entry into the dungeon mist was precisely to secure the first server-wide reward for completing the adventure difficulty dungeon. Are you certain you wish to select adventure difficulty? Yes. As Sushi's confirmation resonated, the surrounding mist grew increasingly dense. She had traversed numerous ordinary dungeons, which primarily involved slaying monsters and lacked any particularly unique mechanisms. The same could be said for the Crawler Valley. However, it bore distinctions when compared to other typical dungeons. The team initially experienced a fleeting blur before their vision cleared, revealing that they were situated in the heart of a desolate canyon. On either side of the gorge loomed 2 varieties of monsters, colossal lizards and venomous scorpions. Hissing sounds echoed as the 2 factions, numbering in the dozens, confronted one another, seemingly vying for territory. Upon noticing Sushi and her companions, they all turned their gaze, their crimson eyes fixated on the intruders, sending a chill down the spines of the group. Hissing sounds filled the air. Quick! Retreat!
Sushi co mang.
Raising her longbow and urging Ching He and the others to fall back. In an ordinary difficulty dungeon, players would not be directly teleported into the midst of monsters. Clearly, the heightened level of danger not only augmented the attributes of the creatures, but also increased the challenges players faced in overcoming the dungeon. Chapter 55. Farewell. Dimensional Giant Dragon Giant Lizard. Level 20 Bronze Boss. Adventure Difficulty Dungeon. Health Points. 1. 440. 000 Physical Attack. 430 Physical Defense. 320 Magical Defense. 300 Movement Speed. 3. 5 Attack Speed. 1. 8 Skill 1. Charge. Level 4. Skill 2. Petrifying Defense. Level 4. Upon casting, a hard stone armor coalesces on the surface of the skin, lasting for 5 seconds, enhancing physical defense by 35, and rendering the user immune to abnormal damage. Consumes 100 mana points, cooldown time of 40 seconds. Skill 3. Counterstrike. Level 4. Skill 4 Unyielding Will. Level 4. Courage Knight buff skill. When activated, it increases physical attack and defense by 6. 5. Lasting for 33 seconds. Each time the user is attacked, physical attack and defense can increase by 1. Stacking up to 5 layers. Consumes 50 mana points. Cooldown time of 60 seconds. Lizard Boss Unique Skill. Mimicry. Level 3. Selects a target, transforming into the appearance of that target, acquiring their attributes and skills. The mimicry lasts for 6 seconds, consumes 100 mana points, cooldown time of 60 seconds. Bronze Boss Exclusive Skill. Fury. First kill rewards for same name and level boss. First completion rewards for same name dungeon. Server first rewards for completing adventure difficulty dungeon. Dungeon completion rewards, Scorpion. Level 20 Bronze Boss, Adventure Difficulty Dungeon, Health Points, 1, 350, 000 Physical Attack, 400 Magic Power, 440 Physical Defense, 300 Magical Defense, 310 Movement Speed, 3, 2 Attack Speed, 1, 7 Skill 1, Venomous Fang, Level 4. Skill 2, Poison Mist, Level 4. Skill 3, Toxic Craftsmanship, Level 4. Skill 4, Poison Launch, Level 4. Hurls Venom and Sand forward, dealing 215 magic power as spell damage to all affected targets, inflicting a lasting 3-second poison state, causing 13 magic power in poison damage per second, and blinding the target for a duration of 1 second, consumes 75 mana points, cooldown time of 20 seconds. Scorpion Boss Unique Skill, Antitoxin, Level 4, reduces poison damage taken by 26. Bronze Boss Exclusive Skill, Fury. Upon observing the unique skills of the two bosses, Su Shi silently acknowledged that both possessed formidable abilities. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As outsiders, Su Shi and her companions became the common foes of the giant lizard and the scorpion. In an instant, over 20 monsters surged towards them. Su Shi activated various buff skills. A gentle breeze swirled around her, while icy mist coalesced upon her crystal longbow. Physical attack, 7904. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Energy materialized around her, instantly forming 2 red and 2 blue-black summoning arrays. Roar. A resounding dragon's roar emanated from the dimensional beast summoning array. All the giant lizards and scorpions in the vicinity froze in motion, their bodies trembling with trepidation. Su Shi and her companions likewise felt an immense pressure. The sound it was that little dimensional dragon. Su Shi was also somewhat bewildered. Wasn't he the dimensional dragon only level 5? How could she still summon it at level 17? Could it possibly be another dimensional dragon? Qing He and the official personnel, with their low attributes, felt the pressure more acutely. Captain, what have you summoned? Qing He asked timidly, swallowing hard. Tiger-type boss creatures were not exclusive to the novice village. In the world of delusion, the monsters outside every city were unique. Many players possessed the universal skill, reinforcements, so this was not a secret. Is it that chubby dragon you mentioned? Suya asked, a hint of excitement in her voice, seemingly oblivious to the pressure emanating from the dragon. Previously, Su Shi had spoken to her sister about summoning the dimensional dragon, and the little girl was quite curious about such mythical beings. In the next moment, the dimensional dragon hatchling emerged from the summoning array, identical in size and appearance to the last time, though its attributes had significantly changed. Dimensional Dragon, Level 17 Health, Physical Attack, 800 Magic Strength, 800 Physical Defense, Magic Defense, Movement Speed, 10, 0 Attack Speed 3, 0 The Dragon-type boss exclusive skill, Dragon Flame. Can continuously spew fire, inflicting 200 of its magic strength as spell damage to targets touched by the flames, lasting a maximum of 5 seconds with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Furthermore, the Dimensional Dragon possessed several additional mage skills. Upon seeing the attributes of the Dimensional Dragon, Su Shi formed a hypothesis. Would a powerful dimensional beast entering the world of delusion have its true strength sealed? After all, dragons were mythical creatures. How could they be of such a low level? The Dimensional Dragon hatchling humanely nudged its large head towards Su Shi. However, when it caught sight of Suya behind her, its golden eyes suddenly narrowed, as if it had encountered a terrifying presence. Nevertheless, this unusual expression quickly vanished, unnoticed by Su Shi and the others. Another dimensional beast, an eagle, appeared, resembling the hawk summoned by the Hawk Scout skill, and immediately charged towards the monsters. Low-level summons possess little intelligence and do not utilize their flying advantage in combat. They merely rush in to engage the enemy in melee. Suya cheerfully approached the Dimensional Dragon hatchling, eager to touch this mythical creature. However, it shook its head and flew directly into the throng of monsters, appearing somewhat as if it were fleeing in panic. The girl looked up at her sister with a hurt expression. Su Shi smiled helplessly. Little ya, I'm not a summoner, and dimensional beasts are not ordinary summons. I cannot control her. Suya pouted. All right then, the little girl murmured softly. In the future, I must have a dragon pet. If that's not possible, even a dragon-type undead would suffice. Once the dimensional dragon joined the fray, the giant lizards and venomous scorpions quickly showed signs of despair. Moreover, with Suya's ability to transform fallen monsters into undead creatures, the battle exhibited a clear trend of one-sided domination. Of course, the primary damage output still came from Sushi. Whoosh, 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 22. 839. Fatal. Critical hit. 45. 678. Fatal. Critical hit. Upon activating 3 buffs that amplify physical attack, her ordinary damage soared beyond 20,000, while her skill damage exceeded 40,000. The life points of the common monsters, however, hovered around merely 15,000. Defeating monsters in the Adventure difficulty dungeon at level 3 grants a reward of 40 experience points. The additional experience points provided by the dungeon, in relation to the level disparity, are calculated cumulatively. After a mere 20 seconds, all minor foes were vanquished, leaving only 2 formidable bosses. The dimensional teleportation array materialized, and the dragon hatchling cast a lingering glance at Su, she before reluctantly retreating into the dimensional realm. The legs of the 2 bosses, the giant lizard and the venomous scorpion, finally ceased their trembling. Yet, their fate remained unchanged. Despite both boasting over 1,000,000 life points, they were merely bloated in the face of Su-Shi's monumental damage. In less than a minute, the giant lizard and the venomous scorpion fell, one after the other. An announcement echoed throughout the entire server. Chapter 56. Limitations of Mimetic Skills. Congratulations to players Shi, Ya, and Qinghe for becoming the first team in the entire server to conquer the Adventure difficulty dungeon. Each player is rewarded with 20 free attribute points, a level 20 rare grade weapon selection box, and the title of Explorer 2. Explorer 2 increases damage to dungeon monsters by 5. When facing elite monsters or bosses within the dungeon, this value escalates to 15. Attributes of the Explorer series titles are cumulative. Su-Shi approached the corpses of the 2 bosses. A glance at the dropped items revealed no exceptional grade equipment, but she did find a silver grade pet egg. Venomous scorpion pet egg. Silver can hatch a venomous scorpion pet with DB level qualifications. As the game world of Delusion is authentic, pets do not enhance players' attribute values. However, upon contracting a pet, it can share its skills with the player through the power of the contract, unrestricted by class. There is a probability of skill duplication among pets, with independent cooldown calculations. Players can also possess multiple skills bearing the same name. Once a pet is released, it no longer shares its skills. Furthermore, the pet's qualifications influence not only its attributes but also the potency and number of its skills. How could a bronze boss drop a silver-grade pet egg? It seems somewhat illogical. While pondering, Su-Shi clicked to hatch the pet egg. Pet. Venomous scorpion. B-level qualification. Level 1. With the fortunate talent in effect, she hardly needed to worry about failing to obtain something valuable. Previously, she had consistently garnered rich rewards from treasure chests. Littleya understood immediately and promptly contracted the B-level venomous scorpion pet. Congratulations to Playerya for becoming the first player in the entire server to possess a pet with B-level qualifications, earning 40 free attribute points, 9 pet qualification advancement potions, and a pet skill awakening potion. Suya directly handed the awarded items to her sister. Pet skill awakening potion. After consumption by the pet, there is a probability of acquiring a skill, which may be duplicated. With so many pet potions at her disposal, Su-Shi contemplated seizing the first-place rewards for the pet series today. With the fortunate talent enhancing her chances, feeding her pet the qualification advancement potion should significantly improve its qualifications. She was curious whether feeding her sister's pet the potion would trigger her own fortunate talent. For now, she decided to wait until she encountered a pet that caught her eye. Naturally, Su-Shi would not waste the pet qualification advancement potion on an unattractive creature like the venomous scorpion or the giant lizard. She then turned her attention to the other items. Of particular interest to Su-Shi was the mimetic skill from the giant lizard boss. Coincidentally, the giant lizard boss had also dropped a mimetic skill book, and the first kill treasure chest offered another choice. She utilized one for herself and encouraged her sister to use the other. Littleya, simulate my actions and let us see how this universal skill works. During the recent battle, Su-Shi remained vigilant against the mimicry skill, maintaining a considerable distance from the giant lizard boss, which, interestingly, did not employ the mimicry skill throughout the encounter. The reason for its inaction towards the dimensional dragon hatchling likely lies in the limitations of the mimicry skill, which cannot replicate targets that surpass its own strength. The little girl obediently nodded, and soon a surge of energy enveloped Suya. When the energy dissipated, Suya had taken on the appearance of her sister. How heavy, she murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Sushi's lips twitched slightly as she playfully tapped her sister's head. You little rascal, I did not ask you to focus on that. Suya cheekily stuck out her tongue and summoned the character panel to examine the changes brought about by the mimicry skill. Sushi, however, was momentarily taken aback, for her sister now resembled her. The adorable expression she had while being cute was surprisingly endearing. Were it not for her current transformation into a girl, she might have entertained the notion of being flattered by her own appearance. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself lost in admiration of her own beauty. Sis? Suya waved her little hand in front of her sister's face, teasingly adding, Are you entranced by your own beauty? This brought Sushi back to reality, and upon realizing her lapse had been noticed by her sister, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush. I did not, she stammered.
Suya.
Please tell me about the mimicry skill. The first level of mimicry lasts only 5 seconds, and Suya quickly reverted to her original form. Sis, the mimicry skill can only replicate basic attribute values, common skills, and universal skills. It cannot mimic equipment, hidden class specialization skills, or talents. Additionally, attributes enhanced by special equipment like the mysterious ring cannot be replicated either. Indeed, the limitations were substantial, though Sushi did not find this surprising. The enhancements from special equipment such as the mysterious ring essentially represent the player's absorption of energy from the miasma game world. It would be unreasonable for mimicry to replicate such abilities. Relieved that the mimicry skill posed no threat to herself or her sister, Sushi exhaled softly. She collected her spoils and clicked to exit the dungeon. The B-grade pet, the scorpion, was given to an official player by Suya. However, giving may not be entirely accurate, as the officials had promised that once the official players stabilized within the miasma game, they would receive equivalent item compensation. Subsequently, Sushi calmed herself and set off towards the nearest location of a fortuitous encounter. Meanwhile, after a day of investigation, the foreign capital had yet to uncover the true identities of Shi and Ya. However, they did discover certain locations that sheltered the top players of the Dragon Nation. Although the Dragon Nation's officials did not disclose the specific purposes when requisitioning residential areas and real estate from developers and property management, these individuals could surmise a general idea of the situation. Even though the officials have advised them against spreading rumors or making unfounded statements, they are not devoid of familial ties, nor can they refrain from casual banter after indulging in libations. They are not representatives of the Dragon Kingdom, and their lips are not sealed with the same discretion as those of official personnel. Inevitably, there will always be individuals who let slip crucial information. Consequently, foreign capital has acquired such intelligence and has instructed its puppets within the Dragon Kingdom to investigate in this direction. Despite the Dragon Kingdom's diligent efforts in maintaining confidentiality, numerous locations safeguarding the prominent players have still been uncovered. In the United States, within the specialized department ABC, members ponder the current whereabouts of Shi and Ya, as a large screen before them displays a map of Hunan Province in the Dragon Kingdom, marked with 4 to 5 dozen red dots. These red dots indicate the protective locations of the key players. Although foreign capital remains unaware that Shi and Ya are the Su sisters, they can discern them by appearance. Moreover, their intentions are not to act hastily but rather to narrow the investigative scope, so as not to alarm the authorities of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 57. The ascension of pets. The crowd initially engaged in fervent discussion, subsequently expressing their varied opinions. As the mightiest players of the Dragon Kingdom, Shi and Ya were certainly aware that their presence in Xiang Province would not be tolerated by the authorities, given the exposure of critical information. It is highly probable that they have relocated to Yi Province, thereby mitigating the potential upheaval caused by the largest mists looming therein. I share the same sentiment. The mists that emerged on the first day of the server's launch enveloped a far greater area than those that appeared on the subsequent day, and the creatures they harbored were indeed formidable. This line of reasoning is entirely plausible. However, how could the Dragon Kingdom's officials possibly overlook such a consideration? The people of the Dragon Kingdom have a penchant for unconventional strategies. I suspect Shi and Ya may still be in Xiang Province. After extensive deliberation, the members of the ABC department ultimately failed to reach a consensus. Yet, They devised a plan to simultaneously investigate the protective points of the top players in both Xiang and Yi provinces. Rather than relying on puppets, they intended to bribe less talented, financially constrained, and weak-willed players from the Dragon Kingdom to undertake the reconnaissance. Faced with substantial incentives, some would undoubtedly betray their loyalties. Players lacking talent and financial resources would find their circumstances only deteriorating further once the mists completely enveloped Blue Star, transforming it into a gaming world. Who among them would not yearn to alter such a fate? Presently, the monetary system on Blue Star has merely been disrupted, not entirely collapsed. Small sums of currency in reality remain usable. Thus, foreign capital need not fear a lack of willing workers. In the game, She had been battling monsters for half an hour, yet she had not yet reached the location of the fortuitous encounter. There was something amiss. The exhilaration she felt now surpassed even that of discovering the hidden class yesterday. As she advanced towards the site of the encounter, her excitement intensified. A fortuitous event more powerful than a hidden class. She immediately recalled the promotional video released by Delusion, which mentioned the existence of encounters that could enhance one's talents, with a pet of SSS grade potential. Could its talents also be elevated to SSS level? The pets module delineated that pet qualifications are categorized as follows: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D. Suya sidled up to her sister, inquiring with curiosity. Sister, could this fortuitous encounter once again be a hidden class? At the very least, it will be a hidden class, Sushi replied. By the way, have you selected the pet you wish to cultivate? Along the way, Sushi had vanquished numerous bosses and cleared several dungeons, acquiring over 10 silver-grade pet eggs. She was eager to see if she could cultivate an SSS-grade pet early on. The little girl nodded, producing a vividly colored pet egg. Rainbow Illusion Butterfly Pet Egg, silver capable of hatching into a DB-grade Rainbow Illusion Butterfly Pet. Sister, I was pondering earlier. We shall certainly not lack in damage or attributes. Our only shortcoming lies in control, Suya remarked. The skills of the Rainbow Illusion Butterfly are primarily focused on control. Moreover, it is quite aesthetically pleasing. Agreed. Sushi received the colorful butterfly pet egg and instructed Qing He and the others to rest momentarily while she commenced the cultivation of the vibrant butterfly. The 3 official players, upon hearing her words, promptly plopped down onto the ground. They were utterly exhausted, although they had not engaged in combat themselves. Sushi's speed in defeating monsters was astonishingly swift, and their attributes paled in comparison to those of Sushi and her sister, requiring considerable effort just to keep pace with them. It was far more taxing than their usual training. Qing He produced a collection of small bottles containing rice wine, first handing several to the other 3 before approaching the sisters. Captain, Xiaoya, you have worked hard. Thank you. She accepted a bottle of wine and downed it in one gulp before sitting down to initiate the hatching of the colorful butterfly. Suya then revealed a plethora of silver and bronze-grade pet eggs. Qing He, choose one that you fancy. Ah? Qing He was taken aback by Suya's remarks, reminiscent of a small heiress. It was noteworthy that a black iron-grade pet egg was selling for over 100,000 coins at the auction house, while bronze-grade eggs could fetch exorbitant prices exceeding several 100,000, highlighting the rarity of such pet eggs. Of course, this was also influenced by the turmoil within the currency system. Suya pouted and remarked, Qing He, you aren't thinking of declining again, are you? We agreed yesterday that 1/10 of the profits belong to you. Very well. Qing He, a rather reserved university student, opted for a single bronze-grade golden tiger pet egg. At that moment, the colorful butterfly pet had successfully hatched, as expected, with a B-grade aptitude. True to its name, the colorful butterfly was adorned with an exquisite pattern of 7 intermingling colors. Suya formed a contract with it, claiming it as her pet. And then Sushi fed the colorful butterfly a pet aptitude advancement potion. The potion, a swirling mist of varying shades of gray, was promptly consumed by the butterfly, which extended its proboscis to drain it entirely. The colorful butterfly's wings began to vibrate wildly, showering a cascade of multicolored powder, and its body gradually grew. An announcement echoed throughout the server. Congratulations to player Ya for becoming the first player in the server to possess a pet with A-grade aptitude, earning 80 free attribute points 27 Pet Aptitude Advancement Potions, and 3 Pet Skill Awakening Potions. She continued to nourish the colorful butterfly with aptitude advancement potions. After administering 6 potions, the butterfly's aptitude was once again elevated. Congratulations to player Ya for becoming the first player in the server to possess a pet with S-grade aptitude, earning 160 free attribute points, 81 Pet Aptitude Advancement Potions, 9 Pet Skill Awakening Potions, and a Platinum Grade Pet Egg Selection gift box. It appeared that the heavenly luck talent influenced all probabilistic events related to her, regardless of whether she was the ultimate beneficiary. The sheer number of Pet Aptitude Advancement Potions awarded for the first place prize underscored the arduous nature of enhancing pet aptitude, suggesting that the heavenly luck talent had indeed manifested. Without pausing, she continued to administer potions to the colorful butterfly. After 23 potions, the butterfly's aptitude ascended to SS grade. Congratulations to the player, Ya, for achieving the prestigious title of the top player in the entire server, possessing an SS grade qualified pet. As a reward, they receive 320 free attribute points, 243 pet qualification advancement potions, 27 pet skill awakening potions, and a Diamond Grade Pet Egg Selection gift box. After administering 88 potions, the Rainbow Illusion Butterfly's qualification has reached its pinnacle. SSS grade. Chapter 58. The Gray Little Spring. Congratulations to player Ya for becoming the first in the entire server to possess an SSS grade qualified pet. The rewards include 640 free attribute points, 81 pet skill awakening potions, a Royal Grade Pet Egg Selection box, and the title, The Sovereign's Descent. Suya was not overly astonished, knowing the effects of her sister's talents. However, Qing He and the 3 official players were left gaping, their faces reflecting disbelief. An SSS grade qualification. Just moments ago, they had considered pets with B-grade qualifications to be extraordinary, capable of providing 4 skills and assisting players in battle. D-grade pets possess 2 skills, C-grade 3, and B-grade 4. An SSS grade pet must have 8 skills, perhaps even more. Suya gathered all the rewards for being the top player and handed them to her sister, knowing they contained valuable items. At that moment, the colorful illusion butterfly let out a burp, its mouth parts quivering, and its form expanded once again. It spiraled around Suya a few times, its antennae glowing before soaring into the sky. With a flap of its wings, a cascade of colorful powder descended upon the earth, enveloped in a radiant aura. When the brilliance faded, the colorful illusion butterfly transformed into a maiden, strikingly similar to Suya, though its vibrant wings remained. There is a saying, pets resemble their owners. In light of the current situation, that certainly held true. How beautiful! Captivated by this fairy tale-like scene, Qing He stood entranced. Master! The colorful illusion butterfly landed gracefully before Suya, bowing its head slightly in reverence. The little girl was taken aback. Having received a modern higher education, she found it somewhat disconcerting that the butterfly had now taken on a human visage. Just call me Sister Ya. Sushi, observing this, smiled gently and then turned her gaze to the first-place rewards in her arms. The platinum-grade pet egg would undoubtedly hatch into an A-grade pet. It was likely that the golden-grade pet egg had a chance of producing a CA-grade pet, while the diamond-grade yielded AS-grade, and the royal-grade promised ASS-grade qualifications. Suya also shared a screenshot of the attributes for the title, The Sovereign's Descent. The Sovereign's Descent. The player and their pets inflict a 100 increase in damage to pets, summons, and derivatives. Typically, possessing an SSS grade pet would require significant progress in the game, and the attributes of the title would not be excessively overpowering. Presently, there were still 246 pet qualification leap potions, and considering the probability of cultivating the colorful illusion butterfly earlier, it should be possible to nurture 2 more SSS grade pets. As Sushi pondered, a flash of colorful light caught her attention, and her sister suddenly appeared in her embrace, startling her. Hee, did I scare you, sister? The little girl cheekily stuck out her tongue. You little rascal. Sushi playfully tapped her sister's head, knowing without asking that this was one of the skills of the colorful illusion butterfly. The SSS grade pet possesses the ability to teleport, which is entirely normal. Subsequently, Suya shared a screenshot of the 7-colored illusion butterfly's attributes with her sister. Pet. 7-colored illusion butterfly, SSS grade. Name. Little color butterfly level. 1, 0, 1000. Health points. 240 mana points. 150 physical attack. 20. Increases by 20 with each level, and doubles for every 10 levels. Magical attack. 24. Increases by 24 with each level. Physical defense. 15 magical defense. 18 movement speed. 2. 6. Increases with level. Attack speed. 1. 1 critical hit rate. 40 critical damage. 200 skill 1. Illusionary pollen. Sprinkles colorful pollen, causing all targets within a 10-meter radius, increases with level, to enter a state of confusion for 5 seconds. The duration is not fixed and varies based on the mental values of the caster and the target, ranging from a minimum of 0.1 seconds to a maximum of 3 seconds. Costs 100 mana points, cooldown time of 30 seconds. Skill 2. Colorful Instant Shadow. Teleports in a chosen direction, with a maximum distance of 10 meters, increases with level, leaving behind an afterimage to confuse nearby targets. Costs 50 mana points, cooldown time of 3 seconds. Skill 3. Sleep Pollen. Passive. Attacks apply Sleep Pollen, with a 2 chance, increases with level, to put the target into a sleep state for 1 second, during which the target cannot act. Skill 4. Magical Butterfly Missile. Passive. Transforms normal attacks into a skill, dealing 80 of magical attack, increases with level, as magical damage, with attack speed linked to intelligence. Skill 5. A Voice of the Magical Butterfly. Selects 1 or multiple targets, up to 3, increases with level, releasing a targeted soul sound that controls the target for 5 seconds, allowing them to perform normal attacks and move. Costs 50 mana points for each selected target. Cooldown time of 30 seconds. Skill 6. Soul Tremor. Selects 1 or multiple targets, up to 2, increases with level, dealing 240 of mental attribute, increases with level as magical damage, causing the target to be momentarily dazed, interrupting their attacks and spellcasting. Costs 20 mana points for each selected target, cooldown time of 10 seconds. Skill 7. Phantom Soul. Passive. Reduces damage received from mental attribute enhancements and the effects of mental control and negative status by 10, increases with level. Skill 8. Mental Ascendance. Level 1. Buff skill. Upon activation, increases mental attribute by 10, enhances damage from mental attributes by 5, and reduces damage received from mental attribute enhancements by 5, lasting for 30 seconds. Costs 50 mana points, cooldown time of 60 seconds. Skill 9. Spell Surge. Level 1. Buff skill. Upon activation, increases magical attack and mana recovery speed by 10, lasting for 30 seconds. Costs 50 mana points, cooldown time of 60 seconds. Skill 10. Mana Spring. Level 1. Passive. Due to the inability of pets and monsters to equip gear, attributes such as physical attack can represent power and intelligence. Sushi initially believed that an SSS grade pet possessed only 8 skills, but to her surprise, it actually had 10. Xiaoya, what is the situation with this leveled buff skill? Can it be upgraded directly through skill books?
Oya nodded in affirmation.
Yes, however, the effects of buff skills cannot stack. Spell Surge is a buff skill of the mage, which Suya already possesses. The young girl had just tested it, and although she had 2 Spell Surge buff skills, the enhancement of buff skills could not stack. It could only refresh the duration. This, in fact, represents a significant improvement, allowing buff skills to persist indefinitely. That sounds quite advantageous. Sushi gradually rose to her feet, noting that her sister had already claimed the top server reward for the pet series. Today, there remained only one first-place reward for level 20, so she felt no urgency. She intended to first acquire the intriguing adventure that piqued her interest before deciding on her pet choice. Qinghe, there are still 3 of you. You may log off and take a break for a while. At this moment, the young girl also took out the illusory boots and handed them to her sister. Subsequently, the group logged off in a location devoid of monster spawns. Holding the illusory boots, Sushi felt no temperature, as the mechanism of illusion had refreshed the illusory boots. After equipping them, her maximum movement speed surged beyond 9. 0 with the aid of items such as Breezy Brew and Scroll of Wind. Her stamina was sufficient, allowing her to maintain a constant speed above 9. 0. She could traverse over 300 kilometers per hour. However, this was a game world, and one could not apply the standards of Blue Star. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Goodness, it seems my speed is extraordinarily swift. Sushi experienced the sensation of being as swift as the wind. Fortunately, her various attributes were quite elevated, and her physical condition robust. Otherwise, she might have struggled to maintain control. Monsters along her path merely sensed a gust of wind passing by, failing to catch sight of Sushi. Their aggro provoked, yet their expressions filled with confusion. Upon hearing so many server-wide announcements, players across all servers erupted in excitement. Wow! Are these rewards excessive? The cumulative rewards amounted to over 1,000 free attribute points. How are we to play? The pet module had been unlocked for less than an hour, and suddenly, an SSS grade pet appeared? Illusion collapsed far too swiftly. Have those upstairs yet to recognize reality? Illusion is a game world, not merely a game. Even if Illusion were a game, this situation is entirely normal. How envious. Why am I not as fortunate as she and Ya? Though players from the Dragon Kingdom expressed grievances, most merely felt envy rather than hatred. After all, she and Ya are players from the Dragon Kingdom, and they would undoubtedly protect their homeland, making them indirect beneficiaries. In contrast, foreign players seethed with resentment. As the mist envelopes the entire blue planet, all technological creations shall vanish, ushering in an era where true strength reigns supreme. Even the deployment of satellites beyond the atmosphere would prove futile when attempting to penetrate the shrouded fog. Foreign entities harbor a disdain for those who wield power, primarily because they are not in that position themselves. Simultaneously, they are gripped by fear, apprehensive that she and Yo will consistently align with the official stance of the Dragon Nation, potentially bringing the scythe of vengeance down upon their necks. Officials from certain nations are growing anxious. By all means necessary, at any cost, they must capture Shi and Ya. The governments of South Monkey Nation and Phi Monkey Nation have dispatched numerous individuals, intent on clandestinely entering the territory of the Dragon Nation. Other nations have also sent forth agents, masquerading as tourists to traverse into the Dragon Nation. Military bases surrounding the Dragon Nation have entered a state of readiness, poised to create opportunities for these operatives at the opportune moment. However, the officials of the Dragon Nation remain vigilant against these threats. Moments later, Sushi arrived at a secluded valley. The valley was shrouded in dense mist, yet she sensed strongly that this place was not merely a replica. To be prudent, Sushi first designated a guild stronghold outside the fog, summoning her sister and the others to teleport there. Once reunited, they ventured into the valley together. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As they delved deeper into the valley, the sound of droplets falling into water became increasingly distinct, causing Sushi's heart to flutter with excitement. Little color butterfly, can you disperse this mist? Suya inquired of the colorful butterfly accompanying her. Certainly, master, replied the little butterfly, flapping its wings to enhance visibility for the group. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged within Sushi, prompting her to hasten to the little butterfly's side and pull it behind her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, several arrows shot forth from the mist. 2 arrows struck Sushi, yet they inflicted no harm, snapping upon impact due to the recoil. Currently, Sushi boasted over 5,000 points of physical attack, with both defenses exceeding 2,000 points, rendering her impervious to the assaults of level 20 monsters. Even their most explosive skills could not breach her defenses. Xiaoya, Qing He, stand behind me, she commanded. The thick mist surrounding them posed a significant challenge, and Sushi sensed numerous enemies ahead. Advancing head-on would undoubtedly result in casualties. After all, attacks incapable of breaching her defenses were merely a nuisance. Understood, Suya replied, retreating while raising her staff, which shimmered with various colors, revealing several gray summoning circles around them. The hidden class of Necromancer could learn skills from both the Mage and Summoner classes, altering the forms of these skills. Naturally, what Suya summoned were the minions of the undead. The primary distinction between derivatives and summoned creatures lies in the fact that derivatives lack time limitations but do not benefit from player attribute bonuses. Conversely, Summon creatures have a time constraint, their overall strength tied to the player's attributes, and possess various skills that can amplify their combat prowess. With a flourish, skeletal figures and wraiths emerged from the summoning circles, advancing forth to carve a path ahead. Gale. The young girl raised her staff once more, a brilliant azure light erupting forth, as a tempest swept through the arena, dispersing the fog that obscured their vision. Illusion is a tangible realm of gameplay, governed by the laws of physics. She discerned several figures emerging ahead. Her vision was remarkably acute, allowing her to perceive their attribute panels despite the considerable distance. Half-demon, level 20. Humanoid monsters. Without hesitation, she knocked an arrow and loosed it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 12033, critical hit. 12045, critical hit. Due to the considerable distance and the absence of the frost power buff skill, she did not trigger the weakness damage, yet she was still able to dispatch the level 20 half-demon with ease. As they advanced further, they breached the threshold of Suya's ability to summon undead minions. One by one, red and white skeletal figures emerged from the ground. Sister, why are some of these bones red? Suya inquired curiously. Though she knew these remains had once belonged to humans, she felt neither fear nor discomfort. After all, the half-demons were monsters, products of extraordinary power, not true humans. She replied, perhaps it is due to their race. Who knows, the bones of angels might even radiate holy light. With the undead minions paving the way, the group traversed unimpeded to the depths of the valley. Drip, drop. At the heart of the valley lay a small, gray spring. Within the spring, an aura of formidable power resided, drawing the surrounding mist closer. As the fog approached, it transformed into gray droplets that fell into the water. Upon witnessing the gray spring, Sushi's exhilaration reached its zenith. Yet, at that moment, a roar echoed through the air. You do not belong here. Leave at once or face death. Chapter 59. The delusional stone. Due to Shao Quan's ability to absorb the mist, the heart of the valley was not entirely shrouded in thick fog. The group turned at the sound and beheld dozens of half-demons charging forth from several wooden huts, their demeanor fierce and menacing. The half-demons bore a striking resemblance to ordinary humans, yet patches of their skin glowed a deep crimson, resembling intricate tattoos. Brandishing an array of weapons, they directed their hostility towards Sushi and his companions. Why don't you hurry and get lost? The half-demon boss's gaze was icy and filled with murderous intent, tinged with an undercurrent of caution. A level 20 creature possessed considerable intelligence, and being a silver boss, the half-demon was acutely aware of Sushi's swift elimination of his patrolling subordinates. He harbored a genuine fear of Sushi's prowess. Had it not been for the constraints of the game, he would have undoubtedly seized the opportunity to flee with his newfound fortune. Upon encountering the half-demon boss, Sushi was momentarily taken aback. The half-demon was indeed a silver boss, with health points amounting to 500 times its constitution. However, its vitality was still lower than that of the bronze boss encountered in the dungeon, sitting at just over 700,000 health points. Much like the first bronze boss he had faced, this one also held the prestigious title of offering the top reward in the entire server. Half-demon, level 20 silver boss. Unique skill of the half-demon boss, demonic eruption. Usable when health falls below 30, it ignites the demonic essence within, fully transforming into a second form, increasing all attributes by 20 for a duration of 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. First server reward for the initial defeat of a silver boss. It was noted that monsters could collaborate in a division of labor, raising concerns about the emergence of monster factions among higher-level creatures. An official player expressed their apprehension. Besides the half-demons, several canine monsters roamed the area. The existence of monster factions could enrich the gaming experience, making it more engaging. However, should such factions manifest in reality, it would spell disaster. The likelihood was high. Though the group was reluctant to admit it, this was indeed the grim reality. The higher the monster's level, the greater its intelligence. Those formidable beings would inevitably subjugate weaker monsters to serve as their pawns. Seeing Sushi and his companions disregard him, the half-demon boss's fury intensified. His anger was palpable, and the consequences would be dire. With Suya's undead minions absorbing damage in the front lines, The boss and his minions could not lay a finger on Su Shi and his companions, who dispatched them all in a matter of mere moments, the entire battle lasting less than half a minute. Yet, it must be said that when the half-demon boss unleashed his unique skill, Demonic Eruption, he appeared rather formidable. Blood-red energy enveloped his form, his presence surged, and his murderous intent became almost tangible, akin to a super scion. After the half-demon boss's health was fully depleted, he did not succumb immediately. Instead, he staggered toward the gray spring, seemingly attempting a final struggle to destroy the fortune within the waters. Sister, why is this monster still following the script? Suya pouted, her delicate arms slightly raised, as gray energy swirled around her fingertips, ready to unleash the specialized skill of the necromancer. The half-demon boss paused momentarily, struggling in agony. Elite monsters and bosses could also be transformed into undead derivatives. However, their attributes would be balanced, equating them to wild creatures of the same level. How could I possibly fall here? After uttering a somewhat dramatic line, the half-demon boss's flesh and skin instantaneously morphed into a pool of blood, merging with the earth, leaving only a skeletal frame, transformed into an undead derivative. Defeating a silver boss at level 3 granted 1,000 experience points. Congratulations to players Shi Ya and Qinghe for becoming the first team in the entire server to vanquish a silver boss, each receiving 20 free attribute points and a selection gift box for a level 20 rare weapon, with player Shi receiving an additional title, Slayer of Tigers 3. Upon seeing the server-wide announcement, Sushi furrowed her attractive brows. She initially believed that, similar to clearing an adventure-level dungeon, all members of the team would receive the title for being the first in the entire server. To her surprise, the title was awarded solely to her. Slayer of Tigers 3, title inflicts an additional 10 true damage based on panel damage when dealing damage to the boss. Increases the boss's item drop rate by 25. The server's first title rewards for the boss series were calculated based on the contribution to the boss's damage output. When the next tier of bosses was unlocked, you should also be able to inflict substantial damage. She considered this the only possibility. With the mysterious ring as her safety net, she was not in need of the true damage from the boss series title, and with the Heavenly Fortune talent significantly enhancing drop rates, she did not lack for this increase either. She then approached Xiaoquan. Even though the spring water appeared gray, she could discern a blood-colored item emanating a radiant glow from the bottom. Wasn't the spring water considered a treasure? Xiaoya, having collected the spoils, trotted over, gazing curiously at the gray spring. Qinghe chimed in, I believe this spring water has the potential to transform living beings into half-demons. Otherwise, the half-demon wouldn't be guarding this place. Xiaoya, instruct the undead derivative to retrieve the item from within. She retracted her outstretched hand, realizing that until she uncovered the truth about the delusion, she could not grasp why the characters in the background story resisted the fog, even wishing to experience its influence to see what race they might become. Now, however, her thoughts had completely shifted. It was better to remain human. A skeleton leaped into the spring, emerging from the depths with a blood-colored orb. Delusion Stone absorbs the energy contained within, potentially leading to unexpected transformations. Upon reading the description of the Delusion Stone, Su Shi and her companions twitched their lips. Unexpected transformations. Given the current circumstances, it was highly probable that it would result in a change into a half-demon. Xiaoya tugged at her sister's hand, whispering, Sister, what do you think are the chances of enhancing our talents instead of transforming into half-demons? I don't know. Su Shi could not be certain, yet the thrill within her grew increasingly intense, as if urging her to absorb the energy within the Delusion Stone. Upon contemplating the auspicious effects delineated in the talent description of Heavenly Fortune, her apprehensions began to dissipate significantly. Xia, do you wish to absorb the illusory stone? The young girl shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. I lack the fortuity of someone like you, sister. For me, transforming into a half-demon would undoubtedly be a calamity. Su Shi nodded in agreement, then took a deep breath as she accepted the illusory stone from the hands of the undead creature and clicked to use it. Regardless of the outcome, it would be a disservice to allow the illusory stone to languish in her inventory. As for bestowing the illusory stone upon another, what a preposterous notion. Though she possessed a kind heart, she was not the epitome of selfless generosity. Should she indeed become a half-demon, she could later seek another illusory stone, capable of transforming her into a full demon. With a surge, crimson and ashen energies erupted from the illusory stone, coursing into Sushi's body. She immediately sensed the presence of two peculiar energies within her. One was tumultuous and erratic, rampaging through her system and causing her immense discomfort. The other followed closely, alleviating the pain wherever it traveled, as if it were devouring the first energy. Blood-red demonic patterns began to manifest intermittently upon Sushi's exposed skin. Beside her, Suya clenched her small fists, a portrait of concern. Chapter 60. Ascension of Talent Within Sushi's Body. Two streams of energy engaged in a tumultuous chase for over 10 seconds, until the volatile force was entirely consumed by the other. Instantly, a refreshing sensation surged into her mind. Simultaneously, the crimson magical patterns on her skin vanished completely, and a character panel unexpectedly materialized. Heavenly Fortune, SSS level. When the critical strike rate falls below 77, there exists a 77 critical strike rate during attacks. When the critical strike rate is between 77 and 99, critical damage is enhanced by 77. Upon reaching a 100 critical strike rate, an additional true damage equivalent to 77 of the displayed damage is inflicted during attacks. When receiving damage, a 77 reduction is applied, including true damage, deducting health points, and other special damages. Once every 7 seconds, immunity to fatal damage is granted, entering an invincible state for 0.77 seconds after triggering this effect, during which all control effects are also nullified. This significantly enhances the probability of triggering events, with a considerable chance of activating a double effect. And ordinary events may also trigger. Seek fortune and avoid misfortune. Discern the illusions. After reading the description of the ascended SSS level talent, Sushi swallowed hard several times, struggling to calm her exhilarated heart. Every aspect witnessed a substantial enhancement. The damage was transformed from 77 to true damage, adding an additional 77 of the displayed damage as true damage, compounded by Sushi's attributes, which vastly surpassed those of comparable monsters and players, resulting in an over 70 increase in damage. Other aspects need not be elaborated upon. A complete 77 reduction of all damage alone exemplified the strength of an SSS level talent, and the ability to attain invincibility for 0.77 seconds every 7 seconds was equally remarkable. Sushi was particularly intrigued by the final phrase in the description. Discern the illusions. What could this mean? Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly noticed that the surrounding fog had become remarkably thin, almost non-existent, allowing her to see distant objects with clarity. It was evident to her what this implied. The most bothersome fog would henceforth hold no significance for her. Yet, Sushi felt that it was not as simple as it appeared. Nevertheless, there would be ample opportunities to explore the meaning of this phrase in the future. Wait a moment. The talent description did not mention any limitations on further enhancement. Could it be? Sushi was suddenly struck by a bold idea. At that moment, the little girl dashed into her sister's embrace. Sister, you scared me to death. The surge of energy that had entered Sushi's body had caused her considerable pain, nearly transforming her into a half-demon, which frightened the little girl greatly. Seeing this, Sushi smiled gently, softly patting her sister's back to soothe her. Silly girl, I'm fine. But why are you fidgeting around? Soon after, the group departed from the valley. Before leaving, the official personnel allowed their pets to drink from the gray spring water, but nothing happened to the pets. Nonetheless, the group destroyed the spring to prevent any unforeseen consequences. Although the half-demon boss was of silver rank, it still did not drop any exceptional grade equipment. After balancing, the unique skill, Demonic Eruption, transformed into Blood Eruption, with effects that are quite similar, though at level 1, Blood Eruption can only enhance overall attributes by a mere 10. Following the advancement of her talents, Sushi's perceptive range has significantly expanded, allowing her to distinctly sense which fortuitous encounters are extraordinary and which are mundane, along with a rough estimation of the distances separating them. She conducted several experiments, with discrepancies not exceeding 2 kilometers. However, she still could not perceive encounters within the vicinity of other towns. Furthermore, the quality of encounters in the 1620 level region surpasses that of previous ones, with even the least remarkable offering an enhancement of 15 points to a single attribute, comparable to the rewards bestowed upon the top players across the server. Consequently, Sushi revised her strategy to prioritize the search for fortuitous encounters while simultaneously engaging in monster slaying and dungeon runs for level advancement. Moreover, her level was already significantly ahead, and her monster-killing efficiency was exceptionally high, easily compensating for the time spent on teleportation, making it improbable for other players to catch up with her. However, it does consume summoning orders. Currently, the price of summoning orders remains exorbitantly high, still fetching over 6 million in the market, while Sushi utilizes over 6 million worth of summoning orders as teleportation anchors, a display of remarkable extravagance. Yet she possesses the means to be so extravagant. With the dual enhancements of the SSS level talent, Heavenly Fortune, and the title Tiger Slayer 3, slaying just 2 bosses yields a summoning order. As time elapses, the clock strikes past 11 at night. The team halts to rest, and the two sisters huddle together, deliberating on which pets to cultivate. Meanwhile, in reality, the puppets nurtured by foreign capital within the Dragon Kingdom have completed their mission to win hearts, with many succumbing to the allure of immense profit, betraying their loyalties. Some have even chosen to infiltrate the residences of top players under the cover of night, believing that the protection for these players would be considerably relaxed at such a late hour. However, this notion is overly naive, or perhaps they have underestimated the resolve of the Dragon Kingdom's authorities. Upon entering these neighborhoods, they were quickly monitored by official personnel. As they approached the villas or apartments of the prominent players, they were apprehended by the national security forces. The Dragon Kingdom, adhering to the principle of treating special circumstances with special measures, promptly detained those caught, interrogated them, and revoked their opportunities to continue playing. Unfortunately, the puppets supported by foreign capital were not fools, leaving no traces, though many parasites were apprehended. Furthermore, individuals sent from the South Monkey Nation and the Philippine Monkey Nation were captured at the border and also detained, losing their chances to continue the game. Agents from other nations met similar fates, being promptly invited for tea upon arrival. The foreign capital had no opportunity to approach the provinces of Hunan and Hubei, and the foreign military bases posed no deterrent to the Dragon Kingdom's officials. This was due to the foreign satellites capturing images of the Dragon Kingdom's unmanned war machines, leaving them uncertain about the extent of these terrifying machines. Should war erupt, could they respond adequately? What were their chances of victory? Thus, foreign capital refrained from direct action against the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, foreign capital does not wish to incite conflict. This is certainly not an opportune moment to profit from war. Alas! Is there truly no way to locate Shi and Ya? Within the game, Sushi clicked to open the Royal Tier Pet Egg Selection gift box, discovering that there were over 10,000 types of pets available for selection. After all, this is the top reward across the entire server for SSS-rated pets, which, under normal circumstances, would only be obtainable in the later stages. Oh, is that a flood dragon? Chapter 61. Divine beasts. In addition to the Jiaolong, there exist creatures from Western mythology such as the Subdragon and the Earth Dragon. Regrettably, true dragons, colossal dragons, angels, and elves are absent. She pondered the merits of her Heavenly Fortune talent, which not only significantly enhanced her damage output but also granted her a remarkable 77 reduction in all forms of harm, along with invulnerability for 0.77 seconds every 7 seconds. With both offense and defense at her disposal, the only thing lacking was an area attack skill. The Poison King is a hidden class of the Poison Mage. Even if the skills of the Poison Mage were augmented, their range remained limited. She perused the multitude of available pet eggs, sifting through thousands of options. Soon, her gaze returned to the Jiaolong pet egg. Recalling the legends surrounding the Jiaolong, she noted that despite not being a true dragon, it could still ride the clouds, summon winds and rains, and call forth thunder and lightning, indicating it would likely possess area attack skills. Choice: Jiaolong Pet Egg, King level, capable of hatching into an ASS level Jiaolong pet. The Jiaolong Pet Egg was a deep shade of green, seemingly ordinary at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a peculiar and ancient charm, reminiscent of observing mythological murals in ancient ruins. Clicking to hatch, the sound of cracking echoed as a small head broke through the shell, revealing large, glossy eyes that sparkled like black jade, filled with curiosity as it surveyed its surroundings. The little Jiaolong soon emerged from the pet egg, surrounded by a wisp of mist, and promptly soared into the air, landing in Su Shi's hands, nuzzling her palm with its tiny head. Unsurprisingly, bolstered by the SSS level, Heavenly Fortune talent, the Jiaolong's innate quality was elevated to SS level. Its body was a deep shade of blue-green, with its scales still in the process of forming. Its limbs were short, and atop its head were two small fleshy bumps, which would eventually develop into horns. Descriptions of the Jiaolong in myth vary. Some say it lacks horns, while others claim it has a single horn, and still others describe it as having two horns resembling those of a cow rather than the antlers of a true dragon. "What an adorable little creature!" Suya exclaimed, reaching out to gently prod the Jiaolong's chin. The little Jiaolong, seemingly disinterested, darted to hide behind Su Shi. "Pouty little thing," Suya remarked. Su Shi sighed, stroking her sister's head. "All right, this little fellow is probably just shy. Once its quality reaches SSS, it will surely become more sociable with time." With that, she produced a pet quality leap potion and administered it to the little Jiaolong. To everyone's surprise, a single vial was sufficient to elevate the Jiaolong's quality. What astonished them even more was the Jiaolong's subsequent words. "Master sister, it's delicious. I want more." The Jiaolong's voice was sweet and childlike, as if it were playfully begging. It sounded far more enchanting than the colorful illusion butterflies. In the midst of their astonishment, Su Shi suddenly contemplated a possibility. The description of the SSS level talent did not mention any limitations on further advancement. Could it be that pets possess qualities even beyond SSS? Even though the pet module provides a classification of pet qualification levels, it does not explicitly state that SSS represents the pinnacle of pet qualifications, much like how the initial promotional video for Illusion only mentioned the S-level talents. As the bond between sisters is profound, Suya discerned her sister's contemplative state and surmised her thoughts. "Sister, you should claim the reward for being the top player in the entire server. Previously, I acquired over 1,000 free attribute points, and with the enhancements from Proof of Glory and Honor Bracelet, my attributes have significantly improved. My intelligence score has now approached 2,000. Furthermore, the title awarded for being the top player cannot be transferred to others, and since I already possess the Emperor's Arrival title, I find it sufficient." Upon hearing this, Su Shi nodded in agreement. After contracting the small dragon, she resumed administering potions to it. 10, 20, 50, 100, 200. Even after the Heavenly Fortune talent was elevated to SSS level, the small dragon had consumed a total of 210 pet qualification advancement potions before any transformation occurred. Pet, Dragon, Divine Beast, Level 1, Unnamed. Simultaneously, an announcement reverberated throughout the server. "Congratulations to player Shi for becoming the first player in the entire server to possess a Divine Beast. Reward, 1,280 free attribute points, 9 Divine Awakening Potions, 3 Royal Grade Pet Egg Selection Gift Boxes, Title of Majesty of the Gods, and Equipment Slot Expansion Crystal." The players erupted in excitement. What the hell? Shi and Ya are making it impossible for others to compete. They just unlocked the 20-level area today and have already acquired a Divine Beast? If it weren't for Illusion being a genuine game world, they would be nothing but blatant cheaters. Unbelievable. However, the reaction from foreign investors was not one of anger. For them, Shi becoming stronger was advantageous. This was due to two significant discoveries made by foreign investors. Firstly, a teleportation array appeared in the Mist Center, allowing players to teleport by consuming magic power. Although players' current mana cap only permitted teleportation to the nearest mist, it nonetheless provided a means to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom. Secondly, infusing the mist into players allowed them to retain the strength of their game characters even after leaving the mist's coverage, with more infused mist extending the duration of this power. Present, Foreign investors had spent considerable sums acquiring numerous mana-restoring potions within the game and dispatched a large number of players from countries surrounding the Dragon Kingdom to rush towards it via the teleportation array amidst the mist. Professional calculations estimated that players would reach the provinces of Xiong and Yi around 2 in the morning. Hey. Can the Dragon Kingdom's officials prevent this? Foreign investors were confident in this operation, knowing that the Dragon Kingdom's officials would likely have discovered these two aspects as well. However, the foreign population outnumbered that of the Dragon Kingdom by several times, and their objective was solely the provinces of Xiong and Yi. Thus, the Dragon Kingdom officials could not possibly concentrate all their forces in those two regions. Most importantly, if too much mist were infused into players, it could cause them to mutate into a humanoid race. The foreign capital may choose to conceal this matter with a clear conscience. Yet the official stance of the Dragon Nation will not permit such actions. They have seized upon this very point. The little dragon, affectionately nudging Su Shi's palm, joyfully circled around her in the air. After ascending to the status of a divine beast, the little dragon's size remained unchanged, yet her scales had fully developed, appearing remarkably robust and impervious. The two small fleshy protuberances atop her head had transformed into two straight horns. Clearly, the little dragon had entered a mature stage post-elevation, possessing the ability to alter her size at will. After all, as a divine beast, how could she be incapable of such transformation? Beyond mere physical changes, her attributes had also seen significant enhancement, with her skills increasing from 10 to 20, half of which dealt area damage. Suya chased after the little dragon, exclaiming, "Little one, let me touch you." Witnessing this scene, Su Shi smiled gently as she opened her backpack to inspect the item awarded for being the top player in the entire server. Chapter 62. Equipment Slot Expansion Crystal, Awakening Elixir. Upon consumption by a pet, there exists a probability of awakening a unique skill inherent to its species, which can then be relayed to the player. The likelihood of awakening additional unique skills diminishes with each one acquired. Divine Majesty, title both the player and their pets experience a 150 increase in damage dealt to pets. Summons and derivatives. When targeted by pets, summons, or derivatives, the adversary will experience a sense of dread, resulting in a reduction of attack and movement speed, with weakness damage fluctuations not exceeding 100. Equipment Slot Expansion Crystal. Upon use, the player may select one from the 3 equipment categories: rings, necklaces, or bracelets, thereby adding an additional equipment slot. The Royal Grade Pet Egg has the capacity to hatch into a pet of SSS quality. An additional equipment slot. Su Shi inhaled deeply. The prospect of affording one more piece of equipment not only increases her arsenal but also enhances the potential for set bonuses from high-tier gear, thus broadening her tactical options for maximizing equipment synergy. Furthermore, the allocation of 1280 free attribute points would significantly augment her capabilities. Which attribute should I enhance? Su Shi pondered. After thoughtful consideration, she realized that her current strength was already sufficiently elevated. Further augmenting it would merely truncate the time required to vanquish a boss by a mere few seconds. The returns on agility had diminished drastically as well. Investing over 1,000 points would yield negligible improvements in movement and attack speed. Although the majority of her little dragoness skills are bolstered by magic power, her own magic power had already surpassed the 5,000 threshold, rendering the annihilation of level 20 wild creatures effortless, given the skill damage bonuses and various enhancements. Thus, Su Shi allocated 1,000 points to her constitution, reserving the remainder for her spirit. This would serve to fortify her physical form in reality, a prudent measure in case of unforeseen circumstances. Even if a player were to perish in the real world, survival within the delusion game realm persists. However, who would not desire an extra life? Transitioning from player to NPC status, while still able to slay monsters and level up, would render them devoid of the protective game rules. There would be no resurrection opportunities, and should an NPC take a disliking to them, it could become hostile. Su Shi was not so audacious as to engage in combat with NPCs. Subsequently, Su Shi named her little dragon Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing could also transform into a humanoid form, yet unlike the petite butterfly, it morphed into a cherubic ball of fluff. The owner's elder sister embraced Xiao Qing, who extended its chubby little hands in a playful manner. Suya, upon witnessing Xiao Qing's transformation into a cuddly bundle, was awestruck and grew even fonder of it. She immediately enveloped Xiaoqing in her arms, playfully nuzzling against its cherubic cheeks. Elder sister Ye is naughty. I want my owner to hold me. Laughter erupted from Qing He and the others at this playful exchange. Su Shi then prompted Qing He to select a royal-grade pet egg. Her rationale was simple: trust those she employs, and having spent over a day together, her instincts about Qing He were positive. Qing He, understanding her role within the team, chose the ironclad armadillo, eschewing any extravagant selections. On the blue planet, the armadillo boasts a defensive prowess that surpasses that of turtles, impervious even to bullets, while exhibiting greater agility. Official personnel were tasked with selecting a royal-tier pet egg. The Dragon Kingdom officials had pledged that once the world of delusion stabilizes, they would recompense Sushi with equivalent game resources, where equivalent refers to the value of the items Sushi had contributed. After reporting, the higher-ups also opted for the Flood Dragon. In the Dragon Kingdom, dragons hold extraordinary significance. Although the Flood Dragon may not be a true dragon, it remains the optimal choice. As for the remaining royal-tier pet egg, Sushi decided to keep it, perhaps to contract a second pet in the future. After a brief respite, the group resumed their journey. Sushi refrained from hastily utilizing the equipment slot expansion crystal, as her current damage output was sufficient. There was no need to squander this opportunity for a marginal increase in damage. Who knows when another powerful piece of equipment might emerge that does not pertain to the expanded slots. With the tempestuous winds and thunderous roars, and the tumultuous waves crashing, the efficiency of Su Shi's monster hunting significantly improved with Xiao Qing's 20 skills. Previously, she had to eliminate one monster at a time. Now, a single skill could annihilate a multitude. Xiao Qing, a divine beast, has a minimum area of effect for her area attack skills that spans over 30 meters, which increases with Xiao Qing's level. Due to the fortuitous talent being elevated to SSS rank, the drop rate of items has surged, leaving Suya overwhelmed with the task, prompting Qing He and 3 official personnel to join in the collection of spoils. To Su Shi, items and in-game currency were as plentiful as cabbages. There was no need to haggle, as she had faith in Qing He and the officials. Shortly after midnight, Su Shi reached level 20. Congratulations to player Shi for being the first in the server to achieve level 20, rewarded with 20 free attribute points, 3 level 20 rare equipment selection boxes, and 10-second transition skill book selection boxes. She pondered which 2 items from the remaining delusion equipment constituted the first server rewards. Su Shi had been contemplating this matter seriously. She believed the reward for being the first in class awakening was highly probable, but the other series eluded her. Could it be for accumulating a certain number of monster kills? Or perhaps for accumulating a specific number of player kills? She hoped it was not the latter. During the leveling process, Su Shi and her companions encountered numerous fortuitous events, including entering several hidden dungeons. Currently, her inventory held 70 misty crystals. Initially, she intended to assist her sister in upgrading the 2 special pieces of equipment, Proof of Glory and Honor Bracelet, but the little girl declined, insisting that they wait until the trigger probability of the mysterious ring reached 100. As it stood, the probability was merely around 75. After spending over 4 hours in delusion, it was time for a late-night snack, and the group logged off to rest. In reality, the 2 sisters awoke in succession. Due to the attributes enhanced by Proof of Glory and Honor Bracelet, which are linked to the levels of bosses and dungeons, Suya had now fully transformed into Suya. The young girl bowed her head, gazing at her flat expanse, her small lips pursed in evident discontent. Although it was never a source of great pride, it was at least something. Now, however, Suya turned to her sister and, with tears welling in her eyes, threw herself into her sister's embrace. Sister, I have lost it. Woo woo woo. Sushi, empathetic to her sister's plight, understood the weight of losing something precious, having experienced such loss herself. Upon reflection, it seemed that her sister's sorrow was even more profound, as she had the luxury of having more, while her sister had so little. Gently, she patted Suya's back, offering soothing words. It's all right, dear. There will surely be a way to regain it in the future. Subsequently, Sushi carried her heartbroken sister downstairs, where officials were already waiting at the door. During their late-night meal, One of the officials spoke with a grave expression. Ms. Sushi, Ms. Suya, it appears that a series of troubles may soon come knocking at your door. What is happening? Has our location been compromised? Chapter 63. The arrival of foreign players' official personnel have revealed that a teleportation array will emerge within the mist, allowing individuals to temporarily acquire the powers of game characters by injecting the mist into their bodies. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Su sisters shifted noticeably. Brother Wang, are you suggesting that foreign players will infiltrate our nation through the teleportation array in the mist and leverage the powers of game characters to confront our top players? The man accompanying the sisters for a late-night meal was named Wang Bo, a man in his 40s responsible for ensuring the safety of Su Shi and Suya. As a member of the National Security Department, he preferred to be addressed as Brother Wang. Wang Bo nodded and continued, our satellites have detected numerous individuals from neighboring countries entering the mist, and they have not emerged for an extended period, making it highly probable that they have come to our Dragon Nation. Understanding the properties of the mist and the emergence of the teleportation array, the officials of Dragon Nation speculated that foreigners might exploit this situation. They closely monitored the mist located within foreign territories, and indeed they identified movements of foreign players. After a brief pause, Wang Bo elaborated, ordinary bullets inflict minimal damage on players above level 10, and explosives have limited efficacy. Consequently, higher authorities are contemplating whether to relocate you and other top players into the mist. He had previously mentioned the dangers of injecting the mist into the body. Inhaling the mist and directly injecting it are two entirely different scenarios. The former affects game characters, while the latter impacts the frail bodies of ordinary individuals, with little chance of mutation occurring in the former. Of course, this decision would also seek the opinions of Su Shi and other leading players. Wang Bo then conveyed additional information regarding the mist. Although all technological devices fail within the mist, the illusion game helmet remains operational, just as it does outside the mist. There are players willing to contribute to mist research, having spent an entire day within the mist as level 1 game characters without experiencing any mutations or discomfort. Living within the mist. Su Shi turned to her sister. If we will not mutate into a humanoid species, remaining in the mist and possessing the powers of game characters is undoubtedly the safest choice. Currently, the monsters within the mist do not exceed level 10, posing no threat to either of us, and the same applies to the infiltrating foreign players. However, the living conditions would undoubtedly be quite different. After contemplating for a moment, Suya made a decisive statement. Sister, let us relocate into the mist. You need not worry. Building materials such as metal sheeting, steel bars, and concrete, as well as daily necessities, will not be eroded by the mist. Aside from electricity and internet access, other aspects of daily life will remain assured. Furthermore, upon entering the mist, pets will also appear, and you can summon the game interface to access mainstream social platforms and websites. Wang Bo reassured the sisters, addressing their concerns one by one. Very well, Su Shi responded. Given Dragon Nation's current industrial capabilities, constructing modular housing structures would only require half a day's time, but transportation would take additional time. Therefore, the Su sisters would need to spend the night in their current location. After enjoying a late-night snack, Wang Bo was about to leave when Su Shi took out a hand grip strengthener to test her current grip strength. With a resounding crack, she exerted all her might and shattered the device. Both the young girl and Wang Bo stared in astonishment at this remarkable display. Ms. Su Shi, if I am not mistaken, this hand grip was designed to withstand a maximum weight of 1 ton. Correct? Wang Bo inquired, his eyes wide with disbelief. It is known that a player with a strength value of 200 and above level 10 would not possess a grip strength exceeding 70 kilograms in reality. Even when infused with the mists, acquiring the strength of a game character, their grip would not surpass 200 kilograms. Yet, Su Shi's physical prowess in reality surpassed that of others' game avatars. Indeed, Su Shi nodded. Brother Wang, if you find yourselves unable to handle those foreign players, please send me a message in advance, and I shall log off to assist you. Her situation was distinct from that of other players. The attributes enhanced by the 3 special items, including the mysterious ring, originated from the pure strength within the delusion game world, which not only fully applied to her physical form in reality but also did not diminish over time. This applied not only to strength but to all attributes. This matter needs to be reported to our superiors. We should be able to handle those foreign players tonight, Wang Bo replied. After Wang Bo departed, the sisters returned to their upstairs bedroom. Sister, shall we log on now? Suya asked, linking her arm with her sister's, resting her little head on Su Shi's shoulder, relishing their time alone together. Su Shi gently stroked her sister's head. Let us rest a bit longer. I would like to take a shower first. Having fully transformed into a girl, she had yet to become entirely accustomed to her new body. Considering the potential battle with foreign players later, she feared being at a disadvantage without familiarizing herself with her body in advance. Ahem. All right, I will take a shower too. Although Suya was reluctant to see her sister's flat chest, curiosity prevailed, and she wished to explore any possible remedies. The sisters moved to the balcony, collected the clothes that had been drying since noon, and Suya returned to her room. Su Shi entered the bathroom with the clothes in hand. To her surprise, she felt a flicker of anticipation within her. She looked forward to the joys of being a girl. Clearing her throat, she slowly removed her clothing and beheld her flawless body, exquisitely crafted as if shaped by divine hands. Her graceful neck resembled that of a noble swan, while her smoothly rounded shoulders exuded an inexplicable allure. Her proud curves were full yet restrained, embodying a mature elegance. Her slender waist was as delicate as a willow branch, her flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh, prompting her to unconsciously touch her stomach. Her long, straight legs were a sight to behold, capable of captivating for an entire year. Her skin was as smooth and tender as jade, almost translucent. In truth, Su Shi's beauty was not breathtaking. Rather, it possessed a natural charm that radiated warmth and familiarity, akin to that of a beloved older sister and remarkably distinctive, leaving a lasting impression that was hard to forget. Her dainty hands glided gracefully over this flawless masterpiece. Ah, joy, indeed a profound delight, akin to exquisite wine, capable of ensnaring one's senses. However, Su Shi did not indulge excessively, spending merely 20 minutes refreshing herself. Suya was already perched on the bed, engrossed in her mobile device, seemingly in pursuit of something of great significance, oblivious to her sister's emergence from the bathroom. Su Shi treaded lightly, gradually approaching her sister's side. Upon glimpsing the search results on the screen, a smile crept upon her lips. She seated herself beside Suya, who then became aware of her sister's presence, her cheeks flushing as she hastily tucked away her phone, attempting to defend herself. Sister, I'm not overly concerned. I'm just a bit unaccustomed. That's all. Fear not.
Dirya.
There's no need for undue worry. In due time, when we possess formidable extraordinary powers, altering our physical forms will undoubtedly be a trivial matter. Much like the mimicry skill, Su Shi reassured, gently pinching her sister's cheek. After the sisters assisted each other in drying their hair, they logged into the game. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was well past 2 in the morning. Foreign players emerged from the mist surrounding the cities of Xiong and Hubei provinces. The shrouded area extended over 10 kilometers, with the automated war machines programmed solely to eradicate the non-human entities emerging from the fog. Many foreign players, harnessing the strength of their game avatars, breached the blockade, reuniting with their puppets, and then proceeded towards the neighborhood tasked with safeguarding the head players. Meanwhile, the foreign investors raised their glasses, having uncorked champagne in anticipation. Are you ready on the other side? We are prepared. As long as we can locate Shi and Ya. Even if we cannot escape the Dragon Nation, we can evade the pursuit of its officials. Chapter 64. The transformation of foreign players in a bid to seize control over the Su sisters. Foreign capital has made substantial investments. Around every residential area inhabited by prominent players from the Dragon Kingdom, numerous vehicles of the same make and model, equipped with counterfeit plates, lie in wait within underground parking lots, ready to disrupt the official assessments of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, personnel have been strategically positioned along the planned escape routes to intercept any pursuit from the authorities. Numerous contingency plans have also been devised. Even if they do not succeed tonight, foreign capital will still ascertain the current locations of the Su sisters, subsequently monitoring their movements via satellite, thus enabling them to concentrate all their efforts on targeting Su Shi and Suya. In the eyes of foreign capital, As long as the sisters do not enter the mist or inject it into their bodies, they possess 100 methods to subjugate the sisters, rendering them in a state of despair, unable to seek death or life. However, unbeknownst to foreign capital, the combat capabilities of Su Shi and Suya in reality far exceed expectations. Aside from being unable to utilize in-game skills, their prowess in other aspects surpasses that of the players they have dispatched. Upon discovering the foreign players engaging with the mist, the Dragon Kingdom authorities swiftly entered a state of emergency, deploying numerous autonomous vehicles to pursue the foreign players while sealing off the routes leading to the residential area of the prominent players. As the foreign players arrived at a secluded stretch of road, a fleet of small unmanned combat drones emerged, launching an assault. With no other option, the foreign players reluctantly injected the mist into their bodies to acquire the powers of their game characters, thereby countering the drones. The puppets supported by foreign capital were swiftly eliminated. Official players within the game also mobilized, locating the puppets that had infiltrated the world of delusion and eradicating them completely. Gazing at the large screen, where images transformed into a cascade of static one after another, foreign capital was taken aback, astonished that the military strength of the Dragon Kingdom was concealed so profoundly. Yet, they remained unfazed. The bullets merely damaged the cameras and inflicted minimal harm on the foreign players who had gained game character powers. Even with drones equipped with laser weaponry, direct lethality against players was not feasible. Furthermore, players are living beings, not targets, adept at utilizing structures, vehicles, and terrain to evade attacks. As foreign capital anticipated, most foreign players successfully eluded the drones and continued their advance towards the residential area safeguarding the prominent players, having received detailed maps from the puppets, which even outlined the optimal routes. Due to the diminishing effects of the mist injected into their bodies, the foreign players were compelled to continually inject more mist to maintain the powers of their game characters. Before long, exclamations of distress filled the air. "Ah, it hurts! Damn! What is happening to my body?" Many foreign players suddenly found their bodies uncontrollable, experiencing intense pain in their organs and bones, collapsing to the ground in agony. Subsequently, their bodies began to mutate. Some exhibited green skin, transforming into grotesque goblins, while others turned red-skinned, becoming half-demons. Only a minuscule fraction of players have transformed into aesthetically pleasing races such as angels, demons, elves, or giants, while the overwhelming majority have become goblins, half-demons, or half-orcs. Foreign players have hastily picked up their phones to contact their respective capitals. The response they received was unequivocal. Only by successfully abducting a prominent player from the Dragon Kingdom could they hope to restore their original forms. With no options left and no retreat in sight, these foreign players were compelled to continue executing their orders. Upon receiving the news, the Su sisters promptly logged off. Wang Bo entrusted them with 2 iron syringes. "Madam Su, these syringes contain mist that can sustain the power of your game characters for 2 minutes. Unless absolutely necessary, I advise against using them recklessly. Are foreign players nearing the villa?" Su accepted the mist syringes and tucked them into her pocket. "Indeed." Wang Bo's expression was grave. "Our situation is dire. There are flying angels and demons, as well as several exceptionally swift half-orc players, who will likely arrive within 5 minutes. Angels? Demons? Su felt a flicker of intrigue. She had initially thought it would be some time before encountering humanoid races such as angels. Her formidable strength provided her with confidence, and her innate talent, Heaven's fortune, could also manifest in reality, rendering her unafraid of mutated players. The only lament was that without injecting the mist into her body, she could not utilize her skills from the game. Soon after, the sisters met with personnel from other national security departments to devise a strategy against the foreign players. After a brief deliberation, they resolved to confine the battlefield to indoors. The foreign players' greatest advantages lay in their superior physical attributes, rapid movement, and ability to wield in-game skills. Thus, engaging in combat indoors would slightly mitigate these advantages, prevent foreign satellites from relaying information, and most importantly, safeguard their identities. Before long, 6 foreign players arrived at the villa in succession. After a day of reconnaissance, the foreign satellites had pinpointed the villa where Su was located. Though the identity of the prominent player remained uncertain, the objective of today's operation extended beyond just the Su sisters. With each prominent player abducted, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom would diminish, and the foreign capital's ultimate aim was to weaken the Dragon Kingdom's power, with plans to target other notable players as well. If they could not be controlled, measures would be taken to eliminate them. Of course, the foreign capital would not dare to kill the Su sisters, for such an act would provoke catastrophic repercussions. Once the foreign players regrouped, they contacted their capital, confirming that no additional foreign players were en route, and proceeded directly towards the villa where Su and her sister resided. They had anticipated a fierce battle, yet the journey unfolded without incident. There may be an ambush. One player speculated. Even if there is, we must proceed with the mission. Otherwise, we will surely be abandoned and left to perish within the Dragon Kingdom. Damn, I never imagined Dragon Kingdom to be this perilous. And here I am, transformed into this wretched form. Squeaked a player mutated into a half-rat, involuntarily emitting rodent-like sounds. The villa's windows were draped with curtains, obscuring the interior from view. The agitated foreign players, already restless and impatient, promptly broke through the windows. As they intruded into the villa, personnel from the National Security Department on the second floor immediately launched an attack, with flames erupting from the muzzles of their firearms. However, the bullets only inflicted shallow wounds. Damn it! Seeking death. Just as 6 foreign players prepared to ascend the stairs, a masked girl with dark hair sprang forth from behind the sofa. Her speed was astonishing, akin to a lightning strike. In an instant, she seized the throat of one of the angelic players. This girl was Su Shi who, upon learning of the foreign capital's actions, had enlisted Wang Bo's assistance to procure a wig, thus concealing her identity during the confrontation. If her position were to be revealed, tranquility would be a distant dream, as foreign players would relentlessly pursue her. At that moment, Wang Bo and the other officials injected themselves with mist, harnessing the powers of their game characters before leaping down to join the fray. Chapter 65. A direct assault. Wang Bo and his companions initially cast several electromagnetic pulse grenades at the feet of the 6 foreign players, intent on disabling all electronic devices on their persons to prevent any transmission of information to foreign interests. Su Shi's sudden appearance was designed to draw the foreign players' attention. Otherwise, their skills could easily neutralize the electromagnetic pulse grenades. The villa had activated its signal jamming devices, but in this era of rapid technological advancement, who could ascertain that foreign interests had not developed methods to breach such defenses? The foreign players' button phones emitted a piercing electrical sound, which soon fell silent. At that moment, Suya charged from another direction, wielding a steel rebar, and struck fiercely at the head of the demon player. While a plethora of sharpened blades required time to manufacture, the rebar was undoubtedly the most formidable weapon at that moment. With all eyes on Su Shi, the foreign players were taken aback by the audacity of their peers. The task was executed by a second-tier group of players, all around level 14. In contrast, the official personnel from the Dragon Kingdom assigned to protect the head players could only intermittently enter the game to level up, with most individuals barely exceeding level 10. Although the apparent gap was merely 4 or 5 levels, the disparity in strength was monumental. How reckless for a head player to expose themselves, thus courting their own demise. Upon noticing Su Shi's flowing black hair, the foreign players hastily concluded that this girl was not Su Shi. This misconception arose mainly due to the mutations they had undergone. The fog not only transformed them into humanoid beings but also significantly altered their personalities. Each of the 6 foreign players retrieved syringes from their belongings, containing lethal biological agents capable of incapacitating even players of level 10 or higher. After all, the alchemical technology within the delusion had a minimal effect on toxins. However, before they could act, Su Shi's delicate hand moved swiftly. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the angel player's neck was effortlessly twisted, her eyes widening in shock, yet devoid of life. Simultaneously, Suya brought the rebar crashing down onto the demon player's neck. Although the demon player collapsed without immediate death, the young girl's strength, while lesser than Su Shi's, surpassed that of the foreign players significantly. With 2 swift strikes, she ensured the demon player's demise. How? How could this be? Su Shi and her companions wore headsets equipped with simultaneous translation capabilities, allowing them to comprehend the foreign player's words. How could this be possible? Su Shi's hands moved like phantoms, snatching the syringe from the angel player and retreating to evade the incoming skills of the other foreign players. With a swift motion, she hurled the syringes like arrows, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, striking 2 foreign players with precision. Damn it! Those struck by the syringes immediately felt their strength drain, collapsing to the ground. The remaining 2 half-orc players swallowed hard at the sight. You are she. She caught the steel rebar thrown by Wang Bo and replied coldly, correct, but there is no reward for answering correctly. With the rebar in hand, her assault's intensity became strikingly evident. A single lash of the metal left the half-orc player's head exploding like a balloon, a gruesome mixture of red and white splattering everywhere. He was irrevocably dead. Witnessing this, Suya and Wang Bo, among others, were taken aback. It seemed rather excessively bloody and violent. Particularly the officials from other nation security departments, who had previously doubted Wang Bo's claims about someone being able to exert over a ton of force with bare hands. Now, witnessing it firsthand was truly astonishing. This was undeniably too fragile to withstand punishment. Even Shi was astonished that her single strike could so easily obliterate the head of a foreign player, especially considering that these players possessed the strength of characters over level 10, far from ordinary individuals. Miss Sushi, perhaps you should target other areas. It's rather gruesome, Wang Bo advised. The other officials nodded in agreement. Although they had strong psychological resilience, such a scene was indeed difficult to endure. The half-orc's larger head resulted in a significant portion of the small living room being splattered with red and white matter, accompanied by an unsettling odor. Upon hearing Wang Bo's words, the Su sisters finally realized the gravity of the situation. It felt as though they had taken a life. Previously, their battles had been confined to the realm of the game, not genuine acts of killing. As Suya inhaled the pungent scent of blood lingering in the air, her stomach churned, and she retched several times. She also felt her heart racing, her hands trembling slightly. The 2 sisters had regarded this simply as combat within a game, thus failing to perceive its true nature. To put it succinctly, they were high on adrenaline. Susi, being a woman with a man's spirit, did not react as strongly as her sister. She grasped the rebar and resolved to eliminate the remaining foreign players in a less bloody manner. Just as Wang Bo and the others approached to clean up the scene, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The previously deceased angel player suddenly stirred, enveloped in a radiant white light, its body shrinking in outline. In the next moment, the angel player transformed into a white egg, adorned with a pair of pristine wings. An angelic egg? The angel egg flapped its wings, preparing to escape. Xiaoya, Brother Wang, finish it off, She exclaimed, moving with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly reaching the angel egg and shattering it with a single strike of the rebar. Suya, Wang Bo, and others also struck the corpses of the remaining foreign players repeatedly, ensuring they could not revive. Only after confirming the foreign players' irrevocable demise did they commence the task of clearing the battlefield. Sister, what is happening? The young girl asked, her complexion still pale, clearly struggling to adapt. It must be a racial talent, akin to a unique skill of a boss, Sushi pondered, concluding that this reasoning was the only plausible explanation. Wang Bo and the others' expressions grew solemn upon hearing this. The fact that players mutated into humanoid forms could still obtain racial talents. Previously, those who volunteered as test subjects had not disclosed such information. Sushi continued, it is likely that we, as players of the human race, possess a unique racial talent, which remains concealed due to our current level not being sufficiently advanced. The foreign players have not employed any means beyond their skills. Thus, it is imperative for us to explore this on our own or await our elevation to a certain level for these talents to be revealed.
Wang Bo nodded in acknowledgement.
Subsequently, several officials departed to report this matter to their superiors, cautioning other personnel tasked with protecting head players to remain vigilant regarding the racial talents of the foreign players. The villa cluster where everyone resided was in close proximity to Lianxing Zhaoshan, making it one of the initial points of contact with the foreign players. With the information regarding the battles here, we could significantly mitigate unnecessary casualties and complications. The villa was permeated with the scent of blood, and remaining in such a place could prove psychologically unsettling. Therefore, Wang Bo decided to relocate with the Su sisters to another villa. Sister, what do you think has happened over at Qinghe?
Suya inquired anxiously.
Chapter 66. Feud Su, she gently patted her sister's small head, reassured that Qing he would undoubtedly be fine. As time progressed, the battles at various head players' protective points came to an end. This operation by the foreign capital was akin to a miniature war, with casualties being inevitable. Numerous officials lost their lives, and the head players were no exception. The residents living near the protective points were stirred by the conflict, and the Dragon Kingdom's officials did not shy away from disclosing the truth. Upon learning of the audacity of the foreign players, some individuals requested permission to dwell within the mist, serving as the city's first line of defense. Injecting oneself with the mist merely granted the powers of a game character. Outside the mist, one could not summon equipment, pets, or any elements from the game. However, residing within the mist not only endowed one with the powers from the game, but also facilitated health regeneration and item usage, rendering them unafraid of the foreign players. Although one would have to confront monsters within the mist, the advantage of fewer hours needed for rest was considerable. Most importantly, it allowed for an early adaptation to life within the mist. Given the rapid spread of the mist, it would not be long before it enveloped the city, with numerous towns on the brink of being consumed. At approximately 3 in the morning within the game, Su Shi and her companions logged in consecutively. Qing He, are you all right? Suya inquired with concern, noticing Qing He's pale face, lacking color, and her somewhat dazed expression. Qing He lowered her head, her voice trembling as if she were struggling to suppress her emotions. I am fine. Seeing Qing He in such a state, Su Shi surmised the underlying cause, letting out a sigh while clenching her fists. She had previously asked Wang Bo about the stance of the high-ranking officials in the Dragon Kingdom towards the foreign capital. It appeared they wished to avoid escalating tensions. This meant they opted for a passive defense and would not send personnel to confront the foreign players. This decision was not without merit. After all, as the strongest head player and a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, Su Shi understood that other nations would likely form a united front to eliminate her. As long as Su Shi and Suya remained alive, the foreign alliance would not disband. If matters were to spiral out of control now, it would only bring detriment to the Dragon Kingdom and all its players. However, there were ways to resolve this predicament. If the Su sisters were to openly present themselves and enter the mist, the foreign capital's focus would inevitably shift towards confronting them, thereby alleviating pressure on the Dragon Kingdom's officials and other head players. Su Shi proactively suggested this course of action. Entering the mist would not differ much from being in the game, unless the foreign players possessed equipment with additional true damage attributes. They would be unable to harm the sisters. Even if true damage were involved, they would first have to breach Suya's line of undead minions. Additionally, the monsters at the center of the mist had already reached level 10. Just yesterday they were at level 5. Given the monsters' daily progression of 5 levels, in a few days players would lack the strength to defeat the creatures at the heart of the mist. With the increase in levels, beyond the Su sisters and players with S-grade or higher talents, it would be impossible for anyone to gain 5 levels in a single day. Furthermore, a crucial point to note was that defeating monsters within the mist also yielded experience points and could trigger equipment effects, although it would not result in item drops. At that time, Su Shi and Suya would be able to slay monsters in the real world. With Su Shi's extraordinarily high luck value, merely spending 1 or 2 hours in the game each day would suffice for her to exchange her entire set of equipment and gather all necessary materials. Tomorrow would herald a grand feast of slaughter. Meanwhile, the foreign capital, frustrated by their inability to obtain any information about the Su sisters, smashed their champagne tower in exasperation. Damn! 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 Just as the foreign capital was lamenting how to proceed with their next plan, they received news from a spy. This afternoon, the Su sisters would publicly reveal themselves. Upon hearing this news, the foreign capital rejoiced. Despite possessing the strength of formidable warriors, they lacked the mindset of one. In a foolish attempt to attract enemy fire and safeguard other top players, they chose to reveal their location. A decision utterly devoid of wisdom. The foreign capital perceived Su Shi's actions as unwise. However, they were oblivious to the true extent of the Su sisters' strength, mistakenly viewing them as fragile ranger and mage classes, unaware of the astonishing resilience they possessed. Their information was also severely outdated. That night, the Su sisters experienced tremendous growth, far exceeding the enhancements derived from the first server-wide rewards of free attribute points. Su Shi's vitality had surpassed 4,000 points, with her health exceeding 40,000. Her regenerative capabilities were terrifying. Bolstered by skills that amplified health recovery, she could regain over 1,000 health points per second. Both her defensive stats were impressively high. Currently, Suya had reached level 20, enabling her to transform 90 undead minions, an aspect unknown to the foreign capital. They mobilized manpower, increased the bounty, and instructed the first-tier players to level up that group of fools, equipping them with gear that bore true damage attributes. Once Su Shi and Suya appeared and entered the fog, they would be surrounded and slaughtered. This news was likely a deliberate ploy by the Dragon Kingdom S officials, aimed at diverting attention from other top players in the Dragon Kingdom. Someone remarked, "I am aware that this is a scheme by the Dragon Kingdom S officials, but do we have enough manpower?" After tonight's events, the number of foreigners willing to risk their lives for money had diminished by at least 90%. Previously, they had been unaware that the Dragon Kingdom was a den of tigers and dragons. Fueled by the foreign capital's incitement, they had believed the Dragon Kingdom was not truly dangerous. Even if the foreign capital threatened their lives, the foreigners would no longer yield. At worst, they could eliminate a few capitalists in reality and then merge into the delusion game world, which seemed far preferable to wasting time in the Dragon Kingdom only to meet their demise. In the delusion game world, Su Shi and her companions ventured towards a city and discovered an adventure outside its boundaries, a hidden dungeon. Upon stepping into the thick fog, a pop-up window appeared before Su Shi, presenting the dungeon difficulty selection. Hidden Dungeon. Paradise Lost. This dungeon features environmental damage and effects. Difficulty selection: Normal, Adventure. Environmental damage and effects. The dungeon named Paradise Lost. Surely it wouldn't lead to teammates attacking one another, would it? Su Shi instantly recalled some terrifying scenes from horror films. The name Paradise Lost inherently suggested the presence of sinister elements. She turned back to see Qing. He still engulfed in despondency, and sighed softly. After being guided by Suya, Qing he had revealed the grim reality. The player protection point where Qing he resided was besieged by a significant number of foreign players, nearly 20 in total. Consequently, several officials and Qing he's grandfather had made the ultimate sacrifice. Had it not been for the fortified nature of the official family compound where Qing he lived, alongside numerous high-ranking official players, the repercussions would have been far graver. It was evident without much contemplation that someone had disclosed Qing he's possession of the rare experience-imbued talent. Qing he, this hidden instance may harbor a unique mechanism. Su Shi spoke softly, having previously urged Qing he to log off and rest properly. However, Qing he expressed her desire to grow stronger swiftly and seek vengeance against the foreign capital. Yes, I will muster my spirits. Qing he managed to force a smile through her struggles. Chapter 67. Paradise Lost. Immediately, Su Shi chose the adventure difficulty level, entering the hidden dungeon of Paradise Lost. In the next moment, a dazzling scene unfolded before their eyes, accompanied by unbearable whispers that echoed in their ears, stirring their emotions. As Su Shi regained clarity in her vision, she was met with an astonishing sight. Before her lay a sea of crimson flowers, adorned with enchanting spider lilies, while the ground was interspersed with numerous colorful, illusion crystals. Amidst this floral expanse, a multitude of naked demonic creatures writhed. "Xia, don't look." Su Shi shielded her sister, blocking her view. She never anticipated that this dungeon would be such a paradise lost. The three official personnel similarly shielded Qing he. At this moment, illusion had reached a point of revelation, and there was no longer adherence to the laws and regulations of Blue Star. Any bizarre game content that appeared was deemed normal. Just moments ago, Suya had caught a glimpse and felt her eyes polluted, her cheeks flushed. Seeing Xiao Qing prepare to sneak a peek, she hurriedly covered Xiao Qing's eyes. Meanwhile, the demonic creatures sensed Su Shi and her companion's arrival and rose to their feet, clothing manifesting upon them.
Humans.
Some level 20 wild monsters could interact with players, let alone those in a hidden dungeon. Succubus Fura, level 20 silver boss, adventure difficulty hidden dungeon, health points, 2, 310, 000 physical defense, 330 magical defense, 350 skill, 1, charm, level 4. Entraps the target in a 12-second state of charm, causing the target to involuntarily approach the caster while taking 10 increased damage. The duration depends on the disparity in mental values between the caster and the target. Cost: 50 mana points. Cooldown: 7 seconds. Skill 2, Triple Fireball, level 4. Skill 3, Flame Whip, level 4. Skill 4, Elemental Surge, level 4. Elementalist buff skill. Unique Succubus boss skill, Seductive Aura. Increases charm value. Exclusive silver boss skill, Rage. Instantly restores 20 of maximum health, with damage increased by 50 for the next 30 seconds. First clear reward for the hidden dungeon of the same name. First kill reward for the same name and level boss he. Similar to scenes in certain films, succubi are androgynous, capable of altering their genders at will, their appearances strikingly alluring, truly pink skeletons. The succubi giggled, seemingly mocking Su Shi and her companions, while also hinting at seduction. Fura gazed at Su Shi with her enchanting eyes, exuding obsession, and then waved her delicate hand. You possess quite the beauty. Why not stay with me forever? A gentle breeze swept through the scene, causing the spider lily sea to sway, releasing clouds of pink pollen. Poisoned, taking 10 points of poison damage per second. Charming pollen has a chance to fall into a charm state. The crowd was beset by 2 debilitating states, their faces and skin turning crimson, breaths growing increasingly labored, and flashes of healthy imagery flickering in their minds. Little butterfly, Suya called softly. Upon hearing this, the little butterfly understood instinctively, flapping its wings vigorously to disperse the nearby pink pollen. The negative states afflicting Su Shi and the others vanished. However, at that moment, the blooms and leaves of the ghost flower sprouted pink thorns, releasing another wave of pink pollen. Even though the thorns could not penetrate the gear and skin of the crowd, they still inflicted 2 negative states: poisoned and enchanted pollen. The group wielded their weapons, yet they could not destroy the seemingly fragile ghost flower. Summon. Both Su Shi and Suya cast summoning skills, causing numerous summoning arrays to materialize in the arena. Boom! Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh! Swish! Swish! Thunderous roars, torrential winds, surging waves, and dragon flames scorched the heavens. Su Shi showed no mercy, consecutively unleashing area of effect attacks from Shaoqing. When Shaoqing was at level 1, these skills had a range of 20 to 30 meters. Now, having reached level 10, her area of effect exceeded 50 meters, sufficient to encompass all the succubus monsters within the dungeon. Moreover, with Su Shi's heightened intelligence, the casting time for her skills was remarkably brief, allowing her to unleash several powerful skills within a single second. Before the succubus monsters, including Fula, could enter the casting range of the charm skill, they were overwhelmed by a barrage of attacks. 42984, critical. 42976, critical. Su Shi's intelligence had surged past the 3,000 mark, boasting over 7,000 in magic power, while Shaoqing, as a divine beast, had skill damage bonuses starting at a minimum of 200. In the realm of the enchantment game, both physical and magical critical hits were indistinguishable. Any character with critical hit rate could inflict critical damage through both basic attacks and skills. Had it not been for the Poison Mage buff skill, which could not enhance magic power, her damage would have likely surpassed 50,000. At that moment, Su Shi grasped the effect of the Succubus Boss's unique skill, Charming Aura. When targeting Fula, she always felt a hesitation to strike, and were it not for her high mental stats, she might have genuinely held back. The sweet laughter abruptly ceased, as the ordinary and elite succubus monsters fell without even a cry of anguish.
Fula paused, horror edged in her pink, peach blossom eyes.
She wished to retreat but found herself constrained by the rules of the game. You! Fula began to speak, but was once again astounded by the summoned creatures emerging from the summoning array. The dimensional dragon offspring had returned. Additionally, when Suya summoned her undead minions, several summoning skills triggered the catastrophe effect, transforming what should have been 1 or 2 summons into a vast horde, hinting at the presence of an undead army. Those succubi slain by Su Shi were transformed into undead derivatives, becoming true pink skeletons. This Monsters possessed their own complete consciousness.
Fula was utterly bewildered.
No. Sister, is this truly the prowess befitting a level 20 player? The three official players were equally astonished. Sushi and Suya displayed remarkably high attack damage, and under the relentless assault from the sisters and their summoned entities, the demon boss, Fulra, boasting over 2 million health points, succumbed in less than 10 seconds. The ethereal realm of the flower field withered instantaneously, transforming from a beautiful sea of blossoms into a desolate wasteland. Upon vanquishing the adventure difficulty instance, the silver boss yielded 1,000 experience points. Having cleared the hidden instance of Paradise Lost at the adventure difficulty, they received an additional 2,500 experience points. Throughout the battle, none fell prey to the state of enchanting. Perhaps it was due to the connection between enchanting pollen and Fulra's luck, as Suya's attacks significantly reduced the probability of triggering such events. What are you staring at, silly girl?
Susi Rimak?
Playfully tapping her sister's head upon noticing Suya gazing at Fulra's lifeless form. Amused, she recognized that her younger sibling was lost in thought. Sister Ya, I want to see too, chimed Xiaoqing, her chubby little hands tugging at Suya's hand that covered her eyes. Suya pouted and retorted, I'm not looking at anything, just admiring the hidden treasure chest beside the boss's corpse. Sister, after opening this chest, the mystic crystal should allow the mysterious ring to be upgraded to the next tier, right? Chapter 68. The perfect tier level 20 hidden dungeon. Paradise Lost, adventure difficulty. Upon the first completion, the treasure chest grants 30 misty crystals, a level 20 rare equipment selection box, 15 silver coins, and a minuscule chance of receiving an additional 10 misty crystals. The skill Alluring Aura, level 1, is universally applicable across all professions, offering a slight enhancement to one's charm. This charm value can increase the likelihood of triggering hidden events and mitigate hostility from all life forms towards oneself. The efficacy of this effect is influenced by the skill level of Alluring Aura and the mental statistics between oneself and the target. Other items hold little significance for the two sisters. The succubus boss, Flura, did not drop a pet egg. It is worth noting that defeating humanoid monsters yields no pet eggs. However, Sushi had previously encountered a beast with succubus abilities when selecting a pet egg. Moreover, a pet's potential can transform into humanoid form upon reaching SSS rank, indicating the possibility of nurturing a subtly alluring succubus pet. Nevertheless, Sushi currently does not contemplate this avenue. As for the future, that can be addressed later. Present, Sushi possesses 70 misty crystals and deduces that the quantity required for special equipment advancement follows a pattern. Likely 10, 30, 90, 270. Without hesitation, she clicks to open the completion chest, triggering the double effect. She acquires 60 misty crystals, 2 level 20 rare equipment selection boxes, 30 silver coins. Simultaneously, a feeling of exhilaration wells up within Sushi. Clearly, the 130 misty crystals in her possession are sufficient for the advancement of the misty ring. Without delay, she retrieves the misty crystals. 10, 20. As Sushi embarks on the advancement of the misty ring, the dimensional dragon hatchling approaches Suya, its golden eyes glaring at the little Qing in her arms. Call me brother. Remarkably, the dimensional dragon hatchling speaks. The group is momentarily taken aback. Although the dimensional dragon is no ordinary summon, they have never encountered a summon capable of verbal interaction. Before they could collect their thoughts, the little Qing breaks free from Suya's embrace and soars into the air. A mist envelopes her, and in the next moment, a long dragon, over 10 meters in length, emerges from the clouds. In terms of presence, little Qing does not fall short compared to the dimensional dragon hatchling. Why should I call you brother? Little Qing exhales 2 streams of scorching dragon breath, her expression tinged with anger. Witnessing this scene, Sushi and the others are left bewildered. What on earth is happening? Sis, are they about to fight? Suya inquires with concern. Sushi rubs her forehead, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, and struggles to comprehend why the dimensional dragon hatchling would provoke little Qing. Nonetheless, she firmly aligns with little Qing, as the dimensional dragon hatchling belongs to the dimension and can only be seen when the reinforcement skill is employed. while little Qing will remain by her and her sister's side. Little dragon, cease your antics. Upon hearing these words, the dimensional dragonling lowered its proud head slightly, displaying a hint of disappointment and a touch of grievance. At that moment, a dimensional teleportation array materialized in the scene. This time, the little dragon did not return directly to the dimensional space. Instead, it vigorously struck the array with its tail, as if attempting to dismantle it. Suya nudged her sister's arm and whispered, "Sister, why do I feel like this little creature wishes to become your pet? It wants Xiaoqing to call it brother, likely vying for status. Can't be, right?" The dimensional teleportation array, unable to forcibly pull the dragonling back into the dimensional space, began to tremble violently. Suddenly, a massive dragon claw emerged from within, grasping the dragonling and dragging it into the array. Before the little dragon could finish its sentence, the dimensional teleportation array closed. After this incident, Su Shi fell into deep contemplation. The power of the dimensional dragonling surprisingly surpassed the rules of the delusion game. What of the adult dimensional dragons? She shuddered at the mere thought. Never mind, perhaps it would be best to focus on advancing the mysterious ring first. The reality significantly diverged from Su Shi's expectations. It took a full absorption of 120 delusion crystals for the mysterious ring to ascend to the perfect tier. Mysterious ring, no level. Perfect can be upgraded with corresponding special materials when killing a target. There is a 2 chance to randomly enhance one of the 5 attributes: strength, intellect, constitution, spirit, or agility by 2 points. When attacking, there is a 30 chance to increase damage by 40 for 60 seconds. This effect does not stack. When releasing skills, there is a 15 chance to trigger the dual casting effect. Additionally, there is a 0.1 chance to become immune to control skills, abnormal states, and negative effects. Upon viewing the attributes of the mysterious ring, Su Shi rubbed her eyes, fearing she was seeing things. After several confirmations, she gasped in astonishment. Although the probability of enhancing attribute values remained at a mere 2, it was no longer restricted to monster kills. Any target could trigger the effect. The definition of target was expansive, encompassing players, summoned creatures, and derivatives. Moreover, each enhancement provided an increase of 2 points. Furthermore, the 15 chance of dual casting effectively translated to a 100 probability for her. The fourth effect was simply otherworldly, while the description indicated a probability of only 0.1. Under the influence of the SSS level heavenly luck talent, that probability was likely much higher. No wonder the mysterious ring required 120 delusion crystals for its advancement. Su Shi gazed at the crystal ring adorning her finger, noting that one of the impurities had been illuminated, and she eagerly anticipated the changes that would come with illuminating all the impurities. Subsequently, she used the remaining 10 delusion crystals to elevate her sister's honor wristband to the rare tier. The numbers 10, 30, 120 seemed devoid of any discernible pattern. Su Shi could not deduce how many delusion crystals would be required for the next advancement of the mysterious ring. After collecting their spoils, the group exited the dungeon. Following a night of monster hunting and dungeon runs, they prepared to log off and rest just after 7 in the morning. During this period, Su Shi experienced remarkable growth. Not only did she ascend to level 21, but the mysterious ring also significantly enhanced her attributes. Chapter 69. The dual assault breaks 10,000. The mysterious ring now boasts an increase of over 5,000 points in strength, with the other 4 attributes also enhanced by more than 4,000 points. The attributes of special equipment such as the illusory longbow have also seen improvements. However, Su Shi has chosen not to upgrade these items, instead opting to conserve the illusory crystals, in the hope of promoting the mysterious ring to the next stage promptly. Player, Shi level, 21, 4,680 90,000. Class. Ranger, Frostbite, Poison Master. Secondary professions: Blacksmith, Tailor. Health points, 51, 080 mana points, 43, 600 physical attack, 12, 826, 52, 362, 4260, magical power, 10, 032, 41, 802, 4, physical defense, 921, 508 magical defense, 837. 441 movement speed. 7. 92 attack speed. 6. 27 critical hit rate. 43 critical damage. 172 strength. 114. 352 intelligence. 79. 641 constitution. 82. 849 spirit. 77. 643 agility. 90. 345. The experience required to ascend from level 20 to 21 is 70,000 points. Evidently, the experience needed for each subsequent level increases by 20,000 points, making progression significantly more arduous. Upon reaching level 21, the reward for leveling up includes an increase of 20 free attribute points, with strength and the other 4 attributes each gaining an additional 4 points. In addition to a substantial enhancement in attributes, Sushi has also acquired numerous new skills. Before logging off, an official player approached Sushi. "Ms. Sushi, I believe you are in need of this material," the official player remarked, producing a considerable quantity of illusory crystals and offering them to Sushi. "This material can only be obtained from hidden dungeons, and we have not gathered many. Moreover, utilizing illusory crystals to craft equipment carries the chance of unlocking an additional attribute, which regular players are typically reluctant to sell. The illusory crystals hold significant importance not only for Sushi but also for ordinary players, as an extra attribute on equipment can slightly enhance their strength and thereby increase efficiency in monster hunting. The factions or teams capable of clearing hidden dungeons are predominantly top-tier players who are not short on funds, and thus they are generally disinclined to part with such materials. The reason the Dragon Country officials are willing to offer illusory crystals is that Sushi has provided them with a vast quantity of high-level, high-quality equipment at a low price even on credit. Equipment crafted with illusory crystals can only temporarily bolster combat power, rendering their use for lower-tier equipment a waste. Upon learning of Sushi's need for illusory crystals, the higher-ups of the officials deliberated and ultimately decided to present the illusory crystals acquired by the official player to Sushi, partially settling their debt while also enhancing Sushi's favorability. Once a person possesses formidable strength, they are unlikely to remain content under the constraints of rules or to bow to others' whims. If it is impossible to stifle the growth of the powerful, one might as well assist in their ascendance, becoming a contributor to their success. The official player produced only a little over 60 illusory crystals. Aside from the inherent difficulty in clearing hidden dungeons, encountering them is equally challenging. Even though Sushi possesses the talent of Heaven's Fortune that allows her to perceive all extraordinary encounters within the confines of a city, her sojourn in each city does not exceed half an hour. On this night, she traversed nearly 20 cities, yet only encountered hidden quests thrice. Gratefully, Sushi did not hesitate to stow away the illusory crystal in her backpack. There is a saying, is there not? The most formidable individuals are those who desire nothing. She was keen to avoid inciting suspicion from the Dragon Kingdom's officials. Although ordinary means had little effect on her and her sister, the presence of biotechnology necessitated a degree of caution. Upon logging off, Suya placed her gaming helmet on the bedside table and shifted closer to her sister, showing no intention of departing. Observing this, Sushi, with an air of annoyance, extended her delicate finger and lightly tapped the little girl's forehead. "Did we not agree that you could only cuddle and sleep with me every other day?" Suya giggled mischievously, playfully sticking out her tongue. "I don't recall that." Sushi pinched her sister's cheek. "If you push me off the bed again tonight, you won't be able to cuddle me tomorrow." Her thoughts had not transformed into those of a typical girl. Rather, she felt that as an elder sister, allowing her younger sibling to hold her while they slept was perfectly acceptable. Moreover, she found solace in embracing her sister. In response, Suya earnestly patted her chest and assured, "Rest assured, sister, I will not do that. Then let us sleep. We must enter the mist before noon." With that, the little girl quickly nestled into her sister's embrace, behaving obediently, unlike her previous antics during their cuddles, perhaps out of fear that her sister might kick her off the bed. Both sisters were enveloped in a warm sensation and soon fell into a deep slumber. As noon approached, the sound of helicopters reverberated through the air as they transported heavy building materials above the mist, releasing their cargo into the depths below. Although many towns and villages had already been consumed by the mist, ordinary houses could hardly withstand the onslaught of monsters. Those players who voluntarily resided within the mist had to ensure the safety of others, at the very least allowing players time to react. For common players wishing to dwell in the mist, they could only take refuge in ordinary houses. However, the abundance of common players could form a collective, enabling collaboration and division of labor. This is a trend for the future. Those who continue to pursue solitary endeavors will face inevitable demise. The Dragon Kingdom's officials also distributed sharpened steel blades to players outside the mist to guard against frenzied individuals, ensuring they had weapons at their disposal. Simultaneously, patrols were intensified to guarantee a favorable gaming environment for the populace, thus preventing any unfortunate incidents where players could be harmed in real life while engrossed in the game. Within the villa where the Su sisters resided, a guest arrived. Yang Qing, also known as Qing He, had her talent as an experience-boosting type exposed, making her vulnerable to potential assaults. Remaining with the Su sisters was her safest option. Yang Qing, a resident of Star City, was picked up by officials upon logging off. However, the sisters were already asleep at that time, and she chose not to disturb them. Xiaoqing, we have finally met. Su Ye and Yang Qing are of similar age, both university students. In light of Yang Qing's recent family troubles, Su Ye gently embraced her in a gesture of comfort. Su Shi offered a warm smile. Despite her complete transformation into a female form, her spirit remained inherently masculine, leading her to feel somewhat uneasy about the affectionate camaraderie displayed among other girls.
Kaptan, Xiao Ya.
Yang Qing smiled faintly, though her complexion was notably pale. Wang Bo entered the villa. Ladies, the helicopter is ready, and the structures in the mist have been completed. We can depart now. Even though the Su sisters had become formidable avatars within the mist, the authorities still felt the need for protection and dispatched Wang Bo and other officials for their safety. Very well. Su Shi and Su Ye made no attempt to conceal their intentions as they strode confidently out of the villa. Simultaneously, Foreign Capital confirmed the Su sisters' location through satellite imagery. Su and Ye are in Lotus City. Dispatch those fools to transport them there at once. Understood. The most powerful monsters in the heart of the mist remained at level 10, unable to deter players of level 15 and above.
Su, Ya.
How will you survive amidst over 1,000 players? A sinister chuckle echoed in the air. Chapter 70. The unforeseen collapse. What audacity! They actually dragged along that Yang Qing, providing us with a perfect opportunity to capture them all at once. In the eyes of the Foreign Capital, the Su sisters, being exceptionally fragile, stood no chance of survival against the onslaught of thousands of players. This Foreign Capital had invested a considerable sum to equip these players with gear imbued with true damage attributes. As ranged attackers, they could inflict over 30 points of true damage, enough to eliminate the Su sisters with a single strike. At this moment, one of the subordinates entered to report. Chairman, many have heard that excessive injection of the mist can transform individuals into angelic or demonic beings. They are now gathering around the mist's perimeter, causing a disturbance and aiming to seize the mist for their own use. How shall we handle this? The Foreign Capital's representatives were merchants. Even the pinnacle of capital did not casually enter political realms, yet they held the fates of the majority of politicians in their grasp. Oh, this is rather amusing. A bunch of fools truly believe they can become angels? The Foreign Capital had conducted numerous experiments and ultimately derived detailed data. Individuals with dark skin could never transform into angels, demons, or elves. The best outcome would be to become a giant. Yet there was over a 95% probability they would instead turn into half-orcs or goblins. Although those with light skin could potentially become angels, elves, or demons, the probability was still low, below 5. Arrest all of them and cast them to the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Let them wreak havoc there. The Foreign Capital remarked indifferently, swirling the red wine in his glass. Understood. This was the first time the forces within the Dragon Kingdom encountered the Su sisters in reality. After receiving their photographs, Qi Jiang sighed. Damn it, why didn't TI awaken an SS-level talent? The existence of SS-level talents was no longer a secret. Players knew that those who awakened such talents would invariably undergo a transformation for the better. However, he remained unaware that Su Shi had originally been male. Su Shi was a most extraordinary being. Among the hundreds of SS-level talent holders worldwide, she was the only one who underwent a gender transformation. Despite the hundreds of SS-level talents, one must remember that with a global population exceeding 7 billion, encompassing individuals of all ages and genders, all had entered the delusion game world to create their avatars. The ratio of those awakening SS-level talents was a mere fraction of tens of millions. When delusion officially launched, the total number of players was less than 100 million, which is why she swept all the first-place rewards without contention from any other SS-level talent holders. She was in Lian City. Should I also venture to Lian City, Zhao Mountain? Although there had been previous discord between them, Qi Jiang felt that now, aligned with the official Dragon Kingdom, he could consider Su Shi as a colleague. Surely she wouldn't turn against him, would she? Everyone is inherently inclined towards self-interest. Qi Jiang, being a wealthy scion, never considered protecting other players. His only desire was to ensure his own safety. Currently, the creatures within the mist were only level 10, and modern weaponry could still fend them off, but what would happen when these creatures leveled up to 20 or 30? At that point, it would be left to the players to charge into battle against the monsters. Many individuals share Qi Jiang's sentiments, and they have collectively approached the officials with requests to venture into the mist of Lianqing Zhaoshan. Naturally, the authorities of Longhua have denied such requests. With a multitude of top players heading to Lianqing, what will become of the mist surrounding other cities? However, Qi Jiang and his companions could not resist the temptation to quietly depart. Nonetheless, the majority of the leading players preferred to remain in their original cities. Alas, upon learning of this situation, the senior officials of Longhua were unable to suppress their indignation. In the face of impending calamity, these individuals were solely concerned with their own safety, despite the sacrifices made by numerous comrades the previous night to ensure their protection. What course of action should be taken? It would be prudent to contact the Su sisters. Someone must assume the role of the villain. The Longhua officials could not undertake this unsavory task, as it would only serve to alienate Qi Jiang and others further. At present, the leading players are essential for assisting official players in leveling up, as well as for fending off monsters of levels 20 to 30. Once this wave of creatures has been repelled, it will take a few days for the official players to catch up in progress. After all, not every player possesses the capabilities of the Su sisters, who can adeptly manage multiple groups in a single day. Although Qi Jiang and his companions constitute only a small fraction of the top players, they still number in the thousands. Su Shi soon learned of this matter. She was still aboard a helicopter, having departed the villa not long ago, which underscored the urgency of Qi Jiang and his companions. These individuals truly are. Su Shi was momentarily at a loss for words. From a perspective of personal interest, Qi Jiang and his group had indeed committed no wrong, yet they had betrayed the trust of Longhua officials. In stark contrast, in foreign lands, even those with only an A-level talent must bow to foreign capital. Otherwise, they would be barred from entering the game for an extended period, and would even have to entrust family or friends to foreign capital as a gesture of loyalty. By comparison, Qi Jiang and his companions appear to be akin to ungrateful wretches. Suya and Yang Qing displayed traces of anger on their faces as well. Having previously received considerable assistance from the Longhua officials, the Su sisters naturally leaned towards supporting them, and Yang Qing had even more reason to do so, as several elders in her family were affiliated with the government. Brother Wang, what would be the fate of players killed within the mist? Su Shi inquired. They would face immediate death and would be unable to continue existing in the delusion game world. Are you intending to make an example of them, Miss Su Shi?
Su Shi nodded.
It is imperative to instill a sense of fear. I shall take on this role of the villain. If we accept the first batch, there will inevitably be a second, a third, until Lianqing is overwhelmed, and I shall find no peace. As she spoke, she retrieved her phone, accessed the Delusion forum, and began composing a post. This action was also for her and her sister's benefit. Who knows what ulterior motives Qi Jiang and his companions might harbor upon their arrival. As the saying goes, better to be safe than sorry. Should other top players from different cities dare to step into the mist of Lianqing Zhaoshan, I will not hesitate to eliminate them. Do not think I lack the resolve. Currently, no one can restrain me, and nuclear annihilation cannot penetrate the mist. With fierce determination, Suya clung to her sister's arm, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Meanwhile, in foreign lands, several foreign players endowed with the SS talent, seizing the opportunity presented by the leniency of foreign capitals regulations, have acquired the mist injector and are recklessly injecting themselves with the mist. Compared to the second-tier players, those with SS talent exhibit a significantly higher probability of mutating into races such as angels, demons, and elves, with chances evenly split between good and evil outcomes. These foreign players have realized that their current trajectory is untenable. They are being suppressed by foreign capital and, once free from its grasp, will face the constraints imposed by the Su sisters. They understand the urgency of liberating themselves from foreign capital's control and establishing their own faction to gain the legitimacy to confront Su Shi in the future. How could players possessing SS-level talent resign themselves to perpetual subservience? A group of these foreign players dashed towards the nearest mist. Should they feel overwhelmed by foreign capital and anticipate being captured, they resolutely chose to commit suicide, merging into the world of the delusion game. Nonetheless, 3 SS talent bearers managed to escape. This incident became emblematic, as an increasing number of foreign players, disregarding the safety of their families and friends, opted to break free from the control of foreign capital. This is also one of the reasons why the Dragon Kingdom's officials initially adopted a strategy of conciliation. Chapter 71. Forgetting emotions, SSS-level talent Ming Sha in the face of absolute interests and power. All emotions, including familial bonds, appear feeble. Otherwise, instances like the 9 dragons contending for the throne and usurpation of the imperial seat would not have occurred in ancient times. However, the shift in perception requires a process. Hence, the eruption of foreign players today. Upon the release of Su Shi's post, it ignited fervent discussions across the internet. Wow. Is she really that audacious? If I possessed her strength, I would be even more brazen. The implication of her post suggests that numerous top players are eager to venture into the mists of Lianqing Zhaoshan. It appears that many residing in the top player safe zones have recently posted online, indicating that they have departed from their protective enclaves, likely heading towards Lianqing. How could they act in such a selfish manner? It is disheartening to consider the many officials who sacrifice themselves for their protection. I suspect they may be contemplating actions against Su Shi and Ye, given their formidable prowess. If not dealt with promptly, they will continue to overshadow their rivals. The majority of the public condemned the actions of Qi Jiang and others. Observing the online discourse, Qi Jiang's expression darkened. Damn it! Did I request protection from the Dragon Kingdom's officials? Our Qi family possesses the strength to safeguard ourselves. If it weren't for Su Shi and Ye's overwhelming power, would other nations be so antagonistic towards the Dragon Kingdom? What he stated was indeed the truth. Many situations in the world lack absolute right or wrong, merely differing perspectives. Yet, this cannot serve as an excuse for their actions. Qi Jiang's family also bore somber expressions. Xiao Jiang. It would be wise for us to remain in Xingqing. If Su Shi follows through on her threats, we may face dire consequences. Even if we manage to escape with our lives, the Dragon Kingdom's officials would harbor resentment towards us. Rather than recklessly heading towards Lianqing Zhaoshan, it would be prudent to turn back and explain to the officials that we were merely caught up in the moment. The speaker was Qi Ming, the current head of the Qi family and Qi Jiang's father. Though Qi Ming was somewhat confused, he was still more astute than Qi Jiang. Initially, he had not contemplated the ramifications, only focusing on reaching Lianqing for enhanced safety. Upon reflection, this was akin to openly opposing authority. Furthermore, given Su Shi's attitude and stance, she would undoubtedly prefer that individuals from other cities refrain from entering Lianqing. Qi Jiang shook his head. Even if Su Shi forbids our entry into the mists, we can still remain in Lianqing, which is far safer than Xingqing. Can she truly exert control over matters beyond the mists? Many shared Qi Jiang's sentiments, convinced that as long as they did not enter the mists, Su Shi would not take action against them. Overall, it would be safer than their previous city. Before long, a helicopter descended outside the mists. The Su Shi sisters, Yang Qing, and the officials tasked with their protection stepped into the fog. Buzzing sounds filled the air. As they entered the mists, a summoning array emerged beside them, from which numerous pets materialized. Before them appeared a game panel, their attire transformed into formidable gear, bestowing upon them the powers of their gaming avatars. The sensation was extraordinary. The official players reveled in their newfound strength, clenching their fists. This feeling was markedly different from the infusion of mist they had previously experienced. The power they currently possessed felt entirely organic, as if it were an innate part of them. "Where is my dear master?" Upon the arrival of Xiao Qing, she dashed straight into Su Shi's embrace, only to be intercepted by Suya, who pulled her into her arms, playfully squeezing her. "Did you miss me during these few hours?" Suya inquired. "I certainly did not miss you, Sister Ya. You always bully me, and your embrace is nowhere near as comfortable as that of my master." Xiao Qing pouted defiantly. Suya, upon hearing this, felt a pang in her heart and responded by intensifying her affectionate squeezing of Xiao Qing's cherubic face. When players log off, their pets are drawn into a magical array, at the other end of which lies a secluded space for their rest. Though secure, it can be quite lonely. Observing her master so tenderly holding Xiao Qing, Xiao Kai Dai felt a twinge of jealousy. Soon after, Wang Bo led the group to a specially constructed house. The visibility within the mist was slightly impaired, yet they could still see over 10 meters ahead. Inside the house, all manner of furnishings and necessities were present, making life there quite manageable. Even in the absence of electricity, cooking could be accomplished through the player's skills. Wang Bo and the other officials took turns standing guard, while Su Shi, Suya, and Yang Qing entered the game, preparing to continue their monster hunting, dungeon raiding, and aiding the official players in leveling up. Due to the elevation of the foreign players' levels, their mana capacity had also increased, allowing them to traverse a mist with each teleport, thus having the time required to reach Lian City. Currently, over 1,000 foreign players would arrive at the teleportation array at the heart of the mist in just half an hour. Meanwhile, in the Delusion game world, at the Southern City Lord's residence, the teleportation array shimmered with light, and a female player clad in a black cloak materialized. Forgetful, level 19. She and Ya should be online now. Forgetful waved her dagger, her eyes beneath the mask igniting with a crimson glow. Her talent was SSS grade, Eternal Shadow. Fortune favored her, for she had acquired a Delusion Stone in the level 20 zone yesterday, elevating her talent from SS grade to SSS grade. Forgetful had entered the game on the very first day of its launch, yet was delayed by various matters, only commencing her leveling at 9 p.m. and consequently missing out on the competition for the server's first reward. With her talent advanced, her confidence soared, and she believed she could undoubtedly defeat the Su Shi sisters. The SSS grade, Eternal Shadow, talent granted her a unique invisibility state for 5 seconds during which she could attack without revealing her presence, triggering the effect of strike when unprepared to inflict triple damage on her target's back, as well as activating the backstab skill applicable to any attack. Given Forgetful's attributes, a single skill combo aimed at Su Shi's back could deal significant damage. Additionally, the Eternal Shadow talent concealed Forgetful's basic information, providing her with a sense of security. Even though the assassination attempt had failed, Su Shi and her companions remained oblivious to the involvement of Wang Qing. With determination, Wang Qing set forth, sprinting towards the Ascension Hall in Yinan City. Just the day prior, Su Shi had arrived at Yinan City to rendezvous with official players. Before embarking on their quest, she had even taken a few rounds of mahjong with her sister and 7 professional mentors from Yinan City. Today followed the same pattern. Upon logging in, the sisters Su Shi and Yang Qing hurried back to Yinan City. Is there peril in Yinan City? As they exited the Lord's mansion, a faint sense of foreboding crept into Su Shi's mind, causing her delicate brows to furrow slightly. Chapter 72. The bewildered heartbreak, the sense of crisis was faint, akin to encountering those elusive monsters, yet Su Shi remained vigilant. Although the player poised to strike could not inflict harm upon her, there was still a possibility of Xia being endangered. NPCs, constrained by the rules of the game, would not initiate attacks against players. Within the city, the adversaries could only be players, particularly those of formidable strength. Did they possess an SS-level talent? Or perhaps an SSS-level talent? So she felt no alarm. Rather, she experienced a flicker of anticipation. This marked her inaugural confrontation with other high-tier talent players, and she was curious to see how many of her assaults the opponent could withstand. What's wrong, sister?
Xia'ya invuiret, noticin her elder siblings furoet brov, her curiosity pijuet.
Nothing much, just that we might encounter something intriguing shortly. Xiaya, you and Qing he should head to the revival point and wait there. If you encounter any peculiar individuals, ensure to send them back to level 1. The debuff for actively killing players would merely diminish one's luck. And Su Shi would handle the monsters, leaving the boss for Xiaya to conquer. The sisters were not in want of the minuscule items dropped by the boss. Okay. Xiaya nodded, cradling little Qing and making her way with Yang Qing toward the Resurrection Square at the southern city center. Su Shi proceeded towards the Spirit Ascension Hall. Outside the combat-restricted zone of the Spirit Ascension Hall, Wang Qing leaned against the wall of a street-side shop, her eyes concealed beneath a mask scanning the surroundings, fearful of missing Su Shi's arrival. She was aware that Su Shi would rendezvous with the official players at the Spirit Ascension Hall in the southern city, but was oblivious to the direction from which Su Shi would approach. A notification popped up. A member of Wang Qing's faction sent a message confirming that Su Shi had teleported back to the southern city and was en route to the Spirit Ascension Hall. Although the Dragon Kingdom's officials urged players to refrain from infighting and to unite against the impending disaster, how could the strong possibly heed the officials' directives? Many powerful players feigned allegiance to the official camp, biding their time until the technological means could no longer subdue them before breaking away. The Dragon Kingdom's authorities were undoubtedly cognizant of this aspect. The reason they continued to employ a strategy of conciliation was that, under such a strategy, some players would still choose to stand by the official side, which was preferable to the chaotic state of foreign nations. Su, your special equipment. I have received it, Wang Qing remarked coldly, a glint of cold light emanating from the dagger in her hand. Her intent in ambushing Su Shi in the southern city was, of course, to seize the special equipment she possessed. Once in her possession, she would have the opportunity to become the strongest player. Before long, a striking figure of a girl with pink hair emerged within Wang Qing's line of sight. At last, Wang Qing feigned nonchalance as she approached Su Shi, preparing to activate her talent and catch Su Shi off guard as they brushed past each other. Yet unbeknownst to Wang Qing, the moment Su Shi laid eyes on her, she discerned the murderous intent, and in the face of Heaven's Fortune Talent's auspicious avoidance effect, no amount of disguise would suffice. Level 19? She doesn't appear particularly strong. What audacity does she possess to strike against me?
Susi Musek Inwali.
The answer is, in fact, quite simple. Apart from the Su Shi sisters, no one else is aware of the specific effects of special equipment such as the mysterious ring. Even though Yang Qing and others may have their suspicions, Yang Qing would not carelessly divulge any information. Furthermore, since the sisters had not been attacked or struck in front of outsiders today, few knew that their defenses were equally formidable. Soon, the two women passed each other. Wang Qing immediately activated her Soul Reaper talent, swiftly turning around to launch an attack on Su Shi's back. However, an arrow suddenly loomed large in Wang Qing's vision. She had not anticipated that Su Shi's reaction would be even swifter than her own. Caught off guard, she was pierced through the head by the arrow. For 8945, critical hit. With this arrow, Su Shi had not even activated her buff skills. How could this be? Wang Qing found it incomprehensible. With so many players on the street, and numerous dressed in eccentric attire, if Su Shi did not actively use her insight skill, she would not have been able to discern that Wang Qing's basic information was concealed. Additionally, many players were watching Su Shi. How could she counterattack with such speed and precision? What transpired next only deepened her confusion. Surrounding players were taken aback by the sight. The special invisibility afforded by the Soul Reaper talent did indeed prevent Wang Qing from becoming visible while under attack, but death effectively meant exiting that state, revealing her presence. A woman with her head pierced suddenly appeared on the street, blood spurting forth, creating a rather horrifying scene. Goodness! How could she kill a player within the city? This is utterly tyrannical. You might as well donate your eyes, use the insight skill to check. She does not have a red name, which means that the black-robed player attacked she first. It was indeed shocking. She managed to inflict nearly 50,000 damage. Has her attributes surpassed 20,000? Such a significant lead is not typically this stark. The red name judgment of delusion is quite intelligent. It does not merely consider who acted first but comprehensively assesses the actual situation. Meanwhile, at the resurrection point in the center of the southern city, Upon her revival, Wang Qing felt a throbbing pain in her head, accompanied by a buzzing sound, as if she had suffered a concussion. It was no joke. An arrow dealing nearly 50,000 damage provoked a terrifying feedback of pain. Even adjusting her pain perception to 10, it remained unbearable. Suddenly, she heard a voice that jolted her back to reality. Xiaoya, this female player's basic information has been concealed. She must be the suspicious individual mentioned by the captain. I believe so as well. Wang Qing turned to see Suya holding Xiao Qing and Yang Qing.
Yeah.
Qing He, why are she's two teammates here? Could it be that there is a traitor in my guild? Have they known about my assassination attempt all along? Just as she contemplated escaping, a burst of colorful pollen appeared before her, causing her consciousness to dull, and her body began to move erratically, beyond her control. Confusion ensued, followed by a barrage of skills raining down upon her. Killed, revived, and killed again. The assassin is indeed a fragile class. Present, Suya's skills enable her to annihilate wild creatures of the same level with ease. Dispatching a fragile class is certainly not an issue. Her summoning ability has triggered the disaster effect, leading a horde of undead minions to surround Wang Qing, mercilessly pummeling him. Ah, stop. Please, stop. Wang Qing found himself ensnared in a cycle of torment, the sensation of pain intensifying, causing his level to plummet rapidly. The Doom talent possesses a cooldown of 20 seconds, and death does not refresh the cooldown of skills. Suya's mental attributes far exceed those of Wang Qing, rendering his use of the disguise skill futile. In less than 10 seconds, Wang Qing was reduced back to level 1.
Suya.
Please show mercy and spare our guild leader. At that moment, members of Wang Qing's guild arrived, brandishing their weapons and assuming a battle stance. Chapter 73. Emergence of Shadows. Members of the Forgetting Emotion Guild all donned masks, clearly wary of being recognized. These masks, crafted by the tailoring and blacksmithing professions, could not be lost upon defeat but could be easily removed. In truth, players from the Dragon Kingdom were in a similar predicament as their foreign counterparts. Neither would yield to the authorities. However, the Dragon Kingdom's officials opted for a conciliatory approach, avoiding conflict with the formidable players among them. Stop, or we will take action. Yet, before the member of the Forgetting Emotion Guild could finish, a throng of players surged forth, encircling them. Upon learning of Su Shi's assassination attempt, the Dragon Kingdom's officials dispatched their players from within the southern city to the resurrection point, aiding Suya and Qing He in apprehending the assailant. Su Shi, after all, was now considered an official entity. Such blatant provocation would not be tolerated by the authorities of the Dragon Kingdom. If they dared to strike at Su Shi, what of the other officials? Allowing such dangerous individuals to flourish would surely spell disaster for the Dragon Kingdom in the future. While the authorities could overlook the personal power struggles among players, they must ensure a semblance of balance. A chaotic situation would yield unfavorable outcomes for both the players and the kingdom itself. True freedom is found in relative liberty. Absolute freedom is but a deceptive return to a primitive existence. What? Do you still wish to stir trouble? Proclaimed the leading official player. At that moment, Su Shi also arrived at the resurrection point. She navigated through the crowd and approached the Forgetting Emotion member directly. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached for the mask on the member's face. Though she had easily dispatched Forgetting Emotion earlier, she would not underestimate them. Identifying the true visage behind the mask would simplify future encounters, as she yearned to protect those around her from potential harm. No. Forgetting Emotion had been defeated over 20 times, her consciousness blurred. As she sensed Su Shi's intention, Su Shi's hand was already upon her mask. Just as her appearance seemed on the verge of revelation, an unforeseen change occurred. Forgetting Emotion's form suddenly became ethereal and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. A universal skill. Phasing? No, if she possessed phasing, she would not have waited until now to escape. Su Shi furrowed her brow, a sense of unease creeping into her mind. It appeared that she would have numerous adversaries in the days to come. She turned her gaze towards the members of the Forgetting Emotion Guild, who had been subdued by the official players, hoping to extract some valuable information. Suya darted over to her sister, head bowed. Sister, I should have gone to remove that person's mask sooner. Foolish girl, How could this be your fault? Su, she replied gently, pinching her sister's cheek. She wished to shield her sister from danger, hence refrained from allowing her to unveil forgetting emotions mask. Although her sister's defenses were indeed formidable compared to players of the same level, she was not invincible and still faced the risk of defeat. It was evident that this assailant had conspired with those who came to her aid. Even had she been present from the start, it was likely she would not have glimpsed their true appearance. The leading official player stepped forward.
Madame Susie.
We shall thoroughly interrogate these individuals and inform you of the results at the earliest opportunity. Presently, the Su sisters have entered the fog, wielding formidable gaming character powers, and are afforded protection as official players, rendering them indifferent to the risk of identity exposure. Su Shi nodded and promptly made her way to the Ascension Hall with her sister, Yang Qing. Upon entering the domain of the vocational mentor, they engaged in a lengthy session of mahjong before escorting 3 official players to level up. With a plethora of recreational activities at their disposal, they deemed it prudent to partake in them. Furthermore, cultivating a favorable relationship with the vocational mentor was an opportunity not to be missed. Meanwhile, Wang Chong observed the young man before him, gripping a dagger with vigilance. "Who are you?" he inquired. "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that she is our shared adversary," replied the young man, whose ordinary visage was easily forgettable. Known as Yuan Long, subsequent players entering the delusion game, even if they awakened an SS-level talent, would not readily reveal it. Officially, there are only over 100 SS talent possessors worldwide, yet there are at least another 100, if not more, concealed in the shadows. After all, the population of Blue Star exceeds 7 billion. In recent days, numerous factions collaborated to compile statistics, revealing that among a dozen individuals, one might possess an A-level talent, while it takes nearly 10,000 to find an S-level talent. Players speculate that the probability of awakening an SS-level talent hovers around 1 in 10 million. If that holds true, then globally, there should be 600 or 700 individuals endowed with SS-level talents. D-level talents are as rare as A-level talents. The majority awaken B or C-level talents. Do you have a plan to deal with she? Wang Chong inquired coldly. It certainly cannot be accomplished by the 2 of us alone. But we are not the only ones who wish to confront she. Like-minded individuals will undoubtedly join our cause, Yuan Long replied with a smile. However, the unique equipment possessed by she and Ya enhances their damage output. If we allow them to develop further for a few days, no matter how many of us there are, we could easily be annihilated by a single skill of theirs. Yuan Long chuckled dismissively. What does it matter how high the damage is? I can extricate you from the encirclement, just as I can draw Su Shi into our fold. Furthermore, even if we cannot eliminate she and Ya directly, we can leverage their associates to threaten them. Moreover, perhaps future allies will possess talents that counter the Su sisters. By the way, your people will not expose your true identity, will they? Wang Chong asked. No, he shook his head. They have never seen my face beneath the mask. And since establishing the guild, I have not conducted any transactions with real-world money. The authorities cannot trace anything back to me. Well, that is reassuring. Shortly after an hour, Wang Bo sent her a message. Madam Su Shi, the first batch of foreign players has arrived in Lian City. Alright, I will log off immediately. In the center of the fog, at the teleportation array in Zhaoshan, Lian City, figures began to materialize one after another. Though technological products may succumb to the encroaching fog, the current extent of this fog is horizontal, rising to a mere height of 100 meters. Drones equipped with specialized detection devices hover above the heart of the mist, while official players occasionally venture into the center to ascertain the highest level of the monsters present. Upon the arrival of foreign players, they are promptly detected by the drones. While awaiting the arrival of other foreign players, those already present engage in idle chat to pass the time. They have heard that most nations beyond the Dragon Kingdom have plunged into chaos. Will we still receive our commissions? One would hope so. We find ourselves with no retreat, unless we fully immerse ourselves in the world of delusion. Due to the blockade imposed by foreign capital, the fog has also sealed off information. They remain unaware that death within the fog equates to true demise, rendering entry into the world of delusion impossible. After more than 10 minutes, over 1,000 foreign players have gathered for this operation. This formidable army, composed of thousands, marches forth with unwavering resolve, as the foreign players cast aside all reservations. Can the Su sisters and a handful of official players from the Dragon Kingdom truly withstand such an overwhelming assault? Chapter 74. The sudden emergence. A horde of foreign players surged towards the specially constructed dwelling where Su Shi and her sister resided. Initially, when helicopters delivered building materials, the puppets supported by foreign capital within the Dragon Kingdom had already discerned the general location of the unique house. Thus, the foreign players merely needed to ascertain the direction, sparing them the futile search through the fog. However, the fog now enveloped an extensive area of over 10 kilometers, and it would take nearly half an hour for them to reach the special dwelling. Meanwhile, the Su sisters were engaged in slaying monsters within the mist, with Suya transforming the monster carcasses into undead creatures. Prominent players like Qizhong were simultaneously entering the territory of Lian City, setting up tents at the foot of Zhao Mountain. Their intention was clear. The fog had enveloped them of its own accord, not because they sought to enter it. Thus, it was presumed that Su Shi would not take action against them. Witnessing this scene, the officials and citizens of Lian City were left speechless. Some, unable to tolerate the situation, stepped forward to dissuade the players. In response, the prominent players, armed with syringes, extracted some fog and had their subordinates inject it, thereby acquiring the powers of game characters, and subsequently assaulted those who dared to speak out. This was indeed an egregious display of arrogance. Did they think Lian City had no one to defend it? The situation escalated into a conflict between the leading players of Lian City and Qizhong's faction, but the numbers of Lian City's elite were limited, only managing to drive away a small portion of the intruders. Naturally, the leaders of Lian City did not wish for Qizhong and his companions to linger, especially with the Su sisters safeguarding the area. If other cities fell, either the Su sisters would intervene, or the leaders of Lian City would have to step in, lest they find themselves besieged from all sides. The officials could only verbally request the return of players from other cities, but Qizhong and his group paid no heed. This matter eventually reached the ears of Su Shi and her sister. Brother Wang, what would happen if I truly killed someone? Although Su Shi suspected that the Dragon Kingdom officials hoped she would assume the role of the villain, she still sought their assurance, even if only verbal. Wang Bo replied with a resigned smile, Miss Su Shi, did you not post about this? The authorities cannot govern what transpires within the fog. Besides, I trust that the eyes of the people are keenly observant. Even in 2036, not every household possesses a car, and intercity public transport has collapsed due to the fog, significantly increasing travel costs. Moreover, the vast majority of people would not leave their hometowns. Understood. After dealing with the foreign players, I shall confront them, Su Shi acknowledged, aware that the officials could not articulate their intentions too explicitly, but grasping the essence of their message sufficed. Suya raised her small fist, declaring, Sister, I also wish to give those people a good beating. Despite her anger, the little girl still hesitated to take a life. She merely wished to deliver a thrashing. Very well. Attacks from outside the fog posed minimal threat to players within it, yet assaults originating from within the fog retained their full potency once unleashed. Su Shi prepared to eliminate several particularly agile players, cognizant that with the expansion of the fog's reach, the officials would inevitably lose control, for the mist surrounding each city was spreading, making it impossible to concentrate their forces effectively. In the event that that group of individuals descends into madness, both I and my sister could find ourselves in peril, not to mention Yang Qing, Wang Bo, and other officials. It is imperative to instill fear into Qizhong and his associates at the earliest opportunity. Nearly half an hour later, over 1,000 foreign players encircled the mountain where the specially designed house was situated. This must be the place. The players gazed upward, but the mist obscured visibility, rendering the situation atop the mountain unseen. Nonetheless, they hesitated not and surged toward the summit. Before long, hundreds encountered a multitude of skeletons, which were, in fact, the undead creations of Suya. These undead creatures formed an impenetrable barrier around the sisters, providing flawless defense. How could Su and Ya have so many monsters protecting them? Tak, if we can breach the skeleton's defenses, we can eliminate the sisters. Upon witnessing this scene, the foreign players were momentarily stunned. In the game, the sisters had been a relentless force, It was only after entering the dungeon that Suya transformed the corpses of monsters into undead beings to shield her sister from the onslaught of dungeon creatures or to navigate mechanisms. Under normal circumstances, there was no need to convert corpses into undead. However, they found themselves with no retreat, compelled to complete the mission to return to their homeland, and they believed that even after dying in the mist, they could still enter the game world of delusion, thus fearing death less. Yet, as the foreign players regained their composure, the mist nearby began to swirl, and a violet energy enveloped Sushi. Thunder rumbled above the fog, and purple light flickered. Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning shattered the mist, cascading down upon the foreign players. 2 vast areas were immediately engulfed in lightning, with hundreds of foreign players ensnared within the range of the skill Thunderous Might. 136224, critical hit. 136164, critical hit. Sushi's magical prowess had soared to over 11,000, with Thunderous Might, boasting a damage increase of 300, coupled with critical hits, weak point damage, and other enhancements. The damage exceeded the 100,000 mark. The foreign players were reduced to charred remains, yet an energy erupted from their bodies, converging towards Sushi, merging into the Mystic Ring, which then returned benefits to Sushi. Target eliminated, triggering Mystic Ring equipment effect, increasing intelligence by 2 points. Target eliminated, triggering Mystic Ring equipment effect, increasing agility by 2 points. Numerous prompt windows appeared. As for the flora and trees within the skill's radius, they were instantly reduced to ashes under the terrifying onslaught of lightning, bypassing the combustion process entirely. A damage total of over 130,000. How could those capitalists have claimed that Sushi could inflict such high damage, and the skill's area of effect was excessively vast? Those capitalists should be condemned. How outrageous! Those foreign players who survived outside the range of Thunderous Might were left in shock by Sushi's devastating power. The foreign capital is well aware of Sushi's formidable damage output and her multitude of area of effect skills, yet they cannot divulge this information to the foreign players. Otherwise, these fools would undoubtedly hesitate to launch an assault on the Sushi sisters. The foreign capital recognizes the challenge of defeating the Sushi sisters, but what if they were to succeed? After all, should these players perish, their deposits would still revert to the foreign capital, along with the opportunity to recover assets. Upon hearing the thunderous sound of lightning striking, other foreign players swiftly converged on the location of the Sushi sisters. However, as soon as they laid eyes on the protective barrier formed by the undead creatures, Sushi eliminated them with a single skill. As for any remaining stragglers, the official players stationed below would handle them. The foreign players arrived swiftly, only to meet their demise just as quickly. This skirmish lasted no more than 5 minutes, and upon seeing the official players tidying up the battlefield, the Sushi sisters, accompanied by Yang Qing and guided by Wang Bo, proceeded to the encampment where Qi Jiang and others were stationed. Chapter 75. Intimidation, Qi Jiang's demise beyond the mist. Qi Jiang and his companions established several encampments to thwart the head players from Lianqing, who sought to eliminate them one by one. Although the elite players arriving in Lianqing numbered only in the tens of thousands, they were accompanied by numerous subordinates and their families. The total number of individuals at these encampments exceeded 100,000. They stocked up on ample provisions, sufficient to last for 2 days. After 2 days, the expanse of the mist would expand, allowing them to utilize the powers of their agricultural vocation to cultivate crops and hunt monsters, ensuring their survival without worry. Present, Qi Jiang and his family were gathered, sharing sunflower seeds. Xiao Jiang, you were indeed correct. She dares not take action against us, Qi Ming said, patting Qi Jiang on the shoulder with a look of satisfaction. The players outside the mist were unaware that Su Shi and her foreign counterparts were engaged in battle, believing Su Shi was merely making idle threats online to intimidate the elite players arriving in Lianqing. Qi Jiang, with confidence, remarked, "Father, I have dealt with Shi before. She is not one to push matters to the extreme. She likely sees the overwhelming number of elite players coming to Lianqing and knows that if she attempts to drive us away, it would incite widespread anger." His assertion that Su Shi would not act ruthlessly implied that he and other factions were collaborating against her, and that Su Shi had refrained from retaliating. Little did he know, in Su Shi's eyes, it was far more beneficial to slay monsters than to expend energy on Qi Jiang and his cohort, for the monsters held greater value. Before the mysterious ring could evolve into its perfect form, revenge served only to provide Su Shi with emotional gratification, proving utterly unproductive, as the equipment dropped by players paled in comparison to that obtained from slaying ordinary monsters. Thus, there was no need to waste time on such pursuits. Yet, she had unwittingly fostered a misconception among Qi Jiang and his companions. Qi Ming chuckled lightly. In a few days, as the mist expands, the Dragon Kingdom officials and she will no longer exert control over such a vast area, and we shall firmly establish ourselves in Lianqing. As he spoke, Qi Ming cast a disdainful glance at the officials still attempting to persuade the head players to return to their original cities. Some individuals simply cannot recognize reality until they receive a sound thrashing. It was evident that the head players arriving in Lianqing were of this ilk, believing that the Dragon Kingdom officials employed a strategy of appeasement and were beholden to their whims. But was reality truly so? Before long, under Wang Bo's guidance, Su Shi and her companions arrived at the encampment where Qi Jiang was stationed. Them, she thought. The visibility around the mist was relatively high. Even amidst the fog, with her elevated attributes, Su Shi could discern the situation within the encampment with clarity. Upon inspection, she recognized several familiar faces, Qi Jiang and some players who had once besieged her. It was evident that the Dragon Kingdom officials were aware of the animosities that existed between her and these individuals, hence their decision to have Wang Bo lead her here, alleviating her psychological burden. Raising her crystalline longbow, she concentrated her energy, forming an arrow. The arrowhead shimmered with a cold brilliance as it was unleashed. It was precisely through the use of the wind-piercing arrow skill that the arrows not only augmented damage and flight speed, but also extended the range of attack. Coupled with Su Shi's formidable strength of over 5,000 points, her attack range could surpass 2 kilometers, rivaling that of a sniper. Whoosh! The arrow was released, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, stirring the mist in its wake. The distance between the mist's edge and the encampment was less than 500 meters. Propelled by immense force and the wind-piercing arrow skill, the arrow swiftly approached Qi Jiang. In that moment, Qi Jiang's mother, facing the mist, was the first to spot the incoming arrow. However, before she could utter even the name Xiao Jiang, Qi Jiang's head burst open like a watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere. Another sickening sound followed as Qi Ming's head exploded as well. Ah! Qi Jiang's mother screamed in terror, her body going limp as she collapsed to the ground. Those within the encampment, hearing the commotion, turned to witness the gruesome scene, gasping in horror. Whoosh! At that moment, another arrow sped forth, claiming Qi Jiang's mother as its next victim. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Several more arrows flew in, taking the lives of several others. Su Shi targeted those with whom she had previously clashed. Ah! There has been a murder. Is that Su Shi? She truly dares to kill. Those with weaker mental fortitude were paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground, utterly drained of strength, mirroring the reaction of Qi Jiang's mother. Those slightly more resilient turned to gaze into the mist, where they beheld 3 indistinct figures of young women, 2 of whom were distinguishable by their striking pink and fiery red hair. It was indeed the Su sisters who had taken action. Suya also symbolically cast a few spells outside the encampment, causing the players within to retreat in haste. Just moments ago, the leading players had been deliberating whether to send their subordinates into the mist to test Su Shi's limits. If she remained indifferent, they would boldly remain. If she expelled them, they would retreat, staying close to the mist's edge. Little did they anticipate that Su Shi would take to killing those outside the mist. Now, the leading players grasped the terror of Su Shi, hastily pulling their families back. Yet some foolish individuals approached the mist, confronting Su Shi. Su Shi, is Lian City your territory? We have not entered the mist. What right do you have to kill? Do you think your immense power can restrict our freedom? If you are capable, then kill us all. In response, Su Shi merely raised an eyebrow, her tone indifferent as she replied, Who says you have not entered the mist's range? Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Suya had already lifted her staff, unleashing a spell that sent a tempest of mist swirling into the encampment. Although they could not halt the spread of the mist, they could assist in its outward expansion. A request they had made themselves. Su Shi drew her longbow once more, ready to attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! She was not a bloodthirsty individual, but given the current circumstances, she had no choice but to kill. By heavens, Sushi has gone mad. Run. Even if these individuals were devoid of intellect, they now recognized Sushi's murderous intent. Should they fail to flee, they would be utterly foolish. Yet, how could they possibly escape Sushi's grasp? One by one, they fell to gunfire. Those who refrained from confronting She felt a profound sense of relief, hastily retreating with their families and friends from Zhaoshan. The others stationed at various points shared this sentiment upon hearing the news, not daring to linger in Lianqing. Who could say whether Sushi would deliberately extend the fog throughout Lianqing and conduct a thorough purge? Players from Lianqing and official personnel observed the situation with a sense of vindication. Meanwhile, several clandestine forces began to exploit this incident online, aiming to incite animosity between the players of Long Nation and the Su sisters. However, Chapter 76, Dimensional Trials. As Wang Bo aptly observed, the clarity of the people's eyes is akin to that of snow. The actions of Qi Jiang and his associates are no different from those of deserters on the battlefield. They deserve punishment. Shortly after the incitement posts were published, they were swiftly obliterated by the online community of Longhua. The National Cybersecurity Department, through diligent tracking of these posts, unearthed several pests. Although they were merely small fry working for money, they were nonetheless dealt with severely, stripped of their gaming privileges. Failure to address such matters would only embolden these small fry to cause greater chaos in the future. The overwhelming majority of Longhua citizens rallied behind Sushi's actions, flooding the comments section of her post with supportive messages. However, it was not long before Sushi closed the comments on that thread and subsequently published another post, which also had its comments disabled. In essence, she expressed a desire for players to heed the official arrangements and unite in facing the impending calamity. Though Sushi had little knowledge of the political sphere, she understood one fundamental truth. In any era, one must never overshadow the master. While she harbored ambitions of forming her own faction, she envisioned only a modest group, one that did not necessitate her direct involvement in every matter. Through her connection with the minor dimensional dragon, she surmised that the assimilated blue star was not an end, but rather a beginning. It could be said that her vision far surpassed that of others. For her, the utmost priority was to develop steadily and securely. Subsequently, Sushi and her companions returned to their specially designed abode, taking a brief respite before re-entering the game to continue slaying monsters and leveling up through dungeons. Meanwhile, the leading players who had fled in disgrace found themselves increasingly agitated. They had become the subject of ridicule, and even if they returned to their original city, they would undoubtedly face unfavorable consequences. At that moment, they all received a text message. Upon reading its contents, a collective gasp echoed among these elite players. Goodness! This individual must be even more deranged than Su. They dare to openly oppose the Longhua authorities. Hidden in the shadows, players with SS-level talents began to take action. While the vast majority sought peaceful development and a united front against the monsters emerging from the fog, there existed ambitious individuals among them. Shall we go or not? Why not go? A rift has formed between us and the authorities. Once the official players surpass our levels, we fear there will be no favorable outcome for us. Many altered their course, heading toward the borders of Longhua. Yet, they remained woefully underestimating the might of the national apparatus. Perhaps their long existence in a sheltered environment had dulled their sense of danger, leading them to choose a path of self-destruction. Not long after this information reached the phones of the leading players, the high-ranking officials of Longhua convened a brief summit. Traitors must be eliminated. This situation also bore the fingerprints of foreign capital. Upon learning of the mission's failure, the foreign investors realized they had to pursue alternative strategies. If they could fracture Longhua, the Su sisters would be free, and as long as they did not provoke the Su sisters, they could still maintain their position atop the hierarchy of Blue Star players. Even if the Dragon Kingdom officials conduct a thorough investigation into this matter, they will ultimately uncover only a few players from the Dragon Kingdom, as those responsible for orchestrating and igniting the situation have already been dealt with. In the evening, Suya cheerfully exclaimed, "Sister Tutu is so adorable. I must indulge in another bowl of rice." After saying this, she continued to revel in the deliciousness of the rabbit meat. The dinner was prepared by everyone, utilizing ingredients sourced from an 8th-level rabbit monster. With the enhancement of a culinary profession, the flavors of the dishes were elevated far beyond those crafted by ordinary chefs. Previously, Su Shi and her companions had been busily leveling up by battling monsters, leaving them little time to engage in culinary endeavors within the delusion game world. Except, of course, for the occasional mahjong games with their professional mentors. The group was enchanted by the exquisite taste of the monster meat. "No one is competing with you, you silly girl," Su Shi remarked, her tones slightly exasperated yet filled with fondness, as she gently wiped the remnants of food from her sister's mouth. After enjoying their dinner, the two sisters took a bath to ensure they would be in prime condition for leveling up later that night. While modern technological products may falter in the mist, the officials discovered that the steam apparatus remained functional. The principle behind the steam device was straightforward, and player skills could easily convert energy into forms such as water and fire, effectively addressing issues related to bathing and lighting. Changing clothes was even simpler. By transforming garments into costumes and placing them in their backpacks before retrieving them, they would emerge fresh and entirely devoid of any unpleasant odors. Life had indeed become more convenient. "Surely, my elder sister is fragrant," Suya nestled in her sister's embrace, relishing the warmth. Su Shi gently tapped her sister's little head, teasing, "Was I not fragrant before?" "Not at all. You simply smell even better now," the little girl replied, lifting her head and playfully sticking out her tongue. Meanwhile, Yang Qing was accompanying the little ones, Xiao Qing, Xiao Kai Dai, and Xiao Qiu Shu, in their playful antics. Yang Qing's grandfather had perished in real life, yet he continued to exist within the delusion game world. However, witnessing a loved one die while trying to protect oneself, even with the knowledge of possessing a resurrection opportunity, would leave anyone in a prolonged state of melancholy. This scene exuded a certain warmth. At that moment, at the border of the Dragon Kingdom, under the cover of night, traitors were being systematically eliminated. These traitors, having integrated into the delusion game world, found themselves surrounded by official players. The Dragon Kingdom officials did not conceal this matter. Instead, they issued a public announcement. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom believed that the traitors received their just deserts, as the prior handling of the situation had taken into account the well-being of everyone and the greater good, a fact that the populace had observed and internalized. Moreover, in light of the tragic circumstances in numerous other nations, the Dragon Kingdom officials had granted a measure of freedom and protection to the leading players. Yet, these prominent players remained unsatisfied, insisting on treading further down a misguided path. Who could they blame for their own demise? At 8 o'clock in the evening, the time in the Dragon Kingdom, Su Shi and her companions convened at the Spirit Hall in the southern city. A new day dawned in the delusion game world. The mist receded, revealing the unlocked area of level 21-25, while the mist on Blue Star began to spread. Today, a new game module was also unlocked: Equipment Enhancement and Dimensional Trials. Dimensional Trials? Su Shi felt a twinge of confusion as she summoned the game interface to examine the newly unlocked module. After perusing the description of the Dimensional Trials, she grasped its essence: a conventional tower climbing experience akin to those found in typical online games. The Dimensional Trials required participants to enter a realm of trials through their consciousness. It comprised a total of 100 levels, each housing one or more adversaries. The level of the dimensional space signified the caliber of the opponents, each of whom possessed a randomly assigned talent of at least grade A, adorned with a complete set of the highest tier equipment corresponding to their level. Rewards were granted upon the successful completion of each level for the first time. During the initial challenge, players could adjust the difficulty. The greater the challenge, the more substantial the rewards upon completion. Even after achieving victory, participants could engage in repeated attempts, serving as a trial ground to help players gain a clearer understanding of their combat prowess. Surely, conquering all 100 levels would yield the coveted title of server champion. But she wondered whether enhancing equipment would also come with such an accolade. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Shi decided to first ascend the levels of the Dimensional Trials and strengthen her equipment, as there were no server-wide rewards for levels today, and it would not consume too much of her time. Chapter 77. The disparity among SS level talents. Many players share Su Shi's sentiments. Nearby, several players have taken out the materials required for enhancement, settling down to enhance their equipment. To enhance equipment, One merely needs to become an blacksmith secondary profession. She also retrieved her gear and enhancement materials, along with the equipment awarded for being the top player in the server for the blacksmith secondary profession, the Master Blacksmith's Hammer, which boosts the success rate of enhancements and shortens the time required for the process. The equipment Vine Longbow successfully enhanced to level 1. The equipment Vine Longbow successfully enhanced to level 2. The double effect was triggered, and the equipment Vine Longbow successfully enhanced to level 4. All the materials she utilized were of a rare grade, and with the extraordinary luck conferred by her SSS level talent, Heavenly Fortune, she managed to enhance her equipment to level 10 in under 2 minutes. For enhancements up to level 10, each enhancement increases the equipment's base attributes by 10. However, enhancing to level 10 does not yield the top server reward. Sushi noticed that the enhancement interface did not indicate any upper limit for enhancement levels, listing the probabilities for levels 11 and 12 as 4 and 2 respectively, with subsequent enhancements still indicated. This implies that it might be necessary to enhance the equipment to level 12 to obtain the top server reward for enhanced equipment. Sushi was enhancing a level 20 piece of common grade equipment, essentially a mere placeholder. Even if it were to fail and be destroyed, she would not feel any regret. It is widely acknowledged that the lower the grade of the equipment, the higher the probability of successful enhancement. Ordinary players would not waste rare-grade enhancement materials on white gear, but Sushi had no shortage of high-grade materials. Beyond level 10, if an enhancement fails, there is a chance that the equipment could be destroyed, reverting to enhancement level 0, causing any additional attributes to become invalid, and preventing further enhancements. Subsequently, she struck the equipment several times. Clang, clang, clang. Blue and purple lights erupted in succession. The double effect was triggered, and the equipment Vine Longbow successfully enhanced to level 12. Simultaneously, a server-wide announcement resounded. Congratulations to player She for becoming the first player in the server to possess equipment enhanced to level 12, earning a reward of 10 free attribute points, a special equipment, Delusion Armor, and 10 pieces of a rare grade, Blacksmith, Secondary Profession Material Selection gift box. From enhancement level 0 to level 12, the entire process took no more than 2 minutes. Could other players compete with Sushi? Furthermore, no one could match her luck. Upon hearing the server announcement, Sushi mused to herself that it was indeed as she suspected. She also contemplated a possibility. There must also be a top server reward for Career Awakening and the Dimensional Trial. Previously, the top server reward from the Divine Beast included an equipment slot expansion crystal, which could increase the jewelry equipment slots. Thus, the top server rewards are not limited to 9 series but encompass 12 series. This was indeed a fortunate development for Sushi. Xiaoya, let us return to our residence. On the first day of the server's opening, Sushi had purchased a courtyard within the southern city, though she had not spent much time there. The dimensional trial involves entering a realm of consciousness to engage in combat, necessitating the use of the home module to safeguard the body. After all, one cannot simply lie lifeless in the streets. Moreover, enhancing equipment in public appears rather peculiar. In the shadows lurk those with SS level talents. Their teeth nearly ground to dust upon witnessing she seized the top reward across the entire server once more, acquiring yet another extraordinary piece of equipment. In a courtyard within Nan City, Yuan Long and Wang Qing displayed palpable anger on their faces. Within a mere afternoon, their team welcomed 2 additional SS level talent players. However, the highest level among the 4 was merely 19, while Sushi was on the verge of reaching level 23, a monumental disparity. Is Sushi truly the destined daughter? It is astonishing that she has claimed every first reward across all series. One wonders, can we truly defeat her? Though Wang Qing wore a mask, her teeth were clenched audibly. Perfection is an impossibility. Every individual harbors vulnerabilities. Sushi merely enjoyed a stroke of luck, entering the delusion game ahead of us. Had we commenced simultaneously, we would undoubtedly surpass her in strength. Her words dripped with envy, and Yuan Long and the others nodded in agreement. However, shortly thereafter, a series of server-wide announcements echoed. Congratulations to player Sushi for becoming the first player in the entire server to possess equipment enhanced to level 13, earning 20 free attribute points, 20 rare quality, blacksmith, crafting material selection boxes, and 1 equipment enhancement level 11 direct scroll. Congratulations to player Sushi for achieving the status of the first player in the entire server with equipment enhanced to level 14, receiving 40 free attribute points, 40 rare quality, blacksmith, crafting material selection boxes, and 1 equipment enhancement level 12 direct scroll. Enhancement to level 15. 80 free attribute points. 20 excellent quality, blacksmith, crafting material selection boxes. 1 equipment enhancement level 13 direct scroll. Enhancement to level 16. 160 free attribute points. 40 excellent quality, blacksmith, crafting material selection boxes. 1 equipment enhancement level 14 direct scroll. Enhancement to level 17. 320 free attribute points. 20 perfect quality, blacksmith, crafting material selection boxes. 1 equipment enhancement level 15 direct scroll. Enhancement to level 18. 640 free attribute points. 40 perfect quality, blacksmith, crafting material selection boxes. 1 equipment enhancement level 16 direct scroll. Enhancement to level 19. 1280 free attribute points. 20 epic quality, blacksmith, crafting material selection boxes. 1 equipment enhancement level 17 direct scroll. Congratulations to player Sushi for becoming the first player in the entire server to possess equipment enhanced to level 20, earning 2,560 free attribute points, 40 epic quality, blacksmith, crafting material selection boxes, 3 equipment enhancement level 18 direct scrolls, the title pinnacle of forging, and an equipment slot expansion crystal. Is it that Sushi no longer desires to continue? No, the maximum enhancement level for equipment is only 20. Suddenly, Yuan Long, who had been calm and collected, erupted with rage. His face flushed a deep crimson, clearly overwhelmed by emotion. He unleashed his powers, reducing the furniture in the courtyard to mere ashes. Those damned, the trio of heartless individuals was equally incensed, their eyes bloodshot, unmasked jealousy glimmering within their gazes. From their perspective, as fellow possessors of the SS talent, they could not fathom why Sushi was so far ahead. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that even among SS talents, disparities existed. She must have had extraordinary luck. If her talent is meant to enhance fortune, how is it that her combat prowess in the early stages was so formidable? Chapter 78. The white equipment resembling a divine artifact, the other hidden powerhouses, lurking in the shadows, were so enraged that they nearly coughed up blood. Previously, they had believed that by cautiously developing their abilities for a time, they would eventually have the opportunity to pull the Su sisters down from their pedestal. However, upon witnessing the astonishingly generous rewards for the first full server completion of the enhancement series, it felt as though a colossal hammer had struck their hearts, casting a pall over their spirits. The equipment enhancement level 18 direct scroll. Players understood that Sushi would undoubtedly apply it to her special equipment, rendering any further attempts futile. They felt as though the game Delusion was swiftly transforming into a private server tailored exclusively for the Su sisters. In comparison to the players from the Dragon Kingdom, the foreign capital and its players were even more agitated. Damn it! How is it possible that she has secured yet another first-place reward for the series? They found themselves regretting their decision to target the Dragon Kingdom just days prior. Within the courtyard purchased by Sushi, Suya and the official players had succumbed to slumber, engaged in the dimensional trial, while Yangqing, the priest, observed Sushi as she enhanced her equipment. Yangqing's mouth hung agape, her throat moving in disbelief. Captain, is this truly an ordinary grade piece of equipment? She beheld a scene of unparalleled astonishment. The vine longbow, which originally resembled a mere collection of entwined vines, now emanated a mesmerizing radiance, dazzling in its splendor. Were it not for the attributes displayed by the vine longbow, one might mistake it for an extraordinary artifact. 20 vine longbow, level 20. Ordinary physical attack 306. Attack speed 1. 2. Critical hit rate 5. Class attribute. Physical attack 340. Attack speed 2. 55. Enhancement level 11 grants a 20 increase to the equipment S base attributes. Physical attack, magic power, physical defense, magic defense, health, mana. with the enhancement of attack speed and other attributes being variable. Enhancement level 12 yields a 30 increase. Enhancement level 13 results in a 40 increase. Enhancement level 20 provides a remarkable 110 increase in base attributes. By enhancing the equipment to level 20, the total increase in base attributes reaches 750, and furthermore, upon reaching level 13 and above, there is a chance to add new base attribute modifiers to the equipment. She gazed blankly at the 20-vine longbow. This white equipment appeared even more formidable than the Delusion longbow. She picked up the Delusion longbow for comparison, and it instantly paled in comparison. Delusion longbow, no level, rare physical attack 108, class attribute, physical attack 120, attack speed 1.5. She then utilized the equipment enhancement level 18 direct scroll to elevate the enhancement level of the Delusion longbow to 18. Perhaps due to the fact that the Delusion longbow was a special piece of equipment, it did not radiate the glow representative of enhancement levels as the Vine longbow did, remaining in its original form. The long bow of Delusion boasts a physical attack of 691, an attack speed of 2.5, a critical hit rate of 5.2, and critical damage of 12. I wonder if the newly added base attributes from the enhancement of the long bow of Delusion will increase as I level up. Sushi, brimming with anticipation, is eager to slay monsters and validate her hypothesis. Nevertheless, she decides to first examine the item awarded for achieving the top rank in the server, as well as the contents within the Dimension Trial module. The Pinnacle of Forging, title when enhancing equipment fails. The equipment will not be destroyed but instead will decrease in enhancement level by 1. Remarkable, she exclaims in delight. With the title of Pinnacle of Forging, she can enhance special equipment without any psychological burden. The Delusional Skirt Armor, level S, its base attributes change with the player S level. Excellent, can be upgraded with corresponding special materials health points 740, magical defense 70, physical defense 35. All class skills and universal skills are at level 1. When hit by an attack, damage received is reduced by 8, including true damage and abnormal damage, deducting from health points, lasting for 10 seconds. This effect cannot stack. When targeted as an attack, there is a 1 chance to trigger the instant defense state, enhancing adaptive physical and magical defenses linked to the player S level. She employs 2 enhancement scrolls to directly elevate the Delusional Armor and the Delusional Skirt Armor. The 18 Delusional Armor, level S, excellent health points 5120, physical defense 448, magical defense 224, poison resistance 108, fire resistance 120, electric resistance 60, blood resistance 188. The 18 Delusional Skirt Armor, level S, excellent health points 4736, magical defense 448, physical defense 224, poison resistance 66, fire resistance 80, electric resistance 180, blood resistance 118. Surprisingly, a new attribute for resistance to abnormal damage has been added. She feels somewhat astonished. However, the character panel has not yet unlocked abnormal resistance, leaving her unaware of its detailed information. As for the remaining enhancement scrolls, she decides to address them later. Qing-He, you will have to wait a little longer. She still prefers to call Yang Qing by her nickname, Qing-He. She cannot affectionately refer to her as Xiao Qing like her younger sister does, and addressing her by her full name feels somewhat distant. Captain, I'm fine. After all, I have Xiao Qing and Xiao Kai Dai with me. Subsequently, Sushi sits on the ground, leaning against the doorframe, and summons the Dimension Trial page, clicking to initiate the challenge. Since acquiring this courtyard, she has neglected its upkeep, lacking even a single stool, thus making do with her surroundings. Upon confirming her intent to challenge, Sushi suddenly feels her consciousness grow heavy, her eyelids closing involuntarily. When she opens her eyes again, she finds herself in a realm of darkness. Trial Layer 1. Please select difficulty. The only selectable aspects are the number of opponents and their talent level. Number of opponents, 110. Talent, SSS rank. Sushi senses that she can still utilize the skills feedback from Xiao Qing within the Dimension Trial space, prompting her to set the difficulty to the maximum level. 10 opponents endowed with SSS level talents. Upon confirming the difficulty, a wave of darkness surged forth, and soon, a flicker of energy materialized, coalescing into 10 identical figures of Sushi. To my astonishment, my opponents resemble me. Could it be that I am destined to? A brilliant idea suddenly flashed through Sushi's mind. Ahem. However, she recognized that this was not the moment for such thoughts, and promptly unleashed her skills, vanquishing the 10 replicas of herself in an instant. She had successfully cleared the Dimensional Trial, Layer 1, attaining a difficulty rating of SSS, and received a reward of 5 customizable basic skill books. Sushi continued her ascent. She had successfully cleared the Dimensional Trial, Layer 2, with a difficulty rating of SSS, earning 7 customizable basic skill books. She had successfully cleared the Dimensional Trial, Layer 11, achieving a difficulty rating of SSS, and was rewarded with a customizable rare equipment box of level 1019 and 2 customizable second transition skill books. Wishing everyone a joyous mid-autumn festival. Chapter 79. The schemes of the Neon Nation. While all players are engaged in leveling up, significant developments are unfolding in the Neon Nation. The height of the encroaching fog has notably increased, surpassing 150 meters. Furthermore, the interference caused by the fog on detection equipment has intensified. Currently, professional detection devices can only identify life forms without providing specific data about them. Upon discovering this situation, the high-ranking officials of the Neon Nation convened a meeting. We can commence our relocation. From the moment the fog was detected, the authorities of the Neon Nation had devised a corresponding plan to move to the mainland. It is imperative to note that the Neon Nation is an island nation. Hence, it must confront not only the monstrous entities lurking within the fog on the island, but also those inhabiting the surrounding waters. If relocation does not occur, the Neon Nation will inevitably face extinction in a short span. The potential relocation sites are limited to 2: Siberia in the Bear Country and Outer Mongolia in the Dragon Country. Siberia, being vast yet sparsely populated, is inherently unsuitable for habitation and lacks sufficient infrastructure. Relocating to Siberia would necessitate extensive construction projects. Given the urgency of the current situation, they would naturally refrain from choosing Siberia as their destination. Thus, the only viable option remains Outer Mongolia. With the backing of the Dragon Country, Outer Mongolia offers a refuge should they fail to fend off the beasts of Siberia. Additionally, the choice of Outer Mongolia is driven by another consideration. The Neon Nation harbors ambitions to fulfill the unaccomplished aspirations of their ancestors. What does the government of Outer Mongolia propose? They are willing to accept us, but under a prerequisite. We must assist them in the reconstruction of the Jin Kingdom and reclaim the territories that historically belonged to them. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials of the Neon Nation exchanged disdainful glances. The Mongolians certainly overestimate their significance. Even we are aware that they are merely the subservient vassals of the Jin Kingdom, with the true lineage of the Jin residing in Inner Mongolia. However, we can leverage this situation to establish contact with the rightful descendants of the Jin Kingdom situated in Inner Mongolia. At that moment, a secretary rushed into the conference room, neglecting to knock, which underscored the gravity of the situation. The secretary hurriedly approached the Prime Minister of the Neon Nation and whispered a few words, causing a drastic change in the Prime Minister's countenance. What? The beautiful nation intends to detonate all smartphones and other electronic devices within the Dragon Country? The expressions of the other high-ranking officials also shifted dramatically. This act would be tantamount to declaring an all-out war against the Dragon Country. Damn it! The Yuta capital seeks to drag everyone into chaos. Today, many foreign players, including formidable individuals, have severed ties with the control of foreign capital. And even ordinary players have expressed dissatisfaction with the strategies of foreign capital, opting to oppose it. Most of the nations have become mere shadows of their former selves. Only the countries within the Yazhou cultural sphere have been minimally affected. The officials of the Neon Nation are naturally reluctant to engage in warfare with the Dragon Country at such a critical juncture, especially since Yuta capital aims to make them the vanguard. This is nothing short of being a decoy. What shall we do? After a moment of contemplation, the Prime Minister of the Neon Nation spoke. This matter presents itself as an opportunity for us. As the capital of Yuta captures the attention of the Dragon Kingdom's officials, allowing our relocation to Outer Mongolia to remain undetected for a while longer. As for Yuta Capital, even if their financial resources are abundant, they will soon become worthless paper. It is likely that numerous nations aspire to break free from the grasp of Yuta Capital. We are certainly not the sole nation defying their influence. At this moment, Sushi has successfully navigated the 50th level of the dimensional trial space, triumphing in the dimensional trial 50 levels. Rated at difficulty SSS. The rewards include a level 50 epic grade equipment selection box, 3 awakening profession skill book selection boxes, and 50 free attribute points. Concurrently, an announcement reverberated across the server. Congratulations to player Shi for becoming the first in the entire server to complete the dimensional trial 50 levels. With an SSS rating, earning an additional 160 free attribute points, a special equipment piece leggings of delusion, and 3 level 50 epic grade equipment selection boxes. Typically, a level 20 player boasts attack values around 3 to 400 points. Yet Sushi's dual attack exceeds 10,000. When utilizing the skills relayed to her by Shao Qing, she can inflict damage exceeding 100,000. Facing an opponent at level 50, equipped with SS grade talents and clad in a full set of level 50 epic grade armor and weaponry, their attack and defense values simply cannot withstand Sushi's might. She donned the leggings of delusion, preparing to ascend to even greater heights. Leggings of delusion, no level requirement. Base attributes fluctuate with player level. Excellent. Can be upgraded with corresponding special materials. Physical attack 76, physical defense 38, magic defense 20, movement speed 1. 0. While moving, it increases speed by 2 per second, stacking up to 10 layers for a duration of 30 seconds. There is a 1 chance of entering a 10-second berserk state while moving, rendering the player immune to effects such as imprisonment and binding. When subjected to immobilizing control effects or negative speed states, there is a 1 chance of immunity, which also clears any existing immobilizing effects and negative speed states. Upon hearing the server-wide announcement, players were left in utter disbelief. Wait a moment. She is barely in her 20s and has already cleared the 50th level of the dimensional trial? And with an SSS rating? This is outrageous. Has any data expert calculated the attributes of a level 50 player equipped with level 50 gear? I estimate dual attack values to be around 13,000 and dual defense at 6 to 7,000. Goodness. She possesses such astonishing attributes already? It must be even more than that. The dimensional trial module had been unlocked for less than 10 minutes, and she had just spent a few minutes enhancing her equipment, which means she completed the 50 levels in mere minutes, not accounting for the time taken to select difficulty for the first challenge of each level. I can hardly fathom the implications. Players with a keen understanding gasped in astonishment, stunned by Sushi's pace. Those hidden SS talent holders wore expressions of dismay. The dimensional trials revealed to them the true extent of their abilities, while the series top reward made them acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm that lay between themselves and Sushi. They found themselves unable to conquer the same tier-rated SSS, let alone aspire to higher levels. Our prowess fell short by over 30 levels compared to Su. Moreover, just a few minutes later, a server-wide announcement echoed once again. Congratulations to player Sushi for achieving the first place in the entire server by clearing the dimensional trials, 60 layers, with an SSS rating, earning a reward of 320 free attribute points, 3 selections from the level 60 epic equipment gift box, and 10 selections from the awakening class skill book gift box. Sushi ultimately reached a standstill at the 68th layer. Chapter 80. The actions of foreign capital. In fact, by the time they reached the 50th floor, the opponent's attribute values had already surpassed Sushi's. However, thanks to Sushi's talent, heavenly fortune, and the damage-reducing effects of special equipment like armor of delusion, she was able to withstand the opponent's attacks with minimal harm. Additionally, the hidden class's specialized skill, Frostbite, could ensnare the target in a state of freezing, significantly restricting the opponent's movements. Had her damage not been insufficient to breach the defenses of a level 68 player, she might have pressed onward. Upon relinquishing the challenge, players would find their consciousness exiting the dimensional trial space. She slowly opened her eyes to see her younger sister squatting before her, eyes gleaming with admiration. Upon noticing her sister was awake, Suya leaped into Sushi's embrace. Sis, you're amazing. Why, you little rascal. She playfully ruffled her sister's vibrant red hair and gently hugged her as she stood up. The combined first-place rewards from the enhanced equipment and the dimensional trial amounted to a total of 590 free attribute points. Aspiring to ascend to even greater heights, she allocated all these points to her intelligence, which now surpassed her strength. The sudden increase in her intelligence made her feel as though her cognitive abilities had undergone a transformation, elevating her thought-processing speed to a new level. After resting for a while in the courtyard, the group prepared to continue. Although the dimensional trial engaged consciousness in the testing space, the battle still induced mental fatigue, and she was no exception. Subsequently, the group utilized the guild stronghold to activate a guild teleportation scroll, transporting them to the level 25 area, heading directly towards the site of their adventure. At that moment, the Dragon Kingdom's official announcement was disseminated via text message. The essence of the message urged citizens to steer clear of foreign-brand electronic products. Just moments prior, the authorities had intercepted a peculiar signal frequency, which, upon decoding, revealed a self-destruct command. Under normal circumstances, the Dragon Kingdom's officials might not have detected this immediately, but given the current wartime context, they remained vigilant against such tactics previously employed by foreign capital. The self-destruct command could not directly cause electronic products to explode. However, it could compel them to automatically download and run specially designed high-energy consumption applications, deactivating cooling and battery protection modules. If these applications ran for a minute or two, the internal batteries and certain components of the devices could overheat, potentially triggering explosions. Once the announcement was released, it immediately caused a sensation. Seriously? Is this for real? Electronic devices like phones can turn into bombs? Come on, bro, upstairs, you still doubt our government? You don't actually think those past news reports were fabricated, do you? The vast majority of the Dragon Kingdom's populace placed their trust in the authorities, promptly logging off to discover their phones, computers, and other electronic devices were operating autonomously. Even appliances like air conditioners and induction cookers buzzed ominously. Do not assume that devices without screens, like refrigerators and air conditioners, cannot be remotely controlled. Any electronic device equipped with communication bands or infrared sensors can be connected. Not only foreign brands, but even some electronic products that proudly claim to be domestic are operating autonomously. How outrageous! People hastily discarded these devices into water, and those that could not be moved had their power sources severed. While the majority managed to avert this catastrophe, there were still those who scoffed at the situation. For instance, Wang Qing. With a cold smile, she remarked, "Heh. Forced delusion." Before she could finish her words, a sharp pain surged across her face. "Ah!" she screamed. Should a player sustain significant injury in their real body without succumbing to death, they are forcibly logged out. When Wang Qing's consciousness returned to her physical form, she was met with a horrifying sight. The computer and phone by her bedside had exploded into a heap of debris, igniting various objects within the room. One side of her body was mangled and charred, with numerous electronic components embedded within.
Ah, no.
No! Wang Qing shrieked in despair, but as she attempted to move, the motion aggravated her wounds, triggering excruciating pain that caused her to lose consciousness. The flames gradually consumed the entire room, and by the time the fire brigade arrived and extinguished the blaze, Wang Qing's skin had turned to a charred black. Whether this was fortune or misfortune, she had not perished but still clung to life. Many others shared a similar fate with Wang Qing. These individuals bore a common trait. On another front, satellites from the Dragon Kingdom had detected strange movements from the Neon Nation. Ever since foreign capitalists dispatched foreign players to confront the leading players of the Dragon Kingdom, the official authorities of the Dragon Kingdom had intensified their surveillance of neighboring nations, ensuring that hordes of foreign players could not infiltrate and wreak havoc through the misty teleportation arrays. The Neon Nation, indeed, could not contain itself. They contacted the Outer Mongolia authorities, confident that they understood the necessary compromises. The Dragon Kingdom's officials had contingency plans in place. The Blue Star S3 season preliminaries had been underway for over a decade, and the resurgence of ambition from the Neon Nation had long been recognized by the Dragon Kingdom's government, making it impossible for them to lack a response strategy. Seeing that the detonation of electronic devices had not caused significant trouble for the Dragon Kingdom, the foreign capitalists in their underground shelters vented their frustration. Damn it! How could the Dragon Kingdom's officials respond so swiftly? Did the Neon Nation and the Korean Nation leak our plans to the Dragon Kingdom's government? Many capitalists had been gunned down today, and they now resembled rats scurrying in fear, daring only to hide in their shelters. The numerous governments they once controlled were gradually slipping from their grasp, with officials no longer willing to serve for the sake of American dollars. Damn! Dragon Kingdom officials, your arrogance cannot last much longer. Once those rebellious elements grow stronger, the Dragon Kingdom will also face demise. Even though the foreign capitalists had retreated to the depths of their underground shelters, they still dared not launch a nuclear obliteration against the Dragon Kingdom. Should they do so, the players of the Dragon Kingdom would unite against them, viewing them as mortal enemies. At that point, the foreign capitalists would face not only foreign players but also over 1 billion players from the Dragon Kingdom, who would not engage in such self-destructive actions. Thus, they could only devise plans to dismantle the Dragon Kingdom. Delusion within the game. Su Shi and others have been relentlessly battling monsters and conquering dungeons without ever logging off. After all, Su Shi, Suya, and Yang Qing have all entered the mists, completely devoid of electronic devices. As for the official players, their situation is even more dire. With the unlocking of the Equipment Enhancement module, the attributes of monsters at level 21 and above have seen a significant increase. Even the level 25 wild creatures possess over 800 in both attack and defense, raising the difficulty of leveling once more. In contrast to the previous regions, a thin mist now shrouds every corner of the level 21 to 25 area. However, for Su Shi, this poses no challenge. Guided by the fortunate talent, Su Shi and his companions traversed a small hill and discovered a village nestled below. In the central square of the village, a multitude of dwarves were gathered, vigorously wielding hammers. Are those dwarves crafting equipment? Suya inquired with curiosity. Let us go take a look. Chapter 81. The lizard folk. As the group stepped into the village, a serene atmosphere enveloped them. The elder dwarves and women toiled diligently while children frolicked together in innocent play. The dwarves even greeted Su Shi and her companions warmly. "Hello, beautiful sister," exclaimed a small dwarven boy, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he ran towards Suya, extending his chubby little hands as if seeking her embrace. His family beamed with hospitable smiles. However, this harmonious scene appeared quite different to Su Shi. What she perceived was a gathering of lizard folk, cloaked in the guise of dwarves, their seemingly amiable smiles masking a predatory grimace. Above their heads, ominous red health bars materialized. Lizard folk mage, level 25, health 14, 000 physical attack, 760 magical power, 870 physical defense, 700 magical defense, 720 attack speed, 2, 0 movement speed, 3, 5 abilities. Racial talent, mimicry. Choose a target to transform into their likeness and simulate their presence, concealing original information for a duration of 10 minutes. Exiting the mimicry state upon taking damage. Evidently, this village was a trap. The talent description of Heaven's Fortune revealed the meaning of seeing through illusions. A level 25 monster possessing a racial talent? This implies that players would also unlock racial talents upon reaching level 25. Unbeknownst to them, the nearby lizard folk began to encircle them. Although they appeared to welcome the newcomers, cruel smirks betrayed their true intentions. "Sister, yeah, I don't like it," little Qing pouted, sensing something amiss as she warily regarded the dwarven boy. Suya affectionately patted her head. "Then we shall ignore it." As the number of approaching lizard folk increased, Su Shi promptly activated the reinforcement skill. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated throughout the village, causing the lizard folk to tremble, their legs quaking. Were it not for the constraints of the game rules, they might have fled in terror. The diminutive dimensional dragon had become her exclusive summon, conjured each time she employed the reinforcement skill. "Little ya, these dwarves are actually lizard folk in disguise. They are all monsters," Su Shi declared. Her words, though initially met with surprise, were soon believed by her companions, who hurriedly distanced themselves from the lizard folk. Su Shi then unleashed her attack against the lizard folk. A fierce gale and flames surged forth, instantly obliterating a large number of lizard folk. 249468, critical hit. 249474, critical hit. Leveling up by 3 levels for defeating monsters, gaining 25 experience points. Leveling up by 3 levels for defeating monsters, gaining 25 experience points. The target's demise triggered the effect of the mysterious ring, enhancing her strength by 2 points. Currently, Sushi's magical power has surpassed 20,000, and with numerous damage-boosting effects, her destructive output has reached a terrifying figure of over 200,000. Once the health of the lizard man was depleted, it instantly reverted to its original form, resembling the subterranean lizard men depicted in science fiction films, exuding a faintly frightening aura. The remaining lizard men, realizing they had been exposed, discarded their disguises. Though they feared the diminutive dimensional dragon, it did not deter them from launching an assault against Sushi and her companions. The miniature dragon unfurled its wings, effortlessly deflecting the incoming attacks. With an intelligence exceeding 10,000, Sushi executed her skills with remarkable swiftness, systematically annihilating the nearby lizardmen. In her wake, her abilities also demolished the surrounding structures, revealing the entrances to numerous cellars. Suddenly, Suya heard faint cries for help emanating from within the cellars. Sushi nodded in response, stating, "I shall first eliminate the foes on the surface." This village was not extensive. As the lizard men encircled them, those gathered in the central plaza, feigning the crafting of equipment, hastened toward the conflict. Whether in the ancient myths of Blue Star or the lore of the mysterious game, dwarves are renowned for their craftsmanship, making the lizardmen's masquerade as dwarves all too apparent. Witnessing their kin being effortlessly dispatched by Sushi's skills, the lizard men revealed their true forms, their once brown eyes now a vivid crimson, brimming with hatred. Compared to their former monstrous appearances, they now seemed more corporeal, resembling genuine beings, forming a miniature society or rather a faction of monsters. "Damn it! How dare you slaughter my kin? Even with a dragon as your ally, you shall meet your demise today." The lizardman boss's eyes bulged with rage as he swung his long sword wildly, seemingly intent on dismembering Sushi. The other lizard men gritted their teeth, some even shedding blood tears. Witnessing this scene, Yang Qing instinctively covered her mouth. "Captain Xiaoya, are they truly mere monsters formed from data code?" "I suspect not," replied an official player unexpectedly. Sushi momentarily hesitated in her onslaught but swiftly resumed her barrage against the advancing lizardmen. Within mere seconds, the battle concluded, and a flurry of notifications appeared before her. Subsequently, Sushi directed her gaze toward the official player. "Is there a new discovery?" The official player nodded. "Ms. Sushi, do you recall the half-demons you encountered yesterday? After you vanquished those half-demon monsters, no new creatures have spawned in the valley. We have inquired with the NPCs in the recent cities, and it turns out that those half-demons were once NPCs themselves. The Dragon Kingdom officials are delving into the mysteries of the mysterious game world, and upon slaying the half-demon entities, none have respawned, leading us to investigate the NPCs and uncover their transformation. This situation renders the truth of the game world of Delusion even more elusive. Primarily, the NPCs are constrained by the game's rules, and the only revelation they can offer is that Blue Star is on the brink of assimilation." Sushi nodded, her emotions remaining subdued. Even if the lizard men and other humanoid races were originally human, what of it? Should they be spared? The lizard men had deliberately set a trap to harm others. Had it not been for Sushi's formidable strength and her ability to see through their disguise, she might have suffered greatly. At that moment, a number of diminutive figures crawled out from the ruins. Upon seeing the multitude of lizard men corpses, the dwarves immediately embraced each other, weeping profusely. "We are finally free." Sushi surveyed her surroundings. Noticing that these dwarves were not disguised lizardmen and that their health bars were blue, she sheathed her weapon, a sense of elation blooming within her. This sensation was familiar to her. It was the hallmark of a hidden class. She did not rush to disturb the newly liberated dwarves, but instead turned her gaze towards the miniature dimensional dragon. After hearing the official players mention the half-demons, she knew that the Dragon Kingdom officials must have conducted a thorough investigation of the Delusion game world, yet had been unable to extract useful information due to the constraints of the rules. However, the miniature dimensional dragon seemed capable of opposing the rules of the delusion game world, perhaps allowing her to glean some insights from the little creature. Su Shi approached the miniature dimensional dragon. Yet, it appeared that the dragon anticipated her inquiry, immediately activating the dimensional teleportation array, preparing to return to its dimensional space. If you refuse to answer, I shall refrain from utilizing the reinforcement skill in the future, Su Shi remarked, a light smile gracing her lips, though a hint of menace lingered in her tone. With her intelligence stat receiving a significant boost, she quickly discerned matters she had previously overlooked, most notably regarding her own talents. Currently, she and the Dragon Kingdom officials were in the same boat. They had not concealed anything from her and had provided data on the SS talents possessed by their personnel. She discovered that those SS-level talents were remarkably weak, vastly inferior to her own Heavenly Fortune talent and her sister's Heavenly Calamity talent. Coupled with the attitude of the vocational mentor NPC and the miniature dimensional dragon towards her, it was not difficult to surmise that her and her sister's identities were likely of considerable significance. The miniature dimensional dragon pretended to be constrained by the rules of the delusion game world, opening its mouth as if to speak, but all that emerged was a whimper. Su Shi observed this and couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. Just as she was about to expose the little one's charade, the dimensional teleportation array trembled violently, and a massive blue-black dragon claw emerged, seizing the little creature and dragging it back into the array. Sister, it's not that I do not wish to speak, but I am unable to. The miniature dimensional dragon looked at Su Shi with pleading eyes, as if imploring her not to forsake the reinforcement skill. Seeing that the little one's guardian also wished to keep the truth from her for the time being, Su Shi sighed internally, recognizing that this matter could not be forced. Very well, I understand. I shall call upon you later to play. Upon hearing this, the miniature dimensional dragon's face lit up with joy. As the mistress yearned for an embrace, Xiaoqing suddenly soared into Su Shi's arms, then tilted her small head towards the miniature dimensional dragon, as if to boast. The miniature dragon, feeling challenged, shot a defiant glare at Xiaoqing before vanishing into the dimensional portal. At that moment, the leader of the dwarves approached Su Shi and her companions, accompanied by his kin. We are unable to repay your life-saving grace, but might I inquire whether you seek equipment or materials for forging? The dwarf leader asked, getting straight to the point. Su Shi gently pinched Xiaoqing's cheek before turning her gaze towards the dwarf leader. She mused to herself that humanoid monster races were indeed transformed NPCs. Yet the dwarves' levels were only 25, unlike the class mentors who remained inscrutable. Thus, the dwarf leader would not extend any favors like the mentors, clearly intent on safeguarding the hidden class awakening tome. Suddenly, Suya leaned in and whispered to her sister, Sister, do you think these dwarves are reluctant to share their fortune with us? Hence they directly offer us equipment and materials? The young girl discerned the situation quite astutely, for her intelligence stat was significantly high, allowing her to grasp these matters.
Su Shi smiled gently.
Realizing she need not worry about the clever little girl being deceived by the blonde-haired rogue. Nodding, she addressed the dwarves. There is no need for equipment or materials. However, I require the hidden class awakening tome in your possession. You must understand that with your strength, you cannot protect such a treasure. Of course, I shall not resort to coercion. I am willing to exchange equipment, materials, and other items from this region for it. The dwarves exchanged glances, clearly unaware of the hidden class awakening tome's significance. Only the dwarf leader's expression shifted dramatically. He could not fathom how these humans knew of the tome when even his kin and the lizard folk were oblivious. Yet Su Shi spoke the truth. Their tribe lacked the power to safeguard the tome. The dwarf leader, begrudgingly glancing at a pregnant female dwarf, realized that the tome had been intended for his unborn child, and now it seemed destined to fall into others' hands. A fleeting look of compassion crossed Su Shi's eyes, but it vanished almost instantly. As the saying goes, one must look out for oneself. Otherwise, one shall face dire consequences. Although this sentiment was not entirely applicable in this moment, the ambiguity remained. In tumultuous times, the emergence of pity is the gravest taboo. She coldly fixed her gaze on the dwarf leader, a crystalline longbow materializing in her hands, poised for an attack. Even if she refrained from seizing the hidden class awakening tome and spared these dwarves, it would eventually fall into the hands of other players. Sensing Su Shi's formidable aura, the dwarf leader swallowed hard, no longer hesitating, as he conjured a tome radiating golden light from thin air.
Su Shi Ponder.
Realizing that this might have been retrieved from the character's inventory, it dawned upon her, connecting to broader implications. Upon death in the Blue Star, players merged with the Delusion game world, becoming NPCs in the eyes of other players, unable to log out and return to the Blue Star, yet possessing game modules indistinguishable from those of players. Dwarves, too, could utilize character inventories, assimilation, rather than the descent of the game. It follows that the illusory game was not conceived for the players of Blue Star. Rather, it is highly probable that it existed prior, with players like Su Shi merely occupying a secluded corner of this illusory game world. Nevertheless, Su Shi did not dwell too much on this matter, believing that the mysteries would gradually unravel in due time without the need for haste. Her gaze shifted towards the Hidden Class Awakening Tome. Hidden Class Awakening Tome, Valiant Heavy Cavalry upon use. Awaken the Hidden Class, Valiant Heavy Cavalry. Su Shi took possession of the Hidden Class Awakening Tome and kindly advised, "It would be prudent for you to avoid lingering in this rural village. Recent events have not been particularly tranquil." With that, she promptly utilized a return scroll. As there were no further adventures to be found within the confines of this city, there was little reason to tarry. Su Ya and the others likewise activated their return scrolls. On their way to the teleportation array at the Lord's Mansion, Su Shi handed the Hidden Class Awakening Tome, Valiant Heavy Cavalry, to her sister, Xiaoya. The Hidden Class of Valiant Heavy Cavalry will undoubtedly enhance both defense and physical attack. I currently do not lack in these attributes. You would benefit far more from assuming the Valiant Heavy Cavalry Hidden Class. With the mysterious ring in her possession, she found herself lacking in no attribute whatsoever. Sister, the Valiant Heavy Cavalry Hidden Class would serve me little purpose. Perhaps when you awaken this hidden class, your strength could significantly elevate your physical attack. Both sisters were correct in their considerations. Observing her sister's hesitation, Suya took hold of Su Shi's hand and began to act playfully. Sister, I do not wish to grow stronger. I am content with you always protecting me. Besides, with my little butterfly's teleportation skill, no foe can harm me. The young girl spoke at length, and unable to resist her sister's charm, Su Shi ultimately decided to use the Hidden Class Awakening Tome for herself. Chapter 82. The Awakening of the Slumbering Dragon. The awakening of the Hidden Class, the Gallant Heavy Cavalry, was far less agonizing than that of the Poison King. The entire process lasted no more than 5 seconds, during which there was no particularly remarkable sensation. Su Shi merely felt a slight increase in her weight and a surge in her strength. Immediately, the character panel materialized before her eyes. Player, Shi level, 22, 106,601, 10000. Class. Ranger, Frostfang. Poison King, Gallant Heavy Cavalry. Secondary professions: Blacksmith, Tailor. Health points, 100. 000 mana points, 91. 700 physical attack, 1. 282. 630. 288. 8. 100. 862. 82048. Magical strength, 1. 003. 234. 320. 143. 002. 4. Physical defense, 508. 612. 360. 95. 601. 2888. Magical defense, 441. 810. 010 movement speed, 10. 60 attack speed, 8. 67 critical hit rate, 43 critical damage, 172 strength, 523. 610. 086 intelligence, 418. 014. 300 constitution, 491. 095. 560 spirit, 436. 091. 170 agility, 450. 095. 000 hidden class. Gallant Heavy Cavalry, Enlightenment. Mastery of cavalry combat techniques allows the learning of skills from the spearman and courageous knight classes. The greater the number of nearby enemies, the higher the damage dealt, up to a maximum increase of 10. Mount, specialization skill, non-upgradable, allows the summoning of a mount, currently limited to terrestrial creatures, which possesses 100 of the player's attributes, with a 50 increase in movement speed, and no time limit for existence. Gallant. When 5 or more enemies are present within a 100-meter radius, damage taken is reduced by 20. If this condition is not met, damage taken is reduced by 10. Brave charge. When moving on a mount, if the speed exceeds 50 of the maximum speed, both the player and mount enter a berserk state. If 5 or more enemies are present within 100 meters, even without the mount, they will also enter the berserk state, becoming immune to control effects such as bind and confinement. Growing more courageous. Upon entering combat, damage increases by 2 per second, stacking up to 10 layers, lasting for 60 seconds. Blood battle. Buff skill upon activation. Both the player and mount's physical attack and defense increase by 10. For each enemy slain, damage for both the player and mount increases by 1, capping at a maximum of 5. As Suya had anticipated, upon awakening the hidden class of the gallant heavy cavalry, the strength attribute's contribution to physical attack rose from 4 to 2, 8, while the constitution's contribution to physical defense increased from 0 to 1, 2. With the might of the gallant heavy cavalry, there was no need to fear the onslaught of a multitude of players. Although the calculation for damage reduction was not additive, having an additional attribute was certainly an improvement over the past. The method for calculating damage absorbed is as follows. Fixed damage reduction from panel damage and dual defenses, 1% reduction, 1% reduction. Summoning a mount that possesses attributes equal to my own. She swallowed hard, endeavoring to utilize the mount skill. Before her appeared a selection of summonable mounts. All were creatures previously encountered, and she chose to summon the strikingly cool Ice Wolf. With a whoosh, the summoned mount differed from the dimensional beast. It was formed from concentrated energy. A towering ice wolf over 3 meters tall materialized. Its fur was a pristine white, sleek and elongated. The mount summoned by the hidden class of Valiant Heavy Rider bore distinct characteristics from other summoned entities. For summoned creatures, players merely issue commands to control their actions, which incurs a slight delay. The same applies to derivatives. However, she felt a profound connection with the Ice Wolf. The moment a thought crossed her mind, the Ice Wolf was already in motion. In mystical terms, the mount served as an external embodiment, requiring no cost. The mana cost to maintain the mount's existence was negligible for Sushi. Furthermore, the Ice Wolf did not display an attribute panel, alleviating concerns about other players discerning her attributes through the creature. With a mount at her side, Sushi's foremost thought was ensuring her sister's safety. Additionally, the time consumed for travel would be significantly reduced. With a wave of her hand, the Ice Wolf approached Suya, vigilantly surveying the surroundings as if guarding a princess. Were it not for Yangqing and the official players needing to collect monster drops, she would have wished to ride the Ice Wolf alongside her sister. Is this Ice Wolf a skill of the Valiant Heavy Rider hidden class?
Suya inquired curiously.
Indeed, Susi replied,
Sending a screenshot of the Valiant Heavy Rider specialization skills to her sister via friend chat. Subsequently, the group proceeded to the next city, continuing their quest for adventures, slaying monsters and grinding dungeons to level up. Outer Mongolia. The first wave of players from the Neon Nation had already arrived within the mists of Outer Mongolia, where official personnel soon met with them. Although the Dragon Kingdom's officials had warned their Outer Mongolian counterparts, the latter remained undeterred, publicly promising not to accept players from the Neon Nation while secretly hoping that the Neon players would linger in the mists, thus evading the Dragon Kingdom's notice. They quietly amassed strength, planning to deliver a significant surprise to the Dragon Kingdom in due time. Prime Minister Estsu of the Neon Nation cast a disapproving glance at the Outer Mongolian officials and remarked, "Has no one from Inner Mongolia come? Or have you not even discussed this matter with them?" The high-ranking officials of Outer Mongolia exchanged awkward smiles upon hearing this. "We did mention it. But they did not agree and even berated us. The purpose of war, after all, revolves around land, population, and resources for sustenance. As long as the legitimate descendants of the Jin dynasty maintain their sanity, they shall not conspire with the Neon Nation or Outer Mongolia. Moreover, having once suffered greatly at the hands of the Neon Nation, it is only these descendants, who serve as loyal vassals of the Jin dynasty, that would ally themselves with such a nation. Zhu Shang, my husband, furrowed his brow, for he harbored thoughts akin to those of foreign capitalists, wishing for the disintegration of Long Nation, believing that only then could they seize an opportunity. Otherwise, given Long Nation's current trajectory of development, its situation would inevitably become increasingly stable. I refuse to believe that those individuals possess no thoughts of their own. However, they never considered that the stance of the legitimate descendants of the Jin dynasty is equally resolute. Upon receiving further news from Outer Mongolia, they promptly informed the officials of Long Nation. It appears that this neighbor has enjoyed too much comfort for too long. The officials of Long Nation immediately reached out to the authorities of the Great Bear Nation. The alliance of nations under the grasp of foreign capital has now descended into chaos, and we may commence our actions. Some grievances are not left unavenged. It is merely a matter of timing. Since the Neon Nation has presented itself on a silver platter, how could we let this opportunity slip away? The officials of the Neon Nation are undoubtedly aware of this aspect, yet they find themselves compelled to swiftly relocate their position. If they were to wait another 2 days, the monsters within the mist would reach levels beyond 20, rendering modern technological weaponry entirely ineffective, and the progress of player upgrades would also slow significantly. Would they then confront the encroaching monsters from all directions with their heads held high? After such a prolonged slumber to heal from injuries, the dragon must awaken. In mere moments, countless unmanned war machines emerged along the border, and segments of evidence were dispatched to the mobile devices of the citizens of the Neon Nation and Outer Mongolia. Boom! 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 Instantly, the official office buildings of the Neon Nation and Outer Mongolia were reduced to ashes.